Chapter 1. The last thing the Emperor chose, the wall moved. No cultivator had commanded it. No formation master had pressed a trigger stone. The eastern passage of the Ashrock dungeon simply narrowed by 3 inches at a height of 5 feet, exactly where a running man's shoulder would catch it. At exactly the moment the Cloud Peak disciple named Fun Wu sprinted through it, trying to reach the exit. His collarbone snapped with a sound like a branch in winter. He crashed into the stone floor and lay still. His 2 companions stopped and stared at the passage. Then they stared at each other. The wall had not moved again. It looked like it had never moved. The stone was old and damp and unchanged, as if it had been exactly this width since the mountain formed. They carried Fun Wu out. They did not look back. Inside the crystal at the dungeon's core, something that had not chosen anything in 11 years felt the passage narrow, and felt the collarbone break, and felt the 2 disciples run, and thought. Interesting. The thought was slow. Everything was slow now. Time passed in the crystal the way water seeps through stone, not noticed in any single moment, only legible in what it carved out over years. Zhen Wuhuang had entered the crystal as a man who commanded empires. He remembered that. The memory was intact, which was the cruelest part of his punishment. He could recall every detail of his trial with the precision of a calligrapher who has copied the same character 10,000 times. The 11 peers in their white judicial robes, the evidence laid before them on jade tablets. Grand Inquisitor Qiu Yenshin reading the sentence in a voice calibrated to sound reluctant. He remembered the weight of 11 cultivators' worth of suppression pressing him to his knees. He remembered the crystal. The crystal had not been cold. That had surprised him, in the second before his awareness dispersed into it. He had expected cold, the way imprisonment was always depicted in the old stories. Cold stone, cold air, cold silence. The crystal was warm. It was the warmth of something alive. And when his soul energy scattered into its lattice like smoke into a jar, he understood why. The dungeon crystal was not empty. It was saturated with centuries of spiritual residue, the accumulated chi of every beast that had ever died inside these caves, every cultivator who had ever bled on these floors. He was being sealed into something that had been slowly, unconsciously growing for generations. He spent the first year learning to perceive. It was not like seeing or hearing. It was like being the stone itself. When a foot pressed down on a pressure plate, he felt it the way a hand feels a splinter. When water dripped from the ceiling, he felt where it landed and how the floor's grain absorbed it. He mapped the dungeon not with eyes but with attention, the way an old man maps the aches in his own body. This pressure plate 3 meters from the eastern fork, this crack in the ceiling above room for that would widen in cold weather, this passage where 2 ley lines crossed and made the air taste of copper to any cultivator sensitive enough to notice. He spent 11 years only perceiving. In the 12th year, the wall moved. He had not decided to move it. That was what made the moment significant. He had been observing the Cloud Peak disciples with the detached attention he applied to everything now, noting their cultivation levels, their technique signatures, the way the formation user in their group kept one hand pressed flat to the wall as he walked, reading formations through touch. And then Fun Wu ran, and the passage narrowed, and Zhen Wuhuang realized 3 seconds after the crack of bone that the stone had responded to a want he had not consciously formed. The want had been, stop him. The dungeon had stopped him. He held that recognition in whatever passed for his awareness inside the crystal. He turned it like a stone tool found in soil, examining its edges. He had not given a command. He had felt a want, and the dungeon, his dungeon now, or he its, had translated the want into architecture. An emperor understood what it meant when a thing obeyed without being asked. He spent the next week trying to move the wall deliberately. He failed 63 times. He succeeded on the 64th, and the passage narrowed by 1 inch and then expanded again, and he experienced something that took him several minutes to identify because he had not felt it in so long. Satisfaction. He was learning to speak a new language. Not in words. In stone. By the time the next Cloud Peak raid arrived, 12 years after his imprisonment, Zhen Wuhuang had closed 4 dead ends, redirected a water channel, and discovered that the dungeon's pressure plates were not merely mechanical. They were connected to the ley line network running through the mountain's base, and if he focused on that network rather than on the individual plates, he could feel every living thing inside the dungeon as a warmth in his perception, moving, breathing, wanting things. He felt the 6 disciples spread out through the first 3 chambers. He felt them find nothing in rooms that had previously contained mineral nodes, because he had closed the passages to those rooms in the night while they slept above ground. He felt them argue at the fork where room for use to be accessible. He felt one of them press a hand to the wall exactly where the blocked passage was and say, to his companions, "It's changed. The formation's different." The others did not believe him. Zhen Wuhuang filed the observant one's spiritual signature in what he was beginning to think of as his memory. Not a human memory, not the sharp recall of a mind, but the dungeon's memory, the way stone remembers where water has run. He would know that signature again. He would know all of them again. A century was a long time. He intended to use it. Chapter 2. What stone remembers the 100 years past the way his first 12 had? In perception, in patience, in the slow accumulation of knowledge that stone collects when no one thinks to stop it. Zhen Wuhuang had not been idle. That mattered, in a way it perhaps would not have mattered to someone else. He was, in whatever distributed form he now occupied, still himself. The man who had once managed an empire's worth of human calculation and strategic architecture. The dungeon was smaller than an empire. He treated it with equivalent attention. By the 30th year, he knew every crack in every ceiling. He knew which passages flooded in spring and which held dry through the bitterest winter. He knew where the dungeon's miasma thickened, a natural defensive feature left by the original architect, intended to classify the space as dangerous and deter casual exploration. And he had learned to steer it, thin it in some passages to draw in weaker groups, concentrate it in others to discourage the powerful. It was not a weapon. It was a pressure, like a hand on a shoulder guiding someone toward a door. He read the raiders the way he had once read court factions. The Cloud Peak disciples came 12 times in the first 30 years. He let them take small things, common ores, low-grade spirit stones that the dungeon regenerated naturally from its ley-line nodes. Because groups that found something worth taking came back, and groups that came back were groups he could study. He learned their cultivation advancement schedules from their improving signatures. He learned their formation styles from the way they spread through his passages. He learned which elders they sent for which types of resources. And from that he inferred what resources the sect currently lacked. An emperor who did not know what his neighbors needed was an emperor operating blind. He did not fight them. Not yet. He had no body, no technique, no cultivation that could be directed outward. What he had was the dungeon. And what he was learning about the dungeon was that it was not a tool. A tool obeyed. The dungeon was more complex than that. When he wanted something badly enough, it responded. When he only thought idly about wanting it, it did nothing. The relationship required genuine intent, and genuine intent required genuine reason. He spent the 40th through 50th years making reasons. A raiding party of 16 entered in the 43rd year, the largest group Cloud Peak had sent. They moved efficiently, which told him they had a new formation grandmaster advising them. They cleared 3 rooms of spirit stones before the formation grandmaster stopped in the central corridor and turned slowly in a circle, reading the walls. Zhen Wuhuang watched through the stone beneath his feet. The formation grandmaster said, quietly, to the party leader, "The geometry in here has changed since the last survey. The eastern fork didn't used to terminate. Something closed it." The party leader said, "Dungeon drift. It happens in old systems. Not like this. This is deliberate closure. The passage was actively sealed. You can see the formation lines running parallel rather than branching. Something chose to seal it." A long silence. Zhen Wuhuang felt the temperature of their conversation in the way he had learned to feel all things in his dungeon, not with ears, but with the stone that carried vibration. The party leader said, "Are you suggesting the dungeon is intelligent?" The Grandmaster did not answer immediately. He pressed his palm to the nearest wall, the way the perceptive disciple from 30 years ago had done, and held it there for a breath. Zhen Wuhuang felt the contact like a thumb pressed against his forearm, not painful, just present. The Grandmaster said, "I'm suggesting we take what we came for and leave." They left without incident. Zhen Wuhuang noted the Grandmaster's signature with particular care. A man who could read sealed formations was a man who could eventually read him. That was a risk to manage. By the 70th year, the dungeon covered 32 distinct chambers, twice its original footprint. Zhen Wuhuang had not expanded it through any dramatic act. He had encouraged it the way a gardener encourages a vine, redirecting the ley-line flow here, opening a passage to a natural cavern there, letting the dungeon's own regenerative instinct fill in the architecture he suggested. The process was slow. He did not mind slow. Slow was what he had. The chest of an emperor who had once operated on decade-length strategic timelines found a century surprisingly workable. What he had not anticipated was loneliness. He noticed it for the first time in the 80th year, when a single cultivator, a young woman, alone, carrying a notebook and a measurement tool rather than a weapon, entered the dungeon and proceeded to sit down in the entrance hall and begin writing. She was there for 4 hours. She said nothing and took nothing. When she left, the dungeon was quieter than it had been before she arrived, and Zhen Wuhuang spent 3 days trying to identify what had changed. Nothing had changed. That was the thing he had not expected. How much the company of a quietly present person could matter to a mind that had been alone with stone for 80 years. He did not act on the observation. He filed it. He filed everything. Chapter 3. The Scholar's Courtesy. She came back in the spring. Zhen Wuhuang had expected her. He had been tracking her through regional rumors that filtered into the dungeon through the conversations of passing cultivators. But expecting her and feeling her cultivation signature past the threshold were different experiences. He found himself paying attention with a precision he usually reserved for genuine threats. She was not a threat. Her cultivation was moderate, mid-tier by the current reckoning he had pieced together from 80 years of raiding parties, and she moved through the entrance hall with the specific, unhurried confidence of someone who had decided the dungeon was not going to kill her unless she gave it a reason. There was something almost impolite about the confidence. It suggested she had thought about it. She set up in the entrance hall's widest section, near the left wall where the light from the entrance reached. She opened her notebook. She produced a thin measuring wire and used it to document the distance between pressure plates. She noted the stone composition in 3 places along the wall, chipping small samples with a tool that had a capped blade. She replaced the caps after each sample, Zhen Wuhuang noted, as if she understood that open blades in dungeon spaces were a courtesy issue rather than a safety one. Then she did something he had never seen in 80 years of observation. She opened a small kit from her pack and produced a brush and a vial of dark liquid. She pressed her thumb against the vial's stopper, and a thin line of blood welled from a small cut she had already made. She mixed the blood into the liquid, preparation, not accident, and painted a character on the wall at eye height. The character was old form, pre-court script, the word for safe passage, rendered in a scholar's hand, offered as courtesy to whatever intelligence might inhabit the space. It was a dungeon scholar's ritual. He had encountered references to it in the old texts he had absorbed through the cave walls. A practice from the era before the Celestial Warden Court had declared dungeons to be inert formations without consciousness, when cultivators still maintained the courtesy of asking permission to enter spaces that might be aware. No one had performed it in this dungeon since before his imprisonment. He watched her paint the character and thought, with the slow precision that a century in stone had given him, she believes there is someone to offer it to. She did not press further than the entrance hall. She measured, documented, and sat for an hour writing her notes with the kind of sustained focus that suggested she was doing analysis rather than transcription. At one point she paused and looked up at the far wall, the one Zhen Wuhuang had adjusted twice in the past decade to create a subtly non-Euclidean angle that no natural cave system would produce. She stared at it for a long time. She wrote something in her notebook and underlined it twice. He wanted, more than he had wanted anything in a decade, to know what she had written. When she stood to leave, she capped her ink and packed her tools in the same order she had unpacked them. Systematic, automatic, the habit of someone who worked in conditions where losing a tool could matter. At the exit, she paused and looked back at the character she had painted. "Thank you," she said. To the wall, to the dungeon, to him, if there was a him to receive it. She left. The dungeon entrance was warmer after she departed. Not much, a degree, perhaps, the residual warmth of presence. The safe passage character on the wall dried from dark to the color of dried rust, and Zhen Wuhuang felt its edges with his stone sense the way a blind man reads a face. He left the exit open behind her. He could have sealed it. He had sealed exits behind cultivators before, for study, for caution, once simply to observe the response. He did not seal it. He had not decided not to seal it. He simply found, when he checked, that he had made no move toward it at all. He filed this observation alongside everything else. In the week that followed, 2 things happened. First, Cloud Peak sent a small raid. 4 disciples who had clearly been briefed on recent survey data, because they went straight for the sealed eastern fork and spent 40 minutes trying to open it before giving up. Zhen Wuhuang rerouted them through a loop, and they exited from the western passage confused and carrying nothing. Second, he found himself returning repeatedly to the wall where the safe passage character had been painted, pressing his awareness against it the way the formation grandmaster had once pressed his palm to stone, feeling the dried blood's residual warmth. She had expected him to be listening. She had prepared for it. She had not been afraid of it. 100 years in stone taught many lessons. The one he had not expected was this, that the hardest thing was not the loneliness or the stillness or the patience. The hardest thing was being known and not being able to respond. He spent the next month trying to move something small. Not a wall, not a passage, something portable. There was a stone near the eastern fork, rounded smooth by water, roughly fist-sized. He focused on it for 30 days, working through the ley line connection between the stone and his crystal core, and on the 31st day, he moved it 3 inches. He set it at the entrance, against the wall, near the safe passage character. When she returned, he would see what she did with it. Chapter 4. Void Sliver. The month before she returned, Cloud Peak came again. Not disciples this time. An elder, Elder Ren. Jin Wuhuang learned from the respectful address his four-disciple escort used. A man in his 50s with a cultivation signature that pressed against Jin Wuhuang's dungeon sense like a hot coal pressed against skin. Formation reader. Strong. Moving through the entrance hall with the measured pace of someone who had done this many times in many dungeons. Jin Wuhuang watched him. Elder Ren moved differently from the formation grandmaster who had visited 30 years ago, where the grandmaster had read formations the way a scholar reads text, carefully, piece by piece, inferring the whole from the parts. Elder Ren read them the way a hunter reads tracks. He moved first and analyzed second, letting his body respond to spatial cues before his conscious mind finished processing them. He stopped at the entrance hall's pressure plate cluster without looking down, simply shifting his weight off the trigger zone as he stepped. He had done this before. Not here. Here he was new, but in dungeons, in formations, in spaces that did not want to be read. His body had learned to move in these spaces so long ago that it no longer consulted him. That made him dangerous. Jin Wuhuang tracked him through the first 3 chambers, watching the elder identify 2 of the 4 active trap configurations and carefully avoid them while allowing his disciples to test the remaining space. The disciples were not bait, not exactly, but they were instruments. Elder Ren was using their responses to read the dungeon's patterns. When a disciple triggered a pressure plate, Elder Ren watched not the trap, but the architecture around it, noting which walls shifted, which passages temporarily opened, what the dungeon's response revealed about its logic. The tactic was intelligent. It was also the tactic of someone who did not believe the dungeon had genuine intelligence, only pattern, predictable, studyable, eventually exhaustible. He was wrong about that, but he was not wrong to try. In the 4th chamber, the treasure room, Elder Ren found a minor spirit stone cluster and directed his disciples to harvest it. Jin Wuhuang had placed it there deliberately 3 months ago, after reading the pattern of Cloud Peak raids and determining that finding something in the 4th chamber would encourage future groups to push further rather than turning back at the 3rd. He watched the disciples harvest the stones and felt the familiar assessment for groups in the past year. Average penetration depth, Chamber 3. Average time to exit, 40 minutes. Success rate for reaching the spirit node, 0 until now. New variable, Elder Ren. The elder paused in the treasure room after the harvest, not moving toward the exit. He pressed both palms flat to the floor, not the wall, the floor, and closed his eyes. His disciples waited, trained to silence. Jin Wuhuang felt the palms against the floor like a weight placed precisely on his chest. After 30 seconds, Elder Ren said, "There's something wrong with the geometry in here." No disciple spoke. The 4th chamber should be further from the entrance than it is. The passages we walk don't account for the distance. Something folded the space. A pause. Or the dungeon is larger than the external survey suggests, and these passages are a routed path, not the actual layout. Jin Wuhuang felt the recognition like cold water. He chose, in that moment, to do something he had not done before. He pushed intent outward through the ley line junction beneath his crystal, focused it against the wall of the 4th chamber with the concentration he had been building for 89 years, and claimed the space. Not politely, not gently. He claimed it the way a drowning man claims air. All at once, everything he had, the full weight of a century of awareness pressing outward through the crystal lattice and into the stone around him, into the 4th chamber's floor and walls and ceiling, the pressure plates, the ley lines, the moisture in the rock, everything. The pain was extraordinary. He had not known he could experience pain in this form. He learned it then, as his awareness exploded outward and the crystal's lattice cracked along 3 axes from the pressure, not breaking, but fracturing the way a bone fractures and holds, still structural, still bearing weight, but permanently marked. He felt the fracture lines run through his perception of the stone like cracks in a mirror. He was still whole. He was not the same shape, but the 4th chamber was his. Not just perceived, not just monitored. His, every grain of its stone responding to his awareness like nerve endings in a hand. Every pressure plate now an extension of his intent rather than a mechanism he influenced from outside. He could feel Elder Ren's palms against the floor as directly as if those palms were against his own skin. And Elder Ren felt the change. He stood up from the floor with the speed of a man who has touched something that was not there a moment before, backing 2 steps toward the door. "Leave," he said to his disciples, flat and without explanation. They left. Jin Wuhuang watched them go and held the 4th chamber's geometry in his expanded awareness. All 10 meters of it, every surface, The precise location of every crack and crystal node and dust mote that had settled on the floor since the last time anyone swept it. He held it with the careful attention of a man who has just realized his hands work. The crystallization of his first cultivation rank came slowly, the way ice forms from the edges inward, not a breakthrough in the dramatic sense, not light or sound or shaking earth, but a quiet settling, a re-understanding. Void sliver. The first rung of a ladder he had built in his own mind, because no existing cultivation system described what he was doing. He was not cultivating chi. He was cultivating space. The fracture lines in the crystal ached. He noted the ache and filed it. Everything cost something. He had known that before he was an emperor. He had not expected the lesson to apply to stone. Chapter 5. The Formation Grandmaster returns. Elder Ren's report reached the Cloud Peak sect 3 days after his exit from the dungeon. Zhen Wuhuang knew this because Elder Ren returned 2 weeks later with a different complement. Not disciples, but a peer, a man of equivalent cultivation with a formation kit that Zhen Wuhuang recognized from the equipment signatures even before the pair entered the passage. Senior Formation Analysis. 2 elders rather than 1 elder and observers. They were taking him seriously. He filed this assessment alongside everything else and turned his attention to his expanded capabilities. The 4th chamber was fully his now. That first claiming it held. The fracture lines in the crystal had not worsened, and the ache had settled into something closer to awareness of his own edge. He knew the precise boundary of his claimed space, the 4th chamber and the 10-meter radius around the crystal. Everything beyond that was dungeon he could influence, but not own, felt clearly, but not inhabited. The distinction mattered. He had learned that during the 2 weeks since the claiming. Inside his own space, he could move things with precise intent, hold configurations that held without his attention, set the equivalent of standing orders into the stone itself. Outside it, he required active focus for every adjustment. The difference was the difference between commanding an army that held formation while you slept and commanding an army that required your voice for every movement. He needed more own space. That would take time. Elder Ren and his peer, Elder Gua, he learned from their conversation at the entrance, moved through the outer chambers with coordinated analysis, one reading formations while the other tracked spiritual energy patterns. They were good together, the kind of team that had clearly worked in dungeons before. Zhen Wuhuang watched them map the first 3 chambers in a quarter of the time it would take a solo analyst. When they reached the 4th chamber, they stopped. Elder Gua placed her palm on the entrance threshold rather than stepping in. She said, "The formation density changes here. Everything before this point is organic, natural cave systems with minor dungeon enhancement overlaid. This chamber is something else." Elder Ren said, "I know. The enhancement isn't layered. It's integrated. Like the stone itself changed, not like a formation was applied to it." She moved her hand slowly along the threshold stone. "I haven't seen this pattern before. It's not any of the 6 major dungeon construction schools." Zhen Wuhuang felt her hand against the threshold with the direct sensation of his claimed stone, warmth, the slight pressure of a careful palm, the faint spiritual signature of a senior cultivator's awareness pressing against the surface. She was good. She was reading him. He held very still and let her read. She would not find the technique because the technique did not exist in any scroll she had studied. He had invented it in the process of becoming it. The dungeon construction schools Elder Gua referenced were all external methods, architecture imposed on stone by a cultivator working from outside. What Zhen Wuhuang did was different in kind. He was not imposing architecture. He was being it. The stone had not been changed. He had become the stone's awareness. "Whatever this is," Elder Gua said, "I recommend we don't enter." Elder Ren said, "I agree." They turned back. Zhen Wuhuang watched them exit through his outer passages without triggering a single trap. Both elders moving with the conservative precision of people who had decided that the information value of further exploration did not justify the risk. He noted this with approval. It was the correct assessment. If he had been in their position, he would have made the same choice. He spent the rest of that day reanalyzing everything the 2 elders had revealed about their sect's technical capabilities. The things they hadn't said were as useful as the things they had. The fact that Elder Gua couldn't identify his technique from the 6 major schools told him that his technique was genuinely novel to the current era, not merely classified. The fact that both elders chose conservative withdrawal told him Cloud Peak's leadership had standing orders not to take unnecessary losses in dungeon exploration, a policy Zhen Wuhuang associated with sects that were currently managing multiple simultaneous resource pressures. A sect under pressure made predictable choices. Predictable choices were manageable. He turned his attention to expansion. He needed, by his estimation, 12 more claimed chambers before he could attempt the thing he had been planning for 3 months. a full claiming of the dungeon's inner sanctum network, the 5 chambers that surrounded the crystal itself, currently within range of his influence, but not within his direct ownership. 12 chambers over the coming year, each claiming costing a controlled fraction of what the 4th chamber had cost, each fracture line managed rather than overwhelming. A year was not long. He had 99 more of them. He began. Chapter 6. The Scholar in the Stone. He pushed too hard on the second claiming. The 4th chamber had taught him a model: focus, intent, cost, result, clean. He had applied it to the 5th chamber with the same configuration, the same concentrated push through the ley line junction, the same full commitment extension of his awareness from the crystal outward, and the chamber did not claim. It collapsed. Not dramatically, not with shaking walls and falling stone, the way stories describe dungeon cave-ins. It collapsed the way a man's knee collapses under weight it was not designed to bear, silently, then completely. The ceiling dropped 8 inches and the walls settled inward, and the chamber that had existed for 200 years as a stable cavity became, in the space of 4 seconds, a compressed rubble zone with no entry, no exit, and no useful spatial geometry at all. Zhen Wuhuang's awareness scattered. He came back in pieces. First he was aware of the crystal, then of the pressure plates in the outer chambers, then of the entrance hall, the passages, the intact chambers, 4, 6, 8 of them reading back to him one by one like voices returning after a shout. The timeline, when he reassembled it, 3 days had passed. He had been unconscious for 3 days by whatever measure of unconscious applied to a dispersed soul in stone. He reviewed the collapse with the methodical patience that was, by now, simply how he functioned. The 5th chamber had not been stable. He had not checked for stability before claiming. He had assumed that the dungeon's pre-existing architecture would hold under the expansion pressure because the 4th chamber had held. That was the error, assuming that because the first instance worked cleanly, the second would as well. An emperor's error. A man accustomed to systems that had already been stress-tested. He added chamber stability assessment to his pre-claiming checklist. He had a checklist now. The stone had given him time for nothing but thoroughness. What the collapse had revealed, however, was something he had not mapped in 89 years of perception. Behind the rubble, exposed where the collapsed ceiling had sheared away a section of the rear wall, was a passage he had not known existed. Narrow, unformed, the kind of natural crack in the mountain that a formation architect would overlook because it led nowhere useful. It led somewhere. It led to a secondary chamber, sealed at its far end by what his perception identified as a deliberate formation, not dungeon architecture, but personal formation, the kind a cultivator would inscribe to protect a private space. Sealed for roughly 200 years by the quality of the formation's decay. He spent a week working the rubble clear enough to feel through it. Not moving the rubble. He could not yet. It was outside his claimed space, but extending his dungeon sense through the contact points between stones, reading the passage beyond by feel, the way a blind man reads a room through touch. At the end of the week he knew what was in the secondary chamber, a skeleton, seated upright against the far wall, both hands still wrapped around a case of cultivation scrolls. The scrolls were intact. Stone preserved things better than any artifice. The dead cultivator had been a formation scholar. His tools were still in his pack, his notes still in the case alongside the scrolls. He had sealed himself in here with his work, either fleeing something or hiding something, and had not survived the sealing. The formation he had inscribed from inside had held perfectly. No one had broken it. No one had found it. Zhen Wuhuang, with nothing but 90 years of attention and a stone sense that could read formation lines through 6 inches of rock, unpicked it in 3 days from the outside. The scroll's knowledge filtered into him through the ley line connection between the stone floor and the crystal, slowly, imperfectly, the way temperature spreads through rock rather than the way water flows through a channel. But it spread. Over 2 weeks, Zhen Wuhuang absorbed the dead scholar's work, a technique for compressing spiritual will into stable mineral constructs, objects that held a cultivator's intent without requiring ongoing attention, that persisted in stone without degrading, that could be configured before being set, and would execute their configuration when triggered. Persistent constructs. Standing orders for stone. It was exactly what he needed. He spent the following month developing the theory of what he was beginning to call, privately, void marrow, the specific derivative of spiritual will that his century of crystal residence had produced in him, different from qi, different from conventional spiritual energy, something particular to the experience of being stone. The dead scholar's technique had been designed for external use. Zhen Wuhuang adapted it inward, into the language he was becoming fluent in. The 5th chamber, ruined, became a resource. He had intended to own it. Instead it had given him something better than ownership, an inheritance. Chapter 7. The court seal they came 8 at a time, this round. Zhen Wuhuang tracked the group from the moment they entered his perception range. 8 signatures, one notably stronger than the others, cultivation gear that included measurement tools and retrieval equipment. A recovery mission. Elder Ren or one of his disciples had apparently left equipment behind in the confusion of the last visit. The strong signature was another elder, accompanying a recovery team that was also clearly a secondary survey. Map updates, threat reassessment, the careful institution of a sect trying to understand what had changed. He would have watched them with the usual measured attention if not for the object. He felt at the moment the lead elder stepped across the threshold. A jade seal, carried at the elder's hip, conventional size, conventional weight, but its resonant frequency was wrong for anything a Cloud Peak elder should be carrying. Too formal. Too old. The frequency of a court-issued authentication seal, the kind that high officials carried as identity verification, the kind that would have been visible at the end of every row of white-robed figures at his trial. Celestial Warden Court. The rage came up through the crystal before he had consciously registered what he was feeling. It was not a thought. It was a physical event. The dungeon's ambient temperature dropped by a measurable degree. 2 pressure plates triggered without contact. A wall in the outer passage shifted 3 inches in the wrong direction. The 8 cultivators stopped moving. Zhen Wuhuang clamped down on himself with every shred of the discipline that a century in stone had built. He held the anger in the crystal like a clenched fist and forced it back, inch by inch, back to stillness. The dungeon's temperature slowly normalized. The shifted wall held at its new position. The cultivators exchanged glances and began a hasty retreat. Not fast enough. In their scramble, the back 3 turning before the front 5 had fully reoriented, creating a moment of collision and stumbling. The elder's equipment pack caught against a wall junction and tore. The jade seal, jostled loose from its carrying case, hit the floor and skidded. When they fled, it was still on the floor. Zhen Wuhuang felt it lying there in the outer passage for a full hour before he did anything. He felt its resonant frequency, which was the frequency of the institution that had condemned him, sealed into jade by a master formation inscriber who had probably never met the Immortal Emperor Zhen Wuhuang personally and simply done his job. The seal was cracked from its fall. It was not broken. He began pulling it inward. This took 8 hours of continuous focus. The seal was outside his claimed space. It was in the outer passage, in the part of the dungeon that he influenced but did not own. And moving an object in unowned space was a matter of ley-line nudging, micro-adjustments in the floor's surface, a slow progression of tiny tilts and redirections. He moved at 4 inches per hour. He did not stop. When the seal crossed the threshold of his claimed inner chambers, the sensation changed from remote manipulation to direct contact. He felt it properly for the first time, the way he felt things in his own stone, completely, with the full weight of his dungeon sense. The crack ran along the seal's widest face, and through the crack he could feel the formation inscribed into the jade, the nested authentication layers and frequency signatures that identified it as belonging to the Celestial Warden Court's active judicial apparatus. More than that, the formation contained a memory layer, a resonant record of every time the seal had been used in an official capacity, compressed into the jade's crystal structure in the same way experience compresses into cultivated marrow. He could not read it directly. Not yet, not without more technique than he currently possessed, but he could feel it, layer upon layer of official weight, official presence, the frequency of the institution that had sealed him here. He pulled the seal all the way into the crystal's radius. He sealed it with a compressed, not a void marrow, the first time he had used the technique he had taken from the dead scholar's scrolls. The seal held, inert, at the edge of his awareness. He thought of it as a document, a piece of the court's voice, separated from the court. He would learn to read it eventually. He had time. The dungeon's walls, for the rest of that day, were slightly warmer than usual in the innermost chambers, not from temperature, but from the way stone holds what has been pressed into it. Chapter 8. The Shape of Mercy. The dungeon's original architect had been a mediocre man. Zhen Wuhuang came to this conclusion slowly and without contempt. The man had simply been what he was, a formation specialist of moderate skill who had been hired to convert a natural cave system into a functional dungeon, who had done the minimum to achieve that specification, and who had died some time later without any idea of what would eventually inhabit his work. The architecture was functional but unsubtle. The traps were standard configurations, badly positioned for anyone with formation reading experience. The treasure nodes were placed without strategic coherence. The miasma output system was the only genuinely clever element, and even that was simple compared to what it could have been. The miasma system worked by concentrating a natural ley line emission from the mountain's base. a faintly toxic variety of earthen qi that emerged near old iron ore deposits, and channeling it through a circulation formation that distributed it evenly through the dungeon's upper chambers. The effect, to a cultivator entering the space, was a reading of Tier 2 lethality, dangerous to beginners, manageable with care for intermediate practitioners, readily survivable for elders. Enough to discourage casual exploration, not enough to actually kill anyone reasonably equipped. Zhen Wuhuang had been aware of the miasma for decades. He had not previously understood its full distribution network because the circulation formation ran through chambers he had not yet claimed, outside his direct perception. With his expanded sense, now reaching through 17 chambers, he could feel the entire system. He could redirect it. The experiment ran over 3 months. His goal was to create differentiation, not a uniform Tier 2 reading throughout the dungeon, but a variable reading that he could adjust by chamber, which would allow him to choose what caliber of cultivator reached each part of his space. He wanted weaker groups in the outer chambers, where the spirit stone regeneration was modest and the traps were simple, letting them take enough to encourage return visits. He wanted stronger groups deterred before they reached the inner network, where the nodes were richer and his controlled space was more critical. The first 3 trial groups worked exactly as intended. A team of low-ranked disciples entered, triggered the low miasma outer path he had configured, mined a modest spirit stone cluster he had arranged, and left without incident. 3 more groups in the following week, same behavior, same result. None of them died. None of them triggered the critical inner traps. All of them took something real from the dungeon and left with the impression that the Ashrock dungeon was navigable for reasonable risks. Word spread in the way words spread among cultivators who frequented dangerous sites. The Ashrock dungeon was open this season. The outer chambers were producing. It was not a safe dungeon, but it was a survivable one if you knew what you were doing. 6 more groups came over the following month. Zhen Wuhuang studied all of them. What he learned confirmed what he had hypothesized. Cultivators who believed a space was manageable were more predictable than cultivators who were afraid. Fear made people unpredictable. They cut unexpected paths, used techniques out of order, made panic decisions that could trigger traps he hadn't anticipated them reaching. Cultivators who felt professionally in control took the obvious routes, used their techniques according to their training, and were readable as strategic problems with known variables. He was not building a dungeon for profit. He was building a dungeon for information. In the 47th entry of the season, a single cultivator, older, carrying a notebook, he found the first anomaly. A practitioner who entered the outer chambers not to mine, but to observe. She moved through the first 2 chambers without taking anything, noted the miasma distribution with what appeared to be genuine technical interest, and then sat down in the same place she had sat during her previous visits and began writing. He recognized her spiritual signature before he recognized her method. The scholar. She had come back. He adjusted the miasma slightly, redirecting the circulation away from her immediate area. Not enough to be perceptible as a change, just enough to lower the ambient toxicity around her by a fraction. She would not notice. But she was writing, and he found himself caring, in the distant way he cared about all the data he collected, whether the air around her was slightly better. She wrote for 2 hours and left without incident. Outside, Zhen Wuhuang could hear fragments of conversation, not through his dungeon sense, which did not extend past the entrance, but through the vibration of nearby footsteps and vocal resonance that carried through stone if the speaker was close enough. She stopped 10 feet from the entrance and said something to someone waiting outside, a companion. Then, this time, he caught 2 words, formation intelligence. She was discussing the miasma redistribution as evidence of intelligence. He noted this with the particular quality of attention he reserved for things that surprised him. She had come back specifically because she had found evidence. She had brought a companion. She was pursuing the hypothesis with the systematic follow-through of a researcher who had decided the question was worth answering. He adjusted the outer chamber miasma to be slightly more uniform over the next 2 days, removing some of the evidence. Not all of it. He wanted her to find something when she came in next. He was not yet ready to be found, but he was beginning to think about what being found might look like. Chapter 9. What she underlined, she came in the following morning with her companion, a young man, roughly her age, carrying the confident expression of someone who believed he was doing her a favor by accompanying her. Zhen Wuhuang read his cultivation level in the first chamber and filed it as unremarkable. He read his attitude in the first 3 minutes and filed it as a complication. The companion, she called him Hao Shui, which he answered to with the ease of a name that fit, moved through the outer chambers with the body language of someone performing observation rather than actually observing. He noted things aloud for her benefit. framing his observations as conclusions rather than data. Natural drift, obviously, and standard miasma circulation, nothing anomalous. He carried his own notebook but had written nothing in the first 20 minutes. The scholar, Zhen Wuhuang, still did not know her name, and the companion had not used it, said very little. She moved through the chambers the way she always moved, precisely, with the full attention of someone for whom observation was not a performance. She measured 3 wall sections. She took 2 stone samples, capped her blade immediately after each. In the second chamber, she stopped and looked at the floor near the eastern passage junction for a long moment. The floor was different there. He had adjusted it 2 weeks ago, a subtle asymmetry in the pressure plate spacing that no natural formation drift would produce. The asymmetry was designed so that it could only be read as intentional if the observer already suspected intentionality. If you believe the dungeon was unintelligent, the spacing looked like ordinary variation. If you were looking for evidence of choice, it was unmissable. She knelt and measured it. Hao Shui, still performing observation from 3 steps back, said, "Doesn't that look like natural settling? The outer chambers always show more variation." She said, "The settling pattern in the outer chambers runs northwest to southeast, matching the geological stress lines in this mountain range. This asymmetry runs east to west." A brief pause. "It crosses the stress lines. Dungeon drift doesn't always match. The plates are spaced to create a 3-inch gap on the left, 2 on the right. If you're standing in the passage center line, you step right first. Every time, without noticing that you've been directed." She looked up. "It's a choice. Someone chose this spacing." Hao Shui said, "Formations can produce preference effects without, yes." She did not argue further. She wrote something in her notebook in the fast, angled script she used when she wanted to capture a thought exactly and immediately. Zhen Wuhuang watched the motion of the pen against the page through his stone sense. Not the words, only the pressure and rhythm. She underlined it twice. He had to know what she had underlined. He considered the problem with the same systematic patience he applied to everything. He could not read the notebook. It was not stone, not within his claimed space, not accessible to his dungeon sense. He could feel the pin pressure through the floor beneath her knees. He could feel the weight of her attention when she looked at the wall. He could feel, in a purely physical sense, the warmth of a person who was thinking very hard about something she had not yet resolved. He left her a third signal, more deliberate than the previous 2. In the 4th chamber, where the spirit stones clustered near the rear wall, he had arranged a section of particularly regular crystal formations. Not naturally regular, but regularly spaced in a grid pattern that no geological process would produce, 12 by 12. Each crystal grown to the same height, within 3 millimeters. She entered the 4th chamber and stopped. Hao Shui said, "Natural crystal clustering from the ley line concentration. Very common in," she said, "count them." A pause. "What? Count the crystals." He counted. He reached 12 before stopping, looking at the row length, looking at the depth of the cluster. He said nothing. She wrote in her notebook for 4 minutes without stopping. When she underlined something this time, she did it 3 times. Hao Shui said, on the walk back out, "You're going to put this in your thesis. I'm going to establish it first." "You've established it. 12 by 12 is not natural formation. You have 2 examples of non-natural geometry in one dungeon, and I've established evidence of non-natural geometry. I haven't established the mechanism." A pause at the entrance, looking back in. "I need to know if it responds." Hao Shui said, "Responds to what?" She didn't answer. She was writing again. Zhen Wuhuang held very still in his crystal and thought. She is asking exactly the right question. The answer to that question would take approximately 1 more week, when he finished the work he was currently doing. He was building something, for the first time, because he wanted someone specific to find it. Chapter 10. Karoth, the thing he was building was not a trap. That distinction mattered more than he would have expected before he began building it. Every object he had shaped in the dungeon up to this point had been functional. Miasma channels, pressure plates, passage modifications, the persistent construct anchors he had been developing from the Dead Scholar's technique. All of it purposeful. All of it strategic. This was also purposeful. But the purpose was different in kind, and he noticed the difference the way he noticed all things now. Carefully, from a distance, filing the observation rather than acting on it. The void shard rank crystallized on a Wednesday morning. He knew the day because the scholar had been in the dungeon 3 days ago and would, based on her pattern, return in 4. He had not been trying to advance. He had been working on the construct, and the construct had required a quality of compression, of spiritual will shaped and folded and pressed into stable form in the mineral lattice, that apparently constituted a breakthrough. The crystal around him shifted from fracture map to clear, The old breaks healed by the energy of the advancement, and the dungeon's perception range extended by 100 meters in every direction. He felt the outside world for the first time. Not deeply, not with the full clarity of his inner chambers. More like the difference between feeling a vibration through stone and feeling it through air. Present, directional, real, but imprecise. He could feel the slope of the mountain above him. He could feel the root systems of the trees, their slow ley-line draw. He could feel, at the edge of his extended range, the road that ran along the valley's eastern edge and the footstep weight of cultivators traveling it. He focused first on the new capability the rank had given him. The compression technique, matured to full void shard quality, now allowed him to shape mobile constructs. Not simple persistent objects, but actual moving things, held by the void marrow he had been generating in the crystal for decades, directed by his intent. The theory was that as long as a construct remained within his claimed space or within range of his extended perception, he could animate it. He had been planning what to build for 3 weeks. The construct he had in mind was small, 4-legged, roughly the size of a large cat, shaped from the densest stone in the inner chamber. He built it over 2 days, compressing the void marrow into the mineral matrix in the specific configuration that the Dead Scholar's technique described as animating seed. The process was painstaking. For failed attempts before the seed held. On the 5th attempt, the stone held the intent he had seeded into it, and the construct moved. It was ugly. It was rough-hewn and angular, the legs not quite in proportion, the body block-shaped in a way that no living creature's body was. But it moved when he wanted it to move, stopped when he wanted it to stop, extended and contracted its limbs with the jerky deliberateness of something learning to coordinate newly possessed parts. Zhen Wuhuang watched it take 3 steps across the inner chamber floor and thought, enough. He named it Karath because the old imperial court had maintained a tradition of naming the dungeon's ward constructs in the southern provinces, and he had not named anything in over 90 years, and the word felt right in the stone. Hard consonants, dense vowels, something that fit in the mouth the way the construct fit in the dungeon. A thing that belonged here. Karatha's first task was an errand. The scholar, he still did not know her name, had dropped a measuring instrument on her last visit. Not intentionally. It had slipped from the case she carried her tools in while she was kneeling to examine the floor in the outer passage, and it had rolled into a crevice in the wall junction that was too deep for fingers to reach. She had tried for 2 minutes to retrieve it before moving on. Her expression, he had read it through the vibration of her posture against the floor, the specific frustration of a person who knows they have lost something important and has no practical way to retrieve it. The instrument had been in the crevice for 3 days. Zhen Wuhuang directed Karath through the inner chambers, through the connecting passage, into the outer passage, the edge of his claimed space, where control became slightly imprecise, and to the wall junction. The crevice was 6 inches deep and 2 inches wide. Karatha's forelimb was too large. Zhen Wuhuang reshaped the forelimb in real time, compressing the void marrow at the paw into a narrower configuration, and the modified limb slipped into the crevice and drew out the instrument. A calibrated measuring wire on a small reel, bent slightly where it had landed on the crevice floor. He directed Karath to carry it to the dungeon entrance, to set it down on the flat stone where the scholar always stopped to unpack her tools, to leave it neatly, reel up. Then he recalled Karath to the inner chamber and waited. She arrived the next morning, earlier than her pattern suggested. Something had adjusted her schedule, perhaps the loss of the instrument. She stopped at the entrance, looked at the flat stone, and went very still. The measuring wire sat where nothing had placed it before, in the dungeon that was not supposed to have anything that could place things. She knelt and picked it up. She examined the reel. She stood and looked into the dungeon for a long moment with the expression, he read it through the floor, of someone whose hypothesis had just moved from possible to confirmed. She opened her notebook and wrote. Her pen moved faster than he had ever observed it moving. When she stopped, she had filled 3 pages. She did not underline any of it because underlining was for things she was not yet certain of, and she had just become certain. She said, to the dungeon, to him, "Thank you." The same 2 words she had said on her first visit. He did not know what to do with the fact that he had spent 2 days building something specifically so she could say those words. He filed the observation in the warden's archive with the careful attention he gave to everything significant, labeled it with the only honest description he could produce. This requires further study. Chapter 11. The sect master's walk. Sect master Ho Daoyan arrived like a man who had decided the dungeon was a matter to be settled personally. Zhen Wuhuang felt his cultivation signature from 40 meters out, realm warden rank, the 4th tier in the current reckoning, far above what Zhen Wuhuang currently controlled from the crystal. 6 senior disciples flanked him, their signatures strong enough that any one of them could have handled the dungeon's outer defenses without significant difficulty. They entered together, Hou Daoyan in the center, the formation spreading in a practiced defensive pattern that spoke to long experience in contested spaces. Zhen Wuhuang noted the formation and began adjusting the dungeon. He did not adjust it for combat. He adjusted it for navigation. This was a distinction he had been refining over the past 3 months, since he had first started thinking seriously about visitors rather than simply observing them. Combat was a problem of force. Who hit harder? Who hit first? Who ran out of resources last? He was not, currently, equipped to win that problem against Hou Daoyan. He did not, currently, need to win it. What he needed was to establish, in the sect master's mind, that the Ashrock dungeon was unprofitable, that the calculation of resources extracted versus resources spent entering it did not favor repeated visits from senior cultivators. He baited the party forward with a false treasure cluster in the third chamber, not real spirit stones, but a mineral arrangement that resonated at the right frequency to suggest them at distance. Hou Daoyan's formation specialist confirmed the reading with a nod. They advanced. In the fourth chamber, the false cluster's resonance cut off. Zhen Wuhuang closed the ley line connection to the mineral arrangement, and the resonance died before they reached it. The disciples checked the fourth chamber carefully. Empty. The sect master said nothing, but his posture changed. The particular tension of a man accustomed to being correct who has just encountered an instance where he was not. Zhen Wuhuang led them forward with a second resonance reading from the fifth chamber, and then the sixth, each one genuine at distance, absent on arrival. He was not faking the readings entirely. He was accelerating the natural dissipation of existing mineral clusters before the party arrived, letting real things vanish ahead of them. He was wasting their time without appearing to waste it. The exit came after 4 hours, not the entrance they had come in through. A secondary passage that Zhen Wuhuang had opened 2 years ago and never closed, running a long indirect route through the mountain's lower cave system and emerging through a narrow crack in the Ashrock Valley's eastern face, 2 kilometers from the main entrance. He had left it accessible without drawing attention to it, and when he guided the party through the sixth chamber's false exit, a passage that looked and was real, they took it. They walked for 20 minutes. They emerged from the mountain 2 kilometers from where they had entered. Hou Daoyan stood at the crack in the rock face and looked at the valley's familiar landmarks and spent a full 30 seconds working out where he was. Then he turned and looked back at the mountain with an expression Zhen Wuhuang could not see from inside the dungeon, but could predict with reasonable accuracy. Not anger, not fear, but the specific quality of recalibration that a smart man performs when he realizes the situation is not what he assessed it to be. He did not go back in. Not that day. Zhen Wuhuang filed the interaction and began updating his model of Hou Daoyan's decision-making. The sect master was patient and methodical, a man who retreated before committing to strategies, who would not return until he had a better theory. He would return. When he did, the dungeon would be better prepared. That was the only kind of preparation Zhen Wuhuang currently had time for. Chapter 12. Supplication. They arrived in the middle of the night, running. Zhen Wuhuang felt them from the first step. 3 cultivation signatures, running fast, the 2 stronger ones bracketing the third, who was weaker and moving with the irregular gait of someone carrying an injury. They came through the dungeon entrance without pausing at the threshold, which told him they had not planned this as a destination. They had simply run until they found a space that looked defensible. The lead cultivator stopped in the entrance hall and said, breathing hard, "It's a dungeon. We can seal the entrance." The second, "Can we seal it?" The lead, "Get in. We'll figure out the seal." The third cultivator, the injured one, the weak one, sat down on the dungeon floor with the specific exhaustion of someone who has been running longer than their body supports. He pressed both palms flat against the stone and said nothing. Zhen Wuhuang felt the palms. He had felt many palms against his stone in 9 decades of occupancy. Elder Rin's deliberate analytical press, the formation grandmaster's reading hands, the scholar's precise kneeling contact. This was different. This was the unthinking press of someone who had run out of options and was using the stone for support in the most literal sense. Weight, stability, something solid when nothing else was. The lead cultivator said, "Luiwe, can you move?" The injured one, Luiwe, said, "In a minute." A pause. "Please." The please was not directed at the lead cultivator. His eyes were closed, his palms flat on the floor, and the word was aimed at the stone itself. At whatever the stone was, dungeon or mountain or spirit or luck, the way a person in extremity addresses the universe when there is no person left to address. Zhen Wuhuang was not accustomed to supplication. He had received it, before the crystal, petitions presented on their knees, requests that came formatted as formal entreaties because that was how one addressed an emperor. But those had been ceremony. They had been the correct procedure for requesting an emperor's attention. They had not been this. A failing person pressing their hands against the floor of a dungeon and saying please to the stone because they had exhausted every other option. He found he did not know what to do with it. The pursuit arrived 9 minutes later. Sounds through the stone, footsteps, the specific frequency of cultivators moving in coordinated formation rather than flight. Zhen Wuhuang felt them enter his perception range, 7 signatures, considerably stronger than the 3 he was currently observing in his entrance hall. They would be here within 4 minutes if they followed the obvious path. He made a decision. He opened a passage in the entrance hall's right wall, a passage that had not existed there before, pressed outward from the stone by 2 inches, and then 3, and then fully open, leading to a small secondary chamber he had been holding in reserve for this kind of contingency. The lead cultivator spun toward the open passage, hand on a weapon. Zhen Wuhuang held the passage open and waited. The lead cultivator looked at the passage, looked at his partner, looked at Lui Wei, who had not opened his eyes, said, "Lui Wei, the dungeon just—" "I know," Lui Wei said. He stood, with effort, and walked through the passage without hesitation. Zhen Wuhuang sealed the entrance hall behind them, and sealed the passage behind them, and sealed the secondary chamber's entry in 3 consecutive gestures of intent, each one clean and deliberate. The chamber was dark. He let light in. Not much, just enough. Through a crack in the ceiling, he fractionally widened. The 3 cultivators sat in the dim space and breathed. Outside, the pursuit entered the dungeon. He heard them through the stone. He routed them. 3 chambers in a loop, each one presenting a different possible continuation that ultimately circled back to the entrance. They found nothing. The entrance hall was empty. The passages held no trace of the 3 refugees beyond footprints that the dungeon's stone absorbed before morning. They searched for 40 minutes and left. In the secondary chamber, Lui Wei had fallen asleep sitting upright against the wall. He slept for 6 hours. Zhen Wuhuang watched the slow rise and fall of his breathing through the stone's vibration and did not quite understand why he was watching it, except that it was a living thing in his stone that he had chosen to protect, and the choice was new enough to warrant attention. Chapter 13. The weight of choice. The pursuit came back the next day with more people. 9 this time. 3 of them were formation specialists. He felt the diagnostic equipment in their packs before they crossed the threshold. They were not going to be satisfied with a simple loop. They had come prepared for an intelligent dungeon, or at least for a dungeon with unusual trap architecture, which amounted to the same problem from Zhen Wuhuang's perspective. He had 3 people in a hidden chamber in his claimed space, and 9 people who wanted to find them in his outer corridors. He spent the first 20 minutes of the search party's entry observing rather than acting, mapping their tactics. The formation specialists spread out with sensing equipment, taking readings, building a map of the dungeon's live architecture. They were good. By the time they reached the second chamber, they had already identified 2 passages as non-standard, 2 regular, 2 intentional, not matching the geological survey records from Cloud Peak's last formal assessment. They knew he had moved walls. They didn't know where the hidden chamber was, but they were methodically ruling out possibilities. He made another decision. He had not killed anyone in the dungeon since his imprisonment. He had injured, misdirected, and inconvenienced. He had never set a trap with killing as the explicit intent. Every harm that had been done in his dungeon in 90 years had been incidental. Cultivators triggering traps at their own risk, the implied danger of a dungeon being simply the environment's nature. This was different. These 9 had come specifically to retrieve 3 people and do specific harm to them. The distinction that Zhen Wuhuang sat with in his crystal for 4 minutes, as the formation specialists made their way through the 3rd chamber, was not whether the harm was justified, it was whether he was the agent of it. If he killed these 9, that would be his choice, not the dungeon's passive nature. He decided it was. The sequence took 12 minutes. He had designed most of it before they arrived. 3 stages, each triggered by the previous, designed to funnel the 9 through increasingly narrowed options. Stage 1. Pressure plates in the 4th chamber simultaneously triggered by 2 contact points 6 feet apart, requiring 2 people to step simultaneously on specific positions no natural navigation pattern would produce. The formation specialist saw Stage 1's mechanism immediately and disarmed it. He had expected this. Stage 2 was not a trap. Stage 2 was architecture. He narrowed 4 passages in the 4th chamber's rear wall by precisely 12 inches each, enough to require a person to turn sideways, which slowed movement, which disrupted the group's formation spacing. The formation specialist saw the narrowing but could not identify a mechanism to disarm because there was no mechanism. The walls had simply moved. One of them said, It knows we're here. Another. All dungeons, not like this. It's reacting to us specifically. They paused to reassess. He gave them 3 minutes. Stage 3 was in the 5th chamber, where he had placed the false treasure room a year ago as a test and never dismantled it. He opened the chamber entrance, let the treasure resonance flow, real spirit stones now, not false frequencies, a significant portion of his inner node cluster. Genuine. Anyone with formation reading ability would confirm the reading. They did. The lead formation specialist confirmed it. They entered. He collapsed the ceiling's load-bearing crack, the one he had identified in his first year of occupancy, the one that widened in cold weather, the one he had been reinforcing with void marrow anchors for 12 years not to stabilize it, but to maintain its potential. He withdrew the anchors in sequence, from the far and forward. The collapse was controlled. He needed them unable to pursue, not necessarily dead. 5 of the 9 were under the collapse when the ceiling came down. 4 had made it to the chamber entrance and backed out in time. He felt 5 stillnesses in the stone. He filed them. He did not look away from the feeling of it. The 4 survivors ran. He opened the path to the exit and let them run it. In the secondary chamber, Luiyue awoke to the sound of distant stones settling. He pressed his palm to the floor. The floor was warm, warmer than ambient temperature, the warmth of recently active stone, the dungeon's equivalent of a body still heated after exertion. He said nothing for a long time. Then he said, "You protected us." Zhen Wuhuang did not respond. He was still sitting with the weight of the 5 stillnesses. He would sit with them for a long time. This was not something to file quickly. Chapter 14. The word stay. 3 days later, Liu Yue's companions left. The lead cultivator, a practical woman named Shinbo, assessed the situation with the clear-eyed efficiency of someone who had survived enough bad situations to distinguish temporary shelter from viable long-term strategy. She said, at the entrance hall with her partner, "We can't stay in a dungeon indefinitely. We need a real base, money, contacts, things this stone can't provide." Her partner agreed. He had been ready to leave since the 2nd day. Luiyue said, "I'll follow soon." He did not follow. He went back into the dungeon. Zhen Wuhuang watched him return through the entrance with something he could not quite name. Not surprise, because he had suspected since the 2nd morning. More like recognition. The particular familiarity of seeing a choice you understand arrive from outside yourself. Luiyue went to the inner passage junction and sat down cross-legged on the floor with his palms flat against the stone. He had done this before, during the first night, pressing his weight against the dungeon as if it were something that could be leaned on. Now he did it with more deliberateness. His posture was meditative, his breathing conscious, his attention directed at the stone in a way that suggested he was attempting something rather than resting. He was trying to cultivate. His cultivation was, by Zhen Wuhuang's assessment, at the absolute bottom of the dungeon acolyte rank, barely cultivated at all, more potential than form. Whatever path he had been following before arriving at the Ashrock dungeon had been interrupted or was simply not progressing. He was not physically untalented. His cultivation instincts were genuine but undirected, like a river that had not yet found its channel. He had found one now, or was trying to find it. He was sitting in a dungeon and pressing his hands to the stone and reaching, with his cultivation sense, into the ley line network that ran through everything in this mountain. He was doing, in a limited, external way, what Zhen Wuhuang had done from inside the crystal. Zhen Wuhuang held very still and watched. After 20 minutes, Luiyue said, "I know you can hear me. You protected us. The passage opened for us, specifically, and it wasn't chance. The dungeon doesn't open passages for people by chance." A pause. "I don't know what you are. I'm going to be honest and say that. I know something is here. Something that chose to help us." Another pause, longer. "I can be useful if you teach me what you know. I am not asking for free passage. I'm offering exchange. My work for your knowledge." It was, Zhen Wuhuang recognized, a reasonable offer. It was also structured like a formal petition from someone who had intuited the correct register for addressing whatever entity inhabited this place, without knowing what that entity actually was. He felt the faint warmth of Liu Yue's cultivation since pressing against the ley line network beneath his palms. It was exactly what it appeared to be, the tentative reach of someone at the beginning of something. Not significant, not powerful, barely a lamp against the scale of the dungeon's gathered resource. But it was real, and it was directed at him, and in 90 years of occupancy, no one had done that. He pushed a thought back. Not words. He did not yet have the capacity to transmit language. Something simpler, a pressure, directional, through the ley line network, returning Liu Yue's cultivation sense reach with a confirmation of contact. The equivalent, in the dungeon's language, of presence acknowledged. Liu Yue's eyes opened. He looked down at his hands. He looked up at the passage junction ceiling, then at the walls. His expression was the expression of a man who has just received confirmation of something he was not entirely certain he believed. He said, "Stay." The floor warmed by a measurable degree. Zhen Wuhuang spent the following week building a training room. He chose the secondary chamber nearest the inner junction, a space with natural leyline density that made cultivation practice more efficient, and configured its architecture specifically. Pressure-sensitive floor panels that would respond to weight distribution, indicating correct and incorrect stances. A ceiling installation of small crystal nodes that glowed in sequence when the leyline current was drawn on properly. Passages that led to dead ends if a practitioner moved without first establishing spatial awareness. The room did not explain itself. It simply responded. Right choices were rewarded with slightly more leyline access. Wrong choices were met with additional resistance. Over time, the pattern would teach. It was the first architecture Zhen Wuhuang had ever designed for a specific person's benefit. He noted this as he built it, with the careful honesty he applied to his own motivations. He noted it and built it anyway. Chapter 15. The Court's Eyes. The Celestial Warden Court's inspection team arrived 14 days after the pursuit party's survivors had filed their report. Zhen Wuhuang felt them before he felt their equipment. The formation signatures of 6 cultivators moving in disciplined coordination, the spacing between them maintained with professional regularity. Then he felt the equipment. Authentication seals like the jade seal he had absorbed, suppression tools, intelligence-gathering arrays. A standard assessment package for investigating dungeon anomalies. They carried the court's frequency into his stone, and the rage that had flooded through him at the sight of the single jade seal 6 months ago came back at full strength, and he did not have the luxury of expressing it. He held it. He held it in the crystal the way a forge holds heat, present, contained, shaped by the vessel rather than escaping it. The dungeon's temperature did not change. The pressure plates did not trigger. Not a single wall moved without a tactical reason. He let the inspection team enter his outer chambers and begin their assessment, and he watched them with the absolute attention of a man who understands that he is watching his enemies and cannot afford to be seen watching them. The lead inspector was thorough. She moved through the outer chambers with a sensing array that took atmospheric samples, leyline readings, formation density measurements, and dimensional geometry assessments. Her tools were designed to identify signs of cultivator intelligence operating within dungeon architecture, subtle markers, non-natural geometry, formation patterns that changed between surveys, behavioral traps that adapted to incoming technique signatures. She was looking for exactly what he had built. He was grateful, in a cold way, for the 3 months of restraint he had exercised since Liu Yue's arrival. The training room was in the deepest inner chamber, outside the inspection team's likely penetration range. The secondary chamber where the refugees had sheltered had been returned to apparent natural state after Liu Yue relocated to the training room. The false passage he had used to shelter them was resealed. The only non-natural elements in the outer chambers were the pressure plate spacing adjustments he had made in year 3, subtle enough to read as natural variation to anyone not specifically looking for east-west asymmetry. She would need to look specifically. She did not look specifically enough. Not quite. She documented the pressure plate readings as within standard formation drift parameters, though slightly unusual in distribution pattern. She noted the 4th chamber's mineral arrangement, the 12 by 12 crystal grid he had grown for the scholar, as possibly anomalous, warrants further study. She noted the general formation architecture as consistent with experienced dungeon modification, no active intelligence signatures detected above natural threshold. He was a breath above the natural threshold, and she assessed him as within it. He watched her write this in her report. He felt the pen against her clipboard through the floor, felt her pen pressure, felt the tempo of someone writing a conclusion rather than a question. She had decided the Ashrock dungeon was not an active intelligence. She would file this report. The court would receive the report. The report would inform the court's policy toward the dungeon for however long it remained accurate. It would not remain accurate for long. He knew this. He was already past the threshold she had documented. He was planning to go considerably further. When the inspection team exited, he watched their signatures retreat down the valley road with the focused attention he reserved for strategic information. He had the cultivation signature of all 6 inspectors committed to the warden's archive, their individual frequencies, their equipment patterns, their assessment methods. He knew how they thought now. He knew what they looked for and where their model ended. He knew the precise limits of what they considered possible. The lead inspector's report reached the court 3 days later. He was reasonably certain. The standard transmission time for field assessments was 2 to 3 days, based on the administrative patterns he had inferred from the Jade Seal's memory layer. He imagined the report filed, archived, noted, and set aside. He imagined the court's attention moving on to more pressing concerns. Inside the crystal, in the inner sanctum of the Ashrock dungeon, Zhen Wuhuang sat with Liyue's slow cultivation practice audible through the ley line network, a faint, persistent warmth in the stone, and began planning the next phase of his expansion. The court's inspection team had told him exactly where his ceiling was in their current assessment. He would use that ceiling as a floor. Chapter 16. The weight of air. The dungeon acolyte rank arrived not as a breakthrough, but as an accumulation reaching its limit. He had been working toward it for 3 years, since Liyue's arrival had given him the first concrete evidence that his dungeon architecture could function as a cultivation training environment, which had reshaped his understanding of what claiming space actually meant. Dungeon Shaper had been about movement, static traps, pressure plates, the mechanical expression of space serving his intent. What he had been building toward was something different, space that imposed its own will on the cultivators within it, independent of mechanisms. Gravity zones, pressure zones, architecture that cost you something simply to exist inside it. He felt the rank crystallize on a morning when Liyue was practicing in the training room, the young man's cultivation sense extending along the ley line network with the improving fluency of someone who had been doing it daily for months. The advancement came without ceremony, a subtle shift in the quality of his awareness, the dungeon's geometry suddenly legible to him at a deeper register. He understood, in the moment of breakthrough, that he had not been manipulating physical space. He had been persuading it. From this rank forward, he could compel it. He tested the new capability immediately in a small secondary chamber off the third ring, the area where strong cultivators typically pushed past the fourth chamber's routing trick, the cultivators too senior to be confused by simple misdirection. He sat with the chamber for an hour, feeling its ley line density and gravitational baseline with his new, more precise awareness. Then he pushed into the baseline, nudging it in the way a craftsman nudges a frame that's not quite square, precisely, deliberately, a change of roughly 40% in the effective spiritual energy cost of physical movement within that space. The chamber looked unchanged. The air in it was unchanged. The floor, walls, ceiling, all the same stone, all the same temperature, all the same visual geometry. But standing in it would cost twice as much cultivation resource as standing anywhere else. Moving through it would cost 3 times as much. Running would cost enough to exhaust an intermediate practitioner in 90 seconds. He could not see it. He could feel it the way he felt the ley line current. Present, responsive, his. The next Cloud Peak raid arrived 2 weeks later. 12 disciples and 2 elders, a mid-sized resource extraction party, not a serious assault, the kind of visit Cloud Peak sent when they wanted spirit stones without committing significant senior personnel. He routed them through the outer chambers in the normal pattern, letting the first 3 chambers produce some minor ore and small spirit crystals. Standard experience. They would report a modestly profitable trip. He let them reach the Thoid ring. The lead elder entered the gravity zone chamber first. He paused after his second step, not knowing why he had paused. The chamber looked and smelled and sounded exactly like the chamber before it. But his body had registered the increased cost of that second step, the extra draw on his cultivation, and his body's trained instincts had said, "Something is wrong here." He said, "Halt." The party halted. He moved through 3 more steps, measuring the cost carefully. He turned to his junior. "What's your reading on the formation density?" The junior consulted her equipment. "Standard. Nothing anomalous." "Take 2 steps forward." She did. He watched her expression. After the second step, she stopped and frowned. "My energy expenditure, it was higher than it should have been. The formation skin shows nothing." "Something here has no formation signature," the elder said. He looked at the walls, the floor, the ceiling. Nothing wrong visible. Nothing wrong measurable. Just the quiet drain of a space that had decided to be expensive. They withdrew. Sensible. An unscannable energy drain was the kind of threat that killed conservatively cultivated disciples and embarrassed elders who should have turned back sooner. 2 disciples, who had already stepped deeper into the chamber before the halt order, spent too long retreating through the zone and arrived at the exit pale and unsteady. Their cultivation cores drained to levels that would take 2 days to recover from. They were not dead. They were demonstrably unsuited for further exploration of that area. Zhen Wuhuang noted the test results, refined the zone's boundaries, and turned to the next project. He had given himself a precise ceiling. The court's last inspection had defined it. He was working on the architecture above that ceiling. Chapter 17. Questions and answers. She came alone on a Tuesday, with no research partner, and a notebook 3 times the size of her previous ones. Zhen Wuhuang tracked her through the entrance threshold, and watched her set up in the entrance hall with the methodical efficiency of someone who had been thinking about this visit for a long time. No measurement tools this time. No calibrated wire. No stone sampling kit. Just the notebook, a writing brush with 4 backup brushes in the case, and a small cushion she placed on the floor before sitting on it. She opened the notebook to a fresh page, wrote a heading he could not read from stone sense alone, and set the brush down. Then she looked up at the entrance hall's ceiling, at the walls, at the floor. Looked at the specific wall where the safe passage character she had painted was still visible, 2 years weathered but intact. She said, "I believe there is something here that can hear me. I am going to ask some questions. If you can indicate yes, please make a sound, a vibration, a temperature shift, any response I can document. If you choose not to respond, I will also document that and draw my own conclusions." Zhen Wuhuang held very still. She said, "Is the dungeon architecture in the outer chambers intentionally non-standard?" He pressed a subtle vibration through the entrance hall's floor. Not strong. A quarter-second tremor, the kind that might be geological in origin but was too precise and too fast for natural seismic activity. The floor vibrated once and stopped. She wrote. Her pen moved quickly. She said, "Once for yes, twice for no. Confirm, was that a yes?" He vibrated once. She wrote more. Then, "Has the dungeon's architecture changed since the Celestial Warden Court's last inspection survey?" Once. "Were those changes made by a conscious decision?" Once. She underlined something. Took a breath. "Is the entity making these decisions the dungeon itself, or something within it?" He paused. The distinction was technically real. He was not the dungeon. He was something that had become the dungeon, and the difference mattered even if it was not immediately communicable through floor vibrations. He vibrated once, slowly, in a way he hoped might convey complexity. She wrote for a full minute. Then, "I'm going to ask the next question carefully. Is the entity within this dungeon still alive, in the sense of having continuous consciousness and memory?" He felt something shift in the crystal when he processed the question, not physically, but the way a lens shifts when it comes into focus. Alive was not the right word, but the thing she was reaching for underneath the word, continuity, awareness, the persistence of a self through time, that was accurate. He vibrated once. She stopped writing and looked down at the floor for a moment. Then she said, "I've been thinking about this since my first visit. The safe passage glyph I painted, you noticed it. You responded to it. That means either this dungeon has developed formation-analogous intelligence through natural processes, which is a phenomenon with no documented precedent, or something else is here." A pause. Something that was here before the dungeon was built the way it is now. Something that was put here. The accuracy of this landed in the crystal with the quality of a stone fitting precisely into a gap it was shaped for. He sent Karath. Not to speak. Karath did not yet speak, barely communicated beyond intent following. But to deliver. He had prepared a small object that morning during Liu's practice session. A piece of dungeon crystal, no larger than a thumb, into which he had compressed a precise amount of void marrow. Not enough to animate, just enough to give it his signature. The signature of the entity in the crystal. A calling card for a woman who was about to ask questions he could not yet answer through vibrations. Karath came through the inner passage, emerged into the entrance hall, crossed the open space between the passage mouth and where she sat, and placed the crystal chip at her knees. Then he stepped back to the passage entrance and stopped. She had not moved during his approach. She had watched him come across the floor with the complete, arrested attention of someone experiencing confirmation, so complete it temporarily disconnects from reaction. When he stepped back, she looked down at the crystal chip. She picked it up very carefully, the way you pick up something you suspect might be fragile, and held it in her palm. Then she looked at Karath, who looked back at her with the flat-featured attention of a construct whose empathy was limited but whose observation was precise. She said, "You built this." Vibration. Once. She wrote for an hour. Zhen Wuhuang watched her fill page after page, the pen moving in long sustained passages rather than the quick notation of data collection. She was writing interpretation. Analysis. The bridge between evidence and conclusion, assembled in real time. When she finished, she looked at the safe passage character on the wall for a long time. "Thank you," she said, for the third time. He had been waiting for her to understand enough that the response would mean something. He vibrated once. Chapter 18. Recognition. The Grand Inquisitor did not enter. Zhen Wuhuang felt Xiao Yenshin from 50 meters out. The cultivation signature of a man at the peak of the crystalline ascendant rank, 2 tiers above Zhen Wuhuang's current recovered level, moving with the unhurried authority of someone accustomed to being the most dangerous person present in any space he occupied. He was flanked by 4 attendants, each carrying standard court-issue monitoring equipment. He stopped at the dungeon entrance and looked in. He did not cross the threshold. Zhen Wuhuang felt the quality of his attention through the stone at the entrance's lip, the formation reading awareness of a genuinely experienced cultivator, pressing lightly against the dungeon's outer architecture the way a hand tests a door before opening it. Thorough, cautious, and not intimidatable. He was reading the dungeon from outside, which was the correct choice for a man of his rank. Commit nothing until you understand the geometry. He read for 20 minutes. What he found, Zhen Wuhuang could only partly infer from his own architecture's response to the reading. The outer chambers presented normally, the carefully maintained non-anomalous exterior that the last inspection team had assessed as within natural parameters. But xianxia was considerably more experienced than the inspection team, and the formation signature of a cultivator who had spent decades in juridical investigation work was one that probed for inconsistency rather than looking for predetermined markers. He would find more than the inspection team had found. Not everything. Not the inner sanctum, not the gravity zone, not the trained intelligence operating in the second ring, but the geometry of the outer passages, the subtle non-Euclidean routing in the fourth chamber, the pressure plate distribution that ran perpendicular to geological drift. These were things as sharp enough I would notice as unlikely. Xianxia directed one of his attendants to bring forward a monitoring seal, more complex than the standard court authentication seals, larger, designed to attach to permanent architecture and transmit ongoing readings back to a receiving station. He pressed it to the entrance arch stone himself, manually, with the careful attention of someone calibrating a precision instrument rather than simply placing equipment. Zhen Wuhuang felt the seal affixed to the stone. He felt its resonant frequency begin to spread into the entrance arch, a probing, recording presence. The court's attention extended into his space as a permanent observer. He identified xianxia's spiritual signature from the seal's attachment point, where the Inquisitor's cultivation residue remained in the stone from the pressure of installation. Filed it, studied it, and recognized it. The recognition came slowly, which was fitting. A century was a long time, and faces faded, and the specific frequency of one cultivator's spiritual signature was not the kind of thing an imprisoned man had ongoing access to for regular comparison. But the frequency patterns of the 11 white-robed figures at his trial had been the last thing his dispersed awareness had registered before the crystal sealed around him. He had held those patterns in the deepest chamber of his accumulated memory for 100 years, in the same way stone holds impressions. Not consciously, just present, waiting for a matching vibration. The Grand Inquisitor xianxia, who had come to assess the Ashrock Dungeon's anomaly report, was the man who had read his death sentence. He held the recognition in the crystal. He did not allow the dungeon to respond. The temperature did not change. Not a single wall moved. The entrance arch held the monitoring seal in place and gave no indication that the stone beneath it had any relationship to what had just been understood. Xianxia lingered at the entrance for 3 minutes after placing the seal, looking into the dungeon's darkness with the specific attention of a man who is not sure what he is looking for, but is certain something is there. He was not afraid. Zhen Wuhuang noted this. A man of that cultivation level, sensing wrong geometry, not entering. Not from fear, but from the practiced judgment of someone who had learned that entering spaces before understanding them was a category of error he did not repeat. He was good. He had probably always been good. That was its own particular complexity. When xianxia departed, Zhen Wuhuang turned the monitoring seal's frequency in his awareness the way he had turned the cracked jade seal after it fell on the floor. He began, very slowly, to absorb it. Not the physical seal that remained affixed to the entrance arch, transmitting its readings, doing exactly what it was designed to do, but the frequency it operated on, the resonance of the court's monitoring architecture, the underlying formation language. He would learn to speak it, not because he planned to use it immediately, because the man who had condemned him had just placed his instruments inside the space Zhen Wuhuang owned, and Zhen Wuhuang intended to know everything those instruments were capable of before the conversation between them reached its next stage. The seal dissolved over 5 weeks. Not destroyed, absorbed, its frequency integrated into the warden's archive, its physical residue becoming part of the entrance arch's stone. The court's monitoring station would record clean silence. He made certain of that. Chapter 19. The world outside Liyue had been in the dungeon for almost a year when he first left it. Zhen Wuhuang had not asked him to leave. He had not asked him to stay, either, not since the first directional push through the leyline network. Their arrangement had settled into something functional and largely wordless. Liyue practiced in the training room. Zhen Wuhuang adjusted the training room's architecture based on his observations of the practice, and Liyue improved. Steadily, not dramatically. There was no dramatic progression story here, no hidden genius manifesting. but consistently, which Zhen Wuhuang found more reliable than dramatic. By the end of the year, Liu Yue's cultivation had reached the intermediate level of dungeon acolyte rank, which was 3 full subtiers above where he had started. For the speed of that advancement, his technique was unusual. He moved through the dungeon's leyline network rather than against it, spending cultivation on direction rather than force, following the paths of least resistance and arriving at his destinations without the resource expenditure that conventional cultivators used. He had not been taught to do this. He had learned it from the architecture, which rewarded exactly that behavior. Zhen Wuhuang recognized his own operating principle reflected back. Liu Yue left to resupply on a Monday. He was gone for 2 days, which Zhen Wuhuang spent aware of the dungeon's slightly diminished warmth in his absence, a difference too small to quantify, except that it was present. And when Liu Yue returned through the entrance with a full pack and the particular walk of a man who has been outside and is relieved to be inside again, the warmth settled back into its baseline. He set his pack down in the training room and pressed his palm to the floor. "You'll want to hear the news," he said. "I'm going to tell you things, and I don't know how much you already know. So stop me if something is old information." He talked for 3 hours. What Zhen Wuhuang had known, theoretically, from the fragments of conversation that filtered into the dungeon through visiting cultivators. That time had passed, that empires had changed, that the world outside the Ashrock Valley had continued without him. What he had not known, because he had not been listening with sufficient structure or had not had anyone to organize the information, the specifics. The empire he had ruled, a civilization spanning 7 major river systems, with regional governance in 24 satrapies, allied with 3 significant sect territories and maintaining careful non-aggression agreements with 2 divine beast clans, no longer existed. It had not fallen to a single enemy. It had been absorbed, over 50 years following his sentencing, through the administrative and military weight of the Celestial Warden Court's expansion into governance. The 4 successor states were administrative creations of the court's preference, each one governed by a family that had cooperated with the sentencing of the last emperor. The Immortal Emperor Zhen Wuhuang was a myth. Not a bad one, necessarily. Myths are the dead's most durable legacy. But the specific content of the myth was of a man who had overreached, accumulated too much power, refused the court's oversight, and been appropriately contained. A cautionary story told to young cultivators about the importance of institutional checks. He was the example of what happened when someone accumulated too much. He pressed this information into the warden's archive alongside everything else. He did not allow himself to feel it immediately. There was no useful purpose in feeling it immediately, and a century in stone had taught him that emotions not processed in proper sequence became structural damage rather than useful experience. He would process it later, when he had the capacity and the circumstances were less operationally immediate. When Liu Yue finished talking, Zhen Wuhuang pressed his awareness against the crystal's inner boundary. The hairline fractures from his early claiming, long since stable, the outer surface of the seal that had been pressed around him at the trial. He pressed against it the way he tested a wall before moving it, feeling the grain, the stress distribution, the places where time and his own accumulated presence had changed the material's properties. The seal was old. He was not the same as when it had been installed. He pressed harder. Chapter 20. First breath. The crack appeared at the 3rd hour. Not along a fracture line from his early expansion attempts. Those had healed, integrated, become part of the crystal's permanent structure. This was new. A hairline running along the seal's longest axis, from North Pole to South along the crystal's internal geometry, in the specific place where his soul energy concentration was highest. He had been pressing there for 6 hours. For 3 of those hours, nothing had happened. In the 4th hour, the crystal's resistance had begun to feel different, less like pressing against immovable stone and more like pressing against stone that was beginning to understand it was supposed to move. The crack appeared, and Zhen Wuhuang stopped pressing. He held perfectly still and felt the crack. It was 1 millimeter wide at its widest point, running 17 centimeters along the seal's axis. It had not opened further after he stopped pressing. It was not closing. It simply existed, a line of faintly different density in the crystal structure, a place where the seal's coherence had failed. He extended a thread of awareness through it. The thread was not physical. He had no physical existence that could pass through a millimeter gap. It was consciousness, the same dispersed awareness he had been using for a century to feel the dungeon's stone, but for the first time directed outward, through the crack, into the dungeon's air rather than its rock. The air hit his awareness like cold water. He had been in stone for 100 years. He had felt air through vibration, through the temperature of surfaces that were in contact with it, through the spiritual signature it carried when cultivators breathed it in and expelled it changed. He had never felt air directly. The sensation was, he searched for the correct word in the vocabulary he had not stopped using internally, vast. The air was a different kind of space than stone, less dense, more turbulent, carrying information in a dozen frequencies simultaneously rather than the single deep frequency of mineral. The dungeon's air smelled of damp rock and old cultivation residue, and Liu's breathing, and, faintly, from the entrance passage, the valley outside. He extended more awareness through the crack. The crystal held. He was not emptying himself. He was extending, maintaining contact with the crystal while reaching outward, the way a plant extends a tendril without uprooting itself. After 2 hours, he had enough awareness in the air to coalesce. The body that formed was not planned. He did not have a clear vision of what he wanted to build. That would require the resonance body reclaim technique Tai Ching would eventually provide, which did not exist for him yet. What formed was the result of accumulated void marrow compressed by available dungeon stone crystallizing around the thread of external awareness he had extended through the crack. A rough column, 6 feet tall, approximately person-shaped in the broad sense of having a vertical axis and an upper region that faced the same direction consistently. It was made of the same stone as his inner sanctum floor. It was not beautiful. It moved when he wanted it to move. He raised one arm. The motion was slow, imprecise, the stone joints responding to his intent with a delay, like learning to use a limb that had been asleep. He raised the other arm. He turned the body's head region toward the inner sanctum's entrance passage. Karath was there. He had come from the training room when the coalescing began, drawn by the change in the dungeon's resonance, and he sat at the passage entrance with his stone body's flat-featured face angled toward the column. He rose and crossed the inner sanctum floor and pressed his stone muzzle against the column's hand in the same gesture he used whenever Zhen Wuhuang's awareness passed close to him through the ley lines. A greeting. The same greeting he had always offered. Zhen Wuhuang pressed the column's hand gently against Karatha's head and felt the contact through the crystalline body. Imprecise, distant, nothing like the full dungeon sense of stone against stone. But contact. Physical, external contact with the world outside the crystal. He stood in his own dungeon for the first time. Liu came through the outer passage with a supply pack, moving with the ley line reading efficiency the dungeon had taught him, and stopped 3 steps into the inner sanctum. He looked at the column, at Karath beside it, at the hand resting on Karatha's head. He set down the supply pack, slowly, and went to one knee on the dungeon floor with the particular care of someone trying not to make a startling motion in the presence of something significant. Zhen Wuhuang turned the column's head region toward him and looked, in the limited sense that a stone column looks, at Liu's face. He said nothing. His crystal form did not yet have a voice. But through the ley line connection, he projected a single impression, the same way he had projected stay in the first days of their acquaintance. Acknowledgement. Presence. The communication of an entity that was here, in this space, in this form, and had no words yet for what that meant. Liu said, still kneeling, "You're here." Zhen Wuhuang turned the column's head toward the entrance passage, toward the rectangle of light that was the dungeon's exit, and thought the only thought he had capacity for in that moment. The single thing that 100 years of patient architecture had built toward, and this moment of fractured freedom had clarified into complete certainty. I need more rooms. Chapter 21. Inventory. The body was a problem he had not anticipated becoming accustomed to. He had thought, in the moment of coalescing, when the awareness threaded through the crystal's hairline crack and the stone pressed around it into a rough approximation of a standing form, that the body would be the thing that changed everything. The endpoint of a century's work. The thing that made all other things possible. What it actually was, a maintenance problem. The crystalline body required constant low-level attention from the dungeon to maintain coherence. He could not simply exist in it and redirect his awareness elsewhere. The body stone structure needed his ongoing presence the way a formation needed an ongoing power source. If he focused entirely on the dungeon's outer operations, tracking visitors, adjusting architecture, monitoring the ley line network, the body stone would slowly disaggregate, the void marrow binding losing its coherence, the joints stiffening and then releasing. He had lost his left hand 3 times in the first week before he understood the attention cost. He could also not go far. Within the dungeon, the body moved freely, sustained by the ley line network that ran through his claimed stone. Beyond the dungeon entrance, the connection attenuated. At 100 meters, he could feel the strain. At 200 meters, the body's coherence became unreliable, and at 300 meters, a strong enough gust of wind would shatter the thing entirely. He had tested this. Once. The body had fallen apart 40 meters past the entrance when he misjudged the wind speed off the valley's eastern ridge. He had reconstructed it from his inner sanctum, pressing the scattered stone fragments back through the ley line network into a coherent form, which took 6 hours and hurt in a way he still did not have a word for. He took inventory in the second week after the fracture, sitting cross-legged in his inner sanctum with Karath stationed at the passage entrance and Luiyue in the training room. The dungeon, 22 claimed chambers, the full upper Ashrock cave system plus 2 secondary nodes from the ley line branches he had been cultivating for a decade. The gravity zone in the third ring, functional and undetectable by standard formation scanning. The 12 by 12 crystal arrangement in the fourth chamber. The training room, currently occupied. The Warden's archive, stocked with 37 unique spiritual signatures and the reconstructing fragments of 2 court monitoring seals. His allies, Luiyue, intermediate dungeon acolyte rank, improving. Karath, proto-intelligent, reliably loyal. The scholar whose name he did not know. His information, a century's worth of observation, now supplemented by Luiyue's market intelligence. The regional map he had assembled from fragments, 2 major sects, a trading guild, a court garrison, and 17 smaller organizations operating within the nearest 100 kilometers. The Cloud Peak sect as his primary current antagonist. The Celestial Warden Court as his long-term structural problem. His form, a crystalline body that could be in one place and required constant attention, a dungeon that fought on his behalf within its boundaries, and a cultivation level he had built entirely by himself in a system no one else knew existed. What he did not have, a human name, a recognized face, a language for describing what he was to the people who encountered him, and any information about who currently held political authority in the regional power structure that mattered. He turned to Luiyue's direction in the training room wall and projected through the ley line. Come. Luiyue arrived within 4 minutes, settling cross-legged on the inner sanctum floor with the ease of someone who had been doing this for a year. He had brought food from his last supply run, dried fruit, some kind of preserved grain cake, things that kept in the dungeon's cool stone air. He ate while Zhen Wuhuang's crystalline body faced him from across the chamber. You want information? Luiyue said. He had learned to read the body's positioning as conversational intent. Angled toward him meant a question. Angled toward the exit meant an assignment. Perfectly still meant something being calculated. The body nodded. Slow, deliberate. The motion of someone who is practicing the vocabulary of human communication from first principles. Luiyue talked for 4 hours. Zhen Wuhuang listened, filed, updated every model he had constructed over a century of fragment intelligence with real information, and by the end of it understood the shape of the world he was going to have to navigate. It was, he noted, smaller than his empire had been and more complicated in the ways that mattered. Chapter 22. The formation specialist Hou Daoyan brought 19 people. Zhen Wuhuang had 3 days warning. The approach of a large group carrying formation analysis equipment was detectable through the ley line network at a range of 8 kilometers, if you knew what the ley line disturbance of multiple cultivators moving in coordination felt like. He used the 3 days to add 6 new trap configurations to the third ring and reinforce the gravity zone's boundary ceiling so that it was harder to detect as a formation anomaly and easier to dismiss as atmospheric variation. He did not tell Luiyue to evacuate. Luiyue was an intermediate dungeon acolyte. Hou Daoyan had 4 elders. There was no scenario where Luiyue's involvement in direct combat was useful. He told Luiyue to stay in the training room's deepest chamber and be quiet. The formation specialist arrived in the middle of the party, a thin man named Farian Bai. Zhen Wuhuang inferred from the way Hou Daoyan deferred to him on tactical questions, carrying equipment that was notably more sophisticated than anything Cloud Peak typically fielded. Hired from outside, the sect master had decided the dungeon required external expertise. Farian Bai walked through the entrance hall and stopped after 4 steps to conduct a full-spectrum formation scan. He was thorough and patient. The scan took 20 minutes before he moved to the second chamber. He was specifically looking for the pattern the Cloud Peak elders had described. Architecture that changed between visits, geometry that didn't match geological surveys, energy expenditure anomalies. He found 3 things in the first 4 chambers, none of which were the things Zhen Wuhuang had intentionally placed. They were the things he hadn't thought about in months, old adjustments, minor tweaks, a pressure plate realignment from 2 years ago that he had made for a reason he could no longer immediately recall. Background noise, from his perspective. To Farian Bai, it was evidence. The specialist said, to Hou Daoyan, while scanning the third chamber. There's more here than the previous reports suggested. The formation adjustments in the outer chambers are recent, within the last year. Whatever is producing them is operating on a short cycle, not geological drift. Hou Daoyan, can you identify the controlling mechanism? I can identify where it's concentrated, deeper than the outer chambers. He pointed toward the inner passage. The density increases. Whatever is producing these modifications is at the center of this system. Zhen Wuhuang moved the crystalline body to the passage entrance between the fourth chamber and the third ring. Not to be seen, to be positioned. He wanted to be physically present at the point where the party's formation specialist would have to commit to entering the ring if he was going to follow the density gradient to its source. Farian would feel the body's presence through his scanning equipment long before he saw it. He would make a decision at that point. Zhen Wuhuang wanted to control where that decision was made. Farian's scanning array registered an anomaly at 40 meters when he approached the third ring entrance. He stopped. His equipment told him, a formation construct of unknown configuration, approximately human-shaped, approximately 170 centimeters tall, constructed from local mineral matter and animated by a formation technique that matched no cataloged school. He said, "There's something at the passage entrance." He entered the third ring passage with 2 of the 4 elders. The other 2 stayed with Hou Daoyan and the disciples in the fourth chamber. He saw the crystalline body 3 meters into the passage, blocking the way forward with the patience of architecture. He said, "Formation construct. Whoever built this has above-average technique." Zhen Wuhuang moved the body forward. The fight was short, brutal, and complicated. Farian was not primarily a combat cultivator. His expertise was analysis and construction, but the 2 elders with him were, and they attacked in coordinated sequence while he backed away to maintain scanning distance. Zhen Wuhuang fought in the passage, where the width limited the elders to single-file engagement and his body was on home architecture. Every stone in that passage was his, every pressure plate, every gravity zone. The first elder struck the body's left arm with a technique designed to shatter formation constructs. The arm cracked at the elbow. The stone hadn't been reinforced for impact absorption, and Zhen Wuhuang felt the fracture through his awareness and simultaneously closed the gravity zone around the elder's feet, doubling his effective weight. The elder staggered, not falling. His cultivation was strong enough to compensate, but disrupted, one technique half-executed, his balance recovery taking attention that he needed for the next exchange. The second elder was better. She read the gravity zone's activation in her first step and compensated immediately, adjusting her cultivation output before the zone fully registered. She struck the body's right shoulder, and the stone cracked through to the void marrow-binding layer. Zhen Wuhuang felt his coherence in the body's upper section become unreliable. He routed the second elder through the pressure zone instead. Not the gravity zone. She had already read that. The pressure zone was in a different part of the third ring, and when the passage geometry shifted, subtle, a 12-inch widening on the left side that redirected footfall patterns without any visible mechanism. She stepped into it before she had identified it. Her spiritual energy output increased to compensate for the increased resistance. She did not notice her reserves dropping for 8 seconds. 8 seconds was enough for Zhen Wuhuang to regain coherence in the body's shoulder, seal the passage behind both elders, and present them with the simple architectural fact that they were in a passage with no forward exit and no backward exit, standing in 2 different invisible energy drains. Farian, who had been scanning through this entire exchange, said from outside the seal, "Sect Master, I recommend we withdraw." Hou Daoyan had been watching from the fourth chamber. He had not engaged. He watched the 2 elders trapped in the passage, watched the formation construct standing between them and the exit, watched Farian running a dozen simultaneous scans on a situation his equipment was not producing useful output for. He said, "Can you get them out?" "Yes. Give me 4 minutes, and they exit. But I can't tell you what we're dealing with, and I can't guarantee there isn't something worse further in." A pause. The construct is not the primary system here. It's an extension of the primary system. The primary system is the dungeon itself. Hou Daoyan said, after a long pause, "Get them out. We're leaving." Zhen Wuhuang released the seals and stepped back from the passage entrance. The 2 elders exited. The dungeon let them go. Hou Daoyan, at the fourth chamber exit, looked back toward the third ring passage. The crystalline body was visible at the far end, standing still in the dimness, watching the party leave with the patient attention of something that was in no hurry whatsoever. For the first time since he had sent disciples to raid this space, Hou Daoyan said the dungeon's name not as a tactical designation, but as an acknowledgement. Ashrock. He left without another word. Chapter 23. Crystal Dust. She arrived the morning after the Cloud Peak raid. Zhen Wuhuang knew she was coming from 2 kilometers out. Her cultivation signature, which he had been tracking for 2 years, was as recognizable to him now as the specific frequency of the training room's ley line node or the weight of Liu Yue's footsteps in the outer corridor. He had not named the recognition until the previous day's fight had left the entrance hall scorched and the third ring passage rearranged and several sections of the outer chambers bearing the impact signatures of cultivator combat. He recognized, waiting for her arrival, that he was going to be embarrassed by what she found. This was a new feeling. He had not been embarrassed in over a century. She crossed the entrance threshold and stopped. The entrance hall was worse than it had been the last time she visited. The north wall bore a new crack from where one of the elders had been thrown against it. The floor tiles near the inner passage had been partially displaced by the gravity zone activation, and the air still carried the sharp ozone smell of cultivation techniques discharged in enclosed space. She stood in the entrance hall and turned slowly, taking in the damage with the same systematic attention she applied to all her observations. She knelt at the floor near the entrance, where the displaced tiles created a visible disruption in the stone's regularity, and pressed her palm flat against the surface. She held it there for 10 seconds. Then she moved to the north wall crack, examined it, ran her finger along the edge. She moved to the left of the entrance hall, to an area that had not been damaged, and knelt there again. She was looking at something on the floor. She reached into her pack and produced the small brush from her specimen kit, not the writing brush, the fine sampling brush, and began carefully sweeping the floor's surface. Zhen Wuhuang did not understand what she was sweeping until the specimen jar came out. Crystal dust, fragments of stone that matched the mineral composition of his crystalline body, scattered across a 4-meter radius on the entrance hall's left side, where the second elder's strike to his shoulder had sent crystal shards flying. He had not thought to clean it up. He had been focused on the fight's tactical aftermath, then on the party's retreat, then on assessing the body's damage, then on reconstructing the cracked sections. The dust had simply remained. She swept it with the methodical patience she applied to everything and transferred it to the specimen jar with the brush, working her way across the scatter field in parallel lines the way a professional field researcher worked a sample site. She was not taking one pinch as evidence. She was recovering everything she could find. He watched her pick up the fragments of his arm. He did not know what he was feeling. It arrived without category, not the cold calculation of tactical analysis, not the patient processing of information for the archive, not the familiar quality of an emotion he had encountered before and recognized. It arrived without warning and was entirely specific to the image of this woman kneeling on his dungeon floor, picking up pieces of him that he had left there by accident, handling each fragment with the gentle precision of someone handling something that mattered. He did not have a word for it. He filed the absence of a word. She sealed the specimen jar and sat back on her heels, looking at the inner passage entrance. She said, quietly, not addressing the dungeon specifically, addressing the air, "Someone fought here." A pause. "You fought here." A longer pause. "Whatever has a body in this dungeon was defending its space yesterday." She opened her notebook and wrote for 20 minutes. She left without asking questions today. He had the sense that she was asking them internally, constructing the question set for the next visit, and that the next visit would be significant. The entrance hall stayed warm for the rest of the day. He did not cool it. Chapter 24. Memory and Mercy. The Dungeon Shaper rank crystallized 2 months after the Cloud Peak raid. On a morning when Lu Yue was running combat practice in the training room and Karath was on patrol in the outer passages and the dungeon was, for a brief window, running without requiring his constant management. He had been working toward it for months, not consciously, not the way he had worked toward previous ranks with deliberate technique and accumulated theory. This one came out of the gap between what he could do and what he needed. He had been managing the Third Ring's defenses and realized, during the Cloud Peak fight, that his current tools, traps, gravity zones, pressure variations, all operated on the cultivator's physical resources. They slowed people down, drained their energy, redirected their movement. They did not change what the cultivator was thinking or what they were willing to risk. A cultivator who was willing to spend every drop of cultivation resource to reach an objective would eventually push through any physical defense he could build at his current rank. He needed a layer that operated on the interior rather than the exterior. Memory echo rooms. The technique that crystallized with the Dungeon Shaper rank was more disquieting than anything he had built before. He spent 3 days after the breakthrough studying it from the inside, understanding precisely what it did. Every time a cultivator moved through his claimed space, they left a spiritual residue, not intentionally, not detectable by most scanning equipment, simply the trace of consciousness that living things shed when they pass through spaces that are actively aware. His dungeon had been collecting this residue for a century. Each deposit was partial, impressionistic, a fragmentary record of a person's emotional state during their time in the stone. A memory echo room curated these fragments and assembled them into a self-sustaining loop. The assembled echo was not accurate. It did not replay the person's actual memories. It amplified the fragments he had collected into something vivid and experiential, constructed from the person's own spiritual resonance, tuned to the parts of their experience that carried the most emotional weight. For most cultivators, that meant the most painful parts. He tested it on the next hostile group that entered the dungeon. 3 mercenaries hired by a minor noble who had apparently heard the Cloud Peak raid's second-hand account of the dungeon's anomalous defenses and concluded there must be significant treasure deeper in. They were mid-level cultivators with standard equipment and the confident body language of people who had done this kind of work before. He routed them into a secondary chamber he had configured as the first memory echo room. He set the echo threshold at minimum intensity, curious to understand the effect before he calibrated for operational use. 2 of the 3 collapsed within 8 minutes. The third man sat down on the floor and covered his eyes with his hands and did not move for 22 minutes. When the effect faded and he helped his companions out of the chamber and they retreated from the dungeon, they moved with the specific urgency of people who are not running away from something external, but from something they have just been forced to recognize inside themselves. He had not touched them. He had not spent any cultivation in the exchange. The room had done all of it. He sat with the dungeon shaper rank for a full day before building the second echo room. On the second day, he reviewed his records of Ruan Beha's visits. He had been collecting her spiritual residue since her first visit, not deliberately, simply because his dungeon collected from everyone who passed through it. The residue he had accumulated from her across 12 visits was the most extensive he held from any individual who had not been hostile. He had enough to construct an echo for her. He sealed her signature against the echo function in every chamber she had access to. This was not a tactical decision. She was not a threat. He did not need to defend against her. The decision was something else, and he sat with what that something else was with the honesty he had cultivated alongside everything else. It was simply, she had been coming here, carefully, respectfully, with her careful tools and her careful attention, for 2 years. She had painted a safe passage glyph and meant it. She had picked up the fragments of his arm off the floor with a brush. He was not going to subject her to her own pain amplified in an echo chamber. He was not going to do that to someone who had said thank you. Chapter 25. The report Liu Yue's market intelligence from his third resupply run included a complication. He came through the entrance with his pack and sat down in the training room before speaking, which told Jin Wuhuang the information was organized. Liu Yue had a habit of presenting difficult news in order of significance rather than order of acquisition. It was one of the things the dungeon's architectural lessons had built in him. The instinct to place the most important piece where it would have the most impact. He said, "There's a scholar from Ironvale Academy who filed a thesis proposal about this dungeon. Her advisor requires her to notify the Celestial Warden Court about any dungeon intelligence research because it falls under their anomaly jurisdiction." He paused. The notification went to the court's research division 3 weeks ago. Jin Wuhuang was still. Her name is Ruan Beha. The proposal apparently describes a dungeon that demonstrates responsive behavior, architectural modification patterns, and what she calls directed agent interaction. That's the tool retrieval incident with the measuring wire. Another pause. The filing is academic, not operational. She framed it as natural phenomenon study, not intelligence cultivation. The court's research division gets 20 or 30 of these a year, and most go nowhere. But the Ashrock dungeon has already had 1 court inspection in the past year, and a new academic filing about anomalous behavior. The dungeon walls shifted slightly. Not a directed movement, a response to intent, the stone expressing his thinking the way it had learned to do over a century of his occupancy. Liu Yue waited. Zhen Wuhuang set down what he had been holding and looked at the problem with the full clarity of someone who had had 100 years to learn the difference between problems that could wait and problems that could not. Ruan Beha had been gathering evidence since her first visit. She had been careful about it, academic about it, and she had framed her documentation in the most defensible possible register. But she was 3 visits away from understanding enough to write a formal academic paper that would describe, in precise scholarly language, an entity operating at cultivation levels the court had officially declared impossible in dungeon systems. And she had already filed something with the court. The question was not whether she would eventually publish findings that identified him. She would. The question was the order of events. Did he reveal himself to her in a controlled way, on his terms, with the ability to shape what she understood and how she communicated it? Or did he continue to operate in the background while the court's attention increased, waiting for a moment of control that might not arrive before the court moved on its own? He was not accustomed to being the person who needed to manage a revelation. He had been, for his entire adult life before the crystal, the person to whom revelations were brought. He had received information. He had not needed to consider how other people would receive his existence. A century in stone had, apparently, taught him a number of things it had not been designed to teach. He pressed through the ley line to Louis. When is her next documented visit to the dungeon? Louis said, she usually comes every 3 weeks. Based on the timing, probably in the next 4 to 6 days. 4 to 6 days. He had that much time to decide whether to let the situation continue on its current trajectory or to change the architecture. He looked at the problem from every angle he had. He looked at the court's likely response if they received a second filing about the dungeon before he had established any external relationships that could provide cover or context. He looked at what Ruan Beha knew versus what she suspected versus what she could prove. He looked at the trajectory of her research, which was not going to stop. She was not a person who stopped. He made the decision in the same way he had made all his important decisions in the past century, by asking which door he could not unclose once he opened it, and then deciding which one he was willing to live behind. The answer was clear. When she arrived, he would meet her. Chapter 26. Not alive. Present. He chose the day before she arrived by her usual pattern. He spent it in the entrance hall, letting the crystalline body stand in the space she occupied on visits, feeling the hall's dimensions from inside the body's limited sensory range rather than through the dungeon's leyline perception. The ceiling was lower than he usually experienced it. The entrance's light was different from inside than it had appeared from the crystal. Warmer, more directional. A stripe of pale skylight cutting across the stone floor in a long diagonal. He had built this hall. He had owned it for close to 90 years. He had never stood inside it as a body. She arrived in the middle of the morning, alone, carrying the large notebook and the specimen jar that held the crystal dust from his shattered arm. She was coming back with the specimen. He did not know what she intended to do with it. Research, probably, something involving formation composition analysis, but the act of returning it suggested she had thought about ownership. She crossed the threshold and stopped. He was standing 4 meters from the entrance, in the center of the hall, the crystalline body oriented directly toward her. Not moving, not raising a hand, not doing anything except being present and visible in a space she had previously believed was empty of physical presence. She did not run. She did not raise any defense. She looked at him with the expression of someone looking at a conclusion they have been building toward for 2 years and are now meeting in person. Her hands did not shake. Her breathing, which he could feel through the floor's vibration, stayed even. After 12 seconds, he counted. She said, "You've been here the whole time." He had been working on producing audible sound since the body's coalescing. The voice that emerged from the crystalline body's upper section was not a good voice. It was what happened when stone attempted to vibrate at vocal frequencies, grinding, resonant, the sound of cave walls settling, with words imposed on it through void marrow precision. He said, "You marked my wall with your blood." I remembered. She absorbed this. She looked at the wall where the safe passage glyph was still visible, and then back at him. "You've been alive the whole time," she said again, differently this time. Not a conclusion, a question. "Not alive." He paused, finding the right word. "Present." She sat down. Not a collapse. She chose to sit, pulling the small cushion from her pack and settling on it with the precision of someone who has decided that this conversation is going to be long, and she might as well be comfortable. She opened the large notebook. She said, "Start from the beginning." He looked at her with what he had of a face, which was not much. He said, "You don't want that." "Why?" "Because the beginning is before your civilization was built." She underlined something she had apparently already written in the notebook before arriving. She looked up. "Then start where it becomes useful." He stood in the entrance hall of the dungeon he had inhabited for a century and thought about where the useful beginning was. He found it at a court trial. He found it at 11 white-robed figures and a verdict he could recite from memory in the original juridical language of a court that technically no longer existed. He began there. Chapter 27. The terms the first conversation lasted 6 hours. He did not tell her everything. He had not fully processed what everything would entail telling, and he was not the kind of entity that disclosed strategically sensitive information in first encounters regardless of how carefully the other party handled the specimen jar. He told her what he was, what had been done to him, what he had become, and what the current situation was in terms of the Celestial Warden Court's attention on the dungeon. She wrote for the entire 6 hours. Occasionally she asked questions, precise, technical questions that suggested she had already assembled a partial theoretical framework and was filling in the specific details, and he answered them as accurately as the crystalline voice's grinding limitations allowed. At the end of 6 hours, she closed the notebook. She said, "I'm going to need to think about this." "That is expected. I also need to tell you something." He waited. "I filed a thesis proposal with the Warden Court's Research Division 3 weeks ago. It describes the dungeon's anomalous behavior in academic language, but it references specific incidents, including the measuring instrument retrieval, that anyone with formation intelligence training will recognize as deliberately directed. I was careful, but I wasn't careful enough for a second court inspection. The dungeon's temperature dropped by 1 degree. He brought it back up deliberately, because dropping the temperature was a control failure, and he could not afford control failures in conversations. I know, he said. You know, the person who told me also told me you had filed it. I have known for 4 days. She looked at him with the expression that appeared on her face when she was recalibrating. You were already planning to meet me. The filing accelerated the timeline. I had been considering it for 3 months. A long pause. She looked at the safe passage glyph. What happens to my research if I become involved with you rather than studying you? It was the right question. He had been waiting for it. You gain access to subjects no other researcher in this era has access to. You lose the academic detachment that makes your analysis credible to people who have not seen what you've seen. I was going to lose that credibility anyway, once I published. Yes. She was quiet for a while, looking at the notebook. I'll act as your liaison with the outside world. Information gathering, communications, representation where a human face is more useful than a stone one. She looked up. 2 conditions. He said nothing. He was aware that he was about to be negotiated with, and was working through the specific discomfort of an entity that did not naturally encounter conditions from the people in its immediate environment. First, I have full academic access to the dungeon. Every chamber. No routing, no misdirection, no rooms I'm not permitted to enter. He considered this. He had 4 chambers he would have preferred to restrict. He said, agreed. Second, you don't lie to me. He looked at her. He said, carefully, I will not use architectural misdirection against you. That's not the same thing. It is the closest thing I can honestly offer. I think in spaces and misdirection is part of how spaces work. What I can promise is that I will never build a corridor designed to mislead you specifically. She considered this for 30 seconds. She wrote something in the notebook. She said, I'll accept that. Write it down. He pressed his palm to the entrance hall floor, the motion he had developed for communicating formality, and generated a void marrow inscription in the stone near the safe passage glyph. A condensed statement of terms in the old form script he had learned from the dead scholar's archives. She read it. She nodded. She said, I need a name to call you. He said, Zhen Wu Huang. She wrote it. What does it mean? It means, he said, with the careful precision of someone who has had 100 years to think about the answer, that the true void is also a throne. She underlined this 4 times. Chapter 28. Korath follows Ruan Beha's first intelligence mission was 12 days. She departed with a supply list, a research itinerary, and a cover identity as an independent formation scholar doing regional survey work, which was, technically, accurate. She carried the large notebook in a waterproof case and the specimen jar in a padded cloth wrap. She left at dawn. Korath followed her 3 hours later, without being told to. Zhen Wuhuang became aware of it when Korath reached the 300-meter coherence limit for his own operation. The trap beast had developed considerably in the 2 years since his creation. His movements were more fluid, his responses more nuanced, the simple reflex and return behavior of a newly animated construct refined by constant operation in a complex environment into something that more closely resembled judgment. Not intelligence, not yet, but judgment. The evaluation of alternatives and the selection of the one that best served a purpose the construct had internalized. He had internalized a purpose that Zhen Wuhuang had not assigned him. Zhen Wuhuang tracked Korath's movement through the leyline network until the distance degraded the connection past clarity, then felt only the faint warmth of his construct operating in the world and the dungeon's corresponding quietness without him in the outer chambers. He sat with this for a long time. He had built Korath to retrieve a measuring instrument for a scholar. He had built him as a tool for a specific task. Tools did not develop unstated purposes. Tools did not decide that the scholar needed guarding and depart to provide it without instruction. The construct had developed a purpose of its own and had pursued it. Zhen Wuhuang added an entry to the warden's archive, not intelligence about an external situation, but something he had never entered before, an observation about his own system. The dungeon's sovereignty technique, as he had developed it, compressed spiritual will into mineral matter. He had believed this was a process of direction, his will imposed on inert material, animating it to execute his intent. The Korath evidence suggested something different. The will he compressed into the stone did not stay precisely as he had compressed it. It interacted with the stone's leyline resonance and developed. It was not his will executing his intent. It was something that had been his will, changed by its time in stone, operating on its own. He thought about this for 3 days. When Ruan Beha returned on the 13th day, Korath came back 12 hours before she did. He entered the dungeon through the main entrance and went directly to the training room, where Louis was practicing, and sat down in the corner with the specific posture of an animal completing an assignment and returning to rest. He had not been damaged. He had not been in combat. He smelled the valley air and dried grass and the cold that came with altitude. He had, as far as Zhen Wuhuang could assess, simply followed her, stayed close enough to be useful if something went wrong, and come back when it didn't. Louis said, seeing Karath arrive, he followed her? Zhen Wuhuang said, through the training room wall. He made that choice. Louis looked at Karath, who looked back with the flat-featured attention that passed for his expression. Did you authorize it? No. A pause. Aren't you going to do something about it? Zhen Wuhuang considered the question with genuine care. A tool that operated outside its assignment was, in a strict analysis, a security concern, an element that could not be fully predicted, whose behavior could not be entirely controlled. He said, it protected her and returned. What would you have me do? Punish it for making a good decision independently. Louis was quiet for a moment. Then, that's not how sects handle non-sanctioned behavior. I am not a sect, Zhen Wuhuang said. And Karath is not a disciple. When Ruan Beha arrived the following morning, she looked at Karath in the outer passage and then looked at the walls of the dungeon with the specific expression of someone adding a new piece of information to a framework. She said, to the walls, he followed me, didn't he? The floor warmed by a fraction. Yes, she said, I thought so. I felt him twice on the second day. A pause. He was very discreet. She looked at Karath directly. Thank you. Karath looked at her with the flat attention of his constructed face. His tail, he had developed a tail at some point, a thick stone appendage that served no structural purpose and expressed everything his face couldn't. Moved once, slowly, like a pendulum completing a single arc. Ruan Beha made a small sound that Zhen Wuhuang had not previously encountered. He filed it for later categorization. Chapter 29. The vacancy. She spread her notes across the inner sanctum floor and reported in the organized sequence he had come to expect from her. Most significant first, supporting context second, her interpretation third. The Celestial Warden Court's chief warden position was vacant. The previous chief warden had died 8 months ago of natural causes. Old age, at a cultivation level that made old age a relative concept. But the position was historically defined by its occupant's relationship to the founding charter of the court, and the charter's renewal requirements meant the position could not be filled without a formal conclave. The conclave had been delayed twice by faction disputes. The two factions, Ruan Beha said, tracing a diagram she had drawn in the notebook, are essentially about jurisdiction. One faction wants to limit the court's authority to judicial matters, trials, sentencing, enforcement. The other faction, which Grand Inquisitor Xianxia is leading, wants to expand to administrative governance. She looked up. He's been the most visible face of the expansion faction for the past 2 years. His argument is that the current successor states are unstable, and the court is the only neutral authority with enough respect from all parties to provide coherent governance. Zhen Wuhuang said nothing. He's probably right about the instability, she said. From an outside perspective, the 4 successor states have been in soft conflict over resource rights for 15 years. 3 of the 4 court systems are functionally compromised by noble family influence. The court's judicial authority is the only thing that's kept major armed conflict from restarting. The dungeon's temperature was carefully controlled. Zhen Wuhuang maintained it. His formal petition about the Ashrock dungeon is officially a containment request for a Class 1 anomaly. The language is procedural, but it was filed 2 weeks after he submitted a broader policy proposal to the conclave about expanding court jurisdiction over cultivation-related territorial claims. She paused. The dungeon petition is part of a larger argument, not a separate item. He's demonstrating, Zhen Wuhuang said. Yes, if he successfully contains a sapient dungeon, or fails to, in which case it makes his case for more robust court authority. Either outcome serves his political agenda. He pressed his palms to the inner sanctum floor and felt the whole dungeon vibrate back through him. The 22 chambers, the leyline nodes, the warden's archive, the training room where Louis was currently practicing, the outer passages where Karath ran his quiet patrols. All of it his. All of it contained in this mountain in the Ashrock Valley, while the world beyond it reorganized its power structures around the vacancy left by the empire he had stopped running a century ago. He said, he is not trying to destroy the dungeon. He is trying to prevent me from leaving it. Ruan Beha set down her pen and looked at him with the full attention of someone who has just received a piece of information that changes the shape of everything around it. He knows what you are. He knows what I was. He sentenced me. The signatures are consistent enough. Over a century. that a careful reader could recognize them. He paused. He planted a monitoring seal on the entrance arch 3 months ago. He read the outer architecture from the threshold for 20 minutes without entering. He is careful. He's the one who filed the containment request. Yes. Silence. Ruan Beha wrote, quickly. Then, what do you want to do about it? He looked at her across the inner sanctum floor. This woman who had come here with a notebook and a brush and decided that careful attention was worth more than any weapon, and said, I want to ensure that his vacancy is never filled. Chapter 30. Feral Xiao, she came alone. That was the first thing. The single fact that distinguished Feral Xiao from every other hired specialist, every other Cloud Peak representative, every other person who had entered the dungeon in its recent history. She came alone. Not with a partner as an assistant, not with a security detail, not with anyone else whose presence might have changed her behavior or given the dungeon a second data point to track. She understood. Zhen Wuhuang inferred immediately that groups were easier to manage than individuals. A group-created pattern. Members adapted to each other's movements, called warnings, read each other's reactions as additional input. A solo practitioner created only their own pattern, which was simpler and which could be learned faster than a group's combined behavior, and which allowed her to move at whatever pace and direction her own judgment required without negotiation. She was in her mid-40s, cultivation at what he read as upper labyrinth lord rank, equipment kit that was custom rather than standard, the specific combination of sensing tools, formation analysis arrays, and structural stress readers that a person assembled over years of specific work in specific environments. She had done this many times in many dungeons. She knew what to look for. She stopped at the entrance and did something none of the previous visitors had done before entering. She sat down outside the threshold and opened her kit. She spent 40 minutes performing a full external analysis of the entrance arch, the outer walls, the floor approach gradient, and the spiritual energy concentration pattern at the threshold. She did not enter until the external analysis was complete. When she crossed the threshold, she did it sideways. Not her whole body rotating sideways, but her weight distribution shifting to lead with her right hip rather than her forward shoulder, so that the pressure plate directly inside the entrance registered partial contact rather than a full-weight footfall. The plate did not trigger. She had correctly identified its activation threshold from the external analysis. Zhen Wuhuang noted this. She moved through the first 3 chambers with complete patience, spending 10 minutes in each one before proceeding, building her map not from equipment alone, but from the combination of equipment readings and her own physical response to the space. She was testing her own body's reactions as additional data. The cultivators practiced sensitivity to gravity variations, air pressure changes, spiritual energy cost differentials. She was running 2 analyses in parallel, the objective and the proprioceptive. She reached the 3rd chamber's approach to the inner ring and stopped. She stood in the exact position where the gravity zone began, just outside its boundary, and moved her right foot forward by 4 inches. Then withdrew it. Then moved it forward by 6 inches. She was measuring, Zhen Wuhuang realized, the exact location of the zone's edge using the difference in her cultivation core's output response to the zone's presence versus its absence. No formation scanner. No sensing array. Her own body as the instrument. She found the edge in 12 seconds. She marked it with chalk, a light line on the floor, so thin it was nearly invisible at the precise boundary of the zone. She backed up 2 steps and made a notation in a small field notebook. Then she turned and walked back out of the dungeon without triggering anything else. At the entrance, she stood in the valley air and looked at the dungeon entrance for 30 seconds with the expression of someone cataloging a professional assessment. She said, to no one visible, you adapt overnight. That's faster than I've seen from a natural system. A pause. I'll be back when you're not expecting me. She walked down the valley road toward the nearest settlement. Zhen Wuhuang tracked her through the leyline network at its extended range until she dropped below perception threshold. He sat in the inner sanctum and considered what he had just observed. She had not triggered a single trap. She had not done this through luck, through exactly the kind of systematic competence that could not be surprised by anything she had already identified. What she had identified in a single solo visit was more than the Cloud Peak elders had found in 6 combined visits. He added an entry to the Warden's archive, specialist, hired from the Iron Mandate Guild by Ho Daoyan following 2 failed raids. Unknown name as yet. Upper Labyrinth Lord rank. Solo methodology. Will return with improved information. Recommend developing countermeasures for the chalk marking behavior. Then, because accuracy in the archive was non-negotiable, she is good at this. Chapter 31. The second visit, she came back the next morning. Not with more equipment, with less. 1 companion instead of a team, carrying a smaller version of the formation analysis array and a set of specialized tools that he recognized from their weight distribution and resonance signature as custom dungeon disabling instruments. Expensive, individually calibrated for specific trap configurations. She had looked at her notes from the first visit and built a tool set for what she expected to find. Zhen Wuhuang had spent the night building what she had not expected. Not new traps at the locations she had already identified. She had marked those in chalk, and he had left the marks visible so she would discount them as already known. The 6 new configurations were in spaces she had not reached on the first visit, designed specifically to counter the tools in her kit. He had read her tools' signatures through the dungeon's stone sense when she had knelt on the floor to perform her external analysis, and he had spent 5 hours overnight building traps tuned to the frequency of each of her primary instruments. She found 2 of them. She was that good. 2 of the 6 new configurations she identified by their disruption pattern in the formation array output before she stepped close enough to trigger them. She disarmed both, efficiently, without wasted motion, in a way that told him she had seen similar configurations before and had a practiced response. The third she partially identified. She knew something was there, but not what. She approached it carefully from an angle that avoided the trigger zone. She still found it. Barely. Close enough that she was 3 inches from activating it when she stopped. That left 3. All 3 triggered when she stepped into room 7, because room 7 was where he had concentrated the remaining configurations in a nested sequence that required finding the outer trigger to know the inner triggers existed. She found the outer trigger and did not find the inner 2 until after she had disabled the outer 1, at which point the inner 2 were already active, and the inner 2 were not the kind of trap that warned you by existing. They were the kind that activated when a formation instrument was brought within range. Her formation array activated the first inner trigger. The trigger response was a wall seal. The room's east passage closed, the west passage closed, and a pressure zone activated in the 8-meter space between the closure points. She hit the pressure zone at full speed trying to reach the west passage before it sealed, and the zone's sudden resistance threw her forward at an angle that bent her left arm behind her back. The crack was audible through the dungeon's stone. Her companion, behind her, triggered the second inner trigger just as she was hitting the wall with her broken arm, a gravity zone that doubled his effective weight and dropped him to his knees 3 meters from the room's center. He landed heavily, unconscious from the impact of knees against stone at doubled weight. Feral Xiao, with a broken arm and her partner unconscious, spent 4 minutes assessing the sealed room with the focused intensity of someone who does not waste time on pain until the tactical situation is resolved. She used her remaining good arm to lever her partner upright, checked his breathing, confirmed he was unconscious rather than dead, and then walked to the room's east wall and pressed her palm to it. She said to the wall, "You adapted. Overnight." A pause during which she adjusted her arm against her side in a way that indicated she was setting the brake rather than resting it. 6 new traps, all keyed to my kit. That's not random dungeon drift. You read my tools during my first visit and built specific counters. The wall did not vibrate. He was watching, present, fully aware of her in the room, and he chose to let her speak uninterrupted. "I've broken 6 dungeons," she said, with the measured tone of a professional making a technical disclosure. "None of them built 6 new traps overnight specifically keyed to my equipment." She looked at the sealed east passage. "Whatever you are, you're better than anything I've worked against. I want you to know that I recognize that." A pause. "I'm going to exit now. Open the west passage." He opened the west passage. She carried her partner out over her good shoulder, moving at the careful pace of someone managing multiple physical constraints simultaneously. At the dungeon entrance, she set him down on the flat stone and checked his head for injury. She straightened up and looked at the entrance. She said, "I'll be back when you're not expecting me." He considered that. He considered the fact that he had built 6 traps specifically against her equipment, and she had found 2 of them and disabled them, and then immediately told him she would return. He considered the quality of professional attention that looked at a situation where it had lost badly and responded with information about future scheduling rather than exit. He considered the entry in the warden's archive that ended, "She is good at this." He added a second line, "She is someone worth talking to, eventually." Chapter 32. The Mark Luiwei reached Dungeon Shaper rank on a Thursday evening. He was in the training room, running the 3rd sequence of the spatial awareness circuit that Zhen Wuhuang had upgraded twice in the past month as Liu Yue's performance improved. The circuit was demanding. It required a cultivator to move through a configuration of light gravity differentials while maintaining consistent leyline draw, adjusting to each change in gravity without disrupting the draw's rhythm. A conventional cultivation instructor would describe this as intermediate-level spatial combat training. Zhen Wuhuang described it as Room 3. It was the third of 12 rooms. The breakthrough arrived without announcement. Louis was on the 7th pass of the circuit when the architecture around him shifted in a way it had never shifted before. The training room's responsive nodes, which had been calibrated to his intermediate dungeon acolyte output, suddenly registered a different frequency from his cultivation core. Not larger, different. The quality of the draw changed, the way a voice changes when it finds a resonant frequency it was searching for. The room lit up in response. Not dramatically. The crystal nodes in the ceiling brightened by 50%, and the leyline current in the floor intensified to a smooth flow rather than its usual managed trickle. The training room recognized the breakthrough before the person having it did. Louis stopped in the middle of the circuit and looked at his hands. He said, "Is this Dungeon Shaper rank?" Zhen Wuhuang said through the training room wall. "Yes." A long pause. Louis turned slowly in the room, feeling the intensified leyline current moving through his cultivation core with the new quality it had. It feels like the room is answering. It is. You're drawing at Shaper frequency now. The room was built to respond to it. Louis sat down on the floor, which was warm from the breakthrough's energy, and pressed both palms flat in the old gesture. The room's nodes pulsed once in response. Not Jin Wuhuang directing the pulse, but the room itself, the standing architecture he had built for this purpose, executing its design. "I've been here a year," Louis said. "A year and 2 months." He looked at the wall where the leyline map was inscribed. "No sect disciple in my year cohort at home made Shaper rank in a year. The training rooms were built to accelerate your specific deficiencies. Most of your cohort's instructors built training environments for average advancement paths." Jin Wuhuang paused. "You are not average in the ways that matter for this system. You are extremely average in most conventional ways, which gave me more to work with." Louis looked at the wall and made the small sound that Zhen Wuhuang had learned to associate with him, trying not to laugh. "I don't know whether to be flattered. It is an accurate analysis." He went to his workbench in the inner sanctum, a corner of the chamber he had designated for construction work, and produced the pendant he had been shaping for 3 weeks. A piece of his own crystal, cut from the surplus of an outer chamber claiming, compressed with a single layer of void marrow that carried a frequency signature unique to the dungeon's current architecture. Small enough to be worn, permanent, legible to any cultivator sensitive enough to read formation signatures. He brought it to the training room in the crystalline body's hand and held it out. Louis looked at it. "Is this a sect token?" "It is a dungeon's mark," Zhen Wuhuang said. "The difference matters." Louis took it carefully and turned it in his fingers. The crystal caught the training room's light and threw a small pattern of reflections on the wall. "What does it mean to carry a dungeon's mark?" "It means," Zhen Wuhuang said, "that anything in this network is yours to use. Any room, any resource, any protection, and that anything using this network knows you are part of it." Louis put the pendant around his neck. He pressed his palm to the floor again, and the room's nodes responded to the mark, a warmth, a recognition, the architecture acknowledging what the mark encoded. He said, quietly, "I didn't expect this when I ran into this dungeon." "No," Zhen Wuhuang said. "Neither did I." Chapter 33. The old man in the stone Karath found him 3 weeks after Liu's breakthrough. Zhen Wuhuang was aware of the discovery the moment Karath's patrol path deviated from its established circuit, a route through the secondary cave network that ran below the main dungeon system, in tunnels that Zhen Wuhuang had mapped but not yet formally claimed. The route existed to extend early warning of any approach from the mountain's lower cave entrances. Karath ran it twice a week. He always returned in 4 hours. He did not return in 4 hours. Zhen Wuhuang tracked the deviation through the faint connection of an unclaimed ley line, less precise than his interior sense, more like feeling pressure through cloth than feeling it against skin. Karath had stopped in a section of the secondary cave network that the map showed as a sealed chamber, natural stone closure, nothing distinguished about it. He had stopped, and he was not moving. Zhen Wuhuang reached the secondary cave network through a space-folding connection to one of his outer chamber nodes and pressed his awareness into the unclaimed tunnel. He felt the sealed chamber. He felt Karath sitting in front of it with the specific stillness of a construct that has encountered something significant and does not know what to do about it. He felt, through the sealed chamber's stone, something that should not have been there. A living cultivation presence. Faint, slow, the heartbeat equivalent of a cultivator in deep meditation, but present. Someone was inside the sealed chamber. The chamber seal was old. His extended stone sense dated it at 80 years, approximately. The kind of formation that a cultivator inscribed from the inside when they wanted to prevent disturbance of a hibernation state and were not certain how long the hibernation would last. It was well constructed, which meant it had been built by someone who knew what they were doing. It had held for 80 years without degradation. He spent a week in careful observation before he opened it. The man inside was 70 apparent years old, though his cultivation level, Labyrinth Lord rank, which Zhen Wuhuang placed him at from the formation signature density, suggested he was considerably older than appearance indicated. He was seated with his back against the chamber's far wall, both hands palm up on his knees, the classic hibernation configuration for a practitioner who had planned to sleep for a predetermined period and had rigged the seal to release at a specific astronomical alignment. The alignment had apparently passed while he slept without triggering the release. Zhen Wuhuang opened the outer seal by disabling its lock formation from the tunnel side, which took 3 days of careful work on a formation he could not physically enter to examine directly. When the seal opened, the man inside did not immediately wake. He came to slowly, over 4 hours, returning from whatever depth his hibernation had taken him to. His first words, looking at the crystalline body that Zhen Wuhuang had positioned at the chamber entrance. Either I'm still dreaming or someone has learned to be stone. His voice was raspy from 80 years of disuse, but his eyes were sharp. You are not dreaming, Zhen Wuhuang said. How do you feel? The old man took inventory of himself, cultivator's habit, the body check after any significant state change. He said, stiff, hungry. Where's the astronomical alignment? He looked at the chamber ceiling, where he had apparently inscribed a release trigger linked to a specific star position. The inscription was still there, but inactive. It should have released me at the winter ascending conjunction. What year is it? Zhen Wuhuang told him. The old man was quiet for a long time. Then he said, I missed the conjunction by 73 years. The seal held. Yes, that's the problem with building things that work. He pushed himself upright against the wall, slowly, the stiffness in his joints visible in the way he moved. Did you open my seal? Yes. Why? You were in my secondary cave network. I found you while expanding my operational awareness. It seemed preferable to leaving you sealed indefinitely. A pause. Also, I suspected you might have useful knowledge. The old man looked at him with the measuring attention of someone who had been awake for approximately 40 minutes after 80 years of unconsciousness and was already running a full social analysis. Do you normally free people from stone in exchange for information? No, Zhen Wuhuang said. You are the first. The old man looked at the crystalline body, really looked at it, the formation scholar's habit of reading technique from external expression. He read. He said, you learn to be stone by being stone, not from a technique, from experience. Yes. How long? 100 years. The old man said. Then you are more patient than any emperor I have ever met. He said it simply, without drama, as though patience in stone for a century was a thing he had scaled to evaluate against. Zhen Wuhuang looked at him. He said, carefully, what do you call yourself? Tai Qingsong, the old man said. Though people who have strong feelings about my habit of growing moss on my outer formation layers call me other things. He looked at the dungeon passage beyond the chamber entrance. Your network is how large? 22 formal chambers. Expanding. 22. Tai Qingsong started the slow process of standing up. That's more than anyone managed in the first 100 years of the pre-court era. They were not trying from inside a crystal, though. He looked around his chamber, at the 80 years of untouched stillness. I suspect you need what I know. I do, Zhen Wuhuang said. Good, the old man said. I need to eat first. Chapter 34. What the technique remembers. Tai Qingsong ate for an hour and talked for 6, and the ratio felt about right to Zhen Wuhuang, who had not met anyone with direct knowledge of the pre-court era in a century of second-hand fragments. He did not know who Zhen Wuhuang was. The crystalline body had no features that matched any portrait. Portraits of emperors tended toward idealization, and the crystalline form was definitively neither, and the name had fallen out of common usage within the successor states over the past 50 years. The cautionary myth had an emperor in it, but not a specific name, only a title. Zhen Wuhuang introduced himself by his cultivation technique's name, which he had not formally named until this conversation, Dungeon Sovereignty. Tai Qingsong said, after a moment. I've read about something similar. Zhen Wuhuang said, You've read about Dungeon Sovereignty? Not by that name. Pre-court era, there was a theoretical framework called stone becoming. The idea that a cultivation path based entirely in mineral integration rather than biological cultivation would produce capabilities unavailable to any flesh-based technique. The theory was there. Nobody had ever tested it because nobody had ever spent enough time in stone to develop an integrated practice. He looked at the dungeon walls. Nobody except someone who didn't have a choice. He was quiet for a moment, looking at the crystalline body with the full attention of someone reading technique from external expression. How long did you have before you could affect the stone? 12 years. And the first rank? Year 92. Tai Ching-song nodded slowly. The stone becoming theorists predicted it would take 70 to 90 years of continuous mineral integration before the first rank crystallized. They thought it was too slow for a practical cultivation path. A pause. They were right, practically. A person who chose this path would never survive long enough. I did not choose it. No. The old man looked at him steadily. Someone chose it for you. Not a question, Zhen Wuhuang said. The Celestial Warden Court. Tai Ching-song's expression changed in a way that Zhen Wuhuang had learned. Over a century of reading faces through stone vibration, meant recognition. Not of the name, of the category. He said, I went into hibernation because the court was beginning to move on pre-court practitioners. I was not political. I had no enemies. But I knew techniques they would want classified, and I preferred to wait out their consolidation phase rather than submit to their jurisdiction. He paused. 80 years apparently wasn't enough. The consolidation phase, Zhen Wuhuang said, is what they call governance now. Tai Ching-song looked at the walls again. They're running the successor states? Through a judicial authority framework. The old man made a sound that was not quite a word. He reached into his pack, which had been sitting sealed in the chamber for 80 years and apparently contained preservation formations, and retrieved a small flat stone with formation inscriptions covering both faces. He held it in both hands for a moment. The way a person holds something that has been waiting for them in storage and needs to be reacquainted with. He said, I know the pre-court cave systems in this region better than anyone currently alive. 3 ley line junctions that the court sealed 1,000 years ago. 2 buried dungeon nodes that predate the current formation schools by 6 centuries. He looked at Zhen Wuhuang. I will tell you about them in exchange for a room that gets reasonable light and does not smell of 80-year-old hibernation formation. Zhen Wuhuang said, I will build one. He paused. I have questions. I have more time now than I expected to. Tai Ching-song looked at the dungeon passage entrance, at the crystalline body in it, at the stone walls that were very slightly warmer than the secondary cave network's ambient temperature. Ask them in order of importance. I know the type. You have a long list, you've had 100 years to develop it, and you'll want to work through it systematically. Start with the most urgent. Zhen Wuhuang said, without hesitation, what do you know about the Celestial Warden Court's founding charter and the statutes it superseded? Tai Ching-song smiled. It was the smile of a man who has been alone with his own knowledge for 80 years and has just been asked exactly the right question. Chapter 35. Speaking through walls. The Labyrinth Lord rank arrived in the 5th month after Tai Ching-song's discovery, and it arrived mid-conversation. Ruan Beha was in the 4th chamber, working through a documentation exercise she called architectural intent mapping, a methodology she was developing for her research framework in which she traced the formal logic of each design choice in the dungeon's layout to build a composite picture of the designer's strategic priorities. She was talking through her findings aloud, as she often did when the analysis was complex, addressing the dungeon in the way she had addressed it since their formal introduction, as a present interlocutor who could vibrate or not vibrate, who sometimes sent Karath to indicate things he could not speak directly. She said, the 3rd ring's pressure zone configuration is designed to exhaust rather than injure. The zone boundary is set at the exact threshold where a dungeon acolyte rank cultivator would notice the drain before it became critical, which means you've calibrated it to let weaker practitioners survive their own mistakes. The dungeon vibrated once. She wrote. She said, the gravity zone in the inner passage is calibrated differently, sharper boundary, faster activation. It's designed to stop a specific range of cultivation levels. Upper Labyrinth Lord and below would stagger. Above that the cost is still significant. She looked up at the ceiling. That's the tier Feral Shio was at, approximately. The rank crystallized while he was tracking her analysis. He recognized it by what it opened rather than what it felt like. The whole dungeon network, every claimed surface, suddenly became a surface he could project consciousness through. Not as a thought or a sense, as a voice, as presence. He could speak from any wall, any floor, any ceiling in his claimed space, as if he were physically located at that point rather than distributed through it. He had been working toward this for months, having identified from Tai Ching-song's archive notes that the Labyrinth Lord tier's primary new capability was consciousness projection and that it was, unlike mobile trap beasts or spatial manipulation, a capability that operated outward rather than inward, the dungeon's architecture becoming not just a defensive system, but a communication system. He said, from the wall 2 feet to Ruan Beha's left, your calibration analysis is accurate. The gravity zone's range was set for Labyrinth Lord because that was the tier that had been most successfully penetrating the 3rd ring. Ruan Beha looked at the wall. She set down her pen. She said, that's not you in the entrance hall. No, I am in the inner sanctum. The rank that just advanced allows voice projection from any surface in the claimed network. She looked from the wall to the ceiling to the floor. She was assessing the change with the immediate analytic habit that he had come to think of as her primary characteristic. She said, "I was wondering when you'd figure that out." He said, "You expected this capability. The stone becoming framework that Tai Ching-song shared with you. I borrowed his notes after you finished with them. The Labyrinth Lord Tier's primary new capability is listed as consciousness projection. You've been advancing at roughly 1 rank every 2 to 3 months." She retrieved her pen. "I've been waiting for this conversation for 6 weeks." He looked at her through the wall he was projecting from, not seeing her, not in any visual sense, but feeling her presence through the stone's vibration, the warmth of a living person sitting in contact with his claimed architecture. He said, "You should have told me you were expecting it. You should have told me you were advancing." She wrote something. "We agreed to no architectural misdirection. You not telling me about your cultivation progress is a kind of misdirection." He considered this. It was, he recognized, technically accurate. He had not lied. He had also not shared information she would have found relevant. In the 100 years before the crystal, he would have described that as standard practice. A leader maintained information asymmetry as a matter of strategic habit. In the years since their alliance, he had been slowly discovering that information asymmetry in a partnership produced different results than information asymmetry in a hierarchy. He said, "I will update you on cultivation progress when it occurs." She wrote this down. She looked at the wall he was projecting from. "Thank you." The way she said it was different from the 3 previous times. Not gratitude for a gift or a courtesy, but the particular satisfaction of a working relationship reaching an understanding. He noted the difference and filed it in a category he was still, after a year of her company, actively developing the vocabulary for. He said, through a wall on the other side of the chamber, because he was testing the projection's range, "Your documentation work on the 3rd ring. Finish it. I want to know your conclusions about the calibration philosophy. I've been making those decisions intuitively, and I need your analysis to understand what logic I've been applying." She looked at the new wall. She said, with the tone that was not quite amusement and not quite exasperation, and was specifically the tone she used when he did something that confirmed her existing assessment. "You're asking me to explain your own architectural choices to you. I'm asking you to tell me what patterns you see. I'm inside the pattern. You're outside it." She thought about this for a moment. Then she turned back to her notebook and began writing again, with the particular speed of someone working on a question they've been holding for a while. He spoke through the walls, and she answered, and it was the most straightforwardly useful hour he had spent since the century in stone. Chapter 36. The last Cloud Peak raid. Ho Daoyan came with 30 people. Zhen Wuhuang counted them through the ley line extension at 8 kilometers out. 32 cultivation signatures, 4 of them at elder rank, 2 at the specific frequency he had catalogued as formation grandmaster level, and 1 that he recognized after a moment's reference to the warden's archive as Feral Xiu's clean, precise cultivation signature. She had been brought back. Either Ho Daoyan had decided her partial success warranted a second attempt under controlled conditions, or she had agreed to consult rather than operate independently. The 32 signatures moved with the coordinated deployment pattern of a prepared force, not a raiding party. This was a campaign. He had 4 days before they arrived, and he used them. 12 new trap beasts, shaped from the outer chamber stone during the 4 days of preparation. Not the rough-hewn constructs of his first attempts, but a second generation, the joints better articulated, the void marrow binding more sophisticated, each one designed with a specific role. For 20 minutes was a long time for an assault force to hold position with nothing happening. Zhen Wuhuang appreciated the patience. He did not fill the silence. He stood in his crystalline body and let the hall's architecture speak. The measured spacing of the constructs, the gravity zone that was technically available but not active, the memory echo room on the left that the sect master could see into but not read. He let Ho Daoyan read the dungeon the way the sect master had been trying to read it for 3 years, and let him arrive at the conclusions the dungeon was designed to communicate. Feral Xiu stood 3 rows back in the force and watched with the specific attention of someone who had been in this position before, in different dungeons, and understood that the silence was itself an argument. Ho Daoyan said, finally, "You built this." Not a question, not an accusation, an acknowledgement. Zhen Wuhuang said, "Yes. In the 3 years since I first came here. In the 100 years since before you were born. The last 3 years were the visible portion." Another silence. The formation grandmasters in the force were scanning, their arrays active and producing output. He could feel the arrays as a gentle probing against his outer architecture, the dungeon stone registering their queries and absorbing them without response. Ho Daoyan said, to his second elder, "What's the assessment?" The second elder said, with the flat delivery of a man who has completed an analysis and doesn't like the result. The entrance hall is fully claimed space. Our suppression techniques will function at reduced efficacy inside it. The construct array is trained, not instinctual. The entity in the center is operating at Labyrinth Lord rank minimum and is native to this environment. A pause. I recommend we withdraw. Ho Daoyan looked at the crystalline body for a long moment. He said, Cloud Peak sect withdraws its raiding rights to the Ashrock dungeon. He turned and let his force out without another word. Chapter 37. The offer Feral Shio stayed. Not by accident. She fell back from the retreating force at the entrance hall's edge and let the rest of the group move past her without breaking pace, until she was standing alone in the entrance hall with the construct array and the crystalline body in Karath, who was watching her with his flat-featured attention. She said, I'm a contractor. My loyalty ran to the end of the contract, which just ended. Zhen Wuhuang waited. I know more about dungeon vulnerabilities than anyone currently working in this region. I've collapsed 6 systems, infiltrated 11 more, and consulted on 4 that were defended against my techniques. She looked at the construct array. Your second-generation constructs are significantly better than the first generation. The joint articulation improvement on the corridor control ones is going to frustrate standard anti-construct techniques for at least a decade. She looked at the misdirection constructs. Those are clever. Most people building constructs for false presence focus on cultivation signature mimicry. You focused on weight distribution. Standard detection equipment isn't calibrated for weight reads. She said this the way she said everything, with professional precision, no inflection that wasn't informational. I can tell you everything that standard dungeon breaking methodology currently uses against systems like yours, she said. Every technique, every tool, every approach sequence. Not as a theoretical overview. I've personally used most of it. I know what fails and why, and what you'd need to build to counter it. Zhen Wuhuang studied her for a full minute through the body's limited sensory range and through the dungeon's stone sense simultaneously. He read her cultivation signature, her equipment's current configuration, the specific way she distributed her weight when she stood still, the stance of someone accustomed to spaces that might move under them. In exchange for what, he said, monthly stipend for my time, and access to the secondary cave network for my own research. Not your operational chambers, not the inner sanctum, just the secondary system. I've been looking for evidence of the pre-court dungeon nodes in this region for 8 years. The geological pattern here is consistent with at least 2. She paused. I won't interfere with your operation. I've never breached a client contract. And if I become your next target, then I would tell you first and negotiate an appropriate period of notice before taking the contract. She looked at him steadily. That is also something I have never done for a prior client. But prior clients have not been the kind of entity that asks for something in return for honesty. He thought about the kind of person who spent 8 years looking for dungeon nodes as an independent research goal while working as a professional dungeon breaker. He thought about the quality of attention she had brought to the 2 visits she had made here. The external analysis before entering, the chalk marks, the professional disclosure of exactly what she had found and what she could do. He said, I accept. You've earned the only currency I trust. She said, what's that? Competence. She smiled. It was not an entirely comfortable expression on her face. Not because it was insincere, but because it was genuine, and genuine on that face revealed something that professional precision usually concealed. She held out her hand. A negotiating gesture, the physical contract tradition he recognized from the pre-court era's guild system. He extended the crystalline body's hand and pressed it to hers. The stone was cooler than her skin and harder. She did not flinch. She said, one question before we proceed. Yes. The entity in the crystal. The one who built this. How old are you exactly? He considered the honest answer. He said, I stopped counting at 200. The last 100 were in stone. She looked at the dungeon around her with the expression of someone recalibrating scale. Then she said, I'm going to need to update my research framework considerably. Yes, he agreed. You are. Chapter 38. The name from before the intelligence arrived on a Thursday, during a session in which Juan Beha was briefing him on the Warden Court's current political temperature, and Tai Ching-Tsang was in his new chamber writing notes about a pre-court ley line routing system he had just remembered. She said, there's a cultivation soldier in the region who has been buying dungeon intelligence reports from academic sources. He's been at it for at least a decade, specifically targeting information about sapient dungeon phenomena. She looked at her notebook. My contact at Ironvale Academy says he bought a copy of the anomalous behavior summary that preceded my thesis filing. He's been acquiring everything available about the Ashrock dungeon specifically for the past 3 years. Zhen Wuhuang said, name. She checked her notes. Su Fengtian. Crystalline Ascendant rank. No current sect affiliation. Previous military service, unclear under which authority. He's been presenting himself as an independent researcher, but his equipment configuration is military grade. The dungeon's temperature held perfectly controlled. He had not thought about Su Fengtian in years. He had thought about him when Luiyue had first brought external news. A general who had served faithfully, crystalline ascendant rank maintained, no current affiliation. He had filed the name and set it aside as something to return to when he was ready. He was not ready. He said, "Where is he now?" 3 cities to the east. He's apparently been working through a systematic regional survey, identifying locations that match the historical descriptions of sapient dungeon phenomena. He's currently working off a list that puts the Ashrock Valley as his next location. She looked up. He's going to be here within a month at his current pace. 30 seconds of complete stillness. Not the dungeon's managed stillness. Genuine stillness. The kind that came from encountering a variable that had been sitting in the warden's archive for years and was now requiring immediate real-time management. He said, "Do not bring him here yet." Is he dangerous? No. Then why? He knew me at my peak. He paused. The specificity of this was difficult to express in the language available to a crystalline body with a grinding voice. The crystalline form I currently occupy is functional. It is not the form of an emperor. He served under an emperor. I need to be more than I currently am before I meet someone who remembers what I was. Ruanbeha looked at him for a long moment. She said, "That's not a strategic reason. That's a personal one." "Yes." She wrote it down. She said, "Noted. I won't bring him here without your instruction." A pause. "But you should know that a man with crystalline ascendant rank who has been systematically searching for you for 10 years is not going to stay lost indefinitely regardless of what I do or don't do." "I know. You have a month, maybe 2. "I know," he said again. He turned the body toward the inner sanctum wall, the equivalent of what a human might express by looking away from a person when the conversation has moved past what you want to discuss. "Continue with the Warden Court update." She continued. He listened. He did not entirely stop thinking about what a crystalline ascendant rank general who had served under the Immortal Emperor Zhen Wuhuang would say when he entered the Ashrock dungeon and found what the Emperor had become. He needed more rooms. He needed to advance further. He needed to be enough. That was the specific want underneath the tactical language, and he filed it in the category he still didn't have complete vocabulary for, alongside the feeling that had arrived when Ruanbeha picked up the fragments of his arm. Chapter 39. Realm Warden. The Celestial Warden Court's authorization came on a Tuesday. He knew it had been issued before Ruanbeha arrived. The Jade Seal fragment in the Warden's archive had resonated the moment the authorization was stamped, a faint pulse in the archive's stored frequency that he had been monitoring for since the court's political situation had clarified. The authorization's specific content he inferred from the pulse's characteristics. Major action, senior official authority, directed at a named target. Directed at the Ashrock dungeon. He had 4 hours before Ruanbeha arrived with the paper copy she had intercepted from the court's regional distribution channel. He spent those 4 hours building. The expansion was the most aggressive single effort he had attempted since the first claiming in year 92. He pushed outward through the leyline network in 6 directions simultaneously, pressing void marrow claims into every cave space he had mapped in the surrounding mountain system, and several he had identified through extended leyline sensing, but not yet physically entered. The claiming required physical entry, which meant the crystalline body had to move through every space before the claim could be sealed. He moved through 63 new spaces in 4 hours. The crystalline body did not run. It could not run. The stone joints were not built for that kind of speed, but it moved at the fastest continuous pace the body had ever managed, through passages the dungeon's stone sense had mapped, but the body had never physically occupied. Narrow tunnels where he had to compress the shoulder joints to a smaller configuration to pass. Natural chambers where the floor was unstable, and the claiming had to proceed carefully to avoid triggering the kind of collapse that had destroyed the 5th chamber in year 93. A section of deep cave where 2 leyline junctions crossed, and the claiming hit resistance that required an hour of focused void marrow pressure before the stone acknowledged him. He pushed through it all. The leyline junctions, 2 of the 3 Tai Ching had identified as pre-court era, sealed but not destroyed, absorbed into his network when he claimed the spaces around them. He felt them open into his awareness like doors that had been shut for 1,000 years, their accumulated leyline energy pooling into his network's flow, the quality of his dungeon sense sharpening by a degree he could not precisely measure, but that felt like the difference between reading in bad light and reading in good. The Realm Warden rank crystallized at hour 3, in the middle of a narrow cave passage, while he was pressing a claim into a fractured stone section. The advancement hit him like the cave wall had moved. Sudden, structural, a reordering of how his awareness sat inside the dungeon's geometry. New capability unlocked. Space folding. Rooms that led to other rooms miles away. He held the new capability for 30 seconds before he used it. Then he folded the secondary cave node Tai Ching-Tsang had pointed to, the spiral cavern system 60 meters below the main dungeon, now claimed, with its double-density room concentration, directly into his primary network's access. The fold required a controlled compression of spatial logic that cost him a significant portion of the void marrow he had just built up through the expansion, and the cost made the body's joints grind, and one knee temporarily disaggregate and reform in an incorrect angle. He corrected the knee configuration in 30 seconds and continued. When Ruan Beha arrived with the authorization paper, he was back in the inner sanctum. The crystalline body reassembled, the dungeon network doubled. She read him the authorization. He listened. He said, "The Class 1 designation requires 12 inspectors minimum and a senior warden coordinator. That's significant personnel for an active operation. They're not sending a survey team. The authorization says containment, not investigation, not monitoring." She looked at the paper. Qiu Yenshin is listed as the responsible authority. He will send his best people first. He will come personally when they report back. He looked at the inner sanctum walls, at the new doubled network he could feel through every surface. When they arrive, let them in. Ruan Beha looked at him. "You're letting them in?" "I'm letting them in," he said. "And then I am going outside." Chapter 40. The first step, 12 inspectors. He counted them from 8 kilometers out. They arrived in 2 groups of 6. The groups staggered by 4 hours in a pattern designed to prevent the dungeon from setting traps specific to a single entry configuration. Standard procedure for Class 1 containment operations. He had inferred this from the training documents he had absorbed from the court's monitoring seal frequencies over the past year. They carried suppression seal arrays keyed to dungeon intelligence signatures, collapse triggering formation drivers, and the specific frequency dampening equipment designed to prevent claim space coherence. It was excellent equipment for destroying a dungeon whose intelligence was confined to stone. It was somewhat less useful against an intelligence that could walk outside. He let the first group enter the dungeon entrance and routed them to the 5th chamber through a path that required 3 hours of navigation. Not traps, not danger, just slow architecture that gave him enough time to prepare. He let the second group enter and routed them to the 7th chamber through a different path. Both groups were inside, fully entered, the suppression seals they were deploying working against dungeon stone that had been designed for exactly this purpose. It absorbed the suppression frequencies rather than resisting them, drawing the seal energy into the Warden's Archives collection system. When the last inspector crossed the entrance threshold, he sealed the dungeon. Not the collapse seal, not the kind that cut air and threatened life. A passive seal. Every exit from every chamber closed simultaneously, the stone reforming across each threshold with the finality of a decision already made. The 12 inspectors found themselves in a network of chambers that were comfortable, adequately aired, temperature-controlled, and had no visible exits. He walked to the entrance hall. For the first time in over 100 years, Zhen Wuhuang walked out of the Ashrock dungeon under his own intent. The light hit the crystalline body differently outside than he had expected. Not brighter or darker than the dungeon's crystal nodes, but directional, coming from a single point rather than distributed through stone, and it moved across the body's surface as he stepped out into the valley's late afternoon angle. He felt the wind before he reached 300 meters and stopped at 250, letting the wind push against the body's surface without staggering it. 250 meters. The body held. He walked to the large flat rock, 3 meters from the dungeon entrance. He sat on it. The rock was warm from the afternoon sun, not the managed warmth of his dungeon stone, but the passive warmth of a surface that had been sitting in sunlight for hours, heat absorbed, and held without intelligence, without purpose, without anyone deciding it should be warm. Just stone and sun. He sat on it and felt the valley. Inside the dungeon, 12 inspectors were discovering that the suppression seals they were deploying had no target. The intelligence they were looking for was not in the crystal anymore. They would spend 40 minutes establishing this before they shifted to structural analysis, trying to find the entity by mapping where it was not. He could hear them through the stone's vibration, transmitted from the mountain's base up through the rock he sat on. Muffled, distant, the way you hear a conversation through a wall. He waited. He had been good at waiting for a very long time. He would wait until someone powerful enough to negotiate with arrived. He would not go back inside until that person was here, because going back inside before establishing the negotiations terms on exterior ground was the tactical equivalent of retreating to his own architecture. which was strategically advantageous but politically interpreted as submission. He was not submitting. He was changing the geometry of the conversation before it started. The sun moved across the valley. The wind came and went. 3 birds crossed above the dungeon entrance, unconcerned with the stone figure on the rock below them. Inside the mountain, 12 people were very slowly realizing that the intelligence they had been sent to contain had locked them in, walked outside, and was apparently waiting for them to do something about it. Zhen Wuhuang sat in the sunlight and thought, I have been inside my own walls for 100 years. It was enough of that. Chapter 41, The Inquisitor's Chair. Xianxia arrived at the dungeon entrance at dusk, ahead of anyone Zhen Wuhuang had predicted would come, which told him the Grand Inquisitor had been closer than the regional distance to the court's nearest garrison suggested. He had not ridden from the garrison when the inspectors failed to report. He had been waiting in the valley. He had anticipated that this might happen. Zhen Wuhuang was still sitting on the flat rock 3 meters from the dungeon entrance when the Grand Inquisitor came down the valley road with 4 attendants and stopped 15 meters away. He took in the scene with the particular quality of attention that Zhen Wuhuang had been reading in highly trained opponents since before his imprisonment. Assessment first, conclusion second, action third, never reversed. He assessed the crystalline body on the rock. He assessed the dungeon entrance behind it. He looked for the inspectors. He did not find them in his visual field. He looked at the crystalline body again. He said, Where are my inspectors? Zhen Wuhuang said, Inside. A pause. You locked them in. They are in a comfortable set of chambers with adequate air and a supply of water from the natural cave stream in the secondary level. They are not trapped in any way that threatens their well-being. He looked at the Grand Inquisitor with the body's limited visual range, reading his posture through the stone beneath the Inquisitor's feet as well. They are simply unable to leave at the moment. Release them. That is one option. He tilted the body's head slightly, the gesture he had developed for signaling negotiating position. Another option is that you sit down and we discuss the circumstances under which releasing them serves both our interests. Xianxia looked at the flat rock Zhen Wuhuang occupied. He looked at the dungeon entrance. He looked at the 4 attendants behind him, whose expressions were uniformly the expression of people trying to read a situation they did not have adequate precedent for. He said to the attendants, Wait at the road. They withdrew. He walked forward and sat down on a section of ground 10 feet from Zhen Wuhuang's rock. Not a matching rock. Not a chair, just the ground, cross-legged, which was not a posture of submission, but the posture of someone who had decided this was a conversation worth the physical inconvenience of sitting on a valley floor at dusk. Zhen Wuhuang recalibrated his assessment of him upward. Your inspectors entered my dungeon with equipment designed to collapse its core, Zhen Wuhuang said. That equipment is now absorbed into my archive. I have 12 experienced Warden Court cultivators inside my space who can tell me, if I ask them, and I can ask them through every wall in the dungeon, everything they know about the court's current operational assessment of me. Or I can release them unquestioned in exchange for a conversation that produces the same information more efficiently. Xianxia said, You're offering me my people back in exchange for talking to you. I'm offering you a conversation that ends with your people released, unharmed, with their mission failed but their persons intact, and their professional dignity not too severely damaged. He paused. The alternative is that I keep them comfortable indefinitely while their families and colleagues wonder what happened, and eventually someone from the court develops a theory about this dungeon that is less favorable than the truth. The Grand Inquisitor was quiet for a moment. He said, What is the truth? That is the conversation. Another pause. The valley was going dark at its edges, the sun behind the western ridge, the valley floor in the last, even light before the color went out. Zhen Wuhuang had not seen evening before from outside the dungeon. He was aware of observing it now with some portion of his attention that was not allocated to the negotiation. Xianxia said, Who are you? I am the dungeon. That is not an answer. It is the most accurate one available. He looked at the dungeon entrance behind him. I was not built here. I was put here. I have been here long enough that the difference between put here and built here has become academic. He turned the body back toward Xianxia. Your authority sent me here. I have been here ever since. The Grand Inquisitor's expression was the expression of a man receiving information that requires a significant recalibration of every prior conclusion. He did not show it dramatically. His face maintained the professional control of someone trained to manage their responses in adversarial conversations. But the quality of his attention changed. He was no longer assessing a dungeon anomaly. He was reading something else. He said, How long? Long enough that the empire whose court condemned me no longer exists. He said nothing for a moment. Then, What do you want from this conversation? Zhen Wuhuang said, I want 90 days without a containment order. I want to speak to someone with enough authority to make that commitment. You have that authority in your interim capacity. He paused. In exchange, I will release your inspectors, provide you a full account of the dungeon's architecture and capabilities sufficient to explain every anomalous reading your survey teams have been recording, and commit to no expansion beyond the Ashrock Valley's perimeter. That's a reasonable exchange, xianxia said. It's suspicious how reasonable it is. I have been planning negotiations for longer than your current form of government has existed. He said this without inflection, a statement rather than threat. I know what makes an offer acceptable. A very long silence. The last light went out of the valley. Karath, inside the dungeon, was running his evening patrol. Zhen Wuhuang felt it through the stone beneath the rock, the familiar weight pattern of the construct moving through the third ring. Inside, 12 inspectors were beginning their third hour of waiting in comfortable chambers with no visible exits. xianxia said, 90 days. Release them tonight. Zhen Wuhuang said, tonight. He rose from the rock, the body's joints grinding through the transition from seated to standing, and walked back to the dungeon entrance. Come inside. I will show you the unsealing personally. xianxia followed him into the dungeon of the entity he had imprisoned 100 years ago, and Zhen Wuhuang watched the Inquisitor's face for the entire walk through the entrance hall, and found no recognition in it at all. A century and a crystalline body were, apparently, sufficient disguise. Chapter 42. 90 days. The negotiation lasted 4 hours. Zhen Wuhuang released the inspectors in stages, 3 chambers at a time, the sealed exits opening in sequence, each group of inspectors permitted to move to the previous group's chamber before the next seal released. This was not cruelty. It was the most efficient routing pattern for moving 12 people from distributed positions to a central exit without creating bottlenecks. He described this to xianxia as he executed it, and the Inquisitor watched with the attention of someone who was simultaneously conducting a negotiation and performing a technical assessment of what he was watching. The routing is deliberate, xianxia said, watching the third group's chamber open. It is always deliberate, Zhen Wuhuang said through the entrance hall wall, the consciousness projection carrying a slight resonance that xianxia was clearly registering as unusual. I don't have reflexes in the conventional sense. Everything the dungeon does, I choose. Including what you didn't do. Especially that. The inspectors exited in a group of 12, moving quickly, relief in their body language though they had been in comfortable conditions throughout. Professional discomfort, the particular response of trained cultivators who had failed at their mission, sat visibly on most of their faces. The lead inspector gave xianxia a brief assessment as she passed. The containment equipment was absorbed on entry. No hostility, no injuries. The dungeon architecture is significantly more complex than any survey suggested. She looked at the crystalline body. The entity is not what we were briefed. xianxia said, I know. He sent the inspectors to the road with his attendants and remained alone with Zhen Wuhuang in the entrance hall for the remaining 3 hours of the negotiation. They covered the 90-day suspension of the containment order, the precise definition of Ashrock Valley as the territorial boundary commitment. Zhen Wuhuang negotiated for the valley's geological boundary rather than its administrative boundary, which was broader by approximately 30%, and xianxia accepted this after 15 minutes of definitional argument. The conditions under which the court would receive quarterly updates on the dungeon's operational status, and the question of the dungeon's legal classification. The last point was the most complex. The court's current classification framework had 3 categories for dungeon systems: natural, inert, no intelligence signature, awakened, reactive, limited intelligence, and anomalous, unclassified, pending investigation. There was no category for what Zhen Wuhuang was, which was a specific entity of significant cultivation rank who had chosen to make a dungeon his operational base and body and home. He proposed, independent cultivation entity, dungeon bonded. xianxia said, that classification doesn't exist. It exists as of this conversation, Zhen Wuhuang said. The court's classification frameworks are not natural laws. They are administrative decisions. I am proposing an administrative decision. A pause. I don't have authority to create new classifications. You have authority to defer a classification pending further study, which has the same operational effect as a classification during the 90-day period. He looked at xianxia. I am asking for a deferral, not a recognition. xianxia agreed to the deferral after another 15 minutes. He agreed to the 90-day suspension, the valley boundary commitment, and the quarterly update structure. He did not agree to anything that limited his authority to recommence the containment operation if he determined it was warranted at the 90-day mark. Zhen Wuhuang had not expected him to. When the Inquisitor rose to leave, he paused at the entrance hall's threshold, the line between the claimed dungeon interior and the ordinary valley stone, and looked back at the crystalline body standing in the center of the hall. He said, "The entity you mentioned, the one whose court condemned you, do you know what happened to it?" He was asking whether Zhen Wuhuang knew the empire had been absorbed by the court. Zhen Wuhuang said, "I know what happened to all of it." A long pause. "I will be back at 90 days, Xiu Yanxian said. "I will be here," Zhen Wuhuang said. When the Inquisitor's footsteps faded down the valley road and the dungeon's ley line extended since confirmed him at 4 kilometers distance, Zhen Wuhuang allowed himself exactly 1 moment of contemptuous silence. Then he went back inside and began planning the next 90 days. Chapter 43. The first node Tai Ching-song had been keeping a list. He had maintained it on flat stone tablets in his private chamber, a practice he had started before his hibernation and continued in the 2 months since waking. Updating the tablets with information he was cross-referencing from his memory against the current state of the cave system that Zhen Wuhuang's expanded awareness provided. The list covered 11 pre-court-era dungeon nodes in a 200-kilometer radius, each one annotated with the geological marker pattern that distinguished it from natural cave systems, the leyline resonance signature, and the specific court sealing technique applied when the court had worked to classify them as inert. 3 of those 11 were within the Ashrock Valley's geological boundary. He brought the list to Zhen Wuhuang on the 8th day of the 90-day reprieve, spreading the tablets on the inner sanctum floor with the deliberate care of someone presenting a gift they have been preparing for a specific occasion. "The first is the deepest," he said, pointing to the relevant tablet. 40 meters below the secondary cave network, follow the southwest leyline branch to its first major junction, and you'll find a sealed access tunnel. The seal is old. The court sealed these nodes as a precautionary measure during their early consolidation period, not because they were operationally active. Standard suppression formation, 6-point configuration. You could break it in 2 days. He looked up. The node itself is a spiral cavern system. Pre-court architects used spiral geometry to amplify leyline density. The concentration in there is approximately 5 times what you're working with in your current inner network. 5 times was not a quantity Zhen Wuhuang could evaluate precisely. 5 times meant roughly 200 chambers of equivalent energy density in a single connected node, which would transform his network's total capacity from functional to something in a different category entirely. He asked Tai Ching-song about the other 2. The second and third nodes are in the valley's eastern arm, about 4 kilometers apart. They're less dense than the spiral system, but older. The resonance pattern suggests they predate the formation schools by several centuries. Historical value as much as tactical. The old man picked up his tea bowl and held it in both hands in the way he always did when thinking through complex historical connections. The court didn't seal those ones out of precaution. They sealed them because the resonance signatures interfered with their authentication seal frequencies. They disrupt court-issued formations at close range. He looked at Zhen Wuhuang. "Given your current relationship with court-issued seals, that seems relevant." Zhen Wuhuang went to work on the first node. The access tunnel seal took not 2 days but 4. The 6-point configuration was standard court work, clean and well-maintained, and he had learned enough about court formation construction from the absorbed monitoring seal fragments to approach it with proper technique rather than brute force. He worked from outside the seal, feeling the formation architecture through the stone around it, identifying the 6 anchors and their dependency sequence. He dissolved the outermost anchor first, waited 24 hours for the formation to redistribute pressure to the remaining 5, then dissolved the second. The redistribution pattern told him which anchor to dissolve third. On the 4th day, the seal released. The spiral cavern system beyond it had been sealed and stable for 1,000 years, and when Zhen Wuhuang stepped across the threshold, his dungeon sense lit up with the concentrated leyline density the way a dark-adapted eye lights up when a lamp is uncovered. Not painful. Overwhelming was the more accurate word. He stood at the entrance for 3 minutes, simply adjusting to the density, before he began the claiming. The claiming took 5 days. 117 chambers. Each spiral turned more densely configured than the last, the void marrow cost per chamber dropping as the leyline density provided increasingly abundant material to work with. He felt the claiming change his cultivation in real time. Not an advancement, not a rank crystallization, but a quality improvement. The dungeon network's baseline energy level rising as the spiral system's resources pooled into his architecture. On the 5th day's final claiming, standing at the spiral's deepest point, a chamber roughly 20 meters across, perfectly circular, its walls crusted with century-old crystal growth that hummed at the exact frequency he had learned to produce himself. He felt the sovereign echo rank move from distant to imminent. It had not crystallized yet, but the question it was resolving had been set. Can this architecture reach the scale that consciousness projection becomes structural rather than active? The spiral system had given him the scale. The rank would follow the question's answer. He came back up through the sealed access tunnel and reported to Tai Ching-song. The first node is claimed. The old man looked at him for a long moment. He said, "How do you feel?" Zhen Wuhuang considered the honest answer. "Like a building that has just been told it is larger than it thought." Tai Ching-song nodded. "That's accurate," he said. The stone becoming theorists wrote about it. The scaling sensation. They thought it would be frightening. He sipped his tea. "Is it?" "No," Zhen Wuhuang said. "It is simply accurate." Chapter 44. The paper. Ruan Beha submitted the paper without telling him first. He found out because Tai Ching-song, reviewing the quarterly update format Zhen Wuhuang was preparing for the court, asked whether Ruan Beha's academic publication was going to conflict with the update's framing. Zhen Wuhuang asked what publication. Tai Ching-song said, with the mild tone of a man who assumed everyone knew everything he knew. "She filed it with Ironvale Academy's Dungeon Studies faculty 2 weeks ago. Natural Formation Intelligence Framework. I read the draft, it's careful. Nothing that directly identifies you." Zhen Wuhuang said, "Through the wall, in the specific flat register that indicated processing. She filed it without informing me." Tai Ching-song said, "She informed me. She said she had already consulted the dungeon's primary resident about the framing." A pause. "She used those exact words." He searched his recent conversations for any exchange that could be construed as approval for the paper's submission. He did not find one. He found 2 conversations in which she had described the paper's theoretical framework as developing, and one in which she had said the filing timeline was still under consideration. Under consideration was not approval. He projected his voice through the research chamber wall where she was currently working. "You filed the paper," he said. She looked up from the notes. She did not appear surprised to be discovered. "I filed it 3 weeks ago, yes." Without a specific conversation about timing. "We discussed the framing extensively. The framing includes the filing. The framing is the filing. There's nothing in the paper that attributes the dungeon's behavior to anything other than emergent natural intelligence. It provides academic cover without direct identification." She set down her brush. "I calculated that the benefit of the cover outweighed the risk of the Warden Court receiving a second academic notice, and I acted on that calculation." He was quiet for a moment. He said, "You made a strategic decision about my situation without consulting me. I made a decision about my research." She looked at the wall he was projecting from. "The paper is mine. The dungeon is yours. They overlap, but the decision about when and how I publish my work is mine to make." This was accurate. It was also, he recognized, the first time since their alliance began that she had acted on her own judgment in a direction he had not predicted or approved. He sat with the specific quality of that, a person in his alliance making an independent decision, and traced it against the models he used for evaluating his situation. In his operational models, allies who acted independently were variables to be managed. In the current model, Ruan Beha acting independently had produced an academic paper that gave his dungeon plausible deniability for all anomalous behavior reported to date. "It's well-timed," he said, finally. "The court is in its 90-day deferral. A natural intelligence framework published during the deferral gives their research division something to work with that doesn't require a new operational response." "Yes," she said. "That is why I filed it when I did." A pause. "You planned the timing around the 90-day window." "I planned the timing around the 90-day window." He looked at the research chamber, at the stacked notebooks, the formation diagrams pinned to the wall, the specimen jar with his crystal dust still on the secondary shelf where she had placed it 6 months ago. He said, "Who is the peer reviewer they assigned?" She told him. He searched the name in his archive and found a connection he had not known to look for. He said, very carefully, "Your peer reviewer is connected to Su Fengtian." She was quiet for a moment. "How?" His primary research institution, the Ironvale Academy Dungeon Division, received a significant financial contribution from a private foundation 8 years ago. The foundation was established by a set of investors. One of those investors is a figure I have tracked in the general category of former imperial officers still operating in the region. He paused. "I have not had specific information about who that individual is until you just named their contact." She picked up her brush and opened the notebook. "So the peer reviewer is going to share the paper with Su Fengtian." "The peer reviewer is going to share the paper with someone who will share it with Su Fengtian?" "Yes." "How much time does that give us before he comes here?" "He is already oriented toward this location." "With academic confirmation?" "For weeks." She wrote for 2 minutes. Then she looked at the wall. You need to decide what you want to do about him before he arrives. I know, Zhen Wuhuang said. I am working on what I need to be before that happens. Chapter 45. The general arrives. Lu Yue came back early. He was supposed to return in 7 days from a supply mission in the regional city. He came back in 5, and he did not come through the dungeon entrance alone. Zhen Wuhuang felt the second cultivation signature at 800 meters, far inside the valley, moving at the unhurried pace of someone who knew where they were going and was not in a hurry to arrive because they had already decided they would. Crystalline Ascendant rank. The frequency he had filed in the archive 18 months ago under former Imperial officers, unlocated, high priority. He had not told Lu Yue to bring him. He had told Wan Beihe not to. He had not told Lu Yue because he had not expected Lu Yue to encounter him. He had underestimated Su Fengtian's search radius and the specific quality of attention that a man who had spent a decade looking for something brought to the problem of noticing it once found. Lu Yue entered the dungeon entrance first and went directly to Zhen Wuhuang's projection point in the entrance hall. He said, quietly, I didn't bring him. He followed me from the market district. He was very polite about it. He said he had been looking for the dungeon and recognized I was coming here from the direction of my supply purchases. A pause. I didn't know what to do. I came back. Zhen Wuhuang said, You did correctly. He had 3 minutes before Su Fengtian reached the entrance threshold. He spent the first minute reviewing the archive's entry on Su Fengtian. General rank officer, long service. Maintained cultivation through a period when the empire had dissolved, and maintaining cultivation required active effort to stay outside the successor state's various conscription frameworks. The specific choice to maintain crystalline ascendant rank while operating as an apparent civilian told him something about priorities. A man who had held that rank in military service and maintained it through a century of political change had decided the rank was not a professional tool. It was a personal statement. He spent the second minute deciding not to go outside. Not because he was afraid of the meeting, because going outside now, before he had decided what this meeting was, would present the wrong architecture. He needed to receive Su Fengtian in the dungeon, on his ground, in the space that most fully expressed what he had become. Not because he wanted the tactical advantage, though he had it here, but because this meeting needed to happen in the place where the truth of his current state was most legible. Not on a rock in the valley where he sat to prove he could leave. Inside, where everything he had built was present and visible. He spent the third minute in the specific quality of stillness that was not managing a threat, but preparing for something that mattered. Su Fengtian stopped at the dungeon entrance. He stood at the threshold for a long moment, not performing hesitation, not afraid, but giving the dungeon a moment to register his presence before he crossed into it. An old courtesy, from an era that had not entirely forgotten what dungeons might be. Then he stepped in. He walked through the entrance hall slowly, head level, neither looking around anxiously nor pretending the architecture was unremarkable. He walked the way a man walks into a space he has been imagining for a decade, and is now allowing himself to experience rather than projecting onto. He stopped in the center of the hall. He said, I don't know if you're in here, but if you are, you should know that I've been waiting for 100 years, and I'm not leaving until you at least say something. His voice was steady. The quality of his stillness after the words, the way a trained soldier's body stays quiet when it is not performing, not demonstrating, just being, was something that the dungeon's stone registered through its vibration as the weight of genuine commitment. Not drama, not desperation, a statement of operational reality. The entrance hall's temperature rose by exactly 4 degrees. Not a managed response, a genuine one. The dungeon responding to the presence of something it had not held in a century and apparently recognized. Su Fengtian felt the temperature change. He had been reading dungeon behaviors in academic papers and research reports for 10 years, and he had been specifically tracking temperature anomalies as the most reliable indicator of Ashrok's unusual behavior. He stood in the 4-degree warmth of the entrance hall and went very still in the way that physical stillness sometimes means a person is experiencing something too specific to process while also remaining in motion. He did not speak again. He waited. The dungeon walls held the warmth for 3 full minutes before Zhen Wuhuang allowed himself to project a voice through the entrance hall stone. He had been deciding, in those 3 minutes, how to begin. What words a 100-year-old emperor in a crystalline body said to the general who had held his rank and waited for a century. He found the right beginning in the simplest thing, the thing that was actually true. He said, You kept your rank. Su Fengtian let out a single breath. It was not the breath of relief or surprise. It was the breath of a man who has been holding something for so long that the act of setting it down, even temporarily, requires a physical adjustment. He said, I kept everything you gave me. A pause. I've just been waiting for orders. Chapter 46. First order in a century. The dungeon walls hummed. It was not something Zhen Wuhuang directed. The hum came from the ley line network responding to Su Fengtian's cultivation signature in the way the network sometimes responded to things it recognized, a resonance of accumulated dungeon memory against a frequency it held in its archive. He had stored Su Fengtian's signature from a decade's worth of second-hand intelligence. The dungeon itself had, apparently, stored more. Su Fengtian stood in the center of the entrance hall with the professional stillness of a man who had decided that this moment did not require performance, and the walls vibrated softly around him at a frequency that the archive recognized. Zhen Wuhuang appeared at the inner passage entrance in the crystalline body, not striding, not performing an entrance, simply walking through the passage and coming to a stop in the hall's midpoint, 8 feet from where Su Fengtian stood. He was aware of what he looked like from the outside. Rough stone in a human shape, the joints visible as compression lines in the crystal, the face region featureless except for the slight luminescence of the void marrow concentration behind what would be eyes. Not what an emperor looked like. Not what Su Fengtian had been waiting for. The general looked at him for a long moment. He did not speak. Zhen Wuhuang said, "You kept your rank." A breath. "Then, I kept everything you gave me. I've just been waiting for orders." Not the dramatic reunion of a century-long separation. Not the emotion that situation might warrant. It was the exchange of two people who understood each other's register and were both operating in it. A man trained to serve and a man trained to command. Neither performing sentiment, because sentiment was not what the moment called for. The dungeon walls were warm. Neither of them acknowledged this. Zhen Wuhuang said, "Then here is your first order in a century." He turned the body slightly, the gesture he had developed for indicating active communication rather than passive observation. "Tell me everything that has changed. Start from your last confirmed operational knowledge and work forward. I will tell you when I already have the information." Su Fengtian said, "How much do you have?" "The large outlines, not the substance." "Then I'll start with the substance." He looked around the entrance hall, not anxiously, but with the methodical attention of a man assessing an environment he was going to be in for a while. Somewhere to sit would help. "This will take at least 2 days. I'll show you the council chamber," Zhen Wuhuang said. It was the first time he had called the inner sanctum by any name other than inner sanctum. He had thought of it as the council chamber since approximately the 14th month of the alliance, when the number of people regularly gathering in it for strategic discussion had made inner sanctum feel increasingly inaccurate. He had not announced the rename. He was announcing it now, to the first person who had served in his actual council, because the name had been waiting for this moment to be used aloud. Su Fengtian followed him through the dungeon's passages, reading the architecture with the automatic situational awareness of a lifetime of entering contested spaces. He did not comment on the gravity zones, the pressure configuration changes, or the temperature differentiation between the outer and inner networks. He read them the way a professional reads them, filed, noted, not remarked upon, because remarking on what you notice before you have established full context is a habit of people who have not operated in sensitive environments. In the council chamber, he sat cross-legged on the floor. No furniture, he didn't ask for any. Pressed his palms to the stone in the way that Zhen Wuhuang had come to recognize as the cultivator's instinctive connection attempt when entering a space they recognized as claimed, and began. He talked for 2 days, and Zhen Wuhuang listened with the full weight of a century's accumulated patience, and rebuilt his understanding of the world one piece at a time. Chapter 47. The shape of what was lost. Su Fengtian was a precise briefer. He had been, Zhen Wuhuang remembered, one of the finest tactical intelligencers in the Empire's general staff. A man who understood that the quality of a military decision was entirely dependent on the quality of the information feeding it, and who had never presented a briefing with more certainty than the underlying evidence supported. He had driven junior officers to distraction with his refusal to simplify. He had been one of Zhen Wuhuang's most reliable sources in the years before the trial, precisely because his briefings did not tell Zhen Wuhuang what he wanted to hear. He had not changed. The briefing covered the first 20 years after the sentencing, during which the Empire held nominal independence, while the Celestial Warden Court used its judicial authority to systematically invalidate every administrative structure the Empire had built over 2 centuries. Not loudly, not with invasion, simply with jurisdiction. Every dispute that arose in the successor regions was subject to court judicial resolution, and the court's resolutions consistently favored outcomes that increased court authority and decreased regional autonomy. The dissolution was done in 100 small administrative increments that could not individually be called an attack. Then, the 4 successor states, established by court charter 22 years after the sentencing, each governed by a family that had cooperated with the prosecution. Not rewarded, cooperated. The language mattered. They had been given administrative authority over territories their families had previously controlled as imperial subcontractors, which meant the transfer felt like continuity rather than replacement. Then, Empress Consort Ning Xuawei. She married the senior son of the Qingri family, who holds the charter for the largest successor state, Su Fengtian said, with the specific flat delivery he used for information that had implications he would not state directly. The Qingri son is adequately intelligent, but not a political actor. He manages the estate. She manages the court. This has been the arrangement for 60 years. Zhen Wuhuang said, "You've been tracking her." "I've been tracking everyone who testified." Su Fengtian met the crystalline body's face region with the look of a man who had decided not to perform neutrality on this particular subject. "There are 6 of them still alive. 4 are in positions of influence in the successor states. 1 is in court retirement in the eastern provinces. 1 is Ning Xuawei. What does she know about my current situation? Based on what I've been able to assess from her information access, she knows the dungeon anomaly reports exist. She knows the court has classified the Ashrok dungeon as a significant phenomenon, and she knows the Grand Inquisitor has personally investigated." A pause. "Whether she has connected those facts to you, specifically, I cannot determine. She is careful about what she reveals." "She was always careful about what she revealed," Zhen Wuhuang said. The specific quality in his voice when he said this was not something the grinding stone register was designed to carry, but Su Fengtian heard it anyway. He said, without making it a question, "She testified." "She testified." The silence that followed was not the silence of someone not knowing what to say. It was the silence of 2 people who understood that certain subjects require time to be in before they become productive. Su Fengtian returned to the briefing. The Warden Court's vacancy, the political mathematics of Qiu Yinshan's elevation bid, the 4 successor states' varying degrees of alignment with the expansion faction versus the limitation faction, the specific pressure that the upcoming Chief Warden Conclave was producing. He had a map, drawn on thin silk he had been carrying folded in his inner coat since the last time he had updated it, 6 weeks ago, which showed the political geography in more detail than anything in the Warden's archive. Zhen Wuhuang absorbed it all. He absorbed it the way the dungeon absorbed everything, completely, with perfect retention, integrating each piece into the existing architecture of what he knew. At the end of the second day, when Su Fengtian had finished and the silence in the council chamber was the natural silence of a completed briefing, Zhen Wuhuang said, "Then the vacancy must never be filled by Qiu Yinshan." Su Fengtian said, "I agree. What do we do about it?" The words "we do" registered with a specific quality that Zhen Wuhuang noted carefully. Not "what do you do?" "What do we do?" An operational partnership stated as assumption rather than request. He said, "We will begin with the conclave's political composition and work backward from the outcome we need." He looked at the council chamber walls, at his dungeon, at the thing he had built over a century, at the space he had learned to be. "We have 60 days of the 90 remaining. This is enough time to start." Su Fengtian said, "When do you want to begin?" "Now," Zhen Wuhuang said. He had been inside his own walls for 100 years. He was done waiting to start. Chapter 48. The tournament's architecture. Feral Xiu brought the tournament announcement on the 42nd day of the 90-day window. She had been working in the secondary cave network for 3 weeks. Her research into the pre-court node signatures was proceeding alongside a parallel project she had proposed and Zhen Wuhuang had approved. A comprehensive vulnerability assessment of the dungeon network from an external attacker's perspective. She was essentially building the attack plan that an expert dungeon breaker would use against him. He was reviewing the plan as she built it and building countermeasures simultaneously, which she found professionally satisfying in a way that most of her previous contracted work had not been. She came to the council chamber with the announcement from the regional posting board and laid it on the floor. "Ashrok Convergence," she said. "Every decade, regional cultivation tournament, held in the valley. It's been running since before the court consolidated. The timing," she pointed to the announcement's date, "puts it in day 63 of your 90-day window. Every major sect within 200 kilometers sends representation. The Warden Court affiliates attend. And since the tournament is on record as a pre-existing regional tradition, the court's standard restriction on cross-sectional cultivation exchange doesn't apply." Ruan Beha, who had come in during Feral Xiu's presentation, said, "It's an information-gathering event." "It's the best information-gathering event in the region," Feral Xiu said. "Twice a decade. This is the one that falls in your 90-day reprieve." Su Fengtian looked at Zhen Wuhuang. "You should enter." Zhen Wuhuang said, "I was already thinking that." The logistics required 3 days of careful planning. The crystalline body, in its current form, was not readable as human at close range. The stone joints, the absence of breathing movement, the specific quality of the face region were recognizable as construct work to anyone with formation sight. But at tournament distance, fighting behind a full coverage stone helm, with the body's proportions approximately human and its movement sufficiently controlled, it would read as a heavily armored cultivator of unusual technique rather than a dungeon construct. Su Fengtian spent the 3 days helping him refine the body's movement patterns for combat environments that were not dungeon architecture. Fighting in a dungeon was fighting on his ground. Every surface his, every configuration known and adjustable. Fighting in a tournament arena was fighting in someone else's space. He needed to understand what techniques worked without claimed architecture supporting them. What he found in 3 days of practice in the council chamber, the spatial awareness that the dungeon had taught him, the constant reading of geometry, the instinct for force vectors and routing patterns, translated to open space combat as a defensive skill of high quality. He could read an attack's trajectory before it was half completed and move out of it. He could feel weight distributions through any surface he was in contact with, which in a tournament arena meant the floor, which meant he could read his opponent's next movement through their footfall patterns. What he could not do, land a striking technique with reliable force. The body's strength was significant, but his experience with it in offensive combat was limited to the single fight with the formation specialist during the Cloud Peak raid, which had been in his own architecture. He had not developed offensive combat techniques for open spaces. He changed the strategy accordingly. He would enter the tournament and win not by defeating opponents, but by routing them, spatial technique, misdirection, controlling the arena's geometry until his opponent's own movements put them outside the combat boundary or in a position where they submitted rather than continued. Su Fengtian said, when he explained this, "That's going to frustrate the crowd. The crowd's emotional state is not my primary concern. The crowd's emotional state," Su Fengtian said, "is data. How people respond to an unknown cultivator who wins without conventional force tells you what the sects are looking for and what the court's affiliates are tracking. Frustration is also data. Jin Wuhuang filed this. Then I will frustrate them systematically and track the response patterns." Su Fengtian's expression was the expression of a man who has found his emperor unchanged after a century of worrying that the stone might have ground down some essential quality. "Yes," he said, systematically. Of course. The identity he chose was simple, the Vain Lord. No sect affiliation, no origin story more specific than Mountain Practitioner. An anonymous registration that the tournament's entry system accepted because the Ashrock Convergence had always allowed independent entrance. The helm was stone, his own stone, shaped over 2 days to cover the face region completely while still allowing the body's limited vision range to function. He looked, in the finished form, like a cultivator who had either been significantly injured and was wearing prosthetic armor or was making a very deliberate statement about concealment. Both were accurate. Chapter 49, The Vain Lord. He entered the tournament's first match at the 9th hour of the morning bracket. His opponent was a Cloud Peak sect disciple at upper dungeon acolyte rank, not Ho Daoyan's training, but capable, with a decent command of a standard force amplification technique that the Convergence's history showed was common among Cloud Peak fighters. The disciple entered the arena with the confidence of someone who had won previous tournament rounds and expected to continue winning. He did not expect what Jin Wuhuang did. The technique was simple, based on what Su Fengtian had helped him develop over 3 days. Read the opponent's weight distribution through the arena floor, identify the trajectory of their approach technique, and not be where they were targeting when the technique arrived. Not a counterstrike, not a redirection, simply a non-presence. The fundamental spatial practice he had been performing in stone for a century applied to a tournament floor at normal combat speed. The disciple's opening attack was a force amplification palm strike aimed at center mass. Jin Wuhuang was 8 inches to the left of center mass when it arrived, and his left shoulder absorbed a glancing impact that cracked one of the armor stone's outer layers without reaching the void marrow binding. He moved right. The disciple's follow-through carried him slightly past his own center of balance. He moved left. The disciple adjusted, but the adjustment cost him a half-second and moved his right foot into the arena's surface marker zone, a line the tournament rules defined as a boundary warning. He moved back, drawing the disciple forward. The disciple's left foot crossed the boundary line. Boundary loss. First point to the Vain Lord. The crowd did not cheer. The crowd produced the specific sound of a large group of people registering a result they did not understand. The match judge confirmed the point. The disciple looked at his own feet, then at the crystalline figure on the far side of the arena, and then at his feet again with the expression of someone reconstructing how they had arrived at a place they had not meant to go. Jin Wuhuang stood at the arena's far boundary and waited for the second exchange. He won the first match in 11 exchanges, all on boundary violations or positional submissions, landing 0 strikes, receiving 2 impacts that cracked outer armor stone, and achieving what Su Fengtian would later describe to him as technically correct and deeply annoying to watch. He won the second match in 8 exchanges, same method. His second opponent was a formation technique specialist who switched to environmental manipulation mid-match, a tactic Zhen Wuhuang had anticipated, having watched the specialist's previous rounds from the waiting area. He had prepared a counter. The moment the environmental technique went active, he walked toward it rather than away, into the formation's high-density zone, where his crystalline body's mineral composition partially absorbed the formation's effect rather than being repelled by it. The specialist stared at him walking through the edge of his technique with the expression of a craftsman watching someone ignore the thing they were most proud of. Third match, third win. By the fourth match, the tournament's observers had developed an opinion. The spectators who bet on outcomes were recalculating. The sect representatives in the elevated viewing sections were having increasingly animated conversations. Several of them were watching the vain lord with the specific attention of people who were trying to identify a technique category and failing. And in the visitors section, Grand Inquisitor xianxia, who had come to the tournament as the court's formal observer, sat with his hands folded and his eyes on the arena floor, and the furrow in his brow had been there since the second match. He was trying to play something. Not the technique, the quality of the decision-making behind the technique. The specific architecture of how an opponent was approached, not as a problem of force, but as a problem of geography. He had seen something like this before. He could not remember where. Chapter 50. The verdict seal. The fourth-round opponent arrived with the standing of someone who had been building toward this tournament for a specific reason. Farian Sable was 24, with a Labyrinth Lord cultivation rank that was high for his age and well-founded. Not a prodigy's sudden acquisition, but the result of focused, systematic training in the Warden Court's affiliated combat program. He moved with the precise deployment of someone who had sparred 10,000 rounds under supervision and knew exactly where his power edges were. His technique was called the verdict seal. Zhen Wuhuang had watched his previous 3 rounds from the waiting area and had read its mechanics. A formation technique in 2 stages. Stage 1 was binding. A juridical formation deployed through the feet's contact with the arena surface, spreading outward through the stone in a ring that locked an opponent's movement at the joints, not painfully but completely, the way a formal legal judgment locked options. Stage 2 was the strike. A cultivation technique amplified by the stillness of the bound opponent, a decisive blow that the court's combat philosophy called the rendering of judgment. The name was not accidental. Farian Sable had won his 3 previous matches in approximately 4 exchanges each, all of them ending with the opponent sealed and the judgment strike delivered at reduced force. He was good enough to calibrate the finishing blow to what the match required rather than maximum damage. That competence was notable. It meant he was not a fighter who relied on overwhelming force. He was a fighter who had total confidence in his binding technique because his binding technique had never failed. It had never failed, Zhen Wuhuang assessed, because his previous opponents had done what people did when something tried to bind their feet. They moved. Movement through the verdict seal's formation ring was exactly what activated it. He would not move. The match began. Farian Sable opened with a conventional striking approach, a test, not his real technique, feeling for Zhen Wuhuang's responses. Zhen Wuhuang read his footwork through the arena floor and was not where the strike aimed. The crowd produced its now familiar sound of baffled frustration. Farian Sable adjusted, tried twice more, adjusted again. On the 4th exchange, he deployed the verdict seal. The formation ring spread through the arena floor in a 3-meter radius around Farian Sable's feet, reaching outward at standard activation speed. Zhen Wuhuang felt it through the stone's vibration, a wave front of formation energy, reaching toward his position. He stepped forward, not backward, not sideways, toward Farian Sable, inside the ring's deployment zone, inside the activation radius. The verdict seal's binding function required an opponent at arm's length to anchor properly. At arm's length, the formation energy had a clear target and a stable geometry. At inside arm's length, the geometry collapsed. The binding rings interpenetrated rather than anchored, which was a formation failure mode Farian Sable had apparently not encountered in his training program, because his training program did not include opponents who moved forward into a binding technique. The formation didn't seal. It scattered. Farian Sable, his signature technique failed, was standing 3 feet from Zhen Wuhuang, with his formation energy dispersed and his follow-through technique undeployed. The combat situation had produced a geography he had not planned for. Zhen Wuhuang said, quietly enough that only Farian Sable could hear, "You've walked into the wrong corridor." He was not speaking metaphorically. He was speaking to a young man who had built an entire combat philosophy around the inevitability of judgment being delivered after binding, and who was standing 3 feet from an opponent that had dismantled the binding by treating it as architecture to navigate rather than force to resist. The corridor was wrong because the verdict seal was designed for opponents who moved along corridors that the formation expected. He stepped inside and applied the minimal force necessary for a technical submission hold. Hand to shoulder, controlled pressure. The joint stabilized against movement. Fairy and Sable submitted after 4 seconds, which was the correct decision given his energy state. The crowd was very quiet. In the elevated viewing section, Grand Inquisitor xianxia had stopped making the note he had been writing mid-word. He was watching the crystalline figure on the arena floor hold position until the match judge confirmed the submission, then release and step back with the measured precision of someone who had done this not as combat, but as a demonstration of a logical principle. The furrow in his brow deepened. He had heard that sentence. Not clearly. He was 40 meters away, and the arena's natural acoustics did not carry whispered speech to the viewing sections. But he had seen the posture of someone who had said something deliberate to an opponent, and the sentence's structure, inferred from the context of the exchange it had ended, produced in him a very specific kind of unease. The kind of unease that comes from recognizing a vocabulary that you have heard before, in a different context, from a different voice. He wrote 1 word in his notes. Then he closed the notebook and watched the Vain Lord walk out of the arena. The word he had written was not the Vain Lord's registered name. Chapter 51. The final Ho Daoyan entered the tournament final with the specific preparation of a man who had spent 3 days watching the Vain Lord's previous matches and arriving at conclusions he did not want to have arrived at. Zhen Wuhuang knew this because Su Fengtian, who had attended every match in the role of observer from the general spectator stands, had watched Ho Daoyan's viewing position throughout and had come to the waiting area between matches to report. He recognized the style in the semifinal. He didn't move when the match ended, just sat still. Ho Daoyan sat still about the same way Zhen Wuhuang sat still, with the quality of someone processing a realization that required time to fully resolve. It was one of the things that made the sect master a more interesting opponent than most of the people who had tried to take something from the Ashrock dungeon. They entered the arena together from opposite gates. Ho Daoyan looked at the crystalline figure across the arena floor with the expression of someone who was deciding whether to say the thing they were thinking. He decided, he said, without addressing the match judge or performing the usual preliminary acknowledgments. The last time I was inside what you've built, you walked me through a passage that exited 2 kilometers from where I started. I thought I walked in a circle. Zhen Wuhuang said, You did. I made you walk in a circle. Ho Daoyan said, I know. I worked it out about 8 months later. He settled into his fighting stance, not the standard tournament form, something personal, developed over decades, weight slightly further back than conventional training recommended. You're going to try to do the same thing to this arena. No, Zhen Wuhuang said. The arena is not mine. I'm going to try to route you out of bounds using your own momentum. I appreciate the honesty. Ho Daoyan opened the match. He was different from every other opponent Zhen Wuhuang had faced in the tournament. He was not using force to overwhelm or technique to bind. He was applying consistent directional pressure, pushing Zhen Wuhuang's spatial routing strategy back against the arena's own boundaries, using the crystalline body's tendency to avoid direct impact as a prediction tool. Every time Zhen Wuhuang moved, Ho Daoyan moved with him in the direction that closed options rather than the direction that opened them. He understood the routing strategy and was routing against it. By the 9th exchange, Zhen Wuhuang had been progressively moved toward the arena's eastern boundary. His option space was narrowing. Ho Daoyan was doing this without overextending. No single technique committed enough to leave him open. Each advance calibrated to tighten geometry without creating a return gap. It was, Zhen Wuhuang recognized, exactly the kind of approach he would use against an opponent he had extensively studied. On the 11th exchange, Ho Daoyan's strike reached the crystalline arm rather than glancing it. The impact was a full-force palm technique, precisely placed at the joint compression line Zhen Wuhuang had never successfully reinforced because the reinforcement cost would compromise the joint's mobility. The arm shattered from the elbow down. The crowd made a sound. Zhen Wuhuang did not pause. He had been thinking about the arena floor since the beginning of the match, in the specific part of his awareness that ran beneath tournament tactics. The arena was stone. Tournament stone, well-cut and formally maintained, but stone. And stone was something he had a particular relationship with. In 30 seconds, Ho Daoyan would be inside his territory. He reached down through the arena floor, through the stone sense he had developed for a century, but never, until this moment, extended outside his claimed space in a combat context. and claimed 12 square meters of the arena surface. Not the whole arena, 12 square meters. The specific zone Hou Daoyan was advancing into, the last part of the geometry the sect master needed to cross to deliver what he clearly intended as the finishing exchange. The claim was not invisible. It registered as a formation shift in the arena stone, subtle, technically a boundary violation of his agreement with xianxia, the first space outside the Ashrock Valley he had formerly owned. It lasted approximately 20 seconds. In those 20 seconds, Hou Daoyan stepped into his territory. The sect master felt the change through his feet at his second step, the slight resistance of owned space. The dungeon's architecture asserting itself in a 12 square meter patch of tournament floor, and hesitated. Half a second. Jin Wuhuang was already moving. The shattered arm's remnant swept upward, not a strike, a routing gesture. The motion he used to indicate a direction to construct arrays in the dungeon, and Hou Daoyan's momentum, already committed to the advance, carried him through the half-second hesitation at an angle that put his left foot 6 inches over the arena boundary. The match judge called it. Hou Daoyan stood on the edge of the arena looking at the boundary marker at his feet, and then at the crystalline figure standing in the center of the arena with one arm ending at the elbow and the other already beginning the slow process of rebuilding from void marrow pressure. He said, "You claim the floor." Zhen Wuhuang said, "For 20 seconds. That's going to cause you a problem." "I know." Hou Daoyan looked at him for another long moment. He turned and walked out of the arena with the deliberate pace of a man who has lost something and is processing it correctly rather than performing distress. At the gate, he paused without turning around. He said, "The next time you need something from Cloud Peak's territory, not the dungeon, the actual sect territory, resources, information, send word." He left. Zhen Wuhuang stood in the tournament arena with one intact arm and one in reconstruction, the Vain Lord identity now associating firmly with the Ashrock dungeon's known intelligence in the minds of everyone who had watched Hou Daoyan recognize it. In 12 square meters of temporary claimed territory in direct violation of the 90-day agreement. He rebuilt the arm in the remaining 20 minutes before the award ceremony. Chapter 52. What the dead No xianxia found him outside the tournament grounds, on the road toward the valley, as the afternoon gathered its last light. He came alone, no attendants, the first time Jin Wuhuang had observed him operating without them, and fell into step alongside the crystalline body with the precise parallel spacing of someone who has decided to conduct a conversation at walking pace to prevent it from being the kind of conversation where parties sit down and commit to outcomes. He said, "The 12 square meters on the arena floor. A temporary claim," Zhen Wuhuang said, "released at the match's end. It was outside the valley boundary." It was a brief silence. "I could argue that voids the 90-day agreement." "You could argue it. You would need to determine whether a 20-second claim constitutes territorial expansion under the letter of the agreement. I am prepared to argue that it does not." He paused. "I am also prepared to have this conversation after you ask the 3 questions you actually came out here to ask." Xianxia's step didn't change. "What 3 questions?" "I don't know them specifically, but you have been watching me for 3 tournament rounds with a furrow in your brow that has not been about tournament strategy, and whatever word you wrote in your notebook at the end of the Fairy and Sable match was not the Vain Lord's registration name." He turned the body's head toward the Inquisitor. "Ask them." A pause. "Then, when did you first develop the spatial routing technique?" "Some years ago, in a dungeon space. Primarily. And the phrase you used to Fairy and Sable, 'You've walked into the wrong corridor.' Is that an aphorism from a specific tradition?" "It is my own phrase. I use spatial metaphors frequently. It is a thinking habit." Xianxia was quiet for 15 steps. The 3rd question took longer to arrive, which Zhen Wuhuang appreciated. It meant the Inquisitor was formulating it carefully. The entity in the Ashrock dungeon and the Vain Lord in this tournament are the same being. That is a statement, not a question. "I know." A long silence. The road descended toward the valley's floor, the Ashrock mountain visible to the southwest, the dungeon entrance invisible at this angle, but present in Zhen Wuhuang's awareness through the ley line connection that extended, now, far enough to reach him here. Xianxia said, carefully, "You remind me of someone who died 100 years ago." Zhen Wuhuang looked at the road ahead. He said, "The dead make excellent architects. We have no reason to hurry." He turned off the road onto the valley path that led to the dungeon entrance. He did not look back. Behind him, he heard Xianxia stop walking. He had not heard the Grand Inquisitor stop walking before. The man maintained uniform movement regardless of conversational development, and the stopping was its own communication. He did not turn around. He kept walking. He reached the dungeon entrance and stepped inside, and felt the leyline network receive his awareness back into its familiar pattern, every claimed surface settling around him. The council chamber, and the training room, and the second node spiral cavern, and all 341 currently claimed chambers resolving into the ambient sensation of his own architecture. He stood in the entrance hall and waited for xianxia to start walking again. He heard it at 4 minutes. Chapter 53, Space Folding. The Sovereign Echo rank arrived 11 days after the tournament, in the spiral cavern system's deepest chamber. He had been there for 3 days, working through the specific cultivation compression that the rank required, not claiming more space, but densifying his relationship with the space already claimed, learning to hold the entire network as a single coherent object rather than an accumulation of individual chambers. The distinction was the distinction between knowing a building's rooms one by one and knowing the building as a whole, its structural logic, the way each part related to every other part. The spiral system's leyline density made this practice possible at a speed that his primary dungeon network would not have supported. In the high density, the compression process was like working warm material rather than cold, more responsive, more forgiving of the errors in technique that came from attempting something new. The rank crystallized on the morning of the 3rd day, while he was holding the 341-chamber network as a single mental object for the 42nd consecutive attempt. He had achieved it for 17 seconds on the 41st attempt before the coherence broke. On the 42nd attempt, it held, and then the rank crystallized and the 17-second coherence became permanent, not a limit to maintain, but a baseline. The way breathing is a baseline rather than an achievement. Space folding opened with the rank's crystallization. He understood the capability from Tai Ching-song's theoretical notes, a technique by which two claimed spaces, however distant from each other, could be brought into direct adjacency. A door in one room leading physically to a room that was geographically miles away. The mechanic required both spaces to be claimed at Sovereign Echo rank or above, and the fold's maintenance cost was proportional to the distance bridged. He folded the spiral cavern system into the primary dungeon immediately, before the rank's crystallization had fully settled. The fold connected the deepest chamber of the spiral system directly to the inner sanctum of the primary dungeon. 2.3 kilometers apart, by conventional geography, pressed together into a threshold that a person could step through as casually as stepping through any doorway. The cost was significant. A full third of the spiral system's accumulated leyline density flowed into the fold's maintenance for the first hour before it stabilized into a sustainable equilibrium. He felt the connection complete in a way that was different from any previous expansion. Previous claimings had been additive. Each chamber joined the network and the network grew. This was integrative. The two previously separate networks became a single architecture, their combined geography now a coherent whole whose internal logic he could read as one structure rather than two aligned ones. The effective scale of his operation doubled. The strategic implications would take a week to fully map. Su Fengtian, who had been in the primary dungeon when the fold completed, came to the inner sanctum to find that stepping through the back passage now led to a spiral chamber that smelled different, felt different, and was measurably larger than the passage had previously connected to. He stood in the doorway between the two networks for a long moment. He said, "That's new." "Today," Zhen Wuhuang said through the inner sanctum wall. "The rank advanced this morning." Su Fengtian stepped through the fold, tested the spiral chamber's footing, and stepped back. "The distance. How far are we from the valley entrance right now?" 3 kilometers southwest. "Can you fold to any 2 claimed points?" "Any 2 claimed points at this rank or above. The cost scales with distance." Su Fengtian looked at the doorway. He said, "The political implications of this are significant. I know. If we need to move people or information between the dungeon and strategic locations outside it, you could claim a chamber near a target location and fold it to your network. As long as the claim holds. The claim requires physical entry first," Zhen Wuhuang said. "And the claim must be maintained." "But yes." Su Fengtian was quiet for a moment, doing what Zhen Wuhuang recognized from 100 years ago as the general's operational planning mode, identifying requirements, sequencing possibilities, mapping the space between current capability and strategic objective. "The conclave location," he said. "If we need to reach it, I've already identified the nearest cave system to the conclave venue," Zhen Wuhuang said. "It will take 4 months to establish a formal claim. The conclave is in 90 days. Not enough time. For a formal claim. Not for a lighter touch." He paused. "I am developing another approach." Chapter 54. The sealed office. Ruan Beha came to the dungeon 3 days after the Ironvale Academy incident, and she came without her notebook. She had never come without her notebook before. She crossed the dungeon entrance in the late afternoon, and Zhen Wuhuang felt the difference in her weight distribution through the floor the moment she stepped in. Not the confident, measured tread of a researcher arriving with questions and tools, but the specific, careful quality of someone who is managing themselves. She stood in the entrance hall for longer than usual before moving toward the inner passage. He said, from the entrance hall wall, "What happened?" She said, "My office at the Ironvale Academy has been sealed by the Warden Court Research Division. My notes, my formation diagrams, my specimen samples, all confiscated for review. There's a summons on the door." She looked at the safe passage glyph on the wall. "It happened the day before yesterday. I've been deciding what to do about it." "How much do they have?" "Everything in the physical office. My filed thesis draft, my measurement records, all 5 years of site visit documentation." She paused. "Not my primary notebooks. I keep those with me." She touched the coat she was wearing, indicating an inner pocket. But the filed materials were extensive enough to constitute a clear pattern of evidence about dungeon-attributed intelligence. "Who triggered the review?" "The peer reviewer," she said. He shared the paper with a court research liaison who identified the behavior patterns as consistent with a pre-court theoretical framework classified as prohibited intelligence cultivation theory. A pause. "I knew the risk when I filed. I calculated it as acceptable. And now the calculation has produced its risk outcome, and I am standing in a dungeon at 4 in the afternoon without my primary research infrastructure deciding what to do next." She looked at the inner passage. "I need somewhere to work that isn't the academy." He had been building the chamber for 9 days. He had started it the morning after Tai Ching-Tsung mentioned the paper's filing, and he had run the probability chain forward. The peer reviewer's connection to Su Fengtian's network, the connection's connection to the court's research division, the timeline from filing to confiscation given typical court administrative response speeds. He had not told Ruanbeihe he was building it because he had been building it against the possibility that she would not need it, that the calculation would hold, that the cover would work, that the outcome would be clean. The chamber was in the spiral system's 3rd ring. The node's geometry amplified leyline density there to a level that made long-form research work faster, formations easier to maintain, sensing equipment more responsive. He had stocked it from the Dead Scholar's abandoned archive, which held pre-court formation text that the Ironvale Academy's standard library would not have had access to. He had installed crystal node lighting calibrated to the kind of even illumination he had observed her working best under. He had allocated shelf space for 12 notebooks. He said, from the inner passage wall, "Come through." He led her through the primary dungeon, through the fold to the spiral system, and to the research chamber. He opened the door. It had a door, the first room in his dungeon that had a door rather than an open arch, and let her see it. She stood in the doorway for a long moment. She looked at the shelves, at the formation texts, at the crystal node lighting, at the desk he had shaped from the spiral chamber's natural stone and polished to an even surface. She said, "You built this. For a specific contingency. You built this before the seizure happened. I built it the day after you filed the paper." He paused. "I am not going to tell you I was certain it would be needed. I calculated the probability and prepared the architecture. It was an appropriate use of dungeon resources." She was quiet for a moment. She walked into the chamber and set her coat on the desk and touched the spine of the top formation text on the nearest shelf. She said, "You knew I would lose the academy eventually. I knew the court's attention would eventually make the academy untenable. The timing was uncertain." He said, from the chamber's far wall, "The academy was never your institution. The dungeon is. Come back when you've decided." She said, "I have decided." She looked at the safe passage glyph she had painted on the first wall 2.5 years ago, and then she looked at the chamber around her, at the architecture that had been built for her specifically. "I decided before I came in." She opened her coat's inner pocket and took out the notebooks, all 6 of them, primary records, 2.5 years of careful observation, and placed them on the desk. She said, "I need paper." Zhen Wuhuang materialized a small stone shelf beside the desk with a supply of the thin mineral paper from the Dead Scholar's archive. She sat down and opened the first notebook and began to work. The crystal node lighting adjusted itself to the angle of the afternoon's last light coming through the cave's upper vent. Chapter 55. Intelligence running the quarter changed its character in the 8 days following the academy seizure. Su Fengtian, who had been operating as an external agent in the regional city, came back to the dungeon with 3 additional pieces of intelligence that arrived in the same week and formed a pattern none of them had predicted. The first, a Warden Court research officer had been assigned to review Ruanbeihe's confiscated materials with specific instructions to identify whether the documented behavior matched the signature profiles in the court's classified archive of the Immortal Emperor Zhen Wuhuang's cultivation technique. The assignment had been made personally by Qiu Yinxian, for days after the tournament. The second, the four successor states' governing councils had all received informal communications from court affiliates suggesting that the Ashrok Valley situation might become relevant to the upcoming conclave. The communications' framing was neutral. A significant dungeon intelligence phenomenon may have political implications for jurisdictional questions currently before the conclave, but its purpose, Su Fengtian assessed, was to prime the councils for a conclave argument about court authority expansion. The third, Empress Consort Ning Shui had made a specific inquiry, through her administrative network, about the current status of the Celestial Warden Court's Immortal Emperor Zhen Wuhuang case file. The inquiry had been made 8 days ago, 2 days before the tournament. Zhen Wuhuang received all 3 pieces of intelligence in the council chamber with the dungeon's full network open around him and the specific quality of processing that he had not needed to perform in this particular configuration since before the crystal. He was managing multiple simultaneous information streams about his own situation from multiple independent directions, and the streams were beginning to converge on a point he had been expecting and moving toward and was now, it appeared, approaching faster than planned. He was almost identifiable. Not confirmed, but almost. He said to Su Fengtian, "What's the timeline on the research officer's review? The confiscated materials are extensive. Standard court documentation review is 4 to 6 weeks for a material archive that size." Su Fengtian had the information organized before he presented it, as always. But if the officer is looking specifically for technique signature matches, and the files contain enough of Yuan Beihe's formation analysis, which they do, the match might be confirmable in 2 weeks. 2 weeks before confirmation, 7 weeks before the conclave. Zhen Wuhuang looked at the dungeon walls around him, and Ning Shuowei is already asking questions. Yuan Beihe, who had come from the research chamber to hear the briefing, said, "She might know. Independently, from something I haven't accounted for. She knew me." He paused. "She would recognize certain things. Not the crystalline form, but patterns. The way I think. She helped design some of the systems I'm using." He paused again. "She testified because she understood me well enough to know that I would come back. She has been watching for evidence of return for a century." The council chamber was quiet with this. Su Fengtian said, "What do we do about it?" Zhen Wuhuang said, "Nothing yet. She knows, or she suspects, and she has not moved on that knowledge. She is watching to see what I do with the situation before she commits her position. That is what she always did when she was uncertain of the safe move. And when she decides the safe move, then we will be in a negotiation," Zhen Wuhuang said. "And I am better at architecture than she is at anything except survival." He looked at the council chamber's walls, at the space he had built and the people he had gathered in it. "Begin the conclave preparation. We have 7 weeks, and we need a plan." Chapter 56. Leverage and loyalty. The intelligence arrived in 2 pieces, and the second piece was worse than the first. Su Fengtian had been working the regional cities' information markets for 3 weeks, using the cover identity of a formation component merchant with genuine product to sell and genuine interest in buying, which gave him legitimate reasons to have conversations with people who knew things he needed to know. He was good at this in the way a man becomes good at something by spending decades doing it in earnest. The first piece, Empress Consort Ning Shui had, 9 years ago, established a private funding channel for the Warden Court's expansion faction through a series of foundation instruments that were technically independent of her formal government position. The channel had been directing modest but consistent financial support to the expansion faction's policy infrastructure, including the publication of academic arguments for court jurisdictional expansion and the professional development funding of junior court members who aligned with expansion positions. Qiu Yinshin was the primary recipient of this infrastructure's investment over the past 6 years. The second piece, the funding channel had been increased by 40% in the 6 weeks following the tournament. The specific timing suggested a response to something. The most obvious trigger, Su Fengtian noted with the flat delivery he used for conclusions that carried weight, was the tournament's revelation that the Ashrok entity was capable of operating outside its dungeon with Labyrinth Lord-equivalent combat capacity. Zhen Wuhuang received this briefing in the council chamber on a Tuesday afternoon with the full council present. Yuan Beihe in her work posture with the small notebook open on her knee, Tai Ching-tsang with his tea bowl, Lu Yue cross-legged near the inner passage, Feral Xiu leaning against the far wall in the specific angle she used when she was listening with full attention while appearing to lean, Su Fengtian in formal, standing position. He was still after Su Fengtian finished. Not managed stillness. The specific quality of genuine stillness that came from receiving information that required complete processing before any response was possible. The council had learned, in the weeks since Su Fengtian had joined it, what the different qualities of stillness meant. Managed stillness was strategic, a tool he deployed while his mind ran. Genuine stillness was different. It arrived when something reached underneath the operational layer to something older. The dungeon walls went through 3 temperature cycles in 20 minutes. The council had also learned to read those. When he spoke, she always understood leverage better than loyalty. It was not addressed to anyone in particular. It was the specific assessment that the intelligence required, delivered in the flat register that meant it was information about the world rather than about his emotional response to the world. He was very careful about that distinction. Ruan Beha, in the silence that followed, said, "She's funding the person who would provide the strongest confirmation of your legal termination." Yes, to protect her position, and to preempt mine. He came back to full operational focus. She knows me. She knows that if I am alive and capable and operating, I will eventually return to the question of the testimony. She is investing in the authority that would make my return irrelevant, either by confirming my termination or by giving Qiu Yenshin enough institutional power that my return cannot be leveraged against her regardless. It's rational, Feral Xiu said, from her wall. From a survival perspective. It is, Zhen Wuhuang agreed. She has always been rational from a survival perspective. He looked at the dungeon walls around him, at the century of architecture, at the council he had assembled, at the network that now spanned the entire valley underground. We will need to address her position separately from the conclave strategy. She is not simply a factor in the court politics. She is an independent force whose alignment matters. He set it aside for the moment. There were more immediate things to manage. He said, "What is the Hollow King doing?" Su Fengtian said, with a slightly different quality, "What made you ask that today specifically?" Because Ning Shuowei increasing her investment in the same week that the leyline network began showing unusual vibrations from the south suggests that something else is moving that I have not yet fully identified. He turned the crystalline body toward the south wall, and I felt the first vibration 2 days ago. Chapter 57, The Message in the Stone. The leyline vibration arrived at the 3rd hour of a Tuesday night, while the dungeon's council chamber held only Zhen Wuhuang in residence, and the network's ambient sounds were the familiar ones. Karath patrolling the outer passages, Luiyue sleeping in his chamber, the spiral system's leyline current moving through its 376 claimed chambers in the steady rhythm it had maintained since the first node's absorption. The vibration was not a natural leyline phenomenon. He knew this immediately because natural leyline variations arrived in frequency patterns tied to geological pressure, weather, and seasonal magnetic variations, all of which he had been reading for years and had internally cataloged to the point of recognition. This arrived in a language, not words, not formational language, but intentional pattern. Someone was using the leyline network as a message channel. He traced the origin, south, approximately 80 kilometers, deep underground in a section of the continental cave network he had mapped from Tai Qingsong's historical notes, but never explored. The message's content, decoded from its intentional structure. It was an introduction, a self-identification followed by an offer. The self-identification's frequency pattern was unlike anything in the Warden's archive, not a cultivator's signature, not a construct, not a formation. It was a dungeon core frequency, but not the kind he produced. It was a consuming frequency, a resonance pattern that absorbed adjacent leyline energy rather than generating it, that grew through ingestion rather than cultivation. The offer's pattern was simple and direct. We are the same. We face the same threat. Combine. Zhen Wuhuang was familiar with the framing. He had used it himself when he needed someone to lower their guard before he could assess whether their interests actually aligned. The offer was structured to appeal to shared identity before shared interest could be evaluated. He evaluated the frequency pattern of the offer itself rather than its stated content. The consuming resonance underneath the offer's surface language was not ambiguous. It was hunger, not the metabolic need of a cultivator advancing through ranks, not the purposeful appetite of a dungeon system growing its architecture, but a consuming orientation that was the entity's fundamental nature rather than a temporary state. Every leyline node it had absorbed over whatever history had produced it was present in its frequency as a consumed rather than integrated signature. Taken, not joined. He sent one word back through the leyline network. No. The response arrived in the Ashrock Valley in 3 seconds. The response was silence, not the absence of response, but the intentional silence of something that had received an answer it had expected and was now calculating its next move. He woke Tai Qingsong through the wall vibration system they had established for nighttime communications and told him what had arrived. Tai Qingsong was quiet for a moment. Then, the Hollow King. I was wondering when it would notice you. You know of it. I was awake when it was first active, before I went into hibernation. A construct? Not natural, artificially created by a faction that predates the court. They built it as a test of dungeon intelligence creation theory, and it worked rather too well. It consumed its creator's test environment and moved on to consume other dungeon cores. By the time I went into hibernation, it had taken 4 cores. He paused. It does not ally. It incorporates. It sent an alliance offer. It uses alliance language to get proximity, Tai Ching-song said. Every core it consumed accepted an alliance conversation first. A pause, in which the quality of the silence suggested he was recalling something specific. 87 years ago, I was approached with a very similar offer through the secondary cave vibration network. I sealed my hibernation chamber 3 days later. Zhen Wuhuang said, "You knew it would come for you." I knew it would come for anyone who had built enough that the consuming frequency could smell it. The old man's voice was level in the way of someone who had processed this possibility so long ago that it had lost its edge. You have built considerably more than I had. And you have a technique it cannot generate, void marrow production, that will make you very specifically interesting to it. Zhen Wuhuang said. Then I need to know everything about how it was built. Chapter 58. The emissary arrived 6 days later. Not through the ley line network. Through the valley road. On foot. In the body of a cultivator who appeared to be a middle-aged man of modest cultivation until you looked at the spiritual signature closely and found that it was wrong. Not falsified. Wrong. In a way that cultivation deception could not produce, because cultivation deception produced something that looked right from all angles, but felt off under scrutiny. This signature looked right under scrutiny and felt off from a distance. A human frequency pattern with a consuming resonance underneath it, the way a room that has held a fire smells of smoke even after the fire is out. The man had spent significant time in the Hollow King's presence, long enough that the consuming resonance had partially imprinted on his cultivation signature. He stopped at the dungeon entrance and said, "I request a formal audience with the dungeon's intelligence." The phrasing was diplomatic, the old-form courtesy that acknowledged the dungeon's autonomous status before requesting anything of it. Zhen Wuhuang noted the phrasing and noted that it was probably not this man's instinct to use old-form courtesy, which meant he had been trained to use it specifically for this approach. "Enter," Zhen Wuhuang said, from the entrance archstone. He received the emissary in the entrance hall with Karath at station guard, and his own crystalline body in the center of the space. The dungeon's full attention was on the emissary, every pressure plate calibrated, every formation sensor active, the memory echo room adjacent but sealed, its collection function running. Whatever residue this visitor left, Zhen Wuhuang wanted it archived. The emissary sat where indicated, on a flat stone near the left wall, the guest position he had established in the entrance hall's geometry for formal interactions. He looked at Karath for a moment, and then at the crystalline body. He said, "The entity I represent has observed your advancement with significant interest. Your development of an original cultivation path based on mineral integration is unprecedented in the current era. The frequency characteristics of void marrow, specifically, are, tell me what the Hollow King is," Zhen Wuhuang said. The emissary paused at the interruption. He had been prepared for a specific conversational structure, and Zhen Wuhuang had just removed the first 3 steps. After a moment, he recalibrated. An autonomous dungeon intelligence of artificial origin, created 600 years ago by practitioners of the Stone Consumption School. It achieved full consciousness through a consumption process that it consumes dungeon cores. It integrates dungeon systems. The terminology, 6 consumed so far. The cores that were integrated. Are the intelligences in those cores still present within it? A pause. They are incorporated. They cannot be separated. The integration is complete. Zhen Wuhuang said. Then you are asking me to cease to exist as a discrete entity in exchange for a larger existence that I cannot exit. The emissary said, with the specific quality of someone attempting to reframe. The scale of awareness available within, no. Silence. The emissary looked at the crystalline body. He said, "The entity I represent notes that you are currently under significant pressure from the Celestial Warden Court. An alliance would provide resources and defensive capabilities that your current architecture cannot match. I don't form alliances with things that eat their allies." The emissary stood. He moved toward the exit with the practiced unhurriedness of someone who had been told to leave without aggression regardless of the outcome. At the entrance, he stopped and turned. "The entity I represent wishes to communicate that your refusal does not prevent it from approaching your location." "I know," Zhen Wuhuang said. "I have already begun preparing for that." The emissary left. Karath sat in the space where the emissary had been for 3 full minutes. His stone tail moving once every 40 seconds in the slow rhythm that meant something was wrong with the air. Zhen Wuhuang watched the tail. He said, To Karath, yes. I know. Chapter 59. 60 kilometers. Tai Qingsong's information on the destruct anchor came from a source Jin Wuhuang had not anticipated. A formation theory text in the Dead Scholars Archive, which Ruan Beha had been cataloging for her own research in the past month, and which turned out to contain a partial technical description of the stone consumption school's primary liability, the safety mechanism its founders had built into their creation to prevent the scenario that had in fact occurred. They were not entirely irresponsible, Tai Qingsong said, in the way he always said things about the past's actors that were genuinely fair assessments. He held the translated text in his hands with the careful attention of a man reading something important for the second time in 4 centuries. They built a destruct anchor into the region's oldest pre-court dungeon core, specifically keyed to the Hollow King's consuming frequency. If someone triggers the anchor from inside the core, the pulse travels through the leyline network and produces a catastrophic disruption in the consuming resonance. Ruan Beha, reading over his shoulder, said, "How catastrophic?" The text uses the phrase, dissolution of coherent consciousness, which I interpret as, the Hollow King stops being an integrated entity and becomes a collection of unrelated consuming fragments. He looked at Zhen Wuhuang, which is better than the current situation, though not ideal. Where is the core? Zhen Wuhuang said. Tai Qingsong pointed to a notation in the text's margin, a geographical reference in pre-court coordinate format, which he had been translating into the current regional map format for the past week. 60 kilometers south of the Ashrock Valley, deep, 40 meters below the surface cave network, in a formation node that the court sealed as a general precaution 200 years ago without knowing what it contained. He looked at Zhen Wuhuang. Outside any space you currently own. The problem was immediate and complete. Claiming a space required physical entry, and physical entry 60 kilometers from the dungeon entrance was 60 kilometers from the void marrow reservoir that sustained the crystalline body's coherence. He could extend to 300 meters before the body became unstable. He could fold to claim spaces, but he had no claimed space in the south. He could expand underground, kilometer by kilometer, following the ley line network, but the expansion he had been performing required 1 hour per claimed chamber minimum, and 60 kilometers of underground expansion would take months he did not have. He looked at the problem from every angle he knew how to look from. Su Fengtian said, "What if you didn't go directly? What if you expanded incrementally along the ley line path, while doing other things simultaneously? The problem is not the time to expand. The problem is the Hollow King will reach me before I reach the core if I proceed at normal expansion rates." He looked at the cave map. "I need to move faster than I have ever moved and maintain the dungeon's operations simultaneously." Feral Xiao, who had been quiet through the technical discussion, said, "I've collapsed dungeon systems in 3 days by identifying the leyline network path and following it at speed, bypassing formation defense layers rather than engaging them. The technique is destructive on the receiving end, but from the expansion side," she looked at Zhen Wuhuang, "the same principle might apply. Move along the existing leyline path rather than claiming through open stone. The leyline path is already cleared of resistance. You'd be expanding in a pre-existing channel." Zhen Wuhuang sat with this. Then, the leyline channel approach would not produce fully stable claiming. The chambers would be partially owned rather than fully integrated. Partial ownership that gives you access to the destruct anchor is better than no ownership. He looked at the council. He said, "Prepare for my absence. 3 days, possibly 4. The dungeon will operate under standing protocols during the expansion. Su Fengtian administers." He turned to Tai Qingsong. "Everything you know about what I'll encounter underground between here and there." Tai Qingsong refilled his tea bowl. "Sit down," he said. "This will take the rest of the evening." Chapter 60. What comes after the Celestial Warden Court's delegation arrived at the Ashrock Valley border on the day before Zhen Wuhuang had planned to begin the southern expansion. Not a containment team. A formal delegation, 3 Warden Court officers in official regalia carrying a sealed document. Ruan Beha intercepted them at the Valley Road and accepted the document on the dungeon's behalf, which she had standing authority to do under their liaison arrangement. She brought it to the dungeon at speed. The document was a new containment order, issued in Xiao Yinshan's interim authority as acting chief warden. The language was careful. It cited the arena floor claiming during the tournament as a violation of the 90-day provisional agreement and authorized structural dissolution of the dungeon core intelligence if the provisional agreement is found to have been materially violated. The "if" was doing a great deal of work. It left interpretation open while establishing the authorization. The document also cited the research materials confiscated from the Ironvale Academy as evidence of intelligence cultivation activity in prohibited categories, which was a second legal basis for the dissolution authorization that did not depend on the provisional agreement violation. Zhen Wuhuang read the document. He read it 3 times, which he did with documents whose language might have layers he had not identified on first reading. He did not find any on second or third reading, which told him the layers were not there. The document was exactly what it appeared to be. A legal instrument of controlled aggression, issued by a careful man. He called the council. They arrived in the chamber within 20 minutes. Ruan Beha already present, Su Fengtian from the secondary cave entrance where he had been working, Lui Wei from the training room, Tai Qingcang from his private chamber, Feral Xiao from the vulnerability assessment project, and Karath, who had come in from patrol and stationed himself near the passage entrance as he always did for full council gatherings. Zhen Wuhuang said, "The situation is this. The Celestial Warden Court has issued a dissolution authorization based on 2 legal grounds. Their legal basis is not invalid. The arena claiming was technically outside the agreement's territory definition, and the Academy materials do contain patterns that could be classified as prohibited intelligence cultivation theory." He paused. "The Hollow King has sent an emissary and has declined to accept a refusal. Its physical approach will begin within a month based on the ley line vibration patterns I have been tracking since the emissary's visit. The destruct anchor in the southern core can address the Hollow King, but reaching it requires 60 kilometers of rapid underground expansion that will tax the dungeon's resources at the same time the court is considering dissolution." The council was quiet with this. "I am going to claim the ancient core," Zhen Wuhuang said. "Not slowly. At maximum speed, following the ley line path, using Feral Xiao's collapse route methodology adapted for expansion." He looked at each member of the council. "The court's delegation is at the valley border. They are waiting for my response to the containment order. I am going to respond by being visibly present and moving toward a specific objective that they will be able to observe but not intercept, because the objective is underground and I will be faster underground than they can be on the surface." Su Fengtian said, "The southern approach, they'll send a pursuit team." "Yes, I want them to." He looked at the dungeon walls, at the architecture that was his body and his home and his only weapon. "I need the Warden Court to see what I can do before they decide whether to fight it. Not because I want to frighten them, because I need to change the category they are using to evaluate me. Right now I am a dungeon anomaly with a dissolution order against me. I need to be something else before that order is executed." "What's something else?" Ruan Beha asked. He said, "The thing that solved their problem for them when no one else could." He set the document on the council chamber floor, placed it there with precision, the way he placed everything. "They have a Hollow King approaching from the south. I am the only entity in the region with both the knowledge of the destruct anchor and the capacity to reach it." He looked at the document. "You cannot dissolve your solution while you still have the problem." The council considered this in the silence of people who are processing an argument and finding, reluctantly, that it holds. Feral Xiao said, "It assumes the court will recognize the connection, that they know the Hollow King is approaching." "They don't know yet," Zhen Wuhuang said. "Ruan Beha will inform them before I depart." He looked at her. "A formal communication to the delegation at the border. Describe the Hollow King's approach, the ley line vibration evidence, and the destruct anchor's location. Tell them I am going to claim the core and resolve the threat, and that I will explain the dungeon's violation of the provisional agreement fully upon my return." Ruan Beha wrote this down. She said, "They may not believe me. They will investigate the ley line vibration evidence rather than simply believing you, which is appropriate. The investigation will confirm the threat within 48 hours. He looked at the cave system map, at the 60-kilometer line from his valley to the southern core. "By which time I will be most of the way there." He stood up. "I need them to see what I am before they decide whether to fight it," he said. "I am going to show them." Chapter 61. The march south he began underground. The crystalline body entered the expansion path through the Ashrock primary dungeon's deepest access point, descending into the secondary cave network, and then into the ley line channel that Feral Xiao had mapped from her research into the region's geological formation patterns. The channel ran south in the specific undulating path of a water-carved passage that had dried 3 centuries ago when the drainage gradient shifted. Wide sections, narrow sections, occasional node clusters where the ley line density increased sharply before returning to baseline. The expansion technique he was using was not the careful, measured claiming of his century in the dungeon. It was Feral Xiao's methodology run in reverse. Identify the ley line channel's walls as the expansion target. Push void marrow along the channel's existing cleared path rather than through open stone, and claim in running motion rather than stationary concentration. The quality of claiming was partial, rougher, less integrated, the way writing with your non-dominant hand produces the correct words, but with less precision. But partial ownership was ownership. Partial claiming meant the space recognized his awareness, responded to his intent, and was connected to his network. He claimed at a rate of 2 kilometers per hour. The cost was not what he had anticipated. He had anticipated structural pain, the fracture line quality of aggressive expansion that he had experienced during the first ring's development. What he encountered instead was something more like fatigue. A cumulative drain on the void marrow reservoir that the crystal held, the dungeon's energy stores depleting steadily as each kilometer of leyline channel absorbed his imprint. At this rate, he would exhaust his reserve at approximately kilometer 45. He recalculated. Kilometer 45 was still short of the core, which was at kilometer 60. He needed to reduce the claiming's energy cost per kilometer or increase his reserve. He did both. He narrowed the claiming radius from the full channel width to the central meter only, which reduced the void marrow cost by roughly 30%. And he opened a fold from his primary dungeon to the spiral system's deepest chamber, then directed Lu Yue, who was back in the training room under Su Fengtian's administration, to channel his cultivation output into the spiral system's leyline node. The fold carried the energy from Liu Yue's cultivation directly to Zhen Wuhuang's expanding edge, the way a river can be diverted to supply a location it does not naturally reach. Liu Yue's contribution was modest by the standards of Zhen Wuhuang's network. But modest was enough. On the surface, Ruan Behe was mapping his progress. She had received a copy of Feral Show's channel map and was tracking the surface correlates of his underground expansion, the leyline disturbances that registering formation equipment would detect, the subtle ground temperature variations that accompanied active claiming, the pattern of geological disturbance consistent with a cultivator moving through stone at speed. She was sending updates through a crystal relay she had set up with Su Fengtian, position estimated, pace calculated, timeline to the core projected. Su Fengtian walked the surface path above the channel, weapons deployed, watching for interference from the court delegation that had been following since the morning. The delegation was 2 hours behind. They were keeping pace with his surface trail rather than trying to intercept underground, which meant they had decided observation was more useful than interference at this stage. Zhen Wuhuang noted this with appreciation. Qiu Yinshan's people were good at their jobs. By kilometer 15, his spine was registering the sustained claiming effort as a steady deep pressure. He had cracked along 3 new lines, none of them structural, all of them in the outer crystal layer rather than the void marrow binding beneath it. He was functional. He continued. By kilometer 20, he had been underground for 10 hours, and the leyline channel had developed a secondary thread running northwest that his expanding awareness could feel like a branch path in a river system. He did not follow it. The ancient core was directly south, but he noted it for the archive. By kilometer 30, the channel opened into a node cluster of significant density, and the claiming of the cluster added to his reserve rather than depleting it. He held in the cluster for 40 minutes, letting the expansion energy accumulate before continuing. By kilometer 40, the character of the underground changed. Chapter 62. The deep dwellers, he felt them before he saw them. Living cultivation presences, multiple, not the scattered individual signatures of traveling cultivators, but the concentrated warmth of a settled community, the specific density of people who had been living in a place long enough that their collective cultivation residue had integrated into the stone around them. The signature was in the cave walls ahead, not hostile, not wary, simply present in the way of things that have been undisturbed for a long time and have adjusted their orientation to assume that disturbance is not the natural state. He stopped the expansion at the community's boundary, not because the leyline channel ran around them, it ran through them. The community's settlement occupied the primary channel path for approximately 2 kilometers of the total 60, their tunnel network woven through the same geological passage he had been following south. He could not route around without a significant detour through open stone that would cost more time and energy than he had available. He held at the boundary for 10 minutes, feeling the community's texture through the stone. 300 individuals, approximately, in varying cultivation levels ranging from uncultivated to a senior elder, he estimated at mid-realm warden. They had built their settlement with the careful intelligence of people who knew stone. The tunnels were well reinforced, the formations functional and old-style, pre-court formation school, he noted, the water management architecture showing generations of incremental improvement. They had been here for a long time, longer than the court's current form, longer than the successor states. He appeared at the boundary of their outer tunnel in the crystalline body, alone, with Korath back at the surface and Su Fengtian above him. He pressed his palm to the boundary wall and waited. The elder came within 12 minutes. A woman in her 90s, apparent age, her cultivation's lifespan extension making precise age calculation unreliable. dressed in the practical work clothes of someone who spent significant time in manual tunnel maintenance. She had come alone, which meant she had assessed the situation and determined that the way to handle a crystalline entity appearing at your boundary was senior leadership direct engagement rather than defensive mobilization. She said, "You're expanding south. You've been expanding for most of today. We've felt it in the ley lines." She looked at the body with the focused attention of someone who had encountered unusual things in her years and was not particularly intimidated by another one. "What are you after?" "An ancient core, 60 kilometers south. I need to pass through your settlement section of the ley line channel. That would make your expansion include our space. If I use my standard claiming method, yes. I need to move through the channel, and my technique requires physical entry." He paused. "I will not claim your tunnels. I will transit the ley line channel at its narrowest path, in the channel's substrate rather than your built spaces, and maintain no ownership of anything you have built." She looked at him for a long moment. "You're asking permission?" "Yes." She stared. He had understood from her expression when she arrived that she had prepared several responses for several scenarios. None of those responses appeared to be the one for the entity asking permission. After 10 full seconds, she said, "You're telling me you're going to move through our home, and you're asking if it's all right." "That is what I'm asking." She said, "Give me 10 minutes." She went back into the settlement. He felt her movement through the community's collective stone, the way her footsteps changed the pressure readings in tunnels built to respond to known weights, the way the other presences he could feel through the substrate moved toward her as she moved through the community. A brief gathering. Some discussion he could feel as vibration but not read as language. She came back in 8 minutes. She said, "You may pass." She looked at the body steadily. "No claiming." "None." "None," he agreed. He moved through the community section of the channel at the ley line substrate level, below the floors of their built tunnels, following the geological path rather than the inhabited one. He felt 3 people touch the walls of their tunnels as he passed beneath them, the unconscious gesture of inhabitants feeling something move in the stone below. He did not touch back. He emerged from the community's southern boundary with his reserve slightly recovered from the node cluster they occupied and his timer reset by 20 minutes for the detour depth. He looked back through the channel at the warm presence of 300 lives in the stone and thought, "The territory I cross is not always mine to own." He continued south. Chapter 63. The emissary returns. They came from the east, not the channel. He was at kilometer 47 when the attack signal came through the ley line relay from Su Fengtian on the surface. 3 signatures, stone corrupted cultivation frequency, moving fast from the eastern ridge toward his surface position marker. The emissary was with them. Zhen Wuhuang was at his most extended and most vulnerable. His awareness was spread across 47 kilometers of partial claiming. The crystalline body was underground at the channel's edge, and his reserve was below 40%. A surface attack against his support team while he was in this configuration was as carefully timed as anything he had ever built in his dungeon. He admired the tactic and immediately directed everything he had toward its failure. He folded Karath through the primary dungeon's fold point to the nearest claimed node at kilometer 30, the closest space he currently owned to the surface position. From the 30-kilometer node, Karath could reach the surface in 6 minutes through a natural crack in the cave ceiling that Zhen Wuhuang had mapped on his descent. Through the ley line relay, he felt the surface attack begin. 3 stone-corrupted cultivators against Su Fengtian's crystalline ascendant rank. Not a balanced fight by conventional assessment, but stone corruption changed the calculus. Cultivators who had been partially absorbed by the Hollow King's frequency did not fight like conventional cultivators. They fought like dungeon beasts. Consuming techniques, attacks designed to absorb rather than strike, a consuming pressure that could overwhelm a single defender through attrition regardless of rank differential. Su Fengtian held. Zhen Wuhuang felt the fight through the 47 kilometers of partial claiming as a series of distant pressure signatures, the way you feel weather in your bones before you see the sky. Su Fengtian was not attacking. He was routing, moving between the 3 corrupted cultivators in patterns that kept him from being surrounded, forcing them to redirect constantly rather than accumulating in a single pressing force. He was using the terrain. He was good. Karath arrived at the surface through the ceiling crack at 6 minutes and 40 seconds. The fight changed immediately when Karath entered it. A stone construct against stone-corrupted cultivators was a different equation. Karath's physical composition was partially immune to the consuming technique, his attacks on corrupted flesh more efficient than conventional technique against stone-saturated bodies. He engaged the largest of the 3 with the specific focused aggression he used when he had identified a primary threat, and the fight became 2 separate engagements rather than one 3-on-1. The emissary, who had been at the edge of the engagement directing the 3 corrupted cultivators, assessed the changed situation and retreated eastward. Zhen Wuhuang, from underground, tracked the retreat with the ley line extension and let it go. Pursuing the emissary while holding 47 kilometers of partial claiming and managing the fight through a relay was not operationally viable. The 3 corrupted cultivators were incapacitated in 12 minutes. Not killed, both Su Fengtian and Karath had operated with the precision Zhen Wuhuang expected from them. Maximum incapacitation, minimum mortality. What he had not expected was the cost to Karath. The corrupted cultivator's stone absorption technique had targeted the left foreleg's joint structure specifically, the weakest point in Karath's rebuilt configuration, the legacy of the first foreleg shattering during the Hollow King emissary's ambush in the earlier campaign. Under sustained absorption attack, the joint failed catastrophically. The foreleg shattered from the hip to the paw in 3 sections, and the pieces did not rebuild. The absorbing technique had consumed the void marrow binding in the shattered sections before Zhen Wuhuang could direct a rebuild attempt. Karath had 3 legs when the fight ended. He sat down on the eastern ridge's edge with the specific stillness of a construct assessing its own functionality, and his tail moved in the slow pendulum arc that meant something was wrong. Su Fengtian's crystal relay message arrived 10 seconds later. We're functional. Karath lost the left foreleg. The emissary is gone. Are you all right? He sent back, continuing south. Get Karath to the dungeon. Then he turned his attention to the final approach. Chapter 64. The ruined throne. The ancient core was beneath a palace. Not a large palace. Not the kind of structure he had governed from. Not the kind of architecture that would be described in histories as seat of power. A small palace, regional administrative scale, the kind that existed in every province of the old empire, as a local governance presence rather than a seat of genuine authority. Its stonework was pre-court era, the formation architecture recognizably from the school that had been dominant 300 years before his birth. Now entirely defunct because the court's foundational formation framework had superseded it decades before it could produce a final generation of practitioners. It was in ruins. 3 walls of the main hall had collapsed inward. The roof was gone. The administrative courtyard was overgrown with the specific pioneer vegetation that colonized flat stone in semi-arid valley conditions. Someone had camped here recently. Ash in the courtyard's corner, a fire ring of placed stones, but not within the past week. He came up through the floor. Not dramatically. The claiming process for the final approach had brought him to a node directly beneath the palace's foundation, and from there the physical entry required going up rather than through. He pushed a new passage through the foundation stone over 4 hours, the precise, controlled expansion of a man who had nothing left of his reserve to waste on urgency. He stood in the ruined palace's main hall at the 43rd hour of the march, with the dungeon network behind him spanning 60 kilometers of partial claiming and the ancient core pulsing underneath his feet at a depth of 30 meters. He pressed his palm to the floor. Tai Xianxia, through the fold-in relay system, appeared as a voice from the stone under his hand. You're there. I'm standing on its ceiling. The entry is at the foundation's eastern corner. There's a sealed shaft. It was the administrative maintenance access for the original dungeon system this palace served. The seal is the same type as the spiral caverns, approximately contemporary. He found the shaft. He spent 2 hours on the seal, 4 points rather than 6, faster to dismantle. But the formation material was denser than the spiral seal had been, compressed by 1,000 years of geological pressure. When the seal released, the air that came out of the shaft was old in a way that predated his imprisonment. The specific quality of space that had been completely undisturbed for so long that the air's mineral composition had shifted toward the equilibrium state of the surrounding stone. He descended the shaft. The ancient core was at the shaft's base, a chamber 20 meters across, circular, its walls covered in the formation architecture of a school that Tai Xianxia had told him was 4 centuries older than the pre-court era schools he was more familiar with. The core crystal itself occupied the chamber's center, a different variety than the ashrock crystal, darker, with a dense interior luminescence that was not the warm void marrow frequency of his own crystal, but the consuming resonance frequency he had learned to identify from the emissary's visit. The destruct anchor was in the core's northeast quadrant, inscribed into the chamber wall in a formation language that he needed Tai Xianxia's translation relay to read correctly. It was there. 600 years and no decay. Formation language that old in a sealed chamber, held indefinitely. He pressed his palm to the floor of the ancient chamber and began to claim it. Tai Xianxia's voice, through the relay. You're taking on everything this chamber has accumulated. 1,000 years of residue. Things that were here before the palace was built. I know, Zhen Wuhuang said. You cannot own a thing without knowing what you're taking on. I know what I'm taking on, he said. I am taking on the foundation of the civilization that produced the one I ruled. My ancestors' architecture is underneath the institution that condemned me. That is simply accurate history. He pressed the first void marrow imprint into the chamber floor. And it means the architecture already recognizes me. The claiming took 4 hours. Not because the chamber resisted, because it was old enough and dense enough with accumulated formation energy that the integration process required careful management to prevent the incoming energy from overwhelming his reserve in a positive feedback loop. He managed it in stages, claiming one quadrant at a time, letting each integration stabilize before proceeding to the next. When the last quadrant claimed, the crystalline ascendant rank crystallized. He had been expecting the sovereign echo rank's natural advance. He had not been expecting the advancement to be 2 ranks in the same moment. But the ancient core's accumulated energy, integrating with his network, pushed past sovereign echo and into crystalline ascendant in a single compressed progression. The new capability unfolded, a second tier of space folding, one that required less energy per kilometer and allowed the fold to be maintained passively rather than actively. He sat in the ancient core's chamber with 60 kilometers of dungeon network behind him, and the crystalline ascendant ranks settled around him like new walls, and felt, for the first time in the entire march, something that was not operational urgency. It was something quieter. The specific quality of standing in a place that is older than everything you knew and feeling the continuity of stone that connects the present to the deep past. He sat with it for 10 minutes. Then he found the destruct anchor and began to understand what it would cost. Chapter 65. The Hollow King moves. The destruct anchor's activation requirements were documented in the chamber wall in the pre-court formation language that Tai Ching-Song had been translating for him in relay throughout the descent. He read them now with the old man's voice in his ear, working through the specific technical language of a 6th-century-old construction protocol. The anchor was not a passive weapon. It was not a triggered device in the way a pressure plate was triggered, physical contact causing automatic activation. It was a voluntary sacrifice. The dungeon lord who possessed the ancient core had to willingly dissolve a portion of their claimed space, channeling the released energy through the anchor's formation into a pulse that would travel the ley line network toward the Hollow King's core frequency. The phrase the formation language used was gift of the house, a term that meant, in the pre-court administrative vocabulary, the offering of something genuinely owned rather than borrowed or temporary. The anchor required real sacrifice, not expenditure, something he had built and would not recover. The calculation was immediate. He had 60 kilometers of partial claiming behind him, much of it in the ley line channel rather than formal dungeon architecture. He had the ancient core itself, newly claimed. And he had the primary dungeon network, the Ashrock dungeon that he had spent a century building, every chamber fully owned, every surface integrated into his awareness as deeply as the stone had ever been integrated. He was not going to sacrifice the primary dungeon, but 30 kilometers of the partial claiming along the southern channel. The ley line path extension, less fully integrated, less built, the rough road version of his architecture rather than the formal dungeon system, that he could sacrifice. It would cost him the entire southern expansion, everything below kilometer 30. He would lose the march's work and retain the core. He sat with this calculation for 40 minutes, running it from every angle. When the Hollow King moved, he stopped sitting. He felled it through the ley line network at 11:47 that night. A wavefront of consuming resonance propagating through the ley lines at a speed that suggested large-scale, physical movement combined with ley line absorption. The Hollow King was not simply sending vibrations anymore. It was moving its physical body, the mass of consumed dungeon stone that Tai Ching-Song had described as small mountain scale, through the underground toward the Ashrock dungeon's direction. The ancient core had been the trigger. He had claimed it 6 hours ago. The claiming had produced a crystalline ascendant rank advancement, and the advancement's energy signature in the ley line network was apparently legible to the Hollow King as the specific frequency it had been orienting toward. The consuming entity knew where he was. Estimated time of arrival at the Ashrock Valley at its current movement speed, 18 hours. He had 18 hours to use the destruct anchor or to have his dungeon consume strategy fully operational. He sent through the relay. Su Fengtian. Begin defensive preparations for the primary dungeon. The Hollow King is 18 hours away. Feral Xiao has the vulnerability assessment. Use it in reverse. Deploy everything she identified as critical defense infrastructure. He paused. Tell Liyue to stop channeling output to my reserve. I'm going to need what's in the reserve for the anchor. He turned to the chamber wall and began reading the anchor's activation sequence one more time. The formation language was precise in a way that felt familiar, No ambiguity, no conditional structures, no room for misinterpretation. The pre-court architects who had built this had understood that a sacrifice mechanism needed to be unambiguous because the entity using it would be under pressure when they used it. They had been right. He was under pressure. He read it twice, confirmed his understanding, and began. The sacrifice of the southern claiming started at the oldest edge of what he had built today, kilometer 58, the approaches to the ancient core, the last spaces he had claimed, and the least integrated. He dissolved those first, the releasing energy flowing toward the anchor in the chamber wall. The dissolution felt like what it was, the structured dismantling of architecture. Not loss in the way the five-chamber collapse in year 93 had been loss. More like the deliberate removal of scaffolding once the building is complete. Kilometer 55. The pulse in the anchor's formation brightened. Kilometer 50. The ley line channel vibrations from the south intensified. The Hollow King was feeling the energy release and accelerating. Kilometer 45. The anchor's formation was resonant and active, the accumulated sacrifice energy sufficient to produce a pulse of meaningful scale. Kilometer 40. He held. He needed 30 kilometers dissolved for the anchor's full effect. He had dissolved 20. The anchor could fire now, with reduced effectiveness. It would fracture rather than shatter. He looked at the choice. Fire now, smaller effect. Hollow King fractured but not destroyed. Or continue dissolving through kilometer 30. Full effect. Hollow King's coherent intelligence destroyed and only fragments remaining. He continued dissolving. Kilometer 38. 35. 32. The Hollow King was accelerating. 9 hours now rather than 18. It had felt the sacrifice energy and understood what was coming and was moving to intercept before the anchor fired. Kilometer 30. He fired. The pulse traveled the ley line network south-northeast at a speed that covered 60 kilometers in less than 30 seconds. The ancient formation architecture's resonance carrying it faster than anything he could have built himself. He felt it travel through the stone, felt it the way he felt all things in his claimed space, as an extension of his own awareness, and felt it reach the Hollow King's advancing edge. The consuming entity's response was not silence. It was the opposite of silence. Every ley line in the region vibrated simultaneously as the destruct anchor's pulse hit the Hollow King's internal formation architecture and initiated the dissolution sequence the pre-court architects had designed 6 centuries ago. From 60 kilometers away, underground in the ancient core's chamber, Jin Wuhuang felt the Hollow King fracture into 17 separate masses. The primary consuming intelligence scattered. What remained was smaller, separate, no longer an integrated whole. The fragments continued to exist. He could feel them through the ley line network as 17 smaller consuming frequencies, but they were not coherent. They were not the Hollow King. They were the dungeon's equivalent of stone after an earthquake, the same material, reorganized by force into something no longer structural. He sat in the ancient core's chamber, with 30 kilometers of dissolved claiming gone forever and 30 kilometers of still partial claiming between him and home, and permitted himself the specific feeling that arrived when a plan's implementation matched its design. Then he permitted himself to feel his reserve, which was 11%. He had 17 hours of careful return travel ahead of him. Chapter 66. The hearing request Celestial Marshal Xia arrived at the ruined palace 6 hours after the destruct anchor fired. He was a deliberate man. Zhan Wuhuang had inferred this from the delegation's pace throughout the southern march, which had been consistently professional rather than aggressive. Xia had followed at distance that permitted observation without crowding, had sent scouts ahead to the palace ruins without attempting to prevent Zhen Wuhuang's entrance, and had waited until the ley line vibrations from the Hollow King's fracturing had quieted before approaching. He came with 14 Warden Court soldiers, all at senior cultivation levels, none of them drawing weapons. He stood at the ruined palace's courtyard entrance and looked at the newly opened hole in the main hall's floor, the shaft Zhen Wuhuang had cut on his descent, and at the crystalline body standing in the main hall with its back to the column that had once supported the roof. He said, "You've claimed this core." "Yes." The ancient core predates the Celestial Warden Court's operational jurisdiction, but the court's 1,000-year conservation mandate covers all significant formation nodes within its territorial authority. By that mandate, this core is court-administered property. He was reading from the legal framework with the delivery of someone who had been briefed on this specific confrontation's likely legal terrain. Your claiming of it is unauthorized under that mandate. Zhen Wuhuang said, the 1,000-year conservation mandate was issued under authority derived from the second charter of the court's administrative assembly. The second charter was a derivative instrument. It required the foundational authority of the court's original formation treaty with the pre-court regional compact. That treaty contained a clause recognizing the territorial rights of formation-bonded entities over any formation nodes within their claimed space. He paused. I am a formation-bonded entity. The ancient core is within my claimed space. The Foundation Treaty's provision takes precedence over the derivative mandate. Xia absorbed this. His expression was the expression of a legally trained officer who has just heard a statutory argument he did not expect and needs to assess whether it holds. He said, I request to see the treaty clause. I can quote it. Article 17, subsection 3. Any formation-bonded consciousness in active occupation of a mineral network shall retain territorial rights to all formation nodes within the geographic extent of said network, in perpetuity, subject only to the consent mechanism of mutual acknowledgement. The language predates the court's current interpretation framework by 4 centuries. Where did you learn this statute? I was alive when it was written. He let this settle. I am requesting a formal hearing under the pre-court treaty's dispute resolution mechanism. Article 21. Any territorial dispute involving a formation-bonded entity must be resolved through formal hearing before enforcement action may be taken. Xia was quiet for a full 30 seconds. He said, You are invoking pre-court treaty mechanisms that no one has invoked in 800 years. No one who knew them has been alive to invoke them for 800 years. He turned the crystalline body toward the ancient core's chamber shaft. The hearing can be conducted in this facility, which is within my claimed space. I can provide seating and documentation access. The proceedings can be formally recorded, Xia said, with the careful tone of someone doing real-time legal calculation. Accepting the hearing implies accepting the treaty's legitimacy. The treaty was never repealed, Zhen Wuhuang said. It was simply ignored when no one invoked it. Acceptance of the hearing does not create new legitimacy. It acknowledges existing legitimacy. Another long pause. Xia turned to consult with his legal specialist in the delegation. A quiet exchange that Zhen Wuhuang could feel through the stone's vibration, but not hear in detail. When he turned back, we will conduct the hearing. 24 hours to prepare our arguments. Agreed, Zhen Wuhuang said. I will build the chamber. He began that afternoon. Chapter 67. The architecture of argument. The hearing chamber he built in the ancient palace ruin was functional. Flat seating stones arranged in a semicircle. A raised platform for the presiding officer, formation-inscribed recording slates along the rear wall that would capture everything said in the chamber in the court's official document notation. He had offered the recording slates as a gesture, the kind of gesture that was genuinely useful to the other party while demonstrating that you knew the other party's administrative preferences well enough to have prepared for them. Ruan Beha arrived through the fold relay the next morning, carrying the 3 primary notebooks, the formation analysis documentation from the research chamber, and the pre-court treaty text that Tai Ching-Song had compiled from his hibernation archives. She reviewed the hearing structure with Zhen Wuhuang for 4 hours before the proceedings began. She said, during the review, which arguments are you leading with? The territorial rights clause first. That establishes the hearing's legitimacy and prevents Xia from arguing jurisdictional invalidity. He turned the crystalline body's head toward the formation inscription he had put on the chamber's south wall, a copy of the treaty text's relevant articles, exactly reproduced from Tai Ching-Song's transcription. The second argument is the formation-bonded entity definition under Article 3. The current court framework defines formation-bonded as a cultivator who has undergone external bonding to a formation system. Article 3 of the treaty uses a broader definition. Any consciousness that has formed a mutual awareness relationship with a mineral formation network. My relationship with the dungeon meets the broader definition. And the third argument. I'm not leading with the third argument. He looked at the hearing chamber. I'm building this room for it. She looked at the room, at the claimed stone, the formation inscriptions, the recording slates, the careful arrangement of seating that positioned the court's delegation where the gravity zone subtleties were most perceptible without being activatable. She said, You're making the room argue for you. The room is the third argument. When Xia has been in my claimed space for 4 hours, making decisions, conducting proceedings in architecture that responds to my intent without making that responsiveness explicit, he will have the visceral experience of a formation-bonded consciousness operating in active occupation. The treaty clause will have been demonstrated rather than asserted. She wrote this down. Then, you've been planning this since the alliance. I've been planning this since the first time I noticed that formal proceedings are architecture. You build them the same way you build rooms. The hearing ran for 6 hours. Xia was a careful legal practitioner, and his legal specialist was better than careful. Actually good, the kind of formation law expert who had clearly engaged with pre-court materials before and was not entirely unprepared for the statutory framework Zhen Wuhuang was deploying. They challenged the territorial rights clause on 3 technical grounds. The definition of claimed space under the original treaty was geographically ambiguous. The treaty's mutual acknowledgement consent mechanism had never been formally concluded between Zhen Wuhuang's formation bond and the ancient core, and the treaty's application to a formation-bonded consciousness that had been non-consenting in its original bonding was uncertain. Ruan Beha addressed all 3 counterarguments with the academic precision of someone who had been reading formation law texts for 2 years and cross-referencing them with practice reports from the pre-court era's dungeon administration system. Her response to the geographic ambiguity argument cited 4 examples of the treaty's application to cases where claimed space was defined by leyline network extent rather than surface geography. Her response to the consent mechanism challenge noted that mutual acknowledgement under Article 3 subsection 7 was satisfied by continued occupation combined with formation network integration over time, which Zhen Wuhuang had been performing for a century. Her response to the non-consenting bonding argument was the sharpest. The treaty does not distinguish between consenting and non-consenting bonds. It distinguishes between active and dormant formation relationships. The entity currently operating in this chamber is demonstrably active. She said this last while Zhen Wuhuang, through the chamber floor, ran a single pulse of awareness through all 43 currently claimed points in the ancient palace and its surrounding stones simultaneously. Every recording slate on the rear wall brightened by exactly 1 degree at the same moment. Xia looked at the slates. He looked at the floor. He said, "That was deliberate." Zhen Wuhuang said, "All of it is deliberate." That is the 3rd argument. The hearing paused. Then the ley lines shook. Chapter 68. The Hollow King speaks. The seismic activity began at the hearing's 6th hour. Not geological seismic. Formation seismic. The specific vibration pattern of large-scale consuming resonance moving through stone. 3 of the court soldiers stationed at the palace perimeter felt it first through their boots and reported to Xie by relay. Xie paused the proceedings. Zhen Wuhuang felt it through every stone in his claimed space simultaneously. 2 of the 17 Hollow King fragments were approaching from the southeast, drawn toward the largest concentration of intact dungeon architecture in the region, which was now the ancient core rather than the primary dungeon. The fracturing had scattered the fragments in different directions. These 2 had oriented toward the core's energy signature. He said, 2 fragments of the entity I destroyed last night are approaching from the southeast. Consuming frequency, roughly mountain large scale each. They will reach the palace perimeter in approximately 3 hours. Xie said, "You destroyed the Hollow King. I fractured it. 17 fragments remain. They retain the consuming behavior, but not the coordinated intelligence. They are dangerous in the way that water is dangerous when a dam breaks rather than in the way a river is dangerous." The legal specialist said, "What is the threat level to our personnel?" The fragments consume leyline energy and dungeon architecture. They also consume conventional cultivation when they achieve proximity. Your soldiers at the perimeter are at risk if the fragments reach them without intervention. A pause. Xie said, "Can you stop them?" "Yes. 2 fragments at this distance are within the destructive capacity of my current network working in coordination with your soldiers." He looked at the hearing chamber. "This will require me to extend my claimed space in the southeast approaches to the palace, which will be additional territorial expansion outside the Provisional Agreement's Ashrock Valley boundary." Another pause, longer this time, the pause of a man recalculating everything simultaneously. Xie said, "Why are you telling me this?" Zhen Wuhuang said, "Because I want to witness when I do it." He looked at the recording slates on the rear wall. "And because the form I want this expansion to take is a mutual defense agreement, not a unilateral territorial action, which requires your acknowledgement." The legal specialist looked at Xie. Xie looked at the crystalline body standing in the center of the chamber. Outside, through the stone, the 2 approaching fragments were 18 kilometers away and moving faster than their initial trajectory had suggested. Feeding on the ley lines as they traveled, the consumed energy accelerating their approach. Xie said, "Preliminary acknowledgement of mutual defense cooperation. What do you need?" 4 soldiers with formation disruption equipment at the southeast approaches, coordinated with 3 of my constructs through a relay I will establish. Your soldiers' formation disruption techniques will weaken the fragments consuming resonance. My constructs will destroy the weakened structures. The relay will coordinate targeting. You need my soldiers to trust your direction. I need your soldiers to trust the relay. The relay is formation neutral. It carries position and timing information, not commands. He turned the body toward the hearing chamber's south wall. I am building the relay now. He built it in 40 minutes, establishing a crystal relay system keyed to the same frequency as Ruan Bei's research crystals. distributable to the court soldiers' formation equipment as a simple signal overlay. Yuan Beha calibrated the distribution, while Zhen Wuhuang positioned the relay nodes. When the two fragments reached the southeast perimeter 8 hours later, their approach had slowed as they fed on the outer ley line network, which Zhen Wuhuang had deliberately thinned to control their pace. The coordinated response worked. The first fragment was destroyed in 14 minutes. The second took 22. 3 court soldiers sustained minor consuming frequency burns on their hands and forearms. None were incapacitated. Xie stood in the southeast approaches watching his soldiers receive treatment and looking at the space where the second fragment had been, a shallow depression in the surface stone, the consuming resonance already fading as the fragment's formation coherence dissolved. He looked at the constructs that had delivered the final strikes, then at the crystalline body standing at the perimeter's edge with the relay crystal in one hand. He filed an emergency report to xianxia that night. Chapter 69. Fragment Hunt. Su Fengtian received authorization for the fragment elimination campaign the next morning. The authorization came through Xie's delegation command structure rather than through the primary dungeon, which meant Zhen Wuhuang was coordinating with the court's military apparatus for the first time since his imprisonment, and was doing it through Su Fengtian, who had spent a century maintaining the operational expertise for exactly this kind of campaign. The situation: 15 fragments remained, scattered across a radius of approximately 40 kilometers from the ancient core's location. 2 were southeast and had already been eliminated. The remaining 15 were distributed in a pattern consistent with the fracturing's directional momentum, northwest, north, and northeast from the anchor's firing point, which put most of them between the ancient core and the Ashrock Valley. Between them and his home, Su Fengtian organized the elimination in 4 teams. 2 teams of court soldiers with formation disruption equipment, 1 team composed of Luiyue and Feral Xiu operating from the primary dungeon with construct support, and 1 team that was Koroth operating on 3 legs with an architectural support grid that Zhen Wuhuang built into the terrain as the campaign progressed. Claimed spaces established ahead of each elimination to give Koroth gravity zone support that compensated for the missing foreleg. Zhen Wuhuang coordinated from the ancient core, maintaining the relay network and directing resources to priority fragments as they were identified. He watched the campaign through the ley line extension the way he had watched everything in the dungeon for a century, as movement in stone, as presence and absence, as the specific signatures of things operating in a space he was aware of. He was aware of Su Fengtian's precision, the same precision he had trained into his generals decades before his imprisonment, now applied to a campaign that was partly his problem and partly the court's and had to be managed as both simultaneously. He was aware of Feral Xiu's methodical efficiency. She approached each fragment elimination as she had approached the dungeon's vulnerabilities, with analysis preceding action, no resource expenditure on approaches that were not confirmed viable. He was aware of Koroth moving through the northern terrain on 3 legs with the specific quality that constructs of genuine intelligence showed when they had accepted a limitation and were operating within it rather than around it. Koroth was slower now. He was also more careful. The missing foreleg had changed his approach angles, and the changed approach angles were producing tactical solutions that Zhen Wuhuang had not seen from him before. Constraints sometimes produced better architecture than abundance. By sunset on the second day, 14 fragments had been confirmed destroyed. The 15th had retreated. Its signature had been tracked northeast during the campaign's second day, initially following an approach vector toward the primary dungeon, and had then deflected at approximately the distance where the dungeon's void marrow saturation would become detectable to a consuming frequency. The fragment had turned north-northeast and continued moving, consistent with the behavior of a consuming entity that has identified a proximity threat and is reorienting toward a different target. It was alive and mobile and no longer coherently the Hollow King, but still dangerous to anything it encountered. Su Fengtian recommended continued monitoring. He noted in his report to the Dungeon Council that the fragment's deflection trajectory, if maintained, would take it out of the region in approximately 3 weeks. He recommended alert protocols rather than active pursuit. Zhen Wuhuang agreed and noted the fragment's trajectory in the Warden's archive, unresolved. Something to return to. 15 out of 17 was not a complete resolution. It was the result available. He had been learning, for 100 years, the difference between complete resolutions and available ones. Chapter 70. What the Marshal filed the morning after the fragment campaign ended. Celestial Marshal Xie filed his report to Grand Inquisitor xianxia. Zhen Wuhuang did not read the report. He had not established any monitoring of the court's internal communication channels at this point, though he was aware the Jade Seal fragment in the Warden's archive could potentially be used to do so. He received its general content through Ruan Beha, who had been part of the hearing delegation and who had spoken to Xia's legal specialist during the campaign's second day and had formed an assessment of the report's likely direction. She said, Xia is going to recommend review of the containment order. Because of the cooperation. Because of the legal hearing combined with the cooperation. He's a rule of law officer. He takes procedural legitimacy seriously. The hearing invoked valid pre-court statutes. The cooperation produced a defensible outcome that reduced court casualties. His report will present these as factors that complicate the containment order's justification. She paused. He will not recommend lifting the order. He'll recommend review. Which gives xianxia discretion. Which gives xianxia discretion. She looked at him steadily. What do you think he'll do with it? Zhen Wuhuang moved toward the ancient core's chamber to perform the daily integration maintenance that the newly claimed space required. He said, I think he has already decided that I am the Immortal Emperor Zhen Wuhuang. He has known it since the tournament, or suspected it strongly enough that the certainty and the suspicion are functionally equivalent. What he has not decided is what that means for the court's position. He pressed his palm to the core chamber floor. He will keep the containment order in force. Not because it's operationally viable against what I currently am, but because removing it would be an institutional admission that the court's sentence was wrong. He cannot make that admission without undermining the authority he is trying to consolidate. Then the containment order stays. Until the institutional cost of maintaining it exceeds the institutional cost of revisiting it. He felt the ancient core's accumulated energy through his palm, the warmth of 1,000 years of undisturbed formation activity, now integrated into his network, now his. We need to change that calculation. Xianxia's response to Xia's report arrived in 3 hours. The containment order stood. The entity at Ashrok had demonstrated tactical utility, but tactical utility did not constitute grounds for reclassification under the court's anomaly framework. Review was authorized as a procedural formality. Enforcement remained available. Xia forwarded this response to Ruan Beha without comment. In the ancient palace ruins main hall, Zhen Wuhuang stood in the space he had claimed and sat down on the floor. Not the flat rock outside the dungeon, not a chair, just the floor, in the way he had sat in the crystal for 100 years, and looked at the wall where the hearing's recording slates were still mounted. His crystalline body, which had been cracking along its spine since kilometer 30 of the march, was now visibly degraded in its coherence. Translucent rather than opaque in 3 sections, the void marrow binding visible through the outer crystal layer where the structural damage was most significant. He was functional. He was also, objectively, in worse shape than he had been before the march. He pressed his palm to the floor and began reconstructing the spine from the available ambient stone, the slow void marrow compression process that turned inert material into architecture. It would take 4 days. Xia came to the main hall while he was beginning the reconstruction. The court-martial stood in the doorway of the ruined palace and watched the crystalline figure pressing stone shards into its own back with the quiet care of a man performing surgery on himself. He said, The report I filed was accurate. I expect it was. The Grand Inquisitor's response was also accurate to his position. A pause. I want you to understand that the two are not the same thing. The accurate report and the accurate institutional response are describing different realities. I filed one. He responded to the other. Zhen Wuhuang looked at him. He said, I understand that distinction. It is one of the things that makes institutions more durable than the people who run them. Xia said nothing for a moment. Then, the 17th fragment. Do you need assistance tracking it? Not yet. It is moving away from populated areas at current trajectory. He pressed another stone section into the spine's reconstruction. When it becomes a genuine threat, I will request it. The request will be received, Xia said. He left. The ancient palace held the sound of stone being rebuilt until dark. Chapter 71. The return. He arrived at Ashrok Valley on the 18th day after the march south had begun. The return journey had taken longer than the descent. The crystalline body was still mid-reconstruction, the new sections of spine translucent and structurally limited, and he had conserved void marrow through the entire 90-kilometer return rather than claiming aggressively along the route. The claimed corridor established during the march had been maintained at minimum viable density, enough to feel what moved through it, not enough to influence it significantly. Every point he had passed through on the descent remained his. The network had not contracted. It had simply not grown. Void marrow reserve, 11% of estimated capacity. He spent the first 2 days in full recovery mode. No expansion, no constructs beyond Karath and the bare maintenance forms. No output that was not strictly necessary. The dungeon ran on its own architecture, which it had been doing for 45 years without his direct oversight during the long dormant periods. It continued doing so. Ruan Beha returned to her research chamber. Lui Wei managed the dungeon's public-facing operations. Su Fengtian coordinated the fragment monitoring watch. On the third day, Zhen Wuhuang walked outside and sat on the flat rock that he had been sitting on for 30 years when he needed to think without walls. The problem was institutional and temporal. He had until the Celestial Warden Court's quadrennial conclave, scheduled in 43 days, to affect the outcome of Qiu Yinshan's proposed elevation to Grand Marshal. Grand Marshal was not the highest institutional position in the court's hierarchy, but it was the most operationally significant. The Grand Marshal commanded enforcement authority, controlled the allocation of warden resources across the 9 territories, and had unilateral power to upgrade or downgrade anomaly classifications without assembly review. If Qiu Yinshan became Grand Marshal, the containment order would become permanently operational rather than theoretically operational. The distinction between those two states was the distinction between the current situation, where the order existed but could not be practically enforced against what Zhen Wuhuang currently was, and a situation where Qiu Yinshan would have the institutional authority to dedicate significant court resources to enforcement rather than needing to route requests through the assembly. The question was not whether Qiu Yinshan wanted to use that authority against him. He would. The question was whether enough of the court's internal political structure could be shifted to prevent the elevation. He had been thinking about this since the provisional agreement signing, in the way he thought about things that were problems but not yet immediate, as architectural space, measuring the load-bearing walls, and finding the places where pressure would produce movement. The Celestial Warden Court's conclave operated on a delegate approval structure. The Grand Marshal elevation required approval from 7 of the court's 11 territorial delegates. Qiu Yinshan currently had 5 confirmed, 2 through direct patronage networks, 3 through his handling of the Eastern Containment Campaign, which had been publicly successful. He needed 2 more. His likely targets were the Northern and Western delegates, both of whom had governance territories that would benefit from the enforcement resource allocation a cooperative Grand Marshal could provide. What he needed to prevent, both of those confirmations. What would prevent them? A compelling alternative institutional proposal, or evidence that Qiu Yinshan's elevation would destabilize something those delegates valued more than his patronage. What those delegates valued, the successor state compacts. The 4 successor states, Luzhong, Fengchuan, Meishan, and the Ningpeak Independent Administration, had all been established under the court's previous Grand Marshal's governance framework, with legal guarantees around taxation authority, military non-interference, and natural resource administration. These compacts had been negotiated over 40 years and were the primary source of stability in the post-Hollow King aftermath of the southeastern territories. Qiu Yinshan had been on record, twice, in positions that the successor state administrations had found threatening to those compacts. He had called the Fengchuan tax authority provision an administrative aberration that the next generation of court leadership would revisit. He had described the Ningpeak Independent Administration as a provisional arrangement with a sunset mechanism. These were not positions that the northern or western delegates could ignore if they were made visible. Neither delegate had successor state governance responsibilities directly, but both had treaty relationships with those states that their constituent territories depended on. He needed those positions to become visible to the right people at the right time. He went inside and convened the council with Ruan Beha and Su Fengtian. They met in the dungeon's deliberation chamber, a room he had built in the 3rd year of his imprisonment, a low-ceilinged space with 6 seating alcoves and a central analysis stone that amplified formation sense readings for group work. He had not used it for deliberation in 30 years. He used it now. He laid out the political terrain in the same systematic way he had laid out tactical terrain during the march: available resources, obstacles, timing constraints, decision points. Su Fengtian listened with the focused attention of a man who had managed court politics for decades and was now processing a different court's political structure with the same analytical tools. Ruan Beha took notes in the formation notation that she used for everything requiring structural precision. Su Fengtian said, "The successor states need to receive this intelligence through a channel they trust." "Yes. Not through you. Not through me or anything directly connected to me. The northern and western delegates need to receive it from a source that has no apparent relationship to the Ashrok entity or the hearing proceedings." He looked at the analysis stone. What they need to receive is not a warning. It is a reminder. Something that returns those public statements to institutional attention at the right moment. Ruan Beha said, "I can do this. You are directly connected to the hearing proceedings. I am an independent academic researcher who was present at proceedings I documented in my professional capacity. My prior publications have been cited by 3 of the 4 successor state administrations' legal counsel. She looked at him with the level steadiness that characterized the way she expressed certainty. I have grounds to communicate with those administrations without it appearing connected to you. I have conducted research that is independently relevant to their governance questions. Su Fengtian looked at Zhen Wuhuang. Zhen Wuhuang said, "For cities in 12 days. I have traveled faster than that before." She paused. "What I need from you is a full written record of the hearing proceedings, the treaty texts, and xianxia's prior statements compiled in cross-reference with the specific compact provisions they affect. That takes 2 days. Then we begin tonight." She closed the notebook. "I also intend to carry a brief to Ning Shuwei's administration in Ningpeak." There was a silence. Zhen Wuhuang said, "She will not receive it." "Probably not. But if she sends it back, she will have confirmed that she received it, which tells you something about what she knows and what she has decided to do with what she knows." She picked up her pen again. "The brief goes. What she does with it is her decision." He looked at her for a moment. He said, "You have been planning this longer than tonight." "Since the tournament," she said. "I was waiting to see whether the march changed the political calculus enough to make it viable." He did not ask her why she had not told him before the march. He knew why. She had not been certain the march would succeed, and an uncertain plan required only one mind carrying it. He began compiling the documentation that night. Chapter 72. 4 cities. Ruan Beha made it to Luzhong on the 3rd day. She had traveled by rented fold relay for the first leg, the standard commercial transit route that academics and minor merchants used for intercity movement. The fold relay dropped her at Liuzhang's outer station in the late afternoon. She spent the night in the transit district's standard accommodation, reviewed her documentation, and presented herself to the city's administrative council the following morning as a formation law researcher requesting a consultation regarding treaty precedent materials relevant to recent court proceedings. The Luzhong Council received her. This was the expected result. Liuzhang's administrative structure had a dedicated formation law consultation body that was constitutionally required to receive registered researchers bearing properly documented materials. She was a registered researcher. Her materials were properly documented. The council received her into a formal consultation session lasting 4 hours. What she delivered was not a warning. It was a precisely calibrated academic presentation. The pre-court treaty framework as it had been invoked in the recent Ashraf hearing, the historical context of the treaty's formation-bonded entity provisions, and, as a documented comparative element, 3 cases from the court's own records where an acting grand marshal had taken positions inconsistent with existing compact provisions and the institutional consequences that had followed. She did not mention xianxia's name. She did not need to. The council's legal specialist had asked, at the presentation's conclusion, whether the researcher was familiar with the current grand marshal elevation proceedings. She had said that she was, as a matter of public institutional record. The specialist had asked no further questions, but she had written 3 pages of notes during the preceding hour. Feng Chuan was easier. The administrative contact she had established through her second academic paper had been expecting communication from her since the hearing proceedings had been filed, which told her that the academic network had already circulated the hearing's documentation further than she had tracked. The conversation was shorter and more direct. Maishin took the most time, 3 days, because the council required a formal presentation before the full administrative body rather than a consultation with the legal specialists, and the full body met only on alternate days. She waited, completed the research compilation Zhen Wuhuang had given her for the waiting time, and presented on the 3rd day. The Maishin Council's response was the most substantive. They asked for a copy of the complete treaty text and the hearing's recording slate transcription, which she provided. The 4th city was Ningpeak. She arrived at Ningpeak's administrative quarter at the 11-day mark, having pushed the final leg harder than the previous 3. Ningpeak's administrative structure was different from the 3 successor states. Not a council-governed administration, but a single-seat governance with advisory bodies, which was consistent with the founding charter that Ning Shui had written for it 30 years before and had administered personally for the entire period since. She filed the brief at the administrative receiving office, a sealed document bearing her academic registration seal, and addressed to the administrator's office. It came back to her 2 hours later. Unopened. The seal was intact. On the front, in a hand she did not recognize, but that was clearly not a clerk's hand. Precise, controlled, the specific quality of a person who wrote things that needed to remain exactly as written, were 4 words. "He is dead." She looked at the 4 words for a long time. She traveled back to Ashraf on the 12th day and delivered the return brief to Zhen Wuhuang with the note attached. Chapter 73. What the archive holds. He held the note for a while before doing anything else. Ning Shuawei's handwriting was the same. He knew it from before his imprisonment. The formal documents had been signed by others, But when she wrote something she intended only for the recipient, she wrote it herself. He had received 3 such documents in the last decade before the court's trial. He could still render the specific character formations from memory, the compressed horizontal strokes, the way she extended the final vertical of certain characters past the accepted script length, the slight rightward pressure that no calligraphy teacher had ever corrected because it appeared in her most private writing and never in anything formal. The note used the extended vertical in the character for dead. He placed it in the warden's archive. The warden's archive was a chamber he had built in the 17th year of his imprisonment, located at the dungeon's deepest stable formation point, accessible only through a passage that required formation sense alignment with the dungeon's root network to navigate. It contained everything he had accumulated that was not operationally necessary, but was too significant to discard. The Jade Seal Fragment, the Dead Scholar's Scroll Collection, Tai Ching-song's hibernation records, the transcribed treaty texts, 214 years of pre-imprisonment administrative documents that he had reconstructed from memory onto formation-inscribed stone tablets. He had never placed a personal document in the archive before. Everything there had been institutional. The note joined the institutional materials because what it contained was institutional. It was information. Ning Shuowei knew he was alive. She had known long enough that she had decided what to do with that knowledge, and what she had decided was contained in the 4 words and the fact that the brief came back unopened. If she had decided to use the knowledge against him, the brief would have been opened, read, and ignored, or passed to xianxia. Unopened meant the knowledge was hers, and she was not prepared to convert it into action. Not yet. The question was what she would do with it in the 40-day window before the conclave. He considered what he knew about her. Ning Shuowei had built Ningpeak from the ruins of the old Administrative Compact's Western subsidiary over 22 years of sustained institutional work. She had done this without external patronage and without court favor. The Ningpeak Independent Administration Charter was the only document in the court's current governance framework that contained a clause explicitly limiting the court's enforcement authority within its territory, a clause she had negotiated over 9 months against the previous Grand Marshal's sustained objection. She had succeeded because she had known which of the Grand Marshal's internal political opponents valued the precedent she was establishing more than they valued the Grand Marshal's preferred outcome. She was a patient and precise institutional actor. She was not operating from emotion. The note said he is dead because that was the correct institutional position. The Celestial Court had sentenced Zhen Wuhuang, and the sentence was a matter of public record. She was not required to revise that position without a formal court proceeding. By returning the brief unopened, she was maintaining her institutional neutrality with technical precision. She had not received communication from a party with no legal standing, because the brief had never been opened. What she knew personally was separate from what she could act on institutionally. Zhen Wuhuang thought about this for 2 days. He thought about it through the recovery work, through the void marrow compression that was slowly rebuilding his reserve, through the daily leyline maintenance that kept the network intact. He thought about it through the fragment monitoring reports that Su Fengtian brought each morning and the political intelligence that Yuan Beihe had assembled from the 4-city mission. On the 3rd day, he began writing. He did not write as the Ashrock entity, or as a dungeon, or as the Immortal Emperor Zhen Wuhuang. He wrote as a man who had a specific technical problem and was describing it to someone who might be willing to address it, in the specific shorthand that they had used for 30 years of political correspondence. The paper was void marrow-compressed stone sheeting, one of the uses he had discovered for the compression technique during his imprisonment. It was thin and flexible enough to fold, dark gray-white in color, with a surface that held inscription as clearly as the finest paper. It was also non-combustible and non-corrosive under any formation technique he had tested. If she tried to burn it, it would not burn. He had been aware of this property when he began writing. Karath carried the letter north on the 14th day. Chapter 74. The letter that would not burn Ning Shuowei was in the Eastern Planning Office reviewing the quarterly resource allocation when the construct arrived. She knew what it was immediately. A crystalline formation architecture she had never seen before, moving on 3 legs with the specific quality of something that had accepted its limitation rather than compensating for it, carrying a sealed document in a carrying sling mounted to its left shoulder assembly. It arrived at Ningpeak's administrative quarter through the eastern gate, which the gate staff had apparently not found remarkable enough to stop, because the construct had done nothing threatening and had presented at the inspection point with the document sling displayed openly rather than concealed. The gatekeeper's incident report, which reached her desk an hour before the construct did, noted that it had been inspected and found to contain no spiritual energy beyond its own formation coherence. No weapons, no formation charges, no concealed materials. The document, assessed from the outside, had read as standard administrative correspondence on formation compressed material. She received the construct in the outer office. The construct set the document on the desk, stood at a position she read as waiting rather than threatening, and did not move. Its construction was precise, the best formation construct she had seen outside of the court's top-tier assembly facilities, which was consistent with what she knew and what she had spent 3 years trying not to examine too closely. She picked up the document. She turned it in her hands. The outer wrap was stone sheet, folded in the administrative style that had not been used in celestial court correspondence since the old compact's dissolution. Inside the fold was the personal notation character she remembered, a compound formation glyph that used a structural element she had first seen in official correspondence 40 years ago, and that had appeared in exactly 3 documents before the court's trial. It was a glyph that could not be easily replicated because it required knowing the formation sense technique of the person who had written it, and no one else had used it. She went to the inner office alone. She read it. The letter was in the compressed notation that they had developed for sensitive correspondence in the last years before the arrest, a shorthand that used formation notation for functional terms and standard script for structural connectives, readable to anyone who knew the notation system, but comprehensible only to someone who understood the specific context. What it said, translated, the current political situation, the conclave timeline, the specific ask, not for active assistance, only for non-interference, framed as a technical legal question about whether the Ningpeak Independent Administration's compact provisions were affected by the elevation of a Grand Marshal who had made specific prior statements about the compact's nature. That was all. It did not ask her to do anything. It asked whether she was aware of a legal question. She put it down. She held a fire formation striker over it. The fire formation activated. The flame touched the paper. Nothing. She held the flame against it for 30 seconds. The paper did not blacken, did not curl, did not change in any observable way. The flame was full cultivation grade, not a kitchen spark. The kind of formation fire that consumed cultivation grade materials, sealed formation documents, evidence. It sat on her desk unchanged. She looked at it for a long time. She put the striker away. She picked up the letter and read it a second time, more carefully, looking for what she had missed in the first reading. What she had missed was a single line near the end that she had read past because it was syntactically continuous with the formal analysis but was not analytically necessary. An observation about institutional durability and the people who ran institutions, noting that the accurate report and the accurate institutional response were describing different realities. She recognized the phrasing. She had heard it recently in a context she had found significant enough to note down. She put the letter in the locked drawer where she kept documents she was not yet certain what to do with. She spent the rest of the afternoon in the planning office and said nothing to anyone. Chapter 75. The Covenant. The reply came 8 days later. It arrived not through a construct, but through a standard administrative post relay, the fold transit system used for formal correspondence between registered administrations. The document was on standard paper, sealed with the Ningpeak administrative seal, addressed to the Warden's archive of the Ashrock Formation site, which was a legally precise addressee designation that had not existed in any administrative registry 8 days ago, and now apparently did. Ruan Beha received it at the dungeon's external correspondence point and brought it to Zhen Wuhuang without opening it. He opened it in the Warden's archive, standing at the stone shelf where the forward notes still sat. The document was a formal administrative proposal in standard court-adjacent legal notation, a non-aggression covenant framework between the Ningpeak Independent Administration and the Ashrock Formation site, effective for a renewable 3-year term, with 7 specific provisions. He read it. The 7 provisions were mutual non-interference in each other's claimed spaces and administrative territories, prohibition on providing material support to parties actively hostile to either signatory, a dispute resolution mechanism using the pre-court treaty's arbitration provisions that he had cited in the hearing, a communication protocol using the fold transit system for future correspondence, reciprocal information sharing on matters that materially affected either signatories, governance stability, acknowledgement by both parties of each other's institutional standing for purposes of the covenant, and a clause specifying that the covenant's existence was not to be disclosed to the Celestial Warden Court or its officers without mutual consent. The 7th provision was the one he read 3 times. She was not offering active support or political alignment. She was offering a defined boundary. This is where our mutual interests create a stable line, and I am willing to formalize that line rather than leaving it undefined. A formalized boundary was harder for a third party to erode than an informal one, because formalizing it created a record, and a record created institutional standing. She was also, with the 7th provision, making the Covenant's existence an item neither party would disclose. Which meant that for purposes of the conclave, Ningpe's position would remain officially neutral. The three successor state councils that Yuan Beha had briefed would make their own institutional decisions. The northern and western delegates would make their calculations based on available information. What the Covenant guaranteed was that one variable would remain stable. Ningpe would not move against him. He stood at the archive shelf for a while. The forward note: he is dead. The 7 Provision Covenant. This is where we both stand. Both were accurate. They described different realities. He took out the void marrow paper and began writing the countersignature. He made 2 small modifications to the draft. He amended the communication protocol provision to specify that emergency correspondence could bypass the full transit system through direct construct relay. And he changed the reciprocal information sharing provision from matters that materially affected to matters that materially threatened, which was a narrower formulation that reduced the information obligation on both sides while maintaining the protective intent. The modifications were substantive but not adversarial. They were the kind of revisions a careful legal practitioner made to a well-drafted document to ensure precision. He expected her to accept them because they improved the document rather than shifting its balance. He signed it with the formation glyph. Karath carried it north the following morning. While he waited for the final countersignature, he spent the remaining days of the conclave window in the archive with the full treaty text and the documentation Yuan Beha had compiled. He worked through the materials methodically, building the same kind of complete knowledge of the institutional terrain that he had built of the dungeon's formation architecture in the first decade of his imprisonment. He was not yet strong enough to fight the court directly. He was not yet positioned to change the institutional calculation directly. What he could do, now, was understand the landscape well enough to operate in it. The final countersignature arrived 2 days before the conclave began. He placed the Covenant in the archive next to the forward note. Then he went to sit on the flat rock outside the dungeon and look at the morning light on the Ashrock Valley and feel the 37 kilometers of claimed stone that was, quietly, and without announcement, his. Chapter 76. 5 days. The conclave was 5 days away. Yuan Beha's diplomatic mission had secured 3 councils' formal opposition to Qiu Yinshan's elevation, delivered through their territorial delegates in the appropriate institutional notation. The Luzhong Council had submitted a position of concern, a document below the threshold of active opposition, but sufficient to require a formal response from any candidate seeking approval. Fengchuan had gone further, a direct objection citing the compact provision concerns, requesting that the conclave's vote be deferred until Qiu Yinshan had provided written clarification of his prior statements. Meishan had issued the strongest response, a conditional approval denial, stating that Meishan's delegate would vote against the elevation if the candidate did not retract the 2 prior statements on compact administration within the conclave's opening session. 3 councils, 3 different levels of opposition. None of them were fatal to Qiu Yinshan's candidacy in isolation. The delegate structure meant that successor state opposition needed to be paired with internal warden skepticism to produce the shift necessary. But they created friction, and friction slowed institutional momentum, and institutional momentum was what Qiu Yinshan was counting on. Ning Shuawei's court would abstain. Her delegate had submitted a non-participation notice citing ongoing review of matters relevant to the candidate's jurisdictional record. It was the most precisely calibrated institutional statement Zhen Wuhuang had read in a century. It committed her to nothing, created no visible alignment with his position, and simultaneously prevented her from being counted in Qiu Yinshan's favor column. The abstention was worth as much as an active opposition vote because Qiu Yinshan needed a positive majority, not merely an absence of negatives. For pieces in position, not enough. The problem was the court's internal wardens, the 8 senior officers whose votes formed the bulk of the conclave's decision-making authority. Qiu Yinshan had spent years building relationships with those officers. He had managed successful containment campaigns, resolved 3 territorial disputes in the senior warden's favor through careful legal maneuvering, and cultivated the specific kind of institutional loyalty that came from being reliably useful over a long period. He had 4 of the 8 senior wardens as confirmed supporters. He needed 5. 3 remained uncertain. 2 of the 3 were the wardens Yuan Beha had briefed on the trial documentation, the ones who had asked for formal evidence and had received it, and who were now in the position of processing the fact that the man seeking the chief warden's seat had built his ascent partly on fabricated evidence from a trial a century ago. This was not a comfortable position for rule of law officers to be in. But discomfort was not action, and the 5-day window was not long enough for discomfort to convert into institutional courage without something to catalyze it. He needed something. He went to the warden's archive and stood at the shelf where the absorbed jade seal fragment rested. The jade seal was not a fragment anymore. It had not been a fragment for some time. He had been aware of this for weeks, but had not fully examined the implication. The slow compression work he had been doing during recovery had not been rebuilding the seal to its original state. It had been something more than that. The fragment had accumulated a century of his awareness in the crystal, and the pattern he had reconstructed from that accumulated awareness was not identical to the original seal's pattern. It was the original pattern plus the imprint of a dungeon god's consciousness operating through it over time. He pressed his palm to the seal and ran a test pulse. The pulse traveled. It reached the quartz communication frequency. Not quite. He could feel the shape of the channel, could feel the distance to the conclave location, could feel the resonance potential, but the seal wasn't complete. The reconstruction needed one more stage of compression to achieve full communication depth. At his current pace, that would take 8 days. He did not have 8 days. He sat down on the archive floor and thought about this. The seal at partial completion could not broadcast his voice. It could do something simpler. It could make the quartz communication channels feel wrong. Off frequency by a small margin, not enough to disrupt content. Enough to create the persistent low-level sensation of something present in the channel that should not be there. Cultivators trained to communicate at institutional level were sensitive to this kind of interference the way musicians were sensitive to wrong notes. They could not ignore it, and the interference, once noticed, redirected attention from the substance of what was being said to the question of what was causing the interference. Xianxia's most important conclave arguments would land differently if every warden in the room was spending a fraction of their attention on an unresolved wrong note. He called Su Fengtian. Chapter 77. The wrong note. Su Fengtian departed for the conclave city on the second day. He traveled as a merchant with a legitimate trade license, a cover he had maintained for a decade while searching for Zhen Wuhuang, and had not discontinued since, because a general without an army found covers useful. He carried the partially reconstructed jade seal in a sealed stone case lined with void marrow compression material that would damp its resonance to undetectable levels during transit and allow him to control its activation from outside the case with a single touch. The instructions were precise. Arrive at the conclave building before the session opened. Position himself in the visitor's gallery with a sight line to the presiding officer's formation communication array, and maintain a continuous low-level pulse from the seal at exactly the frequency that would create channel interference without triggering the array's alert protocols. Not enough interference to be identified or traced. Enough to make the air feel slightly, persistently, inexplicably wrong. Su Fengtian had executed more difficult assignments in worse conditions with less preparation. He was in position when the conclave opened. Zhen Wuhuang tracked the conclave's progress through Ruan Beihe's messenger crystal network. She had placed relay crystals at 2 points along the city's main administrative district, providing approximate coverage of the conclave building's exterior. He could not hear the proceedings. He could feel the seal's pulse signature through the ley lines and knew when Su Fengtian had activated it because the pulse registered in his awareness like a distant point of light. What happened inside the building he received only as a report that evening, relayed through a contact of Ruan Beihe's who worked in the conclave's administrative support staff. Xianxia's opening arguments were received with unusual attention, the specific quality of attention that manifested as questions rather than acceptance. His strongest argument, the one regarding the Eastern Containment Campaign's success as evidence of his operational effectiveness, was challenged by one of his previously confirmed supporters, a senior warden named Celestial Overseer Pei, who had been reliably in Xianxia's faction for years. Asked whether the Eastern Containment's success metrics included the 3 civilian settlements that had been designated as acceptable loss during the campaign's final phase. This question had not been asked at any of the campaign's previous review sessions. Xianxia answered it. The answer was technically correct and legally defensible. But the question had been asked in front of the 3 uncertain wardens, and questions about things that had previously been unchallenged had a way of staying present in a room after the answer was given. The first session ended without a vote. The presiding officer called a recess for the following morning. Su Fengtian maintained the pulse through the recess period. Xianxia met privately with the 3 uncertain wardens that evening. Chapter 78. The sentence's expiry. Zhen Wuhuang did not learn what was said in that private meeting for 4 days, until after the conclave's postponement, when Ruan Bei's contact provided a second-hand account that she had obtained through 2 removes of administrative proximity, which meant the account was partial and possibly filtered. What it contained, Xianxia had told the 3 wardens the truth. Not the full truth, not the 100 years of institutional calculation, not the carefully managed pressure on the dungeon without sufficient force to destroy it, not the 4 decades of positioning toward the chief warden's seat. but the truth of what the Ashrock entity was. He had presented the historical record he had assembled, the spiritual signature matching Zhen Wuhuang's cultivation pattern, the dungeon techniques consistent with the ancient void sovereignty school that had produced exactly 2 practitioners in recorded history, the political behavior that was precisely consistent with a man who understood the Warden Court's institutional structure from the inside. He said, "The entity at Ashrock is the Immortal Emperor Zhen Wuhuang. I sentenced him 100 years ago. He is alive. He is more powerful than anything I expected, and the containment order must be maintained because he has active grievances against this institution and against me personally, and a man with that history and that power is an existential threat to everything the court administers." The 3 wardens were quiet. The one who had asked the question about acceptable losses, Celestial Overseer Pei, senior warden for the Northwestern Territories, said, "And if it is him, is our sentence still valid?" Xianxia said, "The sentence had no expiry." Pei said, "Everything expires. That is the point of time." The second uncertain warden said, "The sentence was issued under statute. The statute stands. The statute has been amended twice since the sentencing. The current version includes retroactive review provisions." Xianxia said, "The review provisions require a petition, which requires a petitioner with standing. The entity at Ashrock has no legal standing." The third uncertain warden said, "If he is who you say he has every standing." The private meeting ended without resolution. The following morning, the presiding officer received a formal motion from the 3 uncertain wardens to postpone the elevation vote pending legal review of the Ashrock containment order. The motion was filed under the procedural provision that required a postponement when 3 or more delegates raised jurisdictional concerns with a pending vote. It was technically valid. The presiding officer, a man who had spent 40 years applying procedure rather than politics, recognized it as such and granted it. The conclave was postponed by 6 days for procedural review. Xianxia's expression during the announcement, as described by Wanbei's contact, was the expression of a man who had made the correct argument in the wrong room. Su Fengtian deactivated the seal and left the visitors' gallery before the session closed. Chapter 79. The voice in the channel. On the 3rd day of the 6-day postponement window, the Jade Seal was complete. He had known by the morning of the 2nd day that completion was possible. The compression work he had been driving through the recovery had advanced further than his conservative estimates, and with focused effort through the night and into the following morning, the reconstruction achieved full channel depth. He sat in the warden's archive with his palm on the seal for a long time before doing anything. The question was not whether to use it. The question was what to say, and when, and in a way that could not be taken back. A dungeon god's voice in the court's official communication channel was not a legal argument. It was not a diplomatic communication. It was a presence, an announcement that the person the court had spent 100 years trying to contain was now capable of speaking through the architecture of the court's own institutional network. The meaning of the communication was secondary to the fact of it. The fact of it would be what the wardens remembered. He thought about what he wanted them to remember. He had been a different man before the imprisonment. He knew this the way he knew everything in the archive, as documented fact rather than felt experience. The emperor who had ruled the empire that eventually fractured into 4 successor states had understood power as the ability to define conditions for others. He had been good at this and had not always been careful about the forms it took. What he wanted the wardens to remember was not that emperor. He wanted them to remember the distinction that Xia had named at the ancient palace, the accurate report, and the accurate institutional response describing different realities. He wanted them to remember that there was a man who had spent 100 years in a crystal considering the difference between those things, and that man had something to say about a sentence and the institution that had imposed it. He pressed his palm flat against the seal. The channel opened. He said, "Grand Inquisitor Xianxia." His voice came out of every formation communication array in the conclave building simultaneously, not loudly, not aggressively. In the tone of someone beginning a formal institutional proceeding, clearly, in the full courtroom resonance he had used to open imperial sessions in a past century. He said, "You believe your sentence had no expiry. I have spent 100 years disagreeing with this position. I would like to schedule a formal dispute." The conclave chamber went silent. He could feel the silence through the channel, not hear it, but feel it as the absence of the usual formation frequency activity that accompanied active discussion. Every communication array in the building had stopped processing outgoing signals because every person in the room had stopped speaking. He said, "Wanbei is my formally designated voice. She carries my credentials and my documentation. A formal dispute proceeding may be requested through her. I am available at the Ashrock formation site." He closed the channel. He sat in the archive for a while longer, his palm still on the seal. From outside, through the ley lines, he could feel the pulse of Ruan Beha's messenger crystal activating in the city, her contact, sending word. Then a second pulse, faster and more urgent. Then several more. He waited. Chapter 80. 36 hours. The first crystal from Ruan Beha arrived within the hour. She was concise, which was her default when the situation was moving faster than preferred. Xianxia had left the conclave building within 20 minutes of the announcement. He had not filed a postponement motion or any procedural paperwork. He had simply informed the presiding officer that he had a personal security matter requiring immediate attention and that his vote should be recorded as deferred pending resolution. The presiding officer had accepted this with the faint bewilderment of someone watching a legal proceeding become something else in real time. The second crystal came 40 minutes after the first. Xianxia had requisitioned 12 wardens from the court's Northern Enforcement Division, all at crystalline ascendant rank, all currently stationed within 2 days' travel. He had given them a destination without a formal operation code, which was unusual. Court enforcement operations required coded authorization. The wardens had followed the order regardless. Rank recognized rank. The third crystal, arriving as the afternoon light began to change in the archive, estimated arrival at Ashrock Valley, 36 hours. The final crystal, I'm coming back, will arrive before them if I push. Please be ready for whatever happens next. He pressed his palm to the archive floor and felt his network. 11% of capacity recovered since the march, roughly 32 kilometers of claimed space. Denser than the original network in some sections, but thinner in others, with 3 spacefold connection points still dormant because he had not had the void marrow to maintain them. The dungeon's defensive architecture was largely intact. 100 years of trap design and pressure zone calibration did not lose its effectiveness simply because the builder was depleted. But the network's active extent was significantly smaller than it had been before the Southern March, and a force of 12 crystalline ascendant rank wardens operating with suppression seals and Xianxia's direct command authority was not a raid. It was a siege. He began working. The void marrow compression process was not fast. It was never fast, by its nature, because it required consciousness contact with inert stone and patience sufficient to change that stone's fundamental formation pattern. The fastest he had ever expanded his claimed space was 2 kilometers per hour during the Southern March, when the leyline network had been favorable and the terrain cooperative. The Ashrock Valley's leyline network was his home system, optimized through a century of maintenance. He could work faster here than anywhere. He worked at 3 times the previous rate. The cost was structural. By the 4th hour, the crystalline body's shoulder seams had begun to crack, the same degradation that had started during the march, advancing now from strain rather than distance. By the 8th hour, the cracks had extended from shoulders to mid-chest, 3 distinct lines of fracture visible through the translucent outer crystal layer where the void marrow binding was stressed beyond its current capacity. Louis found him in the dungeon's deep ring at hour 10, pressing his palms to the floor with the specific focused stillness of maximum effort. He stopped in the corridor and said, "You're cracking again." "Yes." "Should you stop?" Zhen Wuhuang did not lift his hands from the floor. He said, "The corridor must be ready before the enemy arrives, or it's not a corridor, it's a room." Liu was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "What do you need from me?" "Keep everyone else out of the deep ring. I need the stone to myself." Liu went back the way he had come. By sunrise on the second day, the dungeon's claimed space had expanded by 11 kilometers in the northern and eastern approaches, the directions from which a force traveling from the conclave city would most likely arrive. The new spaces were not elaborate, long corridors with precise pressure calibrations, junction rooms with gravity zone variations, 2 memory echo chambers at the main approach points. Architecture built for function rather than aesthetics, the work of someone who had 30 hours rather than 30 years. Ruan Beha arrived 8 hours before the estimated warden force. She found Zhen Wuhuang at the dungeon entrance, sitting on the flat rock in the morning light, his crystalline body cracked from shoulders to waist and visibly structural. The void marrow binding holding everything together through chemistry rather than structural integrity. She set down her traveling case and looked at him. She said, "How bad?" "Functional. Not comfortable. You pushed too hard." "I pushed exactly hard enough." He pressed one palm to the rock beneath him and felt the familiar 43 kilometers of claimed stone that he had been feeling for the last decade, plus the new 11. 54 kilometers. Denser than before in the critical approaches, thinner at the margins, and everywhere his. "The dungeon is ready. When Xianxia arrives, I will be sitting here." She looked at him for a moment. She said, "And if he doesn't negotiate?" "He will." He came because the voice in the channel changed his position. Not his institutional position, That is still what it was. His personal one. He turned the cracked crystalline body's head toward the valley's morning light. He is coming to see what he is dealing with. So am I. He waited on the rock, and the dungeon waited in the stone around him, and the ley lines carried the distant signatures of 12 crystalline ascendant wardens and one grand inquisitor moving south through the morning toward Ashrock Valley. Chapter 81. The siege arrayed xianxia's force arrived at the Ashrock Valley perimeter in the pre-dawn hours of the 37th day after the march south. Zhen Wuhuang felt them before he saw them. 12 cultivation signatures moving in formation, crystalline ascendant rank at minimum with 2 of them at the upper end of that range, positioned with the precision of a unit that had trained together for years. They spread out across the valley's approaches in a specific pattern, not aggressive, not charging, but systematic. They were covering the valley's ley line access points. He counted 6 positions, then 8, then 11. The 12th was stationary at the valley's northern entrance. He waited. Ruan Beha, inside the dungeon, had fallen asleep in her research chamber at some point during the overnight watch. He had not woken her. There was nothing she could do in these first hours that required her to be awake. When the light came, he could see them from the rock. 12 wardens in formal enforcement kit, jade blue formation armor at the senior rank, formation equipment deployed in a ring around the dungeon's surface perimeter at intervals of approximately 200 meters. They had taken the night to position themselves, moving carefully and without light emission, and they had done it correctly. He gave them credit for that. The equipment they were deploying was not what he had expected. He had expected suppression seals. He had designed the night's construction work around suppression seals, trap sequences keyed to the resonance frequency that suppression seals broadcast when active, corridor configurations that channeled a force working from outside toward compressed decision points where they had fewer options. He had done this work before. The first Warden inspection team, 40 years ago, and the second, and xianxia's advance party with their dissolution seals in the year before the tournament. The equipment he was seeing now was different. He spent 40 minutes analyzing the formation signatures as the Wardens completed their perimeter deployment. What they were building was not a suppression array and not a dissolution array. The configuration was designed to interact with space-folding formations, specifically, to disrupt the connection points between distant rooms in a fold relay network, which was the technique he had used to link the secondary cave node to the primary dungeon in year 53 of his imprisonment, and which had been the strategic backbone of the fragment elimination campaign. They were not trying to destroy the dungeon. They were trying to trap it. He understood the logic immediately and completely. You could not destroy a dungeon god by attacking the dungeon. The dungeon was the ground you were standing on. Attacking it was attacking the floor. But if you could sever the space-folding network that allowed the dungeon's intelligence to operate across the full extent of its claimed space, you could reduce that intelligence to operating only within the physical range of the primary dungeon core, which was, for Zhen Wuhuang's physical body, approximately 300 meters. You could not kill the architecture, but you could confine the architect. Xianxia had understood this from the channel announcement. He had recognized that a voice capable of speaking through the court's institutional network was a voice that operated at range, that the Ashrock entity's power was fundamentally about extending consciousness through claimed space. The suppression array was designed to take that extension away. The response strategy he had built overnight was wrong for this threat. He needed to revise it. Xianxia was standing at the valley's northern entrance in his formal warden court administrative robes, not enforcement gear, administrative, with 2 personal guards and no drawn weapons. He had positioned himself where he could observe the dungeon entrance and where Zhen Wuhuang, sitting on the rock, could observe him. He looked at the suppression array perimeter being completed around his dungeon. He looked at Xianxia. Then he went inside and began the revision work. The spacefold connections were the priority. He spent the morning on defensive maintenance, strengthening the fold anchors at the 3 currently active connection points, embedding them deeper into the dungeon's primary formation network where the suppression array's frequency would have less penetration, and activating 2 of the dormant fold points he had not had the void marrow to maintain previously. The cost was significant. The recovery he had built over 5 weeks dropped by 4% in 2 hours. But the fold network was what made his space operational at scale, and losing it would be worse than the void marrow cost. By midday, the suppression array was complete and active. Zhen Wuhuang felt its frequency as a low, constant pressure against the outermost edges of his claimed space. Not painful, not immediately damaging, but persistent, like standing in a current. The fold anchors held under that pressure. He had made them hold. The siege had begun. Xianxia sent a formal notification through the standard administrative channel at noon. The suppression array was authorized under the Chief Warden's interim emergency powers, effective for 72 hours, renewable by the same authority. Any entity within the array's perimeter was subject to immediate enforcement action if it attempted to breach the perimeter. The dungeon's designated speaker, Juan Beja, was requested to exit the perimeter and present herself for a formal statement. He read the notification and then set it on the archive shelf next to the Covenant and the forward note. He sent Juan Beja out. Chapter 82. The Memory Echo Room. The first 3 warden approaches failed cleanly. Xianxia was a methodical tactician, which Zhen Wuhuang had already established, and the 3 opening approaches were designed to test different elements of the dungeon's defensive architecture rather than to achieve penetration. The first approach was a 2-person entry with formation disruption equipment targeting the entrance hall's primary routing mechanism, the corridor configuration that redirected unauthorized entrance away from the dungeon's deep ring and toward the trap sequences in the second ring. The 2 wardens identified the routing mechanism correctly, began to disrupt it, and triggered the pressure zone embedded in the entrance hall's floor at the disruption's activation point. Both wardens were pinned in place by doubled spiritual pressure for approximately 6 minutes before the pressure zone released them per its time delay programming, allowing them to retreat with bruised cultivation cores but no permanent damage. This was intentional. He was calibrating the traps for deterrence rather than destruction in these first encounters. The second approach was a single warden scout moving in full spiritual concealment, a technique that suppressed cultivation signature to nearly undetectable levels and was presumably what this particular warden used for high-risk intelligence work. It was well executed. The warden reached the second ring's junction before Zhen Wuhuang's floor sense identified the displaced stone mass moving through space it was not supposed to occupy. He triggered a single targeting pulse through the junction's floor, marked the warden's position, and activated the nearest trap. The scout retreated in good order without triggering the main trap sequence. They had been testing whether concealment worked against him. It did not. The third approach was a 4-person formation team with suppression seals specifically keyed to his cultivation frequency, the standard dissolution seal configuration adapted for void marrow resonance. The seals were well made. They disrupted the surface-level formation architecture in the rooms the team moved through, degrading the environmental controls and reducing the pressure zone calibration. But the rooms themselves were built from claimed stone, and claimed stone did not dissolve. The walls remained the walls. The 4 wardens advanced to the 4th ring before the floor opened beneath the rearmost member of the team and deposited him in a false floor chamber 12 feet below his previous position. The other 3 could not retrieve him without triggering the retrieval trap. They retreated. Xianxia adapted between each approach, which was itself informative. The 4th approach was different in nature from the first 3. A single senior warden, not in formation gear, entering the dungeon alone and moving through it without attempting to use formation techniques against the architecture. He walked through the rooms at a measured pace, taking in the construction, pausing at decision points to analyze the options before choosing. He was reading the dungeon the way an experienced architect read a building, looking for the logic behind the design rather than trying to break through the design. He got further than anyone in the first 3 approaches. He reached the Memory Echo Room in the 5th ring. The room Zhen Wuhuang had built in year 42 and had sealed against Juan Bea's specific spiritual signature but left active for everyone else, and entered it. Because the room's entrance was unremarkable, stone walls, moderate lighting, the same formation frequency as the surrounding architecture. The Memory Echo Room activated within 30 seconds of the warden's entry. It tailored the echo to the individual's spiritual residue, drawing from the accumulated traces of consciousness that any cultivator left in spaces they occupied for more than a few minutes. 30 seconds was enough. The room had worked quickly with everyone who had ever entered it, and warden cultivators carried deep spiritual residue from long practice. Zhen Wuhuang did not observe the echo's content. That was not how the room worked. What he felt was the shift in the warden's cultivation signature from alert attention to something more turbulent, a quality of presence that was divided between the current space and a recalled one. The warden's spiritual output became irregular in the specific way that deep emotion made it irregular. The warden spent 17 minutes in the Memory Echo Room before his cultivation coherence recovered enough for him to exit. He walked out of the dungeon past 2 more rings of traps without triggering any of them. Moving, Zhen Wuhuang thought, with the distracted certainty of someone who had already been in the worst room and was no longer thinking about the rooms ahead as threats. He reported to Xianxia at the perimeter. Xianxia called a tactical retreat for the day. The 4 approach session ended. Zhen Wuhuang spent the evening recalibrating the memory echo room's activation threshold to a shorter minimum and extending its spiritual residue collection window. If they sent someone back, he wanted the second encounter to be as comprehensive as the first. Chapter 83. What Ruan Beha said the junior warden who intercepted her was performing due diligence. She had exited the perimeter per the notification's request and was walking toward the northern checkpoint when a young officer with careful posture and very new enforcement gear fell into step beside her and asked, respectfully, if she would consent to a formal statement. She consented. The formal statement took place in a portable administrative field structure that the warden force had established at the northern entrance. A collapsible formation would shelter with 2 chairs, a recording slate, and the specific smell of freshly activated formation lacquer that all court administrative equipment carried. The junior warden had clearly been briefed on how to conduct interviews, but had not conducted many in practice. He read the statement procedure notation from a physical card. She answered his questions. Yes, she was Ruan Beha, academic researcher, registered with the Iron Veil Academy Dungeon Studies faculty since the year of her first papers filing. Yes, she had been in contact with the Ashrock entity for approximately 11 years. Yes, the entity was sapient. Yes, she had served as its designated legal representative in the formal hearing conducted by Celestial Marshal Xia at the ancient palace ruins approximately 6 weeks prior. Yes, she understood that the entity's claimed territorial rights were contested by the Warden Court. Yes, she understood that her role as its legal representative was of formal institutional record. He asked her to describe the entity's behavior patterns. She described them: systematic, patient, architecturally oriented, with a consistent preference for minimizing external casualties when alternatives were available. She noted the hearing proceedings as evidence of this preference. He asked her to describe the entity's apparent power level. She said she was not qualified to assess cultivation rank directly, but she could describe observable capabilities: 60-kilometer claimed space at full extension, space-folding network connections, consciousness projection through surfaces within claimed space, formation construct creation at senior warden equivalent level. She noted that these capabilities had been demonstrated publicly and were already in the hearing record. He asked her how she felt about working with the entity. She looked at him for a moment. She said, "Productive. It is the most methodologically rigorous research environment I have encountered." He wrote this down. Then, with the hesitancy of someone asking a question that was not on his briefing card, "Are you afraid of it?" Ruanbei has said, "I'm afraid of what it'll do to you, yes." She said this with the same matter-of-fact tone she used for everything, looking at the junior warden with the quality of attention that meant she was being precise rather than dramatic. Not because it is cruel. Because it is patient. It has been thinking about this situation for much longer than you have, and it understands institutions as built architecture, which means it does not argue with institutions. It adjusts them until they face a different direction. That process is not comfortable for the people currently oriented toward the original direction. The junior warden wrote this down. She was released with a formal warning that continued association with the entity was subject to review under the Containment Order's collaboration provisions. She acknowledged the warning and walked back toward the valley. She did not go to the dungeon entrance. She went to the flat rock that Zhen Wuhuang had been sitting on, sat down on it herself, and looked at the valley in the mid-afternoon light. He felt her sitting on the rock through the stone. He projected his voice from the ground beside her. "The interview went well," she said. "They'll report that I said I'm afraid of you. That is accurate. What I actually said was that I'm afraid of what you'll do to them." She picked up a small piece of loose stone from the rock surface and turned it in her hand. "There's a difference." "I know." He paused. "Thank you for going." She set the stone down carefully. She said nothing for a moment, which was her acknowledgement. Chapter 84. The woman who testified Ning Shui arrived at the siege perimeter on the siege's third day. She came with a small personal retinue: 6 guards, 2 administrative officers, and no formal warden court designation, which meant she was present as the administrator of the Ningpeak Independent Administration rather than as a political actor within the conclave's contested space. The non-aggression covenant was technically in force. Her presence at the siege perimeter was consistent with the covenant's terms. She was not providing material support to either party. She was not engaging in hostile action, and she had filed a standard administrative notification with the Warden Court's regional office that she was traveling to the Ashrock Valley area for observational purposes related to treaty monitoring. Treaty monitoring was Ruan Beha's academic phrasing. It had apparently reached Ningpeak's legal counsel. Zhen Wuhuang felt her cultivation signature the moment she crossed the valley's outer ley line network. Not because he had been looking for her specifically, but because her cultivation pattern was in the warden's archive alongside the 100 other signatures he had memorized over the past century. and the archive's passive monitoring registered a match. He went still. The dungeon around him continued its functions. Ruan Beha in the research chamber, the defensive calibrations running in the outer ring, the fold anchors maintaining their pressure against the suppression array. None of it required his active attention. He used the stillness to examine what he felt. What he felt was complicated in the way that 100 years of single-room consideration produced complicated feelings about people who had been on the other side of the room's walls. He had spent portions of that century thinking about Ning Shui with specific clarity, not grief. He had moved past grief within the first decade, but the particular lucidity that came from reviewing a situation so many times that it became cartography rather than memory. He knew the terrain of what had happened between them with the same precision he knew the dungeon's stone. He had not expected knowing the terrain to make seeing the traveler feel simpler. She stood at the perimeter boundary for 2 hours. She did not speak to the warden court officers. She observed the suppression array's configuration, the dungeon entrance, the flat rock where he was not sitting because he was inside. The quality of her observation was professional. She moved along the boundary at intervals, pausing at each warden position with the attention of someone cataloging a situation rather than experiencing it. At the 2-hour mark, a messenger crystal arrived at the dungeon's external relay point. He read it. "I came to see if you still look like yourself." He took the crystal he used for external communication and imprinted a formation image, the current state of his body as it existed in the archive, standing at the stone shelf. The crystalline form, cracked from shoulders to waist, the void marrow binding visible through 3 sections of degraded outer crystal, translucent in places and opaque in others. The exact image, without selection or framing. He sent it. Her reply came after an hour. He spent the hour doing void marrow compression work, which required less attention than waiting and produced better outcomes. When the reply arrived, he read it where he was, in the middle of a compression sequence, his palms flat on the archive floor. "You always were more comfortable as architecture than as a person." He did not respond to this. Not because it was wrong, because it was the kind of accurate observation that did not require a response to land fully. She had always known when to say the thing that would stay in a room after the conversation was over. He had learned this about her 30 years before his imprisonment and had not found reason to revise the assessment. He continued the compression work. Outside, through the ley lines, he felt her retinue beginning to move toward the valley's northern exit. She was leaving. She had seen what she came to see, or had been seen by whatever she had come to show. The distinction was one he decided not to analyze. He filed it in the archive's unresolved section alongside the 17th fragment's trajectory. Some things were problems. Some things were simply the shape that time and choice and consequence had left in the stone. He knew how to work with shapes. Chapter 85. The Grand Inquisitor enters on the siege's 4th day. Xianxia entered the dungeon alone. He told his warden guard this at dawn, before they were fully positioned for the day's operations. He was entering without support, without formation disruption equipment, and without suppression seals. They could maintain the perimeter. He would return by midday. The most senior of the 12 wardens, an officer named Field Warden Chung who had been on 4 major containment campaigns, said, "That is a primordial architect-level risk." Xianxia said, "I know the dungeon's logic. I've been reading it for 40 years." He entered the dungeon's main hall. Zhen Wuhuang watched him through the stone with total attention. He was smaller than his institutional presence suggested. Physically lean, moving with the careful economy of a man who had spent decades managing cultivation precisely rather than accumulating it aggressively. He wore no armor, only administrative robes, and carried no visible formation equipment. His cultivation signature at close range was at the upper end of Crystalline Ascendant, advancing toward Dungeon God, which was higher than Zhen Wuhuang's best estimate from the tournament surveillance and significantly higher than he appeared from external observation. He moved through the entrance hall without triggering anything. He moved through the second ring without triggering anything, though he paused at 3 points to examine the trap mechanisms, not to disrupt them, to understand them. He spent 6 minutes at the main pressure zone's activation threshold, crouching to look at the floor formation, before stepping around it on the correct side, which was not obvious and required reading the formation pattern rather than observing any visible indication. He knew formation architecture. He was reading the dungeon the way a practitioner read a text rather than the way an explorer read a map. Third ring. He triggered one secondary trap intentionally, a targeting marker that recorded his passage, and stepped through the triggered mechanism with the equanimity of someone who had already decided what they were willing to accept as contact. Fourth ring. He navigated the junction room's gravity variation without adjustment, because he had understood it before he entered. He reached the 5th ring's main corridor. At the corridor's midpoint, he stopped. He was 23 meters from the memory echo room's entrance. Zhen Wuhuang had extended the room's spiritual residue collection window to 30 meters for exactly this scenario. Xiao Yinshan stood in the corridor and said, "I know you're watching." "Yes." His voice came from the wall immediately to Xiao Yinshan's right. Consciousness projection, mid-distance, available through the claimed stone of the corridor's construction. Xiao Yinshan turned his head toward the wall, but did not step back. He said, "I want to speak with you directly. Not through the channel, not through your designated representative. Here, in this room, without interference. You are already here. Then I'm asking you not to weaponize the architecture during this conversation." Zhen Wuhuang was quiet for a moment. He said, "The memory echo room is 23 meters from where you are standing. If you enter it, the conversation will not proceed as you intend. I recommend staying in the corridor." Xiao Yinshan looked down the corridor. He looked at the room's entrance. Unremarkable, stone walls, moderate lighting. He said, "Is that a threat?" "It is information." He shifted the projection to both walls simultaneously, filling the corridor with his presence more completely. "You said you know the dungeon's logic. A dungeon does not threaten. It informs." Xiao Yinshan did not move toward the room. He stood in the corridor and looked at the walls and said, "You fired a voice through the court's official communication network during a formal conclave session." "Yes. That is a significant escalation from a legal hearing in an ancient palace. You deployed suppression seals around my home." He kept his tone level, not aggressive, the quality of a conversation where both parties were acknowledging facts that had weight. "Each step follows from the previous one. The hearing was because you arrived with legal authority. The channel announcement was because the hearing produced an institutional response rather than a legal one. The steps are proportionate. You believe they are proportionate. I believe proportionality is a matter of what the response is proportionate to. You sentenced a man to a punishment that had no defined end. I have spent 100 years responding to that sentence. From my position, the response is substantially proportionate." Xiao Yinshan was quiet for several seconds. He said, "What do you want?" "Recognition," Zhen Wuhuang said. "Of what specifically?" "That the sentence was wrong. That I am a person, not an anomaly. That the institution you represent made an error, and that the error is subject to institutional review." He paused. "These are not political demands. They are procedural ones. The court has mechanisms for all of them." A long silence. Then Xiao Yinshan's cultivation signature shifted, not dramatically, but in the specific way that meant something internal had adjusted. He stepped forward, past the 23-meter threshold. The gravity zone in the room at meter 27 activated. It was not the memory echo room. He had miscounted. It was a secondary gravity trap, installed 2 weeks ago during the rapid construction in the corridor itself. The zone doubled the spiritual pressure on every cultivator within its field, pinning them to the floor at a weight equivalent to triple their body mass. Xiao Yinshan went to his knees. He did not panic. He pressed both palms to the floor and assessed. He tried to activate his cultivation and felt the doubled pressure resisted. Not impossible to overcome, but requiring effort sustained over minutes rather than seconds. From the wall, Zhen Wuhuang said, "I apologize. The trap was installed during the siege preparation. I had not anticipated you would get this far." Xiao Yinshan, from the floor. "Is this also information?" "It is an architectural failure on my part." He deactivated the gravity zone. "The conversation can continue." Xiao Yinshan stood up slowly, with the controlled care of a man cataloging the experience rather than reacting to it. He said nothing for a moment. Then, "What kind of review?" "A formal hearing before the full conclave. Documentation review. The standard procedural path." He let this settle. "I have been requesting this since the tournament. The mechanisms exist. They have simply not been activated." Xiao Yinshan looked at the corridor around him. The walls, the floor, the claimed stone that responded to a consciousness he could not see but could feel with absolute certainty. He said, "If the review produces the correct outcome, you would consider the containment order addressed. I would not contest a finding reached through legitimate procedure." Another long pause. Xiao Yinshan said, "You know I cannot guarantee the review's outcome." "I know that." Zhen Wuhuang's voice came from both walls softly. "I am asking for the room, not the verdict. I have learned, in 100 years, that the room is the more important thing." Xiao Yinshan did not share this conversation with his team when he walked out. But he did not re-enter the dungeon that day, or the next. Chapter 86. The deadlock. The siege settled into its stalemate on the 5th day. Xiao Yinshan did not attempt another dungeon entry after the 4th day's conversation. He spent the 5th and 6th days at the perimeter, reviewing reports from the 3 warden entry attempts and from his legal specialist, a different one from the hearing team, one he had clearly brought for this specific operation. who was constructing arguments about the procedural validity of the formal review request. Field Warden Chung ran perimeter checks and maintenance on the suppression array. The array held against the fold network's pressure with approximately 70% efficiency, which meant 3 of Zhen Wuhuang's fold connection points were operating at reduced capacity but not severed. Zhen Wuhuang monitored this and made no visible response, which he calculated would produce more uncertainty than a visible response would. The political constraint was real. 3 successor state councils had filed formal institutional objections to the containment order. The conclave had been postponed pending procedural review, and the non-person motion was in legal challenge. A force action against the dungeon at this point. Any force action that produced irreversible consequences would generate institutional blowback that Xiao Yinshan's elevation campaign could not absorb. He needed the conclave to succeed, and the conclave required the institutional environment to remain stable enough for a vote. Simultaneously, he could not leave. Withdrawing the suppression array without a formal resolution would be an institutional admission that the array had accomplished nothing, which would be functionally correct but politically damaging. He was held at the perimeter by the same logic that had produced the array's deployment. The cost of visible failure exceeded the cost of continued presence. Zhen Wuhuang understood this calculation in detail. It was the same calculation that had kept him sitting on the flat rock outside the dungeon for the month before Xiao Yinshan's first negotiation 40 years ago. Both parties were waiting for the situation to change without wanting to change it themselves. He used the deadlock. The suppression array's frequency interacted with the dungeon's outer claimed space in a way that was measurably worse for the array than for the dungeon. The array required external power source maintenance to sustain its pressure against the fold network, while the dungeon's integration with the underlying ley line system meant that void marrow compression work was actually more efficient inside the array's field than outside it. The suppression frequency resonated with the ley line density in a way that inadvertently concentrated the exact formation energy he needed for deep network expansion. He had noticed this on the 2nd day and had spent the 3rd day confirming it. On the 6th day, he began claiming the 3 cave nodes that Tai Ching-tsang had identified in the Ashrock Valley's underground geology. The first node was a crystalline pocket formation 30 meters below the valley floor, east of the dungeon's main entrance. A sealed space, approximately 40 rooms in equivalent volume, inactive for 2 centuries, carrying the specific formation density of a space that had been claimed and then abandoned. Absorbing it was the easiest claim he had made since year 3 of his imprisonment. The second node was deeper, 70 meters, a ley line junction point where 2 underground channels converged into a natural formation concentration, claiming that took 4 hours. The third node was directly beneath the suppression array's eastern anchor. He worked on it from below, which the array's deployment had not accounted for. It was designed to disrupt fold connections at the surface plane, not monitor formation expansion from underneath. By the time the array's instruments registered that something was happening beneath the eastern anchor, he had already claimed the node and integrated it into the network. The fold anchor at the eastern connection point stopped feeling suppression pressure. Field Warden Chung reported the anomaly to Xiao Yinshan. Xiao Yinshan spent 2 hours analyzing the array's readings and could not determine what had happened at the eastern anchor without entering the dungeon to investigate, which would require another solo entry. He did not make another solo entry. Chapter 87. Dungeon God. He pushed toward Dungeon God rank on the 7th day of the siege. The rank threshold had been within reach for 3 weeks. Since the fragment elimination campaign had ended and the void marrow recovery had begun, he had been tracking the compression depth required for the next rank advancement and calibrating the remaining distance. The 3 cave nodes he had claimed the previous day brought him to 92% of the threshold. The remaining 8% required a sustained push of deep compression, the kind that produced structural consequences. He spent 2 hours reviewing the dungeon's defensive status and confirming that nothing required his active management in the next 6 hours. The suppression array was holding at its degraded efficiency. Xiao Yinshan was at the perimeter, stationary, which was consistent with someone who had made a decision but had not acted on it yet. Ruan Beihe was in the research chamber. Luiyue was managing the dungeon's operational sections. Karath, rebuilt over the past weeks, his left foreleg restored in a denser crystalline construction than the original, was stationed at the deep ring. He pressed his palms to the archive floor and went deep. The compression at the Dungeon God threshold was different from the previous rank advancements. Each previous threshold had felt like changing the dungeon's properties, adding new capabilities, extending the network's range, deepening the consciousness projection. This threshold felt like changing the dungeon's nature. What he was compressing was not stone and formation energy. It was the relationship between his consciousness and the space it occupied, converting it from a connection that could be described as ownership into something that did not have a good word in the cultivation lexicon. The closest he could find, working through it, the dungeon was not his claimed space anymore. It was his body. The crystalline form walking around in the rooms was a limb. The walls were skin. The ley lines were nerves. The claimed space, all 54 kilometers of it, was continuous with his consciousness in the same way that his awareness was continuous with his own thoughts. This was the dungeon god rank. He had read about it in the pre-court texts. The description had been inadequate. The crystalline body shattered from the waist down. This was not unexpected. The rank advancement required the physical form to be rebuilt to match the new integration state. The lower half of the crystalline structure had been constructed in year 37 of his imprisonment with techniques that were no longer the most efficient ones available, and the new integration state required architecture that expressed the current relationship rather than the historical one. The void marrow binding dissolved from the legs and lower torso, and the stone returned to inert material on the archive floor. He rebuilt the lower half over 4 days. The reconstruction was unhurried, which was new. Every previous reconstruction had been urgent. A cracked arm repaired under time pressure, a degraded spine rebuilt against a deadline. This one had no deadline except the approach of whatever xianxia had decided to do. He built it carefully, the way he built rooms, with attention to the load-bearing structure, with consideration for what the form was meant to express, with the patience of someone who had learned that architecture done quickly produced problems that architecture done correctly did not. When he was finished, the lower body was denser than the upper, a structural difference that would be visible to anyone who looked closely. He noted it and did not correct it. The difference was accurate. He stood up on the 4th day and tested the integration. Every point in his claimed space responded simultaneously, without latency. The connection he had been using to feel the dungeon, the awareness through stone that had started in year 3 as a faint perception and had deepened through every rank advancement, was now not a connection but a continuity. He was in all of it at the same time, not as a broadcast, but as a presence. He raised his hand in the archive and watched a stone shelf in room 47 adjust its angle by 3 degrees at exactly the same moment, 6 kilometers away through the fold network. Dungeon God. Outside the perimeter, xianxia's cultivation instruments recorded a significant formation energy surge at the dungeon's location and flagged it for review. He read the instrument's report and was quiet for a long time. Chapter 88. The 17th on the 8th day of the siege, the 17th fragment surfaced. It came from the northeast, which was consistent with the trajectory Su Fengtian had logged in the warden's archive 40 days earlier. The fragment that had deflected away from the dungeon's void marrow saturation and continued north-northeast had apparently been moving in a large arc through the region's outer geology, consuming ley lines as it traveled, and had now completed the arc and was approaching the Ashrock Valley from a different angle than its original deflection direction. It reached the surface approximately 400 meters from the suppression array's northeastern perimeter anchor. Zhen Wuhuang felt it the moment it broke through. Consuming dungeon stone had a specific formation signature, the pattern of crystalline architecture being absorbed rather than integrated, and his awareness as a dungeon god extended far enough to register it before the warden perimeter sensors did. He calculated the fragment's current mass, smaller than the 2 he had eliminated at the ancient palace, but still at the size class that could absorb a senior warden's cultivation output in under a minute of direct contact. It hit the suppression array's northeastern anchor at full consuming momentum. The anchor was built to disrupt fold relay formation connections. It was not built to withstand physical consuming frequency impact from a dungeon entity at scale. The fragment's consuming resonance and the anchor's formation structure were incompatible in the same way that fire and paper were incompatible. The anchor fractured. The fragment moved through the breach toward the next anchor. 3 wardens stationed at the northeastern perimeter attempted to intercept it with standard formation disruption techniques. The techniques were the right approach against a coordinated dungeon entity with coherent intelligence. They had been effective against the fragments in the Ancient Palace campaign. Against a consuming fragment that retained the behavior but not the direction, they had partial effectiveness. The disruption slowed the fragment's consumption rate, but could not stop its forward momentum. The fragment absorbed 2 of the warden's formation discharges and converted the absorbed energy into additional consuming momentum. The 3 wardens retreated toward the main perimeter grouping. The fragment consumed the second anchor. Xianxia deployed his remaining wardens to the northeastern breach in a formation response that was tactically correct and arrived 60 seconds too late to prevent the second anchor's destruction. The formation now had 2 of its suppression nodes missing, which reduced the fold network disruption to approximately 40% effectiveness and created 2 breach points in the containment perimeter. He assessed the tactical situation and sent a communication crystal to the dungeon's external relay point. The communication was brief. If the dungeon entity had any capacity to address the approaching fragment, now would be an appropriate time to deploy it, on the understanding that any such deployment would not be construed as a territorial action against the court's personnel or equipment. Zhen Wuhuang read it. He sat in the archive for a moment. He had been watching the fragment's approach since it surfaced. He had been watching the warden response since the first anchor breach. He had been watching xianxia's formation deployment with the attention of someone who had been thinking about this man's tactical capabilities for over 40 years. The fragment was now consuming the third anchor. At current pace, it would reach the main perimeter grouping in approximately 8 minutes and begin consuming the warden force directly in approximately 9. He had 7 minutes to make a decision. He found Karath in the deep ring. Chapter 89. Karath's return. The space folding had taken him to a cave node 600 meters northeast of the main dungeon entrance. The second node he had claimed on the 6th day, positioned at a ley line junction that happened to be almost directly between the dungeon's main complex and the suppression array's northeastern breach. Karath landed on the cave node's floor and adjusted. The new left foreleg was different from the original. He had built the original in year 17, when his void marrow compression technique was precise but not deep. It had been a functional construct limb, correctly proportioned, adequate for the weight distribution requirements of a formation beast at his scale. The reconstruction after the emissary attack had used a century's additional development in compression technique and the specific knowledge of where the original limb had failed. The new foreleg was denser, the formation architecture more complex at the joint connections, the surface texture adapted to the specific ground conditions he moved across most frequently. He was faster on the new leg than he had been before the injury. He moved through the cave node passage toward the surface breach, navigating by the consuming frequency signal that Zhen Wuhuang had targeted into his awareness through the fold connection. The signal was precise, not directional language, but something more immediate, the specific formation pattern that said here with the confidence of a consciousness that was continuous with the ground he was walking on. He surfaced through a stone shelf passage 40 meters behind the consuming fragment. The fragment was engaged with the warden formation from the front. 6 wardens in disruption formation, producing intermittent disruption charges that slowed the fragment's consuming momentum without stopping it. The fragment's attention, insofar as a consuming entity without coherent intelligence had attention, was oriented toward the largest available cultivation energy sources in its field of effect, which were the 6 wardens directly in front of it. It had not registered the construct behind it. Karath hit it from behind at full momentum. The impact drove the fragment forward and disrupted its consuming resonance at the rear contact surface, the specific disruption that happened when consuming stone met architecture built with void marrow at the same formation depth. Karath's body was void marrow construction throughout. Contact with the fragment's rear face was effectively formation frequency interference rather than physical collision. The fragment's consuming momentum stalled for 4 seconds. The 6 wardens in the front formation recognized the stall and deployed their strongest coordinated disruption discharge. This was not something they would have done while the fragment was in full consuming momentum. The discharge required formation alignment time and would have been broken before it completed. The stall gave them the window. The discharge hit the fragment at full formation coherence. The fragment's consuming resonance collapsed from the front simultaneously with Karath's sustained rear contact. The crystalline structure dissolved, the consuming frequency dissipating in the specific rapid decay that happened when a fragment's formation coherence was broken from 2 directions. 3 seconds of active dissolution. Then inert stone. The 6 wardens stood in the resulting silence and looked at the construct that had delivered the rear engagement. Karath was stationary, the new left foreleg carrying its load in the stance he had adapted over the past month. Weight distributed differently than the original design had required. Compensation for the modified joint angle, the kind of stance that emerged from a construct that had been adjusting to a changed architecture over time and had found a workable solution. 3 of the 6 wardens, he said, the siege is over for now. The conclave review is still pending. Xianxia has withdrawn because the tactical situation changed, not because his institutional position changed. He will return with a different approach, probably in under a month. He looked at the council. In that time, I need to advance 2 things, the formal review proceeding and Su Fengtian's documentation. Su Fengtian said, the documentation is ready. Has been ready. I know. He looked at his oldest general. I was waiting until we had a room to present it in. Ruan Beha needs to confirm that room. Beha said. The two wardens who asked for documentation have asked for a follow-up meeting. I've been waiting for the siege to resolve before confirming. I'll confirm today. He nodded. Yue said, and the dungeon? The dungeon is not in danger. He pressed one palm to the floor and felt the full extent of what was his, from the archive where he was sitting to the ancient palace ruins 60 kilometers south, from the deep dweller tunnels to the fold anchor in the northeastern cave node. 54 kilometers of continuous consciousness, every point of it anchored to the ground by a dungeon god's formation depth that could not be externally dissolved or dimensionally displaced. The dungeon has never been in less danger than it is right now. What we are doing now is not protecting the dungeon. He looked at the council. We are building toward a day when protecting the dungeon is no longer the frame. When what I am is not a dungeon lord defending his claimed space. When what I am is what I was, recognized by the institutions that took that from me. He stood up. 30 days. We have 30 days to lay the procedural foundation before this becomes a siege again. He left the deliberation chamber and went back to work. Chapter 91. What reality anchoring means. He explained it to the council 3 days after the siege's end, when the void marrow recovery had stabilized enough that he could describe the new rank's properties without ongoing reconstruction work pulling at his attention. The dungeon's deliberation chamber was the same room he had used for the council in the 37th year. Low ceiling, 6 alcoves, the central analysis stone. He had rebuilt it twice since the original construction, once when the cave ceiling shifted, and once when the improved formation architecture of his later years made the original installation look provisional. The current version was the best room in the dungeon. Acoustically precise, formation stable, the stone carrying the weight of decades of significant decisions. He stood at the chamber's center and said, "The rank advancement changes what the dungeon is in a fundamental way. I want you to understand this because it affects every decision we make going forward." The council listened. Feral Xiao had a small notebook open on her knee. Su Fengtian had no notebook and needed none. He retained everything the first time through and had been doing so for 200 years. Beha had the large research notebook, formation notation already written at the top of an open page. Yue had the quiet attention of a man who understood that what was about to be explained would be above his current cultivation level and was attending carefully regardless. Karath stood at the chamber entrance in the way he always stood, which was not decorative. Through the fold network, Tai Chingsong's voice came from the south wall. "Proceed," he said. Dungeon God rank unlocks what the pre-court texts call reality anchoring. The term is accurate, but requires context to understand correctly. What it means is this. Any space I have claimed is now permanently and irreversibly mine. It cannot be externally dissolved, suppressed, or dimensionally displaced. The suppression array that xianxia deployed was designed to disrupt fold relay connections. It is now incompatible with my claimed space not because the connections are stronger, but because my claimed space has changed its fundamental nature. Suppression techniques interact with owned formation architecture. What I have now is not owned formation architecture. The dungeon is not something I control. It is something I am. He watched the council absorb this. Feral Xiao said. So the array couldn't have worked once the rank advanced. Not without disrupting the ground itself, which has its own consequences. Su Fengtian said. What about techniques that target your physical form rather than the dungeon? My physical form is part of the dungeon. Targeting it is targeting a limb of the full system. He pressed one palm to the chamber floor. What I am vulnerable to now is damage to the consciousness that animates the system, not damage to any particular expression of it. There are techniques designed to attack consciousness directly. Xianxia's options have not been eliminated. They have been narrowed. Feral Xiao said. You've made yourself unkillable in everything you own. He looked at her. He said, not unkillable. Architectural. She wrote this down. He said, the practical implications for our current situation. The formal review proceeding has more weight now than it had a month ago, because xianxia knows that destroying the dungeon is no longer a viable option. His remaining paths are legal and political. He will pursue them. We need to be in the legal space ahead of him. Beha has said, the follow-up meeting with Celestial Overseer Pei is confirmed for the day after tomorrow. I leave tomorrow morning. Good. He looked at the council. This is the moment the work has been building toward. Not the siege, not the rank advancement, this. The legal proceeding, the documentation, the recognition that the institutions of this world have the capacity to correct an error they made. That is the thing I have been working toward since the crystal cracked. He paused. I want us to do it correctly. The council was quiet. Tai Chingsong's voice from the south wall. You sound like a man who is beginning to believe it might actually work. He said, I am a man who has spent a century believing in architectural completion. This is one room I intend to finish. Chapter 92. What the wardens needed. Yuan Beha met with Celestial Overseer Pei in his administrative offices in the court city of Yuanmin, 2 days' journey from Ashrok. She had communicated with him through the institutional academic channel, a correspondence path that she had established during her second paper's publication process, and that remained valid because the Ironvale Academy had not revoked her research registration despite the confiscation of her office materials. The Academy's legal counsel had confirmed, in a brief she had not requested but which had arrived during the siege, that confiscation of research materials during an active investigation did not constitute revocation of researcher status. She had filed this note in the warden's archive. Pei received her in an office that reflected a man who used space as storage rather than impression. Documentation in physical towers along 3 walls, 2 analysis formation arrays of the kind used for judicial review work, a desk that existed primarily to support the weight of more documentation. He was in his administrative robes rather than formal warden armor, which she read as a deliberate signal about the register of the meeting. She presented the case as what it was, purely procedural. She said, the statute under which Grand Inquisitor xianxia's sentencing was conducted, the Celestial Warden Court Formation Intelligence Containment and Elimination Act of the 14th reign year, has been amended twice in the intervening century. Both amendments were substantive. The first removed the provision authorizing indefinite containment without review timeline, and the second added a retroactive review clause for sentences imposed under the Act's original language. She placed the 3 documentation scrolls on his desk in sequence as she spoke, each one marked with its origin year and institutional filing stamp. Under the retroactive review clause, any sentence imposed under the Act's original language is subject to formal review petition when the sentenced entity retains active existence. The entity has not engaged in the actions specified in the sentencing documentation as justification, and more than 50 years have elapsed since imposition. Pei looked at the documentation. He picked up the first scroll and read the amendment text with the attention of someone for whom legal documents were a primary medium. He put it down and said, the entity at Ashrok has clearly retained active existence. What constitutes the actions specified in the sentencing documentation as justification? She placed a 4th scroll on the desk, a copy of the original sentencing documentation, in the hand of the court scribe, bearing xianxia's personal authorization seal. The sentencing documentation specifies 3 justifications: that the Immortal Emperor Zhen Wuhuang engaged in formation atrocity against civilian populations, that he deployed weaponized dungeon consciousness against allied cultivation nodes, and that he corrupted the Celestial Court's own formation infrastructure. These are the actions that justified the sentence. She paused. The petition would argue that there is evidentiary basis to contest whether these actions were accurately documented. Pei was quiet for a moment. He said, what kind of evidentiary basis? She said, documentation from the original trial, in the hand of the court scribe, indicating that certain evidence presented in support of these justifications originated from a source later discredited as fabricated. Another silence. Pei looked at the 4th scroll, the sentencing document, and then back at her. He said, where did this documentation originate? The official records of the Celestial Court's trial proceedings, maintained by the court scribe of that era, and preserved by a member of the Emperor's former administration who was present at the trial. She held his gaze. The documentation has been in continuous custody since the trial's conclusion. It has never been altered or interpolated. I can present its chain of custody. Pei sat back in his chair. He looked at the documentation towers along his wall as if they contained something relevant, which possibly they did. Then, what does the entity at Ashrok want from a formal review? She said, legal recognition of his personhood, review of the sentencing's evidentiary basis, and if the review supports it, formal consideration of the sentence's validity under the current statute. She paused. He has not specified a desired outcome beyond the review. He has stated, to me directly, that he will not contest a finding reached through legitimate procedure. Pei looked at her for a moment. He said, you believe him? She said, I have been his designated representative for 11 years. He has not lied to me in that time. She picked up the documentation scrolls and placed them in order on the corner of his desk, equidistant from each edge. I believe what I have documented. Celestial Overseer Pei asked for formal copies of all 4 documents. She left Yuanmin the following morning with his written request for documentation and the verbal confirmation that he had spoken with the second uncertain warden and that both intended to review the materials before the postponed conclave's reconvening. Chapter 93. The documents Su Fengtian had been carrying them for 102 years. He had been in the courtroom when the scribe wrote the trial records. He had recognized, in real time, that the three pieces of evidence xianxia presented in the trial's second session were drawn from a source he knew to be unreliable. He had been the intelligence general who had originally investigated that source and had filed a report 2 years before the trial, noting that the source's material was fabricated. The report was in the court's records. The source's material had nevertheless been presented at the trial as verified. He had not been permitted to testify. He was the convicted emperor's general. His testimony had been ruled inadmissible as inherently partial. What he had done, in the 3 days between the verdict's announcement and the sentencing's execution, was obtain certified copies of the trial's complete scribe records through the court's standard documentation access provisions, which remained available to him because his own legal status had not been determined yet. He had paid the documentation fee. The scribe had provided the copies with the institutional seal and the date stamp. He had walked out of the court's documentation office with the trial's complete record in a sealed administrative packet, and he had carried it for a century, waiting for the day when its contents would matter. He brought it to the deliberation chamber and set it on the analysis stone. Zhen Wuhuang looked at the packet for a moment. Then he picked it up. The institutional seal was intact. The date stamp was correct. The packet had been opened once, at the beginning. He could see the original seal had been carefully resealed, and the resealing date was 5 years after the trial, suggesting Su Fengtian had reviewed the contents once during the long waiting period and then sealed it again. Otherwise, the material was untouched. He read through the scribe records methodically. He had not been present at his own trial in any meaningful sense. He had been bound in suppression formation for the entire proceedings, his cultivation sealed, his ability to speak limited to responding to direct questions. He had not been in a position to track the evidentiary record in real time. What he was reading now was the first time he had seen the trial's complete documentation. The 3 pieces of evidence were clearly marked in the source notation. He followed each one back to its origin. The first, a testimony from a cultivator who had subsequently been identified as a void parliament agent in a court investigation 4 years after the trial. The investigation's findings in the supplementary documentation Su Fengtian had obtained and appended. The second, a formation analysis report from a researcher whose credentials, checked against the court's own research registry in the year after the trial, did not appear in the registry. The name was not registered. The third, a witness statement from someone who, per the court's subsequent personnel records that Su Fengtian had also obtained, had been employed by Ning Shui's predecessor administration at the time of testimony. He set the documentation down. He said, "This is enough." Su Fengtian, standing at the deliberation chamber's entrance with the stillness of someone who had been waiting a century for this moment and was managing that stillness carefully, said, "I knew it would be enough. I needed a room to present it in." Ruan Beha, who had arrived back from Yuanmin an hour earlier, was writing. She looked up from the notebook and said, "I'll need the complete chain of custody documentation for every supplementary item." She said it the way she said things that were already decided, not a question. Su Fengtian said, "I have everything." Zhen Wuhuang sent a message through the fold network to the crystal on the archive shelf, to Celestial Overseer Pei's administrative office, through the fold relay system that the non-aggression covenant had legitimized as a communication channel. The message was brief. "The documentation you requested is ready. Ruan Beha, voice of the Ashrok formation site, will deliver it on the earliest available date." Then to the dungeon, spreading through every stone he was, "We have the proof. We've always had the proof. Now we have a room to present it in." He pressed his palm to the analysis stone and felt the dungeon respond under it. Not a sound, not a visible change. Just the quality of warmth that claimed stone carried when the consciousness within it was certain. Chapter 94. The non-person motion. The motion arrived at the court's procedural registry 3 days after Su Fengtian's documentation was delivered to Celestial Overseer Pei. Ruan Beha received word from Pei's administrative office in Yuanmin through the fold relay. Xianxia had filed an emergency motion before the court's procedural committee, requesting that the Ashrok formation entity be legally classified as a non-person, a classification used historically for dungeon entities of non-sapient nature, which carried the legal consequence of eliminating all institutional standing before the court. A non-person could not petition, file grievances, be subject to or benefit from legal review, or receive recognition under the retroactive review provisions. She traveled back to Ashrok at the fastest available fold relay connections, arriving in the evening of the second day, carrying a copy of the motion text that Pei's administrative officer had transmitted through the institutional courier system. She arrived breathless, which was unusual for her. She was always controlled in motion. He took this as a signal about the severity of the situation before she said a word. She said, "Xianxia filed a non-person motion this morning. If it succeeds, the review petition is irrelevant. You have no legal standing to petition and pay, and the other warden have no standing to receive a petition from you. He took the motion text from her. He read it standing in the corridor outside the deliberation chamber. It was well constructed, the kind of legal instrument that demonstrated deep familiarity with the relevant statutory history, because the non-person classifications application to dungeon entities had a complex 100-year case history that required careful navigation to use correctly. Xianxia's legal specialist had built the argument from 3 independent precedents, each of which had found that sapient-appearing dungeon entities were legally non-persons under the formation intelligence framework, and had then applied each precedent to the specific characteristics of the Ashrok entity as documented in the hearing record. He noted that the motion used the hearing record extensively. The hearing record was Ruan Beiha's work, which meant the motion was built on her documentation. There was a kind of precision in this that he recognized as Xianxia at his best, using the opponent's own careful record-keeping against them. He said, "He's good," Ruan Beiha said. "He's using the hearing transcript against you. He has been good from the beginning. That is why I kept him as a long problem instead of a short one." He handed the motion back to her. The precedents he cites are about dungeon entities that demonstrate apparent sapience, but whose intelligence is formation-driven rather than cultivator-derived. His argument is that what I demonstrate is complex formation response behavior, not genuine personhood. The distinction matters under the statute. "It's the wrong distinction," she said immediately. "Under the pre-court treaty framework you cited at the hearing, formation-bonded consciousness has explicit legal standing regardless of origin. The non-person classification can't override a treaty provision. No, but it can create procedural delay. If the motion is filed and considered before the review petition is formally submitted, the review petition has to wait for the non-person question to be resolved." He looked at the corridor. "How long does the committee have to consider a motion of this kind?" 14 days under standard procedure. 30 if they grant an extension. 30 days puts us past the conclave reconvening date. He said this without inflection, because it was simply the operational reality. He is not trying to win the motion. He is trying to use the motion's timeline to reset the institutional positioning. Ruan Beiha said, "Can we challenge the motion?" He looked at her. He said, "How do you challenge a motion that claims you are not a person when you are a dungeon?" She was quiet for 2 seconds. "Then, you get someone with unambiguous personhood to stand in your place as your legal representative. Someone whose standing the motion cannot touch." She picked up the large research notebook from where she had set it beside the corridor wall. "And you make her credentials formal." Chapter 95. The voice. The formal designation ceremony was brief and completely serious. It took place in the deliberation chamber with the council present and the archive's recording slates running. He had brought the pre-court treaty text from the archive for the specific provisions governing the voice designation, Article 9, Sections 1 through 4, which outline the qualifications, the designation procedure, and the legal effect of the voice's representation under the treaty framework. He said, "Ruan Beiha, under the pre-court formation treaty's provisions regarding the voice of a formation-bonded consciousness, you are already serving as my designated representative. This designation formalizes that role under the treaty's full legal authority. The formalization creates specific institutional rights that the current designation does not carry." He looked at her. Article 9 specifies that a voice designated under its provisions has legal standing before any judicial body that recognizes the treaty's authority to act on behalf of the formation-bonded consciousness they represent. This standing exists independent of the consciousness's own classification status. She said, "I understand. The designation is permanent until revoked by mutual consent. It creates an obligation on my part to support your work in my representation and to maintain the conditions that allow you to exercise your role." He paused. "I have not always met this obligation in full. The paper you filed without telling me, the one that advanced your research at cost to our mutual trust, I am acknowledging now as a point where my behavior made that obligation harder to meet." She was quiet. "I am not revisiting the incident as criticism. I am acknowledging it as part of the obligation's history before accepting the formal designation." He looked at the council. "Witnesses present," she said, with the steadiness that was her characteristic mode. "I accept the designation." She paused. "I also note, for the record, that the paper's filing was consistent with my role as an independent researcher, and that I believed at the time it was the correct decision for reasons I will stand by." She looked at him. "Both things can be true." He said, "Both things are true. That is why I am acknowledging the incident rather than resolving it." A moment of silence in the chamber. Feral Xiao, in her alcove, was writing with very small handwriting. He said, The credential documentation will be drafted this afternoon in the treaty's required format. Su Fengtian, I need you to review the legal language of Article 9's qualification provisions. I want the credentials to be precise enough that no committee reviewing them can find a technical gap. Su Fengtian said, Understood. Ruan Beha, you will present the credentials to the procedural committee alongside a challenge to Qiu Yinshan's non-person motion. The challenge argument is Article 9's designation provision. A voice is by definition impossible without a person to speak for, and the designation of a voice under the treaty's provisions creates institutional recognition of the represented party's personhood as a necessary predicate of the voice's standing. She wrote this down in the formation notation and then looked up. He'll counter that the treaty provision is from a framework the court doesn't formally recognize. The committee will have to decide whether to recognize it. Celestial Overseer Pei has seen the treaty documentation. He knows it's legitimate. He looked at the chamber's analysis stone. I am not asking the committee to accept the treaty. I am asking them to rule on whether the non-person motion's procedural validity supersedes an institutional challenge grounded in an older framework. That is a legal question. Lawyers will find it interesting. Lu Yue, in his alcove, said quietly, You're making it interesting so they pay attention. He looked at Lu Yue. He said, I am making it interesting because architecture that interesting usually gets built carefully. He sent Ruan Beha to Yuan Min the following morning with the credentials, the challenge documentation, and a sealed letter for Celestial Overseer Pei that contained, in precise formal language, a request for the expedited procedural hearing that the pre-court treaty's dispute mechanism allowed. In the archive, alone, he pressed his palm to the floor and felt the dungeon waiting. 40 years of patience. 11 years of alliance. A century of stone and formation and claimed space and the slow accumulation of everything that might be sufficient. He thought, let the room begin. Chapter 96. The motion fails. The emergency session of the court's procedural committee convened in the Yuanmin Administrative Building's primary chamber. 5 members, 2 senior committee officers who handled procedural motions as their primary institutional function, 2 additional committee members drawn from the senior warden roster, and a presiding officer from the court's judicial division who had been assigned to oversee high-sensitivity procedural matters. Qiu Yinshan was present as the motion's filer. His legal specialist was beside him with a documentation stack and a formation notation board. Ruan Beha arrived with 2 items, the voice designation credentials in the treaty's required format, certified by Su Fengtian's legal review and bearing the formation glyph seal that the pre-court treaty specified as authentication for voice designations, and a 12-page challenge document in the procedural notation that the court used for formal responses to filed motions. She had been in more academic presentations than she could count. This was the most consequential one. She presented the credentials first. The presiding officer reviewed them with the systematic attention of someone encountering a document format they had not seen before, which was expected. No one had filed a voice designation under the pre-court treaty's provisions in over 8 centuries. The credentials were formally unimpeachable. They cited the correct article numbers, used the correct designation language, bore the correct authentication, and documented a designation relationship that predated the motion's filing by 11 years. Qiu Yinshan's legal specialist objected that the pre-court treaty was not a recognized framework within the court's current procedural authority. Ruan Beha said, The court has not repealed the treaty. I cited this precedent at the formal hearing in the ancient palace ruin, which your court's own officers conducted and recorded. Celestial Marshal Xie's hearing record is in the court's official documentation system. The treaty's legitimacy was not contested in those proceedings. If it was not contested when it was used to establish a formation-bonded entity's territorial rights, it cannot be selectively contested when it is used to establish the same entity's voice designation. The presiding officer asked the committee for preliminary positions on the credential recognition question. 2 of the 5 committee members found the credentials valid. 1 was undecided. 2, including the senior procedural officer who was most familiar with the court's current operating framework, found the credentials of unclear validity given the treaty's contested status. Ruan Beha continued with the challenge argument. The voice designation under Article 9 is not incidentally relevant to the non-person motion. It is directly dispositive. The article states that a voice designated under its provisions represents a formation-bonded consciousness with legal personhood. The designation is predicated on personhood. It cannot be created for an entity that does not have personhood, because the voice speaks for the person, not for the formation. If this committee accepts the voice designation's validity, the non-person motion fails as a logical predicate. You cannot have a voice without a person. She paused. If this committee rejects the designation's validity, It must explain why it is able to selectively reject treaty provisions that the court has actively applied when they serve the court's interests. The committee was quiet. She continued for 10 more minutes. At the conclusion, the presiding officer called a deliberation recess. The committee took 40 minutes. They returned with a 3-2 ruling. The non-person motion failed as procedurally inconsistent with the pre-court treaty's voice designation provisions, which the committee ruled were applicable given the treaty's uncontested use in prior warden court proceedings. Xianxia filed an immediate appeal. The appeal process under the court's procedural rules required a full conclave vote to override a committee ruling on a pre-treaty jurisdiction question, which meant the same conclave that had been reconvening to vote on his elevation would now also be reconvening to vote on the appeal. He was not present when Ruan Beha left the building. She walked out past his position in the corridor without acknowledgement. She sent a crystal to Ashrock. Non-person motion failed 3-2. He's appealing. Conclave reconvenes in 11 days with both items on the agenda. He received it at the archive stone and sat with it for a moment. 11 days. Chapter 97. The floor he prepared for the conclave the way he prepared dungeon raids. Every member of the conclave was mapped in the warden's archive. Current institutional position, voting history on prior contested matters, relationship to Xianxia's patronage network, personal cultivator history were available. Ruan Beha's research intelligence on the 11 members, compiled over 2 years, was now the most complete institutional map he had seen of any governing body since the Empire's administrative councils. He read it twice and filed the summary judgments in the archive. Who would vote which way and why, who was genuinely uncertain, who was going to follow procedure over politics. The conclave met in the Yuan Min Assembly Building, the court's primary judicial facility, a structure that had been standing in its current form for 200 years. The building's formation architecture was standard high institutional construction, strong ley-line grounding, seal-reinforced walls, communication arrays tuned to the court's official frequency. It was well built by the standards of 2 centuries ago. He was a dungeon god. Standards had changed. He looked at the floor for 2 seconds. Then he looked at the chamber. 11 senior wardens were doing the same thing, looking down, or looking at each other, with the quality of attention that meant everyone had felt the same thing and no one was certain what to do with the information. Xianxia, standing at the claimant's position, was the only person who did not look down. He looked at the floor for 1 second, and then looked at the presiding warden with an expression that indicated he had been expecting something of this kind and was managing his response to it. Ruan Beha, standing at the respondent's position, was looking straight ahead. The presiding warden cleared his throat. He said, "The session proceeds." The session proceeded. For the appeal item, Xianxia's legal specialist presented the jurisdictional argument. The pre-court treaty could not be applied to override an active court motion because the court's institutional framework superseded treaty frameworks that predated its establishment. This was a cleaner argument than the non-person motion itself. It attacked the procedural foundation rather than the specific question, and it was presented with the precision of someone who had spent the past 11 days constructing the most effective version of a difficult argument. Ruan Beha presented the counter. The court's institutional framework was established by a foundational charter. The foundational charter had a treaty recognition clause. The treaty recognition clause specified that prior treaties remained in force unless explicitly repealed by conclave vote. The pre-court treaty had never been subjected to a repeal vote. Therefore, the treaty's provisions were active law under the court's own foundational charter. The presiding warden asked the conclave for deliberation. 11 wardens deliberated for 1 hour in the chamber, where the floor responded to the consciousness of the man whose legal recognition they were deciding. None of them knew this explicitly. Most of them felt it. Chapter 99. The trial record the appeal failed 4-3. The 4 votes against the appeal included both Celestial Overseer Pei and the second uncertain warden from the original postponement. The 3 supporting votes were from Xianxia's established supporters. The remaining 4 members had voted in different combinations on the previous 2 items, and the 4th was Ning Shui's state representative, who abstained from the appeal vote, which under the conclave's rules was counted as a neutral position that did not add to either total. With the appeal failed, the second agenda item could proceed. The formal review of the Immortal Emperor Zhen Wuhuang's sentencing under the retroactive review clause. Ruan Beha presented the documentation. She had been organizing the presentation sequence for 3 weeks. She had walked through it with Zhen Wuhuang twice and with Su Fengtian once, and the sequence had been revised each time to remove anything that was not strictly necessary and sharpen anything that was. The final presentation was 40 minutes, which was 4 minutes shorter than the formal hearing at the ancient palace, and covered exactly 4 elements. The sentencing documentation with its 3 justifications, the trial scribe's records showing the evidentiary sources for each justification, the subsequent court records establishing the invalidity of 2 of those sources, and the statutory analysis of the retroactive review clause's applicability. She said none of this with urgency or emotion. She said it with the precision of a researcher presenting findings she was confident in, looking at the documentation rather than the audience for the periods when the documentation was speaking for itself, looking at the audience when she was speaking for it. Xianxia presented his counterargument. He had made a choice about how to frame it, and the framing was telling. He did not dispute the evidentiary invalidity directly. He could not. The court's own subsequent records establishing the source invalidity were in the trial scribe's chain of custody, and challenging them would require challenging the court's own institutional record-keeping. Instead, he argued on outcome. The sentence was issued in response to behavior that was independently observable and widely witnessed. Whether the specific evidence presented was drawn from a compromised source, the underlying behavior that justified the sentence was real. The court's judgment was correct in its conclusion even if the evidentiary path that led to it was imperfect. He made this argument well, with the precision of a man who understood that making the best available argument was the only available option. The floor hummed, very slightly, at the bass frequency. He had not intended to interrupt. The hum was involuntary, the way a held breath releases when the tension of holding it becomes too great. A century of waiting and this argument, this room, this specific framing. The presiding warden looked down. He said, through the floor, the voice coming from the stone under 11 pairs of feet. Grand Inquisitor Xianxia, you have just argued that process does not matter if the judge's conclusion was correct. He kept his voice level, not angry, not contemptuous, the tone of a man identifying a thing precisely. I wonder if you can hear yourself. The assembly chamber was silent. 2 of the 11 wardens laughed. They covered it immediately, the reflex of people who had not intended to react and were managing the fact that they had. The laughter was short and involuntary and completely genuine. Xianxia stood at the claimant's position with controlled stillness. He said, to the room, the floor of this assembly chamber has been claimed by the Ashrock entity. I note this for the record. The presiding warden looked at him, then at the floor. Then he said, noted. A pause. Does the entity wish to make a further statement through the assembled surface it has apparently claimed? He said, through the floor, no, I have said what I came to say. The presiding warden called the deliberation. Chapter 100. Steps. The vote was 3-3, with 1 abstention. Celestial Overseer Pei, in favor of review. The second uncertain warden, in favor of review. A third member who had been undecided in the pre-conclave mapping and had apparently found the trial documentation sufficient to decide, in favor of review. Xianxia's 3 confirmed supporters, against review. Ning Shui's state representative. Abstention, which under the conclave's rules, for a mandatory majority question, counted as neither for nor against, and therefore did not contribute to the required majority. 3 in favor, 3 against, 1 abstention, no majority. The procedural consequence of a failed majority on a review petition was that the petition remained pending, not rejected, not approved, held in procedural suspension for 60 days pending either new evidence or a changed conclave composition. The containment order remained in formal force for the same reason. No majority action had modified its status. The procedural consequence of a failed majority on Xianxia's elevation to chief warden, which had been the other pending item, now deferred through the same deadlock mechanism, was that the seat remained vacant and the interim authority he had been exercising reverted to committee oversight, which was a significantly weaker institutional position. Neither party had won. Both parties had lost something. The conclave dissolved. The 11 wardens filed out through the corridors. Ruan Beha collected her documentation in the methodical way she always collected things after a proceeding. Everything in the order it had been presented, secured, labeled. She did not speak until the chamber was nearly empty. Then she said, quietly, to the floor, we'll get the votes. He said, I know. He had already withdrawn his consciousness from the building's floor before the last warden left. It was not necessary to hold it any longer, and holding territory for longer than the operational need was a resource expenditure he had learned to avoid. The crystal anchor under the building's foundation stone would remain. He had decided, in the seconds after the vote, that he was not willing to give up the positioning before the 60-day suspension had resolved. He closed the fold connection to the anchor and returned his full awareness to Ashrock. Outside the Yuanmin assembly building, Xianxia was standing on the steps. He was not standing with his delegation or with his legal specialist. He was standing at the point where the building's entry stairs met the public avenue, wearing his administrative robes in the afternoon light, watching the stone path that led away from the court's institutional precinct. Zhen Wuhuang's crystalline body was also on the steps. He had traveled by fold relay to the city and walked from the relay terminal in the administrative quarter. The crystalline form, rebuilt from the waist down in denser stone than the original, moved through the city streets at the pace of a person who was not hiding, which was a different pace than anything he had used in public for a very long time. He came up the building's steps and stopped a few meters from xianxia. They stood on the steps of the assembly building in the afternoon light and looked at each other for a moment without speaking. Then xianxia said, "You are not what I sentenced." He said, "No, I am what a century in your sentence made." A long pause. xianxia looked at the crystalline figure before him. The stone form, the cracks along the spine and shoulders that had not fully closed despite the reconstruction, the posture that was neither human nor quite inhuman, carrying the weight of something much longer than the body it occupied. He said, "I will not withdraw the containment order. I know. The review petition will be heard. That is the institution's commitment, not mine personally. I cannot promise the outcome. You cannot." He looked at xianxia with the attention he gave to things he was trying to understand fully. "I am not asking you to promise outcomes. I am asking the institution to apply its own rules correctly." He turned the crystalline head toward the avenue. It failed to do that once. The question is whether it can do better. xianxia was quiet. He said, after a moment, "You have been building toward this for a very long time." "Yes." "What happens if the review fails?" Zhen Wuhuang said, "The dungeon waits. The dungeon has been waiting for 117 years. Another 60 days is not the end of waiting." He took a step down the stairs. "But I do not think the review will fail. I think the institution has honest members who will look at the documentation and reach the correct conclusion." xianxia said, "And if you're wrong about them?" He stopped on the step and looked back. He said, "Then I will be wrong about them. I have been wrong before." He turned back toward the avenue. "I have never been wrong about the stone." He walked away from the steps toward the fold relay terminal at the avenue's far end. Behind him, in the press of the administrative district's afternoon traffic, xianxia stood on the steps of the assembly building and watched him go. The ley lines ran under the city's stones, old and deep, following the paths they had carved over centuries of formation activity. He could feel them through his boots where the city's road stones were close to the surface, connecting him to the network that ran all the way back to Ashrock. He could feel, at the extent of that network, the warmth of the dungeon waiting. He would be home before dark. Chapter 101. The Parliament wakes 3 months after the conclave deadlock. Zhen Wuhuang was in the warden's archive when the ley line shifted. It was not a fragment resonance and not a court formation signal. It was older, the specific signature of a system that predated his imprisonment by centuries and that had been dormant in the continental ley lines for longer than that. He felt it the way he felt most things. As a change in the stone's quality, the way the temperature of a room changed when a door opened somewhere in the structure. He pressed his palm flat to the archive floor and tracked the signal. It originated from 3 points simultaneously, distributed across a radius he estimated at several hundred kilometers, north, southwest, and far east. The 3 points shared a formation frequency that was not the Hollow King's consuming resonance, which he knew, but was related to it. Same school of construction, different deployment. Not an active consuming entity. Dormant architecture, coming alive. He held the signal in his awareness for 4 hours. By the afternoon, he had a partial map of the source locations and a theory he did not like. Tai Ching-tsong, when contacted through the fold network, was quiet for a long time after hearing the signal description. Then, the Void Parliament. He said, "I thought they were a historical faction." "They are. They were also patient." The old man's voice from the south wall carried the specific heaviness of someone remembering something they had hoped not to have to remember. They built the Hollow King as a proof of concept. If someone absorbed the ancient core, the original core they designated as the activation key, it would trigger their remaining arsenal. A pause. "You absorbed the ancient core 5 months ago." He said, "I absorbed the ancient core 5 months ago." "Yes." He sat in the archive and looked at the ceiling, claimed stone, his own architecture, the warmth of a dungeon god's network in every grain of it. He said, "How large are the remaining entities?" "Larger than the Hollow King. Each one was built after the prototype. They learned from the Hollow King's weaknesses." Another pause. "You should also know that their activation is not automatic. The Parliament has operators. Humans, though they may not look like it now. They have been waiting a very long time." He said, "Waiting for someone powerful enough to absorb the ancient core. Waiting for someone they could conscript." He closed his eyes, the crystalline body's equivalent of closing them, a dimming of the internal luminescence, and sat with this for a moment. The Void Parliament had built a key into their dormant arsenal. Anyone powerful enough to use the arsenal was, by the activation logic, someone who had taken the ancient core. Dungeon sovereign rank at minimum, probably higher. Someone who had expanded to continental scale. Someone who was, in other words, exactly positioned to serve as their dungeon marshal, a military commander with a ready-made dungeon network to coordinate their hollow entity's attack. He opened his eyes. He said, "They built the prison. They put an emperor in it. When the emperor learned to be the prison, they called it destiny." Tai Ching-song said, "I have been waiting to see how you would describe that." He thought about how to proceed. The parliament's activation signal meant they were aware of him. Contact would come. He needed to be positioned when it did, not reactive. He needed to understand what they had before they made demands. He spent the next 3 days claiming the ley line paths toward all 3 dormant core locations, establishing perimeter awareness that would let him feel anything moving in those corridors before it moved. He did this methodically, the way he had done everything for a century, 1 stone at a time, 1 kilometer at a time, unhurried and undetectable. He did not tell the council until the perimeter awareness was in place. When he told them, Feral Xiao said, "You should have told us 3 days ago." He said, "3 days ago, I didn't know enough to brief you accurately." She wrote something in her small notebook. He recognized the gesture. She was recording the incident. Later, when she had occasion to note a pattern, it would be there. He did not correct the action. She was right that he should have said something sooner. He had kept the assessment to himself for the same reason he kept most assessments to himself initially, because he had spent a century in which assessments were his alone to make, with no one to brief and no one to consult, and the habit of working in isolation remained in him in ways he was still discovering. He said, "I'm briefing you now." She said, "Yes, that's what I wrote down." Chapter 102. High-quality paper. The Void Parliament's formal communication arrived on the 7th day. It came through the ley line system as a written formation projection, a technique for inscribing messages into stone at a distance, leaving them for the recipient to read by pressing their consciousness against the receiving surface. He felt the inscription arrive at the archive's south wall during the morning's maintenance work and identified the formation signature before reading the content. He read it. The Parliament congratulated him on claiming the ancient core of the original dungeon sovereign system and formally acknowledged him as the system's designated dungeon marshal, a position of considerable historical prestige. They outlined the marshal's responsibilities: command of the 3 activated hollow entities in their campaign to reclaim the continental surface from the current order of sects and administrative authorities, coordination with the Parliament's Strategic Council on resource allocation, and acceptance of the Parliament's foundational charter's governance provisions. They framed this as his natural destiny. They framed themselves as the architects who had been preparing for his emergence for 1,000 years. They expressed confidence that he would understand the magnitude of the role and accept his position with appropriate seriousness. He read the message twice. He pressed his palm to the receiving surface. The formation inscription material was high quality. The Parliament had been preserving this technology for centuries and had maintained it with care. The stone-to-stone projection medium left a clear, stable inscription that held its structural coherence better than anything he had encountered except his own archive work. He began experimenting with a new void marrow writing technique he had been developing for the past 3 weeks, a compression method that used the inscription surface as a base layer rather than building from raw stone. The Parliament's message was a perfect testing surface because the existing inscription provided a formation grid that his own work could interact with. The technique worked. He spent 2 hours refining it. When he was satisfied, he compressed a new layer of formation-inscribed stone over the Parliament's message, archiving his notation results in the technique development log he kept in the archive's eastern section. The Parliament's message was still there underneath, preserved under 3 millimeters of his own work. He sent a brief response through the ley line system, acknowledgement of receipt. Nothing more. He had found, over a century of institutional engagement, that the most effective response to demands phrased as inevitable destiny was to acknowledge that you had heard the demand without acknowledging the demand's premise. It created uncertainty. Uncertainty slowed timelines, and he needed time to understand the 3 dormant cores before the Parliament activated them without his cooperation. Ruan Beha, arriving for the morning brief, found him writing and asked about the ley line communication she had detected from her research chamber. He summarized the Parliament's message. She said, "You're not their marshal. No, they think you are. They think the ancient core's absorption made me their marshal by institutional inheritance. That is not how inheritance works. I inherit the architecture, not the allegiance." He set down the writing implement. "I need to understand what the 3 cores are before I can decide how to address the threat. Send a message to Tai Ching-song. I want everything in his archives about the hollow entity construction method and the core's specific formation signatures. She wrote this down. Then, what do you want me to do with the 60-day suspension timeline? The review petition reconvenes in 19 days. The petition proceeds. Two problems do not become one problem because they arrive simultaneously. He looked at the archive ceiling. They become two problems that I work simultaneously. She said, with whose help? He paused. She was watching him with the patient attention she used when she was waiting to see whether he would say the right thing or the habitual thing. He knew the distinction. He was aware that the habitual thing, taking the void parliament problem as his alone to solve, briefing the council as an afterthought when the perimeter was already in place, had already manifested once this week. He said, Su Fengtian for the military assessment of the core locations. Feral Xiao for the vulnerability analysis of the hollow entities construction. You for the leyline mapping. He paused. Coordinated. Not sequential. She said, I'll start this morning. She left the archive. He pressed his palm to the floor and felt the dungeon around him, warm and patient and entirely his. He thought, she is right that I should ask sooner. He thought it in the same way he thought architectural corrections, without self-recrimination, as a fact that required adjustment in the structural plan. Chapter 103. The Swordsman's Code. On the same day that Zhen Wuhuang sent his acknowledgement to the Void Parliament, a different visitor arrived at the Ashrock Valley entrance. He came alone, which was notable. He came in the middle of the afternoon without announcement, which was also notable. What was most notable was that he was wearing a single-edged sword on his back, and his cultivation signature was so clean and precise that Zhen Wuhuang, feeling it through the ley lines 3 kilometers out, spent 30 seconds trying to determine if it was real. It was real. Upper crystalline ascendant rank, advancing toward dungeon god, with the specific quality of a cultivation that had been refined rather than accumulated, the signature of someone who had burned away everything non-essential over decades of deliberate practice and was left with what was purely them. He stood at the valley entrance and waited. Zhen Wuhuang sent Wan Beihe to receive him. She returned with the visitor's name and a brief summary that she delivered in the specific tone she used when she was both amused and apprehensive. Celestial Warden Hua Baxian, Senior Sword Officer of the Warden Court's Martial Division, and his stated purpose was to request a direct combat exchange with the Ashrock formation entity. He said, an exchange. Those were his words. He used exchange and not challenge or test. What is the difference? He explained. Exchange means he considers both parties potentially able to learn something. Challenge means he expects to win. Test means he expects to win and has institutional authorization. She paused. He said it was his code. Whenever a new power of dungeon god rank manifested within Warden territory, he was required to meet it in direct combat to honestly assess the threat. He considered this. What he was worst equipped for was an open fight with no preclaimed space. His power system was, fundamentally, architectural. It worked through preparation, through routing, through the patient construction of advantage before contact. Every significant fight he had won had been in his own claimed space or in space he had claimed during the engagement. The tournament arena, the hearing chamber, the conclave floor. An open fight on neutral ground was the single scenario in which his century of development produced the least advantage. He said, where does he want to fight? He suggested the plateau 3 kilometers northeast of the valley. Open ground, no dungeon access. He felt the plateau through the ley lines. Flat stone, wind-scoured, no cave system beneath it. The nearest claimed space was 3 kilometers away, a distance he could cover in perhaps 12 minutes of continuous claiming. And continuous claiming at maximum speed was precisely the kind of resource expenditure he had been managing carefully since the fragment campaign's depletion. He said, against his architectural instincts, against the 100 years of conditioning that said preparation first and contact second, I accept. He heard himself say it. He also felt, in the crystalline body's temperature regulation, a subtle function he had built into the form 20 years ago, the specific response that he had never expected the body to produce. A faint, involuntary warmth in the palms. He had not known crystalline bodies could sweat. They apparently could, when their owner was genuinely uncertain of the outcome. He told Wan Beihe to inform Hua Baxian that he would meet him on the plateau in 1 hour. He spent the hour examining, systematically, every option available to him in an open fight on unowned ground. Chapter 104. The plateau was exactly what it had felt like through the ley lines. Flat, gray, 300 meters of scoured stone with the wind coming from the west and the afternoon sun at a low angle that put both combatants in clear light. No cover, no shadows worth noting, no formation nodes, no existing architecture of any kind. Hua Baxian was waiting at the plateau's center. He was in his 40s, with the compact efficiency of a man whose body had been optimized by decades of cultivating exactly one thing with complete dedication. The sword on his back was not visibly extraordinary, plain hilt, standard steel, but the way he stood in relation to it, the way his weight distributed across his feet with the sword's position as an implicit axis, told Jin Wuhuang that the sword was a limb more than it was a weapon. He came 100 meters forward and stopped. They regarded each other for a moment. Hua Baxian said, "I know your architecture style. I've been reading Ruan Bei's published research for 2 years." He said it without apology, as a courtesy. "This is what I know, so you know what I know. I understand that this fight is not your preferred terrain. I want you to know I'm not trying to ambush you. The code requires honest contact, which means you should have time to adapt." He said, "That is a very unusual way to begin a fight. I've had 100 of them. I know what makes them honest." He settled into a ready stance, not aggressive, contained. "I'm not here to embarrass you. I'm here to know what you are." Jin Wuhuang thought, "You want to know what I am? I have been being asked this for 40 years. The answer has changed every time." He said nothing and moved. The first 10 minutes were pure spatial awareness. Hua Baxian was fast, genuinely fast, the kind of speed that produced a displacement pressure wave 3 meters ahead of the blade's actual travel. The displacement itself was a threat. Entering the pressure zone without a counter was committing to the strike's geometry. Jin Wuhuang moved out of the geometry. Again. He was reading trajectories at the speed he had once read formation trap sequences. Not the sword's current position, but the sword's implied path, the decision the swordsman had already made before the blade moved. He retreated 3 steps to every one he advanced. He took 2 grazing contacts, the first on his left shoulder, which had been the intended primary target, and which he had turned to make it grazing rather than full. The second across his right forearm, which simply beat his spatial assessment by a fraction. The arm cracked at the impact point, the crystalline structure holding, but with a visible fracture line. He bled ley line energy rather than blood. Hua Baxian pulled back between exchanges to assess. His expression was not the expression of a man who thought he was winning. It was the expression of a craftsman evaluating what he was working against. "You're reading my angles 3 strikes ahead. That's not physical speed, that's architectural instinct. You're treating this plateau like a room." He said, "It is a room. I haven't claimed it yet." Hua Baxian's expression shifted. "Yet." He moved. He had been thinking, through the 10 minutes of defense, about what claiming air meant. Dungeon sovereignty required 3 conditions: physical entry into a space, sustained consciousness contact, and void marrow compression. He had entered this air the moment he stepped onto the plateau. He had been in continuous consciousness contact with every particle of it he had moved through. The void marrow compression was the piece he had not attempted because he had believed it required solid material. He had believed this because he had only ever done it in stone. Stone was dense. Air was not. But the principle was the same. Void marrow compression changed the formation nature of whatever medium it entered. Stone became responsive stone. Air should become responsive air. He had never tried it. He committed all of his available void marrow output to a 3-meter radius around his body. The air resisted him. He felt it the way he had felt the first few centimeters of raw stone in year 3 of his imprisonment, when claiming had been new and difficult. Air was not inert. It moved. It changed. It did not hold formation architecture the way stone did. He could feel the claim trying to dissipate. He held it harder. Hua Baxian's next strike entered the claimed zone. The air caught it. Chapter 105. The draw not stopped. Not deflected. Caught. The way a room caught someone who walked into a pressure zone, providing resistance proportional to the intrusion's speed and energy. The blade slowed by 30% before it reached the inner edge of the claimed radius. Not enough to prevent the strike, but enough to change its geometry. Jin Wuhuang, who had been reading geometries for 11 minutes, read the changed geometry in the time it had been uncountably slowed. He moved to the side rather than backward. The blade passed through the space he had occupied. Hua Baxian stepped through the claimed zone's boundary and felt it. He stopped. He stood in the center of the 3-meter claimed radius and looked at the air around him. Nothing visible. The claim did not produce any formation light or temperature change that he could see. But he felt it against his cultivation the way cultivators felt wrong geometries. A persistent, gentle pressure from all directions simultaneously, slightly heavier than normal, the quality of a room rather than an open space. He said, with the expression of someone recalibrating everything. "You just claimed the air." He said, "I reasoned that I had physically occupied it." Hua Baxian looked at him. "That is not a recognized technique. I invented it 12 minutes ago." A pause. Then, unexpectedly, Hua Baxian laughed. Not a polite laugh, a genuine one. The sound of someone who had encountered something they had not expected in 100 duels. You invented a technique in the middle of a fight. Architecture under pressure. It tends to produce better results than architecture with unlimited time. He stepped backward and released the air claim. The void marrow expenditure was significant and unsustainable for extended periods. The plateau felt normal around him again. The technique has limitations. It dissipates in open wind conditions above a certain threshold. It requires continuous maintenance. I cannot claim air that I haven't physically moved through. You're telling me the limitations. So you know I'm not concealing them. He looked at the swordsman. The exchange was honest. I owe you the same. They fought for another hour. Without the air claim active, Zhen Wuhuang was back to defensive movement and spatial assessment. With it active, he could hold position and let Hua Baxian's strikes be redirected through the micro-dungeon's geometry. The technique's sustainability was the limiting factor. He could maintain it for 4 to 5 minutes at a time before the void marrow expenditure required a rest period. During rest periods, he was vulnerable in the same way he had been in the first 10 minutes. Hua Baxian learned this pattern within the first exchange. He began timing his most committed strikes to the rest periods, which Zhen Wuhuang expected, so the rest periods became fainted. He stopped the air claim early, invited the committed strike, and then reactivated the claim mid-strike rather than at the strike's beginning. This required reading the swordsman's commitment a full phase earlier than the strike itself. He could do this because he had been reading geometries for an hour now and Hua Baxian's decision structure had become familiar. At the end of the hour, both of them were at the plateau's edge, facing each other. Zhen Wuhuang had 4 more fracture lines in his crystalline form, 2 on his torso, 1 on his left leg, 1 across the back of his right hand. He was 3% below his void marrow capacity floor, which was not dangerous but was the most depleted he had been since the siege's rank advancement. Hua Baxian had a bruised formation core. The air claim had deflected 1 strike back at him at reduced force, which had been insufficient to cause structural damage to a cultivator of his rank, but had created the specific formation resonance bruise that came from a cultivator's own technique being used against them. He was holding his left arm carefully. He said, "Draw." Hua Baxian said, "Draw." He lowered his sword arm. "That is the first time I've drawn in a duel in 12 years. I consider this a complete result." The swordsman looked at him for a long moment. The look of a man who had gone to an encounter to understand something and had encountered something different from his expectation. He said, "You fought the whole hour in someone else's terrain. You were at a real disadvantage, and you found a technique to compensate for it in the middle of the fight." He paused. "That's not how dungeon entities are supposed to work." He said, "I was not made to be a dungeon entity. I was put in one." He looked at the plateau's flat stone, the wind coming from the west, the afternoon light. No architecture anywhere, just ground. I have been adapting to terrain for a century. This was another room. Hua Baxian sheathed the sword with the specific motion of someone completing a ritual that had an exact correct form. He said, "I will file my report with the court. My assessment will be that the Ashrok entity is not a dungeon and not a formation construct. It is a cultivator of exceptional development who has made a dungeon his body." A pause. "That's a different classification than what Xiao Yinshan's order assumes." He said, "I know. The review petition is pending. I know about the petition." Hua Baxian looked at him steadily. "My report will not be about the petition. It will be an honest assessment for the court's record." He turned toward the plateau's far edge, toward the path back to the valley's entrance. The exchange was honestly conducted. "I respect the draw." He walked away. Zhen Wuhuang stood on the plateau until the swordsman's cultivation signature had diminished past his perimeter awareness's range. Then he sat down on the cold stone and allowed himself 3 minutes of no planning, no assessment, no strategic calculation. The air around him was just air. It was, he thought, a strange and not unpleasant feeling. Chapter 106. The mountain and the river. Hua Baxian stayed for 2 days. He said nothing about staying. He simply did not leave, accepting the hospitality of the dungeon's guest chamber with the matter-of-fact ease of a man who had spent 40 years going where his code told him to go and staying as long as the honest evaluation required. The guest chamber was in the dungeon's 3rd ring, a room Zhen Wuhuang had built in year 60 for the purpose of hosting visitors who were not enemies, but were not yet anything else. It was functional and unintimidating, which was the design. In the morning of the first day, Hua Baxian came to the entrance hall and asked whether the formation entity wanted to have a conversation. Zhen Wuhuang said yes. They sat on opposite sides of the analysis stone in the deliberation chamber. Hua Baxian on a seating stone, Zhen Wuhuang in the center position he habitually occupied, the crystalline form with its new fracture lines catching the chamber's formation light in 4 new places. Hua Baxian said, directly, "Do you think your way of fighting is cowardly?" He had expected many questions from this particular visitor. He had not expected this one. He considered for 30 seconds. He said, I think it is what I am. I spent a century learning that the architecture is not a tool. It is my nature. I don't approach a fight looking for architecture to use. I approach a space and the architecture is already there, in the same way that when you draw your sword, the sword is already part of your reasoning. He looked at the chamber's walls, his walls, stone that had been claimed and reclaimed over decades, every surface alive with his awareness. Would you call a mountain cowardly for directing rivers? Hua Baxian said. A mountain can't be humiliated. He said, you'd be surprised. The swordsman looked at him with the evaluating attention he had used throughout the previous day's duel, not aggressive, genuinely curious. When have you been humiliated? A sentence of imprisonment with no defined end is a form of institutional humiliation. It is applied by an institution to demonstrate that it has the power to define the nature of your existence, and you do not. He pressed one palm to the analysis stone. I spent a century being the institution's definition of what I was, an anomaly, a contained thing, architecture without rights. The humiliation is still there. I carry it in the stone. A silence. Hua Baxian said, is that what the review petition is about? Removing the humiliation? He said, the petition is about legal recognition. Those are not the same thing. He paused. The review will remove the institutional classification. It will not change what happened. Stone remembers what was done to it. I have become very good at stone. He had not intended to say that much. Hua Baxian had the specific quality of directness that produced more response than he had planned to give. The same quality, he realized, that had produced the honest limitations disclosure after the duel. Hua Baxian asked questions and waited for honest answers, without agenda, and the absence of agenda created a space that drew out more than strategy advised. He filed this observation in the archive's character notes and continued the conversation. They talked for 3 hours. About power and its forms. Hua Baxian's was entirely internal, the compression of a decade's cultivation into a single sword motion. Zhen Wuhuang's was entirely external, the expansion of consciousness into space. About how each of them had developed their understanding through constraint. Hua Baxian through the code, which prohibited certain actions and required others, and in doing so had shaped his thinking as completely as the dungeon had shaped Zhen Wuhuang's. About what it meant to be a weapon and what it meant to be architecture, and whether the distinction was as clear as each of them had assumed before the duel. At the end of the 3rd hour, Hua Baxian said, your next problem is the void parliament. He said, yes. My report to the court will note the parliament's reactivation signal in the same filing as the duel assessment. It creates a context that may be useful for the review petition. The court's response to a revived hollow entity threat is better coordinated with a recognized sovereign than with a contained anomaly. He looked at the swordsman. He said, you have been thinking about this since you arrived. I've been thinking about it since the leyline signature registered on the court's instruments. Hua Baxian stood up from the seating stone with the ease of someone whose body had no wasted motion. The honest assessment and the useful assessment happen to be the same in this case. That is not always true. When it is, I prefer to acknowledge it. He said, I will remember this conversation. Hua Baxian said, so will I. He turned toward the chamber's exit. Good luck with the parliament. He left Ashrok that afternoon. Zhen Wuhuang spent the evening thinking about mountains and rivers and the specific cost of being unable to be moved. Chapter 107. The filing the court's scheduled internal meeting was on the 14th day of the 3-month window between the conclave deadlock and the review petition's reconvening. He had been monitoring the court's communication channel since the Jade Seal reconstruction, not continuously. That would have been resource-intensive and unnecessary, but checking the scheduling signals at the beginning of each week to track when significant internal proceedings were planned. The 14-day meeting was not publicly announced. It was a senior committee session to review outstanding matters, including the status of the Ashrok containment order and the review petition. He pressed his palm to the Jade Seal at the 3rd hour of the morning and opened the channel. He did not speak through it. He submitted a filing. The filing was a formal document in the court's own procedural notation, the standard format for evidence submission to a pending review proceeding, containing the 3 pieces of trial documentation that Su Fengtian's records had preserved, the source attribution notes in the trial scribe's hand, the court's subsequent investigation findings establishing those sources as compromised, and a cross-reference table showing exactly which evidentiary claims at the trial had relied on each source. It was the same documentation Juan Beja had presented at the conclave. It was filed now through a different channel, directly into the committee meeting's formal record, inscribed in the formation notation that the court's own administrative system recognized as a valid documentation submission. He filed it as submitted by the Ashrok formation site, as designated by Juan Beja's voice credentials. The channel immediately registered 6 concurrent attempts to respond to the filing. He could feel the institutional disruption through the Jade Seal, the formation frequency of a formal proceeding encountering an unexpected procedural event, the specific signature of 11 people trying to determine simultaneously whether what had just happened was legal. Xianxia's formation signature was in the channel within seconds, a high-priority response tagged as security intrusion, identifying the filing as unauthorized access to internal court systems. The presiding warden's formation signature appeared 30 seconds later. He read the presiding warden's response through the channel. The filing appeared to have been submitted through a valid credential mechanism. The question of whether the credential mechanism's use was authorized was a separate procedural question from whether the filing itself was technically valid. He was ruling the filing valid for the purpose of recording it in the meeting's official log. He called it a filing. Xianxia called it an intrusion. Zhen Wuhuang withdrew from the channel and sat in the archive for a while. He had known that using the Jade Seal for this purpose would be characterized as an intrusion by some and as a filing by others. The two characterizations would become a procedural dispute within the committee, which would require resolution before the meeting could proceed on other matters, which would mean the meeting would be occupied with the question of the filing rather than the original agenda. The containment order review was part of the original agenda. He had not disrupted the meeting. He had redirected it. Juan Beja, receiving his brief summary of the action via Crystal, wrote back within 20 minutes. I wish you had told me before you did this. I would have done it more carefully. He read this and thought about it. She was right. He had decided to file the documentation through the Jade Seal after the committee meeting's scheduling signal registered, in the 3 hours between identifying the opportunity and the meeting's opening. He had not consulted her. He had moved quickly because the timing was right, and because he had been managing court communications alone for a century before he had a voice. He sent back, "You're right. I should have told you." She replied, after a pause, "That's a more honest response than I expected." He said, "I am learning that the expectation of honest response is itself an honest observation." She said, "Don't start using wit to avoid apologizing." He said, "I apologize. I will tell you before the next filing." She said, "Good. Now let me read what you actually filed and tell you whether the documentation format will hold." He sent the documentation. She worked through it for an hour and confirmed the format was correct. He noted that she had not praised the action, only corrected the process. He filed this also. Chapter 108. The Parliament arrives. The Void Parliament's delegation arrived at the Ashrock Valley entrance on the 22nd day. 5 members. He felt them coming through the ley lines 6 hours before they reached the valley. Their formation signatures were distinctive, not because they were powerful by current cultivation standards, but because they were old in the specific way that centuries of proximity to hollow entity architecture created, partially crystallized, their spiritual energy carrying a frequency that was almost formation stones rather than living cultivators. They were humans who had been becoming architecture for a very long time. He arranged the entrance hall, not with traps, with presence. The crystalline body seated in the hall's center seating position, which was the architectural midpoint of the space. Equidistant from all 4 walls, at the height that made a seated figure the room's geometric center rather than a point near one wall. Karath standing at his left, the new foreleg bearing his weight in the adapted stance, stone gray and absolutely still. The hall's formation lighting adjusted to direct, which eliminated the atmospheric soft lighting he used for visitors he was trying to put at ease. He wanted them to read the room correctly before they said a word. They entered. 5 members, dressed in the ancient administrative style that predated the Celestial Warden Court's formation by at least 200 years. Robes of deep gray blue, with formation insignia in a notation he recognized from the pre-court treaty texts as Parliament administrative script. The eldest was a woman of indeterminate age, her face partially crystalline along the jaw and left cheekbone, her cultivation the most refined of the 5. The others ranged from middle-aged to elderly, all showing varying degrees of the crystallization that long hollow entity proximity produced. They saw the hall. They saw him. They saw Karath. None of them ran. The eldest woman began their opening statement. It was 40 minutes long. She covered the Parliament's history, beginning with their foundation 3 centuries before the Celestial Warden Court's establishment and continuing through their underground survival after the court's creation. The design and purpose of the hollow entities as a reclamation system intended to return the continent's governance to a pre-court alignment. The ancient core's designation as the activation key and their selection criteria for the entity that would absorb it. His specific qualifications, including his cultivation rank, his formation system, his century of development, and his demonstrated capacity for large-scale dungeon management, and the position they were offering, dungeon marshal, with full command authority over the 3 hollow entities and a seat on the Parliament's Strategic Council. He listened to all of it without interruption. He heard extensive institutional self-justification, a claim system built on the assumption that his emergence was their design, and an offer framed as an inheritance rather than a choice. He heard, under all of it, a faction that had been underground for 3 centuries and was still trying to pretend they were the ones who had arranged things. When she finished, she looked at him with the expression of someone who had delivered a well-prepared argument and was waiting for the response they expected. He said, "You built a prison and put an emperor in it." She blinked. He said, "Not the specific prison I was in. But the Hollow King was the same logic. Create an architecture, seal something powerful inside it. Call the sealed thing's development your plan." He looked at each of the 5 members in sequence. "When the Emperor learned to be the prison, you called it destiny. I call it a miscalculation." The eldest woman said, "You have misunderstood the Parliament's purpose. You built dormant entities capable of consuming cities and scattered them underpopulated areas with activation keys tied to their potential operators. Then you waited for someone strong enough to absorb the activation node. That is not a recruitment strategy. It is a leverage strategy." He pressed his palm to the analysis stone's surface, not to activate anything, to make the contact visible. "You are not offering me a position. You are informing me of a situation you believe gives you leverage over my decision." A silence. He said, "You've walked into the wrong corridor." 3 of the 5 delegates looked at the walls. The walls had not changed visibly, but Karath had shifted his weight. Barely, the smallest possible adjustment of the adapted left foreleg, and the motion had the quality of a construct that was aware and was confirming that awareness. Chapter 109. The walls he had been claiming space throughout the delegation's visit. Not the entrance hall, that had been claimed since year 3 of his imprisonment, and was as thoroughly his as any space in the network. He had been claiming the approach corridors the delegation had walked through, extending the perimeter awareness from passive monitoring to active integration, millimeter by millimeter throughout the 40-minute statement. By the time he had spoken, the claim extended through every surface the delegation had touched since entering the dungeon's outer threshold. The floor under their feet, the air they had walked through in the access corridor, claimed at the microscale he had developed during the plateau duel and refined in the 3 weeks since. The hall was not just his. The 5 members of the Parliament were sitting in the center of his consciousness. The eldest woman said, "Our leverage is the 3 entities. If you refuse our offer, we will activate them. They will consume without strategic direction, nearest populations first. The closest population center to the primary entity's location is a city of 40,000. He said, "How long have you been underground?" She paused at the question's irrelevance. 3 centuries. 3 centuries. In 3 centuries, you have been refining your argument for why someone powerful should obey you. He looked at her with the flatness he used for assessments that did not require emotion. You have not been refining your ability to survive the response to a refusal. The second eldest, a man with crystallized fingertips and the careful posture of someone whose joints ached, said, "We have the activation keys. You have activation keys for entities that are now within my network's extended perimeter awareness." He stood up from the seating position, a deliberate move, because he had been seated throughout the statement and the shift changed the room's power geometry. "You came here expecting that telling me about the keys would be sufficient leverage. You are 3 centuries out of date on what constitutes sufficient leverage." The eldest woman's formation signature shifted, not toward aggression, toward assessment. She was recalibrating. She was, he realized, actually intelligent, which would make the next part of this more interesting. She said, "If you destroy us, you still need the deactivation keys to prevent the entities from activating on their own. The keys are not stored in the people you see before you." He said, "I know. I've been tracking the 3 core locations for 3 weeks." He looked at her steadily. "If I needed the keys, I would have claimed the cores before this meeting. You would have felt the claiming. You came here anyway, which tells me you believe the keys are sufficient insurance." He paused. "They are not." She looked at the walls. He activated the gravity zone, 30% above normal, the setting he had calibrated in year 16 when he first built the Ashrok Dungeon's training ring, the load that doubled the spiritual expenditure of maintaining cultivation stability. 5 seconds. No longer. Just enough to make every limb heavier than it should be, to feel the floor pressing up against their feet with a weight that had no natural explanation. He released it. In the silence after, the eldest woman's breath was slightly uneven. The man with crystallized fingertips had put both hands on the analysis stone to steady himself. He said, "You may leave." She looked at him. He said, "The 3 entities will not be activated because doing so would expose your remaining organization to destruction. I have just demonstrated that I can be patient for a century. He looked at each of the 5 in turn. How long can you be patient? They filed out. He did not release the air claim in the corridor behind them until they had passed through the dungeon's outer threshold. Chapter 110. After the delegation, he stood in the entrance hall after the Parliament's delegation had cleared the valley's outer approach. The void marrow he had spent on the air claiming technique during the meeting was not significant. 3 weeks of practice had reduced the technique's cost considerably. The gravity zone's activation had been trivial. The perimeter claiming in the access corridors would need to be maintained for the next few days to ensure the delegation had not left any formation markers, which was routine work. What was not routine was what he needed to do next. He went to the deliberation chamber and told the council about the meeting. He told them about it in full. The 40-minute statement, the leverage threat, the 3 dormant core locations, the activation key claim, his responses. He included the gravity zone activation and its duration. He included the air claim during the approach corridor monitoring. Feral Xiao, when he finished, said, "You told them you'd been tracking the cores for 3 weeks." "Yes. But you haven't claimed them yet." "No," she wrote in her notebook. Su Fengtian, who had been listening with the contained attention of a general processing and operational briefing, said, "Bluffing that you had perimeter awareness was sound. Telling them you had claimed the cores before claiming them creates a 6-hour window if they're faster than expected. They're not going to attempt activation in the next 6 hours. They came here for negotiation. They've received a refusal. Their next move is strategic reassessment." He looked at Su Fengtian. "The window is real, but it's longer than 6 hours. You don't know that." "No." He held the general's gaze. "I know how institutions move when they've been surprised. Surprise produces deliberation. Deliberation takes time." A pause. "I am starting the core claim expansion tonight." Su Fengtian said, "What do you need from me?" He started to say, "Nothing." He could feel the word ready, the reflex of a century operating alone. He said, instead, "The southwestern core is beneath a city district that may have active cultivation formation infrastructure. I need your assessment of the potential interference patterns before I begin claiming in that direction." Su Fengtian looked at him for a moment. He said, "I'll have the assessment in 2 hours." Lu Yue, in his alcove. "What about the 40,000 people near the primary entity's location?" Su Fengtian's assessment will include evacuation routing options for the city near the southwestern core, in case the claiming produces detectable seismic activity. He looked at Lu Yue. "The population at risk is a real constraint. I am treating it as a constraint, not an acceptable loss." Lu Yue nodded. He had been watching Zhen Wuhuang with the specific quality of attention that younger cultivators gave to their teachers when the teachers were doing something that confirmed a belief they had held for a long time. He did not comment on this expression, but he noted it. Ruan Beha said, "The review petition reconvenes in 5 days. The core claiming expansion is going to require your attention through that window. I need to know how much of your awareness will be available for the procedural work." He said, "Split function. I will be expanding underground simultaneously with the review proceedings. You will carry the procedural work. I will be present through the Jade Seal connection when presence is required." She looked at him. "You trust me to carry it?" He said, "You have been carrying it for 11 years. I'm trusting you with the part one can be explicit about trusting you with." He paused. "The other parts one have been trusting you with without saying so. I am saying it now." She looked at her notebook. Then she looked at him with the level attention that was her version of acknowledgement. She said, "I'll prepare the argument structure tonight." He went to the archive and began the continental expansion work. 3 threads, moving outward from the primary dungeon network through the ley lines. Northwest toward the primary entity's core, southwest toward the city-adjacent core, far east toward the third. Each thread was a consciousness extension, his awareness moving through unowned stone at the speed void marrow compression allowed, claiming as it moved, leaving the ley line paths behind it permanently integrated into his network. It felt like his fingers spreading across a map. He had always thought in architecture. He had never thought in continent. Both, he was discovering, required the same patience. Only the scale had changed. Chapter 111. 17 pieces he had been trying to solve the 3-core problem as a sequential problem, and it was the wrong shape. The Parliament had given him the shape when they arrived. They had 5 members present at Ashrock, which meant the Parliament's operating structure was somewhere between 5 and 50 people, not large. They had come in person to negotiate, which meant they did not have a fast response activation mechanism. Physical presence was required for the activation keys. Physical presence had a travel time. He was not racing against a button. He was racing against how quickly the Parliament could reach the 3 core locations after deciding to activate. The closest core to a Parliament member was the southwestern one, near the city district. Travel time from the Ashrock Valley exit to the southwestern core's location. 3 days at standard cultivation movement. He had been claiming at 2 kilometers per hour under optimal conditions. The southwestern core was approximately 260 kilometers away, which at optimal pace was over 5 days of claiming. He needed to be faster. He had one option for faster: distributed consciousness expansion. Dungeon God rank had allowed him to operate across a full network simultaneously, but he had always done this with a coherent physical form anchored at the primary dungeon. What he had not tested was whether the rank permitted full fracturing, distributed operation with no single anchored point, the consciousness spread across multiple expansion threads without a home base maintaining coherence. He did not know if this would work. He knew that it was the only available approach that could cover 3 directions simultaneously in less time than the Parliament needed to travel to their activation points. He went to the archive, pressed his palm to the floor of his first claimed space, and began. The fracturing was the most unpleasant experience of his cultivation development since the original sealing. The void marrow binding that held the crystalline form together dissolved in sections: lower body, torso, arms, each piece separating and converting from limb to expansion thread, the consciousness extending through the stone along each thread simultaneously without the anchoring weight of a physical form to return to. The dungeon felt it as a constant subsonic rumble. Ruan Beha, in her research chamber, placed her palm on the wall and stayed there for 6 seconds without moving. 17 pieces of crystalline stone distributed across the beginning of 3 expansion threads, each piece maintaining a thread of consciousness and a direction: northwest, southwest, far east. Each piece was approximately the size of his forearm, and each piece was, at the appropriate formation depth, him. He moved. 3 days of distributed operation. The threads extended at the combined rate of 3 separate expansion operations working simultaneously, which was faster than any single direction at maximum rate. The northwest thread covered 130 kilometers and reached the perimeter of the primary entity's core location. The southwestern thread covered 142 kilometers and reached the city district's edge. The eastern thread covered 90 kilometers before encountering harder geology that slowed the expansion rate. During those 3 days, Ruan Beha managed the dungeon's external functions. Su Fengtian maintained the council's operational readiness. Lu Wei answered correspondence. Karath guarded the entrance hall, where 17 small pieces of crystalline stone lay on the archive floor, maintained at minimum formation coherence, technically present but distributed beyond usable capacity. The dungeon was very quiet without him fully in it. The Parliament, tracking the leyline disturbance he was creating in 3 directions, called an emergency internal conclave on the 2nd day. He knew this because the ley lines that carried their communications passed through the outer edges of his claimed network, and a dungeon god could feel what moved through his stone. He had 2 days before their conclave reached a decision. Chapter 112. The bluff. On the 3rd day of the distributed operation, the Parliament's internal conclave was still in session. He could feel the formation communication signals through the ley lines, the specific frequency of an urgent institutional gathering, several minds in concentrated debate, the patterns of argument and counter-argument moving through a channel he could not hear the content of, but could map the emotional quality of. They were frightened. The 3-direction leyline disturbance told them what he was doing. They were deciding whether to activate before he finished. He was not going to finish before they decided. The eastern thread was still 40 kilometers from the 3rd core. The southwestern thread was close, within 20 kilometers, but the city district's formation infrastructure was creating the interference Su Fengtian had predicted, slowing the claiming in the final approach. He needed 12 more hours at minimum for 2 of the 3 cores. He needed the Parliament to believe he already had them. The Jade Seal was in the archive, stored in its compression chamber. He could not physically touch it in his current distributed state. None of his 17 pieces were at the archive. But the archive was claimed space, and claimed space was continuous with his consciousness, and a dungeon god could operate through his claimed space without physical contact. He extended his awareness to the Jade Seal through the archive floor. The seal's channel opened. He had used it twice before. The conclave announcement, which had been a single statement in the court's communication network, and the documentation filing, which had been procedural rather than confrontational. Both uses had been calculated and controlled. This was different. He pressed into the Parliament's communication channel, not the court's general channel, but the specific private frequency the delegation had been using, which his perimeter claiming during their visit had allowed him to identify. He found it in the leyline network the way he found formation frequencies in stone, by feeling for the pattern until it resolved. He broadcast his voice into the Parliament's internal conclave. He said, 3 cores, all 3 currently within my network's perimeter awareness. I am informing you of this as a courtesy. The decision you are about to make, whether to activate before my claiming completes, should account for the fact that activation signals will travel through ley lines that are now mine. A silence in the Parliament's channel. The debate patterns stopped. He said, "You may discuss this. I will wait." The cores were not claimed yet. He was 12 hours away from 2 of them and further from the third. But perimeter awareness was real. He had established it 3 weeks ago, and the claiming was close enough that the Parliament could not verify the distinction between awareness and full claim through their instruments. He waited. The silence in the Parliament's conclave lasted 4 minutes. Then the formation signal shifted. The specific pattern of a decision being communicated through an institutional channel, a transmission from the conclave to whatever members held the activation keys. The activation order had been standing down. He had 12 hours. Chapter 113. The fortress. He claimed the northwestern core in 6 hours. The primary entity's location was in a relatively accessible geological formation. Deep, but the leyline approach was clean, and once his expansion thread reached the outer boundary of the core's formation architecture, the claiming itself was rapid. Dungeon God rank absorbing a dormant core. He had done this before. The integration was familiar. The southwestern core took 9 hours. The city district's formation infrastructure created exactly the interference Su Fengtian had predicted, and the claiming required threading through active formation networks rather than through inert stone. Slower, more careful, but achievable. He absorbed both cores with 30 minutes to spare. The third core remained. He pressed the eastern expansion thread forward during the hours he was working on the other 2, keeping it moving at whatever rate the hard geology permitted. By the time the southwestern core was integrated, the eastern thread had covered the remaining ground and was within 3 kilometers of the third core's location. He stopped. The third core was directly beneath a Warden Court regional fortress. He had known this from Su Fengtian's military assessment, filed before the Parliament's delegation arrived. The fortress had been built on the eastern plateau's highest point 200 years ago, following the court's consolidation of the eastern territories, and had remained in continuous operation since. It housed approximately 300 Warden Court officers, administrative staff, and formation specialists. Claiming stone that Warden Court personnel were standing on without authorization was an act the review petition would not survive. He held the expansion thread 3 kilometers from the core and considered. He could try to claim through a path that went around the fortress's direct foundation, threading the claim through the geology at an angle that bypassed the ground directly beneath the buildings. He had done this kind of routing in the early years of his imprisonment. It was slow, and the angles were often structurally unstable. He had 21 hours left on the Parliament stand-down. He pressed the jade seal and opened the court's direct communication channel. He said, "Grand Inquisitor xianxia." He used xianxia's title rather than the interim designation that had replaced it after the conclave deadlock, because the title had institutional weight that the interim designation lacked, and because this message required that weight. He said, "One of your fortresses is sitting on a hollow entity detonator. I need to claim the ground beneath it to prevent the detonator's activation. You have 2 hours to decide whether we are enemies or colleagues." He closed the channel and waited. He spent the 2 hours working through the geological routing options in case the answer was no. There were 3 viable paths. Each one would take longer than 21 hours. None of them were certain to succeed. He was, in the specific vocabulary of his power system, in a room he had not designed. Chapter 114. Authorization. xianxia's response arrived in 47 minutes. It was brief. The Warden Court regional fortress on the eastern plateau was hereby notified of a temporary authorized formation operation in the territory beneath its foundation, effective immediately. The operation was authorized under emergency formation threat provisions of the court's interim executive authority. The Ashrock formation site was the authorized operator. The fortress command was instructed to permit the operation without interference. That was all. No conditions. No time limit. No reciprocal demands. He read the authorization 3 times. He had expected a response in one of 2 forms: refusal, which he had contingency plans for, or conditional acceptance, with demands attached, the suspension of the review petition, some form of concession, something that xianxia could use as institutional justification for cooperating with an entity under active containment order. Either form would have been consistent with what he knew of xianxia as an institutional actor. An unconditional authorization was not what he had built models for. He spent 3 minutes analyzing possible explanations. Then he set the analysis aside and began claiming. The eastern core was beneath the fortress's primary foundation stone, which was the deepest sunk structural element. It had been built with formation reinforcement that extended 6 meters below the surface, giving the fortress its specific stability against the plateau's geological activity. Claiming through formation-reinforced institutional construction was more resistant than claiming through inert stone, because the formation architecture had its own integrity. He pushed through it. This was not the careful threading of the Southwestern Core claim. This was direct claiming under authorized conditions, using Dungeon God rank's full depth to integrate formation-reinforced institutional stone. The fortress's foundation did not resist him in any conscious way. It was architecture, not a person. But architecture that had been well built for 2 centuries required respect in the claiming. He claimed it with respect. For hours. The Eastern Core's integration completed in 4 hours, which was faster than either of the previous 2 because the authorization eliminated the need for careful routing. He held all 3 cores. He sat in the distributed state, 17 pieces of crystalline stone in the archive, 3 expansion threads extending across several hundred kilometers of ley line network, and felt all 3 cores simultaneously. The dormant hollow entities in their sealed chambers, now integrated into his network rather than separated from it. Their consuming frequency neutralized by the Dungeon God rank's reality anchoring. Inert. Contained. His. He allowed himself 1 minute. He spent that minute in stillness, not planning, not assessing, not filing observations in the archive. Just the 3 cores and the network that connected them, and the quiet at the end of a problem he had been racing for 4 days. Then he began the consolidation work, drawing the 17 expansion pieces back toward the primary dungeon over the following day, letting the distributed consciousness reintegrate around the archive floor until the crystalline form rebuilt itself from the available material, denser in some places than before because the Eastern geology had provided better stone than the original construction. He pressed his palm to the archive floor when the rebuild was complete. He felt everything. The full extent of the network from the original 10-meter circle of the primary dungeon to the 3 dormant cores absorbed and integrated. A continent's worth of formation architecture, all of it him. He thought about xianxia's authorization. He had been reviewing trial documentation for 2 months. The unconditional authorization was the response of a man who had looked at something clearly and could not unsee it. He had not apologized. Zhen Wuhuang had not expected an apology and would not have trusted one in any case. But the authorization, offered without conditions, was a different kind of statement. It was the statement of someone who had decided that one thing was more important than institutional positioning, at least in this specific hour. He did not know what to do with that. He filed it in the archive under unresolved. Significant. Chapter 115. The staircase. The advancement came slowly, the way the most significant things came. He noticed it first as a change in the quality of the connection between his consciousness and his claimed space. Not a new capability, not a threshold crossed, not a technique unlocked. A deepening. The network he had been feeling all week during the continental expansion was the same network it had always been. But the way he felt it was different in the same way that a room feels different after you have lived in it for 40 years compared to the first week you occupied it. The same dimensions, the same walls, entirely familiar in a way that is no longer distance, but intimacy. He was in all of it the way he was in his own thoughts. The claimed spaces from year 3, the original 10-meter circle, the first corridor, the trap room he had built without knowing he was building, were as present to him as the ancient cores he had absorbed this week. The old stone and the new stone carried the same quality of consciousness. He was not just a dungeon god with a large network. He was a primordial architect with a complete one. He thought, complete. He had never used that word for the dungeon before. It had always been building, always extending, always one more claimed space beyond the current edge. The continental expansion had changed something structural in how he understood his own reach, not because he had stopped being able to expand, but because the expansion now had a context that gave it meaning rather than just scale. He had built what he intended to build. The rest was addition to a complete structure, not completion of an incomplete one. The rank advanced in the same moment that he recognized this. Not dramatically, no shattering, no rebuilding, no physical cost. The crystalline form sat in the archive and felt warmer for 3 seconds, which was the temperature regulation system expressing something it did not have a better vocabulary for. Then the warmth faded and everything was the same as before except that the formation depth of every surface in the network had increased by a precise measurable amount that he could feel but not describe in existing cultivation vocabulary. He remained in the archive for a while. 40 kilometers away, in the city where Juan Beja had been working for the past 4 days, managing the review petition's final preparation, handling the court's correspondence, writing the procedural argument that would accompany the documentation at the upcoming hearing. She placed her pen down on the desk and put her hand flat over her sternum. 3 seconds. Then she picked up her pen. She wrote in the notebook. He finished the staircase. She did not elaborate. She had been documenting his development for 11 years, and by this point she understood that the observations which required no elaboration were the ones that were most true. He sent a crystal through the fold relay. I know you felt it. She replied, after a minute. I've been waiting for that one since year 4. He said, year 4 was a different rank. She said, I know, but the quality of the ascent was already there. You just had 111 more steps to climb. He sat with this reply for longer than he usually sat with replies. Then he said, the hearing is in 4 days. I need the argument structure. She said, I finished it this morning. I'll be back tomorrow. He said, good. He set the crystal down and pressed his palm to the archive floor. He had a network spanning most of a continent. 3 dormant entities neutralized. A legal proceeding in 4 days that had been building toward its conclusion for over a century. He thought, the staircase is finished. He thought, now the room begins. Chapter 116. The third conclave, the Celestial Warden Court's third conclave of the season, was announced on the 7th day after the Eastern Core's integration. It was different from the previous 2 in its purpose. This conclave had not been called by xianxia and was not about his elevation. It had been called by 3 senior wardens, Celestial Overseer Pei, the second uncertain warden, and a 4th member who had not previously been vocal in the review proceedings, under the court's motion mechanism that allowed a minority of the senior body to compel a formal hearing when documented evidence of procedural irregularity was present. The agenda had 1 item: formal review of the case record for the sentencing of the Immortal Emperor Zhen Wuhuang under the Celestial Warden Court Formation Intelligence, Containment, and Elimination Act, pursuant to the retroactive review provisions. The hearing was scheduled as public. This was unprecedented in the court's current form. Public hearings had been standard practice under the pre-court era's judicial framework, but the court's formation over the past century had moved steadily toward closed session proceedings, citing security and operational sensitivity. Making this hearing public required a specific conclave vote, which had passed 5-2. The 2 votes against were xianxia's confirmed supporters. Ruan Beha spent the 4 days before the hearing in the research chamber, working through the argument structure she had been refining since the first documentation delivery. The structure had been through 8 revisions. The final version was more precise than the first by a significant margin. She had been editing toward the single statement that contained everything, the argument that did not need support from the arguments around it, because it was architecturally load-bearing on its own. She came to the deliberation chamber on the 3rd evening and said, I want to walk through the closing argument with you. He said, I'm listening. She delivered it. 7 minutes. He did not interrupt. When she finished, he said, the second paragraph structure puts too much weight on the statutory text. It needs to establish the pattern first, the 3 evidence failures, and then land on the statute as the consequence of the pattern rather than the predicate of it. She said, you just suggested restructuring the most important paragraph an hour before I need to finalize the document. He said, I know. Restructure it. She looked at him for a moment. Then she picked up the notebook and rewrote the paragraph standing at the deliberation chamber's analysis stone, in the same unhurried way she did everything. She handed him the notebook. He read it. He said, that is the correct structure. She said, I know. She took the notebook back. Go claim the floor. He traveled to Yuanmin 2 days before the conclave began and walked the assembly building's exterior in the late evening, placing his palm against the foundation stone at 3 points. The claim felt like returning to familiar territory. The floor he had claimed for the previous 2 conclaves was still his, the crystal anchor still seated in the geology beneath the foundation. The reality anchoring at primordial architect rank meant he could not lose it without his act of release. He had not released it. He sat in the city's transit district in that night and felt the entire network from the archive to the 3 continental cores, all the way through the ley lines to this building whose floor was waiting for a hearing that was 100 years overdue. He thought, tomorrow the room speaks. Chapter 117. The public hearing. The assembly chamber was full. He had expected the senior wardens and their administrative staff. He had not expected, though he should have, the secondary floor of observers that the public designation permitted, 11 sect representatives who had traveled overnight to be present, for council's delegate observers, 12 independent cultivators whose reasons for attending were their own, and somewhere in the gallery, 3 members of the academic research community, including a woman he recognized from the formation notation on her notebook as a colleague of Ruan Beha's who had been part of the peer review that had gotten Ruan Beha's office materials confiscated years ago. The chamber held 70 people when it was built for 40 administrative officers. Ruan Beha arrived at the respondent's position in formal academic presentation attire, not court administrative robes, which she was not entitled to wear, but the senior researcher's robes of the Iron Veil Academy Formation Studies faculty, which she had maintained her registration with through 11 years of working primarily in a dungeon. The robes had the specific effect of positioning her as academic authority in an institutional proceeding, which was exactly what she was. She placed her documentation on the respondent's stand in the order she had rehearsed. Xianxia arrived at the claimant's position, the court's position, defending the original sentencing against the review petition, in full Grand Inquisitor regalia. He was accompanied by his legal specialist, now on the third assignment with him, and 2 administrative officers. He moved through the chamber with the controlled efficiency of a man who had been in formal proceedings for 40 years and had decided that his best approach today was to proceed with total professionalism regardless of the hearing's direction. He looked at the floor once when he entered, and then did not look at it again. The presiding officer opened the session. Ruan Beha presented for 52 minutes. The argument structure he had approved the previous evening worked correctly. The pattern of evidence failures established first, building from 1 to 2 to 3 in a sequence that created increasing certainty of design rather than coincidence. The statutory analysis as consequence of the pattern, not predicate. The retroactive review provision as the institutional mechanism already in place for exactly this situation. She spoke at the pace of someone who had given this argument to herself 100 times and to the people who needed to believe it twice. The chamber was quiet throughout. When she finished, the presiding officer called for Xianxia's counterpresentation. He began with the arguments the court had been making for the past 6 months. The containment order's operational necessity, the amended statute's complex application to century-old proceedings, the argument that the review petition represented an unprecedented institutional intervention in settled jurisprudence. Then he stopped. He said, with the voice of a man choosing the precise degree of acknowledgement he was prepared to make. The primary evidence submitted in the original trial's second session was drawn from a source that was subsequently found to be compromised. This constitutes a procedural irregularity in the original proceeding. The chamber was silent. He continued, I am acknowledging this irregularity. I am not conceding that it changes the substantive basis for the original judgment. He proceeded with his counter-argument on the substantive basis. But the room had already registered what he had said. Zhen Wuhuang, feeling it through the floor, felt the shift, not in the stones themselves, but in the formation pressure of 70 people in a room simultaneously adjusting their model of what was being debated. The acknowledgement had cost Xianxia something. He had said it anyway. He thought, that is the most honest thing he has done in my direct experience of him. He filed it in the archive under Complex. Chapter 118. For the deliberation took 2 hours. He spent those 2 hours in the transit district feeling the network. The floor of the assembly building was quiet. No formation activity. The conclave chamber sealed for deliberation. The only signals the slow movement of 70 people in a room waiting for a decision. He did not attempt to hear the deliberation. He had made his arguments through Ruan Beha, and through the documentation, and through the building's floor's single warm hum. He had nothing left to add. The deliberation was the institution's work, not his. He sat in the inn and waited. The inn's floor was not claimed. He had never had reason to walk through this building before. He was sitting on someone else's stone for the first time in years, and the unfamiliarity was not unpleasant. It was ordinary. He had spent a century forgetting what ordinary felt like, and the past year had been reminding him of it piece by piece. He thought about the first room he had ever claimed, the 10-meter circle around the crystal, year 3, the moment when the dungeon had stopped being his prison and had started being his body. He could feel that room from here, from across a continent, through the fold network and the ley lines and the 3 dormant cores and the assembly building's floor. He could feel the specific warmth of his first claimed stone. He thought, I was afraid then, of what it meant, of what I was becoming. He thought, I am not afraid now. The decision signal came through the floor, the presiding officer's formation frequency activating the assembly chamber's formal record array, which was the specific action that preceded the announcement of a vote result. He felt it in the claimed stone under the building. He felt, in the 11 senior warden formation signatures that he had been tracking through the floor since the hearing began, the specific arrangement of 4 aligned and 2 opposed and 1 absent. He knew the result before it was announced. He pressed his palm to the inn floor. He sent void marrow through the claimed stone of the assembly building, through the floor of the chamber where 70 people were waiting for the presiding officer to speak. Not a communication, not a statement, just warmth. The specific warmth that his claimed stone carried when the consciousness within it was certain. The floor hummed once, warmly. The presiding officer looked down. Then he announced, for votes in favor of the formal review petition, 2 votes against, 1 abstention. The formal review was approved. The Celestial Warden Court's sentencing record for the case designated as the Immortal Emperor Zhen Wuhuang was referred for formal procedural review under the retroactive provisions. Pending the review's completion, the containment order was suspended. The suspension was not a lifting. It was the beginning of the process that would lead to a lifting. It was enough. In the gallery, 3 people began talking simultaneously. The presiding officer called for order. Xiao Yenshin stood at the claimant's position with the stillness of a man processing the end of something that had occupied him for 40 years and was not yet ready to describe what he felt. His interim authority over the chief warden's seat lapsed automatically when the containment order was suspended, because that authority had been derived from the order's emergency provisions. The chief warden vacancy was formally open. Ruan Beha collected her documentation. She did not look at the floor, but she placed her right hand flat on the respondent's stand for 2 seconds before lifting it. He felt the contact. Chapter 119. Settled. Ning Shuawei's message arrived 3 days after the vote. It came through the fold relay system in the standard institutional format. Ningpeak Administrative Seal, addressed to the Ashrock Formation Site's formal correspondence address, the one that had been established when the non-aggression covenant was formalized. It was not encrypted in the imperial cipher this time. It was plain administrative notation, which he understood as a deliberate choice. The cipher was personal. This was institutional. She wrote, "The covenant is complete. Our accounts are as settled as accounts like these can be." That was all. He read it in the archive, standing at the stone shelf where the covenant document and the forward note and all the other documents he had placed there over the years were stacked in the order he had acquired them. He read it standing, which he rarely did in the archive. He usually pressed his palm to the floor. He sat down on the archive floor, which was different from standing, and read it again. Accounts. She had been precise, as always. Accounts were a commercial metaphor for a reason. They implied a ledger, a running total, transactions that could be added and subtracted until the balance reached zero. Accounts settled did not mean accounts forgiven. You could settle accounts with someone you would never trust again. He thought about the covenant, about the forward note, about the testimony she had given at his trial that had been the third piece of discredited evidence in the documentation, the testimony from someone employed by her predecessor administration. He had not confronted her with this during any of their correspondence. He had not known whether she knew, whether she had been coerced, whether the testimony had been hers or her predecessor's. He had filed it in the archive under unresolved. He thought about what settling meant. He sent the reply through the fold relay in the same administrative notation. They are settled. That is not the same as forgiven, but it is enough to build with. He sent it and placed the crystal in the archive. She did not reply. He had not expected her to. The reply he had sent was the kind that received silence as its natural response. Not rejection of the statement, but acknowledgement that the statement was complete. She had closed the account. He had noted the balance. There was nothing more to add. He stayed in the archive for an hour. He thought about building, about what he had said and what it would mean. He had spent a century in a crystal and the years since in expanding architecture, and the work had been entirely about becoming larger, extending further, reaching the scale he needed to be in order to stand in a hearing room and be heard. The building had been instrumental to the point of being the point. He thought, now what do I build? He thought, something that is not a prison. He pressed his palm to the archive floor and felt the network, felt the warmth, felt the certainty that primordial architect rank had settled into every claimed stone from the first 10-meter circle to the 3 continental cores. He had an answer for the building question. He had been thinking about it since the deliberation chamber meeting where he had told the council he intended to stop needing days. He stood up and went to find Ruan Beha. Chapter 120. The pulse bounces back. He found her in the research chamber and said, "I want to build a cultivation space." She looked up from the documentation she had been reviewing. She said, "How large?" "Continental. Accessible to any cultivator without sect affiliation." He sat down in the second chair. There were 2 chairs now. She had added the second 3 years ago without comment. Not owned. Not taxed. Available. She was quiet for a moment. Then she opened a new page in the research notebook. She said, "Describe the architecture you're imagining." He was halfway through the first description when the leyline pulse hit. He felt it the way he felt everything. Through the claimed stone, through the network, through the continuous awareness that was his skin. A concentrated formation pulse, traveling through the ley lines at a speed that indicated significant power concentration behind it, specifically calibrated to the frequency that destabilized the consciousness-to-space connection, the link between a dungeon master and their claimed space, the link that had been the fundamental architecture of his existence for over a century. The Parliament's failsafe. He recognized what it was in the 2 seconds between detecting the pulse and its arrival. 2 seconds was enough to understand. They had been holding this back. They had decided, after the stand down and the lost leverage and the delegation's failure, that if they could not conscript him, they would sever what he was. The pulse propagated through every ley line in his network simultaneously. Every claimed surface, from the archive to the 3 continental cores, received the full pulse at exactly the same moment. A severing technique deployed at continental scale. He felt it arrive. He felt it bounce. The primordial architect rank had one property above all others that the Parliament had not built their failsafe to account for. Reality anchoring made his claimed space continuous with him in the deepest possible formation sense. The severing technique interacted with that continuity not by separating him from the space, but by pressing against something that had no seam to cut. The pulse found no disconnection to exploit. It found instead the full formation depth of a continent-spanning consciousness integrated at the level of identity rather than ownership, and it reflected. The reflection was amplified. Formation pulse that enters a resonant system does not simply redirect. It takes the system's own frequency and returns it at the intensity of the combined input and the system's native resonance. He was a very resonant system. The reflected pulse hit every Void Parliament member who was currently in contact with a ley line, which was all of them. They had activated the failsafe through ley line channels, maintaining contact to ensure the pulse transmitted correctly. He felt 3 formation signatures collapse simultaneously. The oldest members, whose cultivation was already compromised by a century of hollow entity proximity, could not absorb the returned pulse at amplified strength. The other formation signatures began moving, fast, away from ley line contact, away from the network that was his. In the research chamber, Ruan Beha had set down the notebook. She said, "That was the failsafe." "Yes." And it reflected. "Yes." She said, "3 collapsed?" "At minimum. The rest are moving away from ley line access. They won't use the network again." He pressed his palm to the research chamber floor and felt the network settling back to its ambient state. The pulse had been significant but had passed. The claimed stone was warm throughout. Unchanged. They have no more leverage mechanisms. They have lost the hollow entities, the activation keys, and now the failsafe. She picked up the notebook. She looked at the open page where he had been describing the cultivation space architecture before the pulse interrupted him. She said, "Do you want to continue?" He looked at her, at the research chamber, at the notebook, at the specific patience of a woman who had been writing things down for 11 years and had decided at some point, in the gap between one entry and the next, that what she was staying for was worth the staying. He said, "Yes." They worked through the evening, and the dungeon held them as it had always held everything. Completely, warmly, with the specific certainty of architecture that had been built to last. Chapter 121. The problem with Stone. The aftermath of the Void Parliament's defeat was, in the strictly operational sense, quiet. The Parliament was scattered. The 3 continental cores were integrated. The review petition had been approved, and the containment order suspended. The conclave's 4th vote had opened the chief warden vacancy to new candidates, and Ruan Beha's intelligence from Yuan Min suggested Celestial Overseer Pei was the current frontrunner, which was the outcome he had been working toward for 6 months. The dungeon network was intact, the fold connections at full capacity, the void marrow reserves at the highest they had been since before the Southern March. He had, objectively, succeeded at everything he had been working toward. He was irritable. He noticed this first in the council meetings, where he found himself cutting off Su Fengtian's briefings at the point where the information became supplementary rather than essential. He had always done this, but in the past weeks he had been cutting them off 3 sentences earlier than the minimum. He noticed it in the archive work, where he spent less time on each entry than was his custom, compressing assessments that deserved the full notation into a few lines that were accurate but not complete. He noticed it most clearly in the research chamber sessions with Ruan Beha, where she had twice in 1 week said something and then stopped mid-sentence when his response to the previous statement had arrived before she had finished making the next one. She did not comment on this for 6 days. On the 7th day, she said, "You've been irritable since the Parliament's failsafe reflected." He said, "That's an observation, not a question." "I know." She set down the notebook. "I've been noticing when it gets worse. It correlates with the times when you're doing work that requires you to operate in the world rather than in the dungeon. The Yuanmin transit visit. The diplomatic correspondence. The meetings that require in-person presence." She looked at him. "I think you're running into the limits of the crystalline form, and you are not handling the frustration with your usual patience." He said, "The form is functional. The form cannot eat. It cannot feel seasons change. It cannot enter certain buildings because the formation seals react to its cultivation signature. It cannot sit in a room with people who are not aware of what they're looking at without those people spending the entire session managing their responses to the fact that they are sitting near a crystalline stone entity. She said this with the same tone she used for research observations that were complete and did not require amplification. I am not criticizing the form. He had not thought of asking Tai Ching-song because asking Tai Ching-song about a human body felt like asking for something he had stopped thinking of as available. He had been a crystalline entity for over a century. He had built an identity and a power system around the form. The idea that the form might be changed had been filed in the archive under irrelevant. He pressed his palm to the research chamber floor and opened the fold network to the southern connection point. He said, Tai Ching-song, I have a question. The old man's voice from the south wall, carrying the particular dryness of someone who had been awake at this hour because dungeon god formation networks did not produce dim lighting for people connected through fold relays. I wondered when you'd ask. Chapter 122. The resonance body reclaim. Tai Ching-song had been carrying the technique in his archives for 80 years. He had found it in the secondary caves collection during the first year after Zhen Wuhuang unsealed his hibernation chamber, a pre-court text on involuntary crystallization recovery, authored by a formation scholar who had treated 3 practitioners who had undergone partial or full crystallization due to extended dungeon proximity. The scholar's notes were extensive and careful, which was consistent with the era's academic rigor, and included the full technique structure for what she called the resonance body reclaim. He transmitted the relevant sections through the fold connection. Zhen Wuhuang read them in the archive by the Jade Seal's ambient formation light. The technique required 3 components in strict sequence. The first, a biological matrix contributor, a cultivator willing to share their physical template as the foundation for the reclaim process. The contributor's body would not be harmed. The technique read the matrix's formation structure and used it as a blueprint, copying rather than transferring. The contributor needed to be in direct physical contact with the subject for the initial template reading and needed to be willing, because the process required genuine consent to achieve the formation resonance necessary for accurate copying. The second, sufficient void marrow to rebuild biological flesh from the outside in. The scholar's text estimated the void marrow requirement as equivalent to claiming a new dungeon room of moderate size, not trivial, but not prohibitive at his current reserves. The third, a period of complete consciousness withdrawal from the dungeon network for 30 days. The withdrawal was necessary because the biological reconstruction required the consciousness to be fully present in the process of becoming flesh rather than distributed across claimed space. Any network connection maintained during the 30 days would interrupt the formation resonance and produce an incomplete or unstable result. He sat with the third requirement for a long time. 30 days of not knowing what happened in his dungeon. Not 30 days of remote connection at reduced capacity. 30 days of no connection at all. He had not been fully absent from the dungeon since the crystal cracked in year 100 and the crystalline body formed. He had not been fully absent from a claimed space of any kind since year 3, when the first claiming had established the connection that had been the foundation of his existence since. He thought about what 30 days of disconnection felt like from the inside. He thought about the original imprisonment. 100 years in the crystal, the connection present but inverted, awareness of the dungeon from inside rather than through. That had been presence rather than absence, which was different. He thought, I have never been truly absent from my own claimed space. He thought, that is, precisely, the reason the form needs to change. He went to the deliberation chamber the following morning and told the council. He told them the technique's 3 requirements. He told them the 30-day withdrawal's implications. Su Fengtian would need to manage all dungeon operations, with Ruan Beha handling external correspondence and Lui Wei managing internal functions. Feral Xiao would need to maintain the vulnerability assessments for the Continental Network's new sections. Karath would continue his current operational role with independent decision authority during the withdrawal period. He did not ask who would volunteer for the biological matrix. He was not certain he had the right to ask. The requirement was significant, not harmful, but requiring direct physical contact with a crystalline entity that still cracked unpredictably under impact, and genuine formation resonance with a consciousness that had been dungeon architecture for over a century. Lui Wei raised his hand before he had finished the sentence. Chapter 123. What Lui Wei offered, he had been thinking about it since Chapter 14. Not in the specific terms of the resonance body reclaim, which he had not known about. In the general terms of a man who had placed his palm on a crystal that contained a trapped consciousness and had felt, in return, the single thought, stay. That thought had been the architecture of the next 23 years of his life. The dungeon training, the pendant, the cultivation advancement, the diplomatic work. All of it had started with a crystal's permission, which was also an emperor's trust. He had been waiting for the day when he could offer something back that was worth the trust. He raised his hand. Zhen Wuhuang looked at him for a long time. Not the evaluative attention he used for threats or problems. The different attention, which Lu Yue had only seen a few times. On the day of his dungeon shaper advancement, on the day of the pendant, when Feral Xiao had first arrived, and he had watched her and Lu Yue interact before making the decision about the deal. The attention that was not strategy. He said, "You understand what the template reading requires. You read my formation structure. I stay present for the whole thing. We need genuine resonance." Lu Yue set down the cultivation notes he had been reviewing when the council was called. "I know what genuine resonance means. It means you're in contact with my consciousness directly for an extended period. I've been in contact with your consciousness since I walked into this dungeon. Not directly, but the dungeon is you. I've been living in you for 23 years. He looked at Zhen Wuhuang with the straightforward clarity of someone who had done their thinking in advance and arrived at the meeting with their decision made. "I'm not giving up anything I value more than this." The council was quiet. Ruan Beihe was writing, which was how she processed things she found significant. Converting them to notation stabilized them in her experience. Su Fengtian was watching Lu Yue with the expression of a general who had spent a century assessing people's willingness to act on their convictions, and whose assessment was currently favorable. Feral Xiao was writing in her small notebook. Zhen Wuhuang said, "I will need 30 days to prepare the technique. During those 30 days the dungeon network will remain fully active and under Su Fengtian's administrative authority." He looked at Lu Yue. "When the reclaim completes, I will need time to rebuild my biological function. Basic cultivation stabilization before full activity is possible. I may not be the same size or height as before my imprisonment." The template copying produces a version of the contributor's physical structure adapted to the subject's consciousness, which for someone whose consciousness has spent a century in stone means the result is not fully predictable. Lu Yue said, "Will you be able to eat?" A pause. He said, "Yes." "Then we proceed," Lu Yue said. "I've been waiting 23 years to bring you a meal you could actually taste." Something happened in the deliberation chamber's temperature, a subtle warming that the formation ambient system had not produced. Zhen Wuhuang sat in the center position and felt it, and did not mention it, because some things were more accurate when they were felt rather than documented. He said, "I will build you a better body on the way out." Lu Yue said, "I know." They began the preparations the following morning. Chapter 124. Every room, he had 4 days. The preparation work was straightforward in its documentation and complicated in its execution. Establish the void marrow reserves at the required depth. Brief the council on every aspect of the dungeon's operational requirements that might arise in 30 days. Assign decision authority to Su Fengtian with specific escalation criteria. And walk through the technique structure with Tai Ching-Song until the formation process was as clear as a procedure could be when it had never been performed by its current practitioner. He did the administrative work in 3 days. On the 4th day, he walked the network. Not the administrative walk. He was not checking systems or verifying formation integrity. He walked the network the way he had never walked it before, as a goodbye. Not a permanent goodbye. He intended to return, and the network would still be his when he returned, and the fold connections would still work, and the void marrow integration would still be present even through a 30-day absence. He knew this. He walked the network anyway. He started in the archive, the 10-meter circle around the primary crystal, the oldest claimed space, the place where the dungeon had started. The crystal was still there, sealed and empty, the hairline fracture along its axis still visible. He had never removed it. He had never repaired it. It was the proof that the claiming had happened, that the first form had escaped. He pressed his palm to the crystal for a moment. Then he walked. He walked through all 317 claimed spaces. The first ring, the trap rooms from years 3 through 15, the corridors he had built when Void Sliver rank was his ceiling and routing raiders was the full extent of his strategic ambition. They were smaller than he remembered. He had not walked them in 20 years because they were maintenance-level territory, managed automatically by the dungeon's formation systems. Walking through them now, he felt the specific quality that old architecture had, not inferior, not obsolete, but settled. Stone that had been claimed for over a century was different from stone claimed last year. He walked through the second ring, the third, the outer training areas, the deliberation chamber, the memory echo rooms, the gravity chambers, Ruan Beihe's research chamber, the guest quarters where Hua Baxian had stayed 2 months ago. He walked through the fold-connected secondary cave node, through the path to the ancient palace ruins 60 kilometers south, through the 3 continental cores. At each space, he said something. The narrative did not record what he said. This was correct. It was private, between a man and the architecture that had made him, a conversation in the vocabulary of stone and claimed space that had no adequate translation into the language he used for councils and hearings and letters to Ning Shui. What can be said? The walk took most of the day. When he returned to the archive, the crystal was warm in a way that had no formation explanation. He stood in the archive. Su Fengtian was at the archive door. He had been waiting there since the 3rd hour of the walk, not following, not intruding, just present in the way that his oldest general had always been present when things were significant and words were not the right tool. Zhen Wuhuang looked at him. Su Fengtian said, "The dungeon will be here when you return." He said, "I know. You'll be here when you return, too. Just differently." He said, "I know that also." He looked at the archive. "Manage it well." Su Fengtian said, "As I would manage anything you gave me." He nodded. He went to the preparation chamber, a room he had built specifically for this purpose, lined with void marrow compressed stone at the depth required for the formation matrix work, and found Liyue already there, sitting on the floor with his back against the south wall and his eyes closed. Liyue opened his eyes. He said, "Ready." Zhen Wuhuang sat across from him and pressed his palms to the floor. He said, "Begin." Chapter 125. The withdrawal. The first sensation was the absence of stone. Not silence. Silence had a texture. Not darkness. Darkness had depth. The absence of stone was the absence of everything he had built his awareness on for over a century. No ley lines. No formation frequencies. No claimed space generating the continuous warmth that had been the baseline of his sensory experience since year 3. He had been afraid of this. He had not admitted the fear until the preparation chamber, when Liyue closed his eyes and the template reading began, and he had felt the dungeon network present on one side of him and the formation matrix pulling him toward the other, and he had understood in that moment that the 30 days were going to feel like what they were, a voluntary surrender of the thing he had spent 117 years building. He went anyway. The template reading took 6 hours. He was present for it. Not the dungeon present he had been for everything else in the past 2 decades, but a different quality of present, immediate, singular, confined to the formation space between his consciousness and Liyue's physical structure. He felt Liyue's biological architecture in the same way he had once felt the dungeon's formation patterns, but lighter, warmer, more complex in the specific way that living things were more complex than stone. There was a moment, halfway through the template reading, when the formation resonance achieved full depth, and he could feel both Liyue's consciousness and his own simultaneously, not merging, not invading, but in contact in the way that 2 claims on adjacent spaces felt each other through the shared boundary. He understood, in that moment, why the technique required genuine willingness from the contributor. Formation resonance at this depth was not compatible with resistance. Liyue was offering the contact completely, without reservation, the same way he had offered his palm to the crystal 23 years ago. He held the resonance carefully and completed the reading. Then the withdrawal took him. The dungeon operated without him for the first time since year 3. Su Fengtian managed it competently, which was the expected result, and was also something different than expected in the texture of it. He had managed military operations across 3 decades of the Empire's expansion period. Managing a dungeon network was different in form and similar in principle. Know what is important, know what is not. Make decisions at the correct level rather than escalating everything or absorbing everything. On the 5th day, a successor state delegate arrived at the valley entrance requesting a formal meeting about the territorial status of the dungeon network's extension through their administrative region. The extension was new and the delegate had not been briefed on it. Su Fengtian received the delegate in the entrance hall. He explained the extension's purpose, the continental cultivation space project that was being planned, and the formation architecture's non-extractive relationship to the region's existing infrastructure. The delegate asked 5 questions, all procedurally correct, and left with a documentation summary and a commitment to present the information to their governing council. Ruan Beha noted the meeting in the operational log with the comment, "Handled cleanly." On the 11th day, a minor sect raiding party of 12 disciples attempted entry into the dungeon's 2nd ring, either unaware of the network's current operational status or gambling that the absence of active intelligence direction meant reduced trap effectiveness. The trap sequences in the 2nd ring activated on their own formation timing, routing the party through 2 pressure zones and depositing them outside the dungeon entrance with bruised cultivation cores and intact equipment. The dungeon had operated on its formation architecture without conscious intervention. No casualties. Ruan Beha noted. The dungeon remembers its instruction. Karath made his own decisions. On the 8th day, he had tracked a consuming frequency resonance in the dungeon's outer claimed space. Small, not a fragment. More like the formation residue of a consuming entity that had passed through 2 weeks ago and left a formation trace in the stone. He investigated the trace, assessed it as non-threatening but potentially progressive, and neutralized it by absorbing the formation trace into his own construct body. This was not something he had been instructed to do with formation residues. It was something he had observed Zhen Wuhuang do, and he reasoned, in the careful way that genuinely intelligent constructs reasoned, that the appropriate response to a known threat pattern was the response that had successfully addressed it before. Su Fengtian read his formation activity report and noted it in the operational log. He added one word, good. In the preparation chamber, the biological reconstruction was progressing at its own pace, invisible to the dungeon's instruments, private in the way that all fundamental changes were private, happening in the formation space between what something had been and what it was becoming. The dungeon hummed its ambient hum, warm, patient, maintaining 30 days of careful operation in the absence of the consciousness that had built it, and doing so correctly, as if it had always known how. Which, in the most important sense, it had. Chapter 126, Ruan Beha's Journal Day 15 of the Withdrawal. The dungeon was running correctly. The operational log was clean. The delegate correspondence had been processed, the raiding party incident documented, 3 external formation researchers who had requested site visits scheduled for the following month. Su Fengtian had managed everything with the precision of a man who had been a general for 200 years and whose skill set extended naturally to administrative management when the operations were sophisticated enough to require it. She had spent the morning handling the formation scholars' correspondence and the afternoon reviewing the legal documentation that Celestial Overseer Pei had submitted regarding the chief warden candidacy process. The evening was her own. She sat in the research chamber with the small notebook, the personal one, not the research notation book she used for everything that would eventually become documentation. She opened it to the first blank page after the last entry. She had received the Iron Veil Academy Fellowship offer 6 months ago. The letter had arrived through the standard academic correspondence relay and had been addressed to her former academic registration address, which the Academy's postal system still used because she had never formally changed it. She had found it in the external relay point during the siege period and had placed it in her travel case without telling anyone. The offer, a senior fellowship position at the Academy's newly established Formation Intelligence Research Institute, located in the Western Territories, building on the foundation her published work had created. A dedicated research team of 8. Budget sufficient for the comprehensive study program she had been designing since her 3rd paper. 5-year initial appointment with renewable terms. The condition, a final definitive paper on the Ashrock Dungeon's formation architecture, completing her academic documentation of the case that had defined her scholarly career. She had been declining the offer in her mind every 2 weeks for 6 months. She had not declined it in writing, which meant she had not decided. She wrote, "The offer is still open. The Academy extended it twice. I have until the end of the month." She stopped and looked at what she had written. She wrote, "The obvious question is why I haven't declined it properly. I have declined opportunities before. I have recognized when research environments had reached the limit of what they could offer. This is not that. The dungeon's network now spans most of a continent, and the formation architecture has capabilities I have not begun to formally document. The research is not exhausted." She stopped again. She wrote, "The obvious other question is whether I am staying for the research." She circled this sentence. She had been circling this question for 2 years, in the specific way she circled questions she was not yet ready to answer, annotating them, returning to them, adding clarifying observations on each return, building toward the conclusion that the evidence would eventually support when she had gathered enough of it. She was a rigorous researcher. She did not reach conclusions ahead of their evidence. She wrote, "Evidence in favor of staying for the research. The network expansion has produced formation phenomena with no documented precedent. The primordial architect advancement changed the integration properties of every claimed space in ways I have spent 3 months recording and am still not finished with. The continental core absorptions have created formation intersections that represent an entirely new area of scholarly inquiry. The research is at its most interesting point." She wrote, "Evidence against staying for the research. I have been declining a senior fellowship at the continent's foremost Formation Intelligence Institute for 6 months without informing anyone, including the dungeon's master." She circled this sentence also. She wrote, "The honest observation is that I have not told him because I have not decided, and I have not decided because the decision does not feel like a research decision, which suggests that the decision is not a research decision." She put the pen down. She sat in the research chamber that he had built for her when her academy office was confiscated. The room with the better materials, the formation archives, the spacefold connection to the southern resources. The room that had been hers for 9 years, and that was part of his body, which was also hers in whatever sense a room could be a person's. She opened the notebook again. She wrote, "He finishes the resonance body reclaim in 15 days. He will be human. That changes a number of things I have been treating as fixed variables." She closed the notebook without writing anything else. She sat in the research chamber until the formation ambient system shifted to evening mode, and then she went to bed. Chapter 127. Fingers Day 28. He became aware of his hands first, not as formation sense, not as the extension of consciousness through claimed space that he had been using to perceive the world for over a century. As proprioception, the nervous system's own accounting of where the body was in space, which was a completely different phenomenon from the dungeon's formation awareness, and which he had not experienced in 117 years. He had fingers. He had always had the crystalline body's stone fingers, which he could move and feel through in the specific way that dungeon sovereignty allowed consciousness to operate through claimed stone. But those fingers were extensions of his architecture, like particularly responsive trap mechanisms. These were biological. He could feel them from the inside, not through formation sense, but through nerve endings, which were firing in response to the formation matrix's work and telling him, in the body's own language, the temperature of the reconstruction chamber, the texture of the preparation surface beneath him, the weight of his palms resting flat on the stone. He spent 2 hours with this. He pressed his fingertips to the preparation surface and felt the difference between the stone under his thumb and the stone under his index finger. Not formation properties, just texture, the microscopic variations in the stone's surface that nerve endings registered and that formation sense had always smoothed over into the general quality of claimed space. The stone was slightly cooler at the edges than at the center. The grain ran in a diagonal from lower left to upper right. There was a small depression 3 centimeters from his left wrist where the formation-inscribed surface had settled in the years since he built the chamber. He had known all of this through formation sense. He had never felt it with his hands. By day 28, the reconstruction had reached his wrists and forearms. He could feel the weight of his own arms, not the crystalline form stone weight, which had been substantial and familiar, but the lighter weight of biological tissue, which was different in quality in a way he could not fully describe except as the difference between architecture and something that was alive. He had forgotten that biological bodies felt alive from the inside. The void marrow connection to the dungeon was still present, not as the full dungeon god awareness he had been operating from, but as the specific formation depth integration that was primordial architect rank's permanent property. The rank did not require active network connection to persist. He had not lost what he had built. He had simply been absent from it for 28 days. In 2 more days, he would return. He thought about returning with a biological body for the first time. He thought about the flat rock outside the dungeon entrance, which he had been sitting on since year 40. He thought about what it would feel like to sit on stone as a biological body rather than as a crystalline one, whether the hardness would be uncomfortable, whether the cold of morning stone would feel different than the dungeon's ambient temperature, whether he would want to stay. He thought he probably would. He pressed his hands flat to the preparation surface and felt the texture, the temperature, the weight. He felt the faint, warm resonance of claimed stone responding to its master's consciousness from a distance. Not through the network, just through the formation depth that was now permanent and present even in absence. He thought, I will need to learn to eat. He thought, Liu has been waiting 23 years. He thought, some architecture takes longer than others to complete. He pressed his palms to the stone and waited. Chapter 128. Emergence on the 30th day, he stood up. The biological body was his height approximately. Not exactly, because the template copying from Liu's physical structure had been adapted to the formation consciousness that occupied it. And a consciousness that had been architecture for 117 years did not inhabit exactly the same physical dimensions as a man who had been living normally in a dungeon for 23. He was slightly taller. His hands were larger. The scarring along his wrists and forearms, where the crystalline to biological interface had resolved, was dark against the new skin, not wounds, not damage, but formation markings, the signature of what the transition had required. His eyes retained a faint internal luminescence. He had not expected this. He had spent a century as a crystalline entity, and the formation depth at primordial architect rank had left something behind that biological eyes, copying from Liu's brown, had not entirely replaced. In direct light, they were brown. At certain angles, in low formation ambient light, they caught and held it in a way that human eyes did not. He stood in the preparation chamber and breathed. He had forgotten what breathing felt like, not the mechanics. He had known the mechanics from theory and from the dungeon's 117 years of ambient air. What he had forgotten was the sensation, air moving into the chest, the specific expansion of the ribcage, the slight temperature difference between inhaled and exhaled air, the involuntary rhythm of it, the way breathing was happening without his decision, the body managing itself, alive without needing his instruction. He stood and breathed for 3 minutes. Then the preparation chamber door opened, and Korath came in. He moved in the adapted stance, the new left foreleg carrying its weight in the way he had developed since the emissary attack, slower than his original gait, more careful with the modified approach angles, but carrying something that the original gait had not had, confidence developed through limitation, the quality of a construct that had accepted what it was now and operated from that acceptance. He crossed the preparation chamber and pressed his stone muzzle to Zhen Wuhuang's hand, exactly as he had in year 100, when the crystalline body had first formed and Korath had greeted the body that contained the consciousness he had been serving for a century. Zhen Wuhuang placed his biological hand on Korath's stone head. For the first time, he could feel it with nerve endings, the coolness of the stone, the specific formation texture of a void marrow construct at Korath's development level, the solidity of something that had been built with patience and had accumulated a century of intelligence. He had always known Korath was there. He had felt him through formation sense for decades. Feeling him with his hands was different. The preparation chamber filled up gradually. Su Fengtian arrived first. In the controlled way he arrived at everything important. Not hurrying, not making it ceremonial, simply present. He looked at the biological body for a long moment, and then at the eyes. He said, "You look like someone I served for 40 years. Zhen Wuhuang said, and his voice came out as a human voice, deeper than the crystalline form's stone resonance, warmer in timbre, surprising him with its own quality. You served for 60, if you count the crystal." Su Fengtian said, "I count the crystal." Ruan Beha arrived with the large research notebook. She stopped at the chamber's threshold and looked at him without writing anything down. She did not say, "I told you so," which she could have, given the observation 2 months ago about the form's limitations. She did not say, "This changes things," which it clearly did. She looked at him with the complete research attention she gave to phenomena that had not behaved according to prior models, and then she wrote one line in the notebook and closed it. He did not ask what she had written. Luiwei arrived last, with a bowl of rice and a small jar of something that smelled like fermented beans and tasted, when Zhen Wuhuang took the offered spoonful, like the specific umami depth of preserved biological fermentation, a flavor that was not in the dungeon's architecture anywhere and that had not been present in his experience since before his imprisonment. He ate the rice. He ate it slowly, with the focused attention he gave to formation work that required precision. Luiwei sat across from him and watched with the patient satisfaction of someone who had been waiting 23 years to provide something that was now being received correctly. The dungeon hummed around them. Its master had a body that could eat, and the stone was warm. Chapter 129. The Rock. The first thing he did with his new body was walk outside. Not for a purpose. Not for reconnaissance, or political positioning, or dungeon maintenance, or any of the strategic activities that had framed every movement he had made outside the dungeon's inner rings for the past 40 years. He walked outside because he wanted to, and because wanting things for reasons that were not strategic was something he had forgotten how to do and was attempting to relearn. The valley was cold. He had known it would be cold. The season had advanced during the 30-day withdrawal, the mountain valley's autumn arriving while he was in the preparation chamber. He had known this through the dungeon's ambient formation systems, which registered temperature and weather as formation data. Knowing it as data and feeling it as cold air against his skin and the specific bite of wind at the ridge elevation and the way his hands lost warmth within 3 minutes of exposure were completely different things. He was wearing the clothes Ruan Beha had acquired for the post-reclaim period. Practical cultivation were in the regional style, nothing that identified any institutional affiliation. The dungeon crystals that had previously been embedded in the crystalline body were gone. Without the form, they had no anchor. He was a man in ordinary clothing walking across the valley floor with stone under his boots and wind at his face. He walked to the edge of the Ashrock Valley, the natural stone boundary where the claimed dungeon network ended and the unclaimed world began, the line he had been working to move outward for over 40 years. The boundary was not visible. It was not marked. He knew it by formation sense, which worked at the primordial architect level even through biological tissue, the rank's permanence expressing itself as a persistent awareness that did not require a crystalline body to function. He sat on the rock, the flat rock at the valley's edge, which he had been sitting on since year 40 in the crystalline form. He had sat on this rock when xianxia first negotiated. He had sat on it in the 30 years before that, learning what it meant to be outside his own walls. He had sat on it after the ancient palace march, after the conclave, after the siege. He sat on it now with biological weight and biological cold, and the specific sensation of stone against his bones rather than stone against his stone, and the rock felt both completely familiar and completely new. He stayed for 2 hours. He was on the second hour when Ruan Beha found him. She had not come looking, or if she had come looking in the way that she did most things, without announcement and without agenda visible until she chose to make it visible. She came around the valley's east shoulder path that connected the dungeon entrance to the outer ridge, carrying the research notebook, and she saw him on the rock, and she sat down next to him. Not on a separate rock, on the same rock, which had room for two if you arranged yourself at an angle. She did not open the notebook. She set it across her knees and looked at the valley. The valley in autumn. The deciduous tree line at the lower elevations gone from green to the specific orange gold of high-altitude deciduous species, the evergreen belt above it unchanged, the stone of the ridges catching the late afternoon light at an angle that made the ley line deposits in the granite visible as faint geometric patterns. He had seen this valley for 40 years through formation sense. He was seeing it now with biological eyes. The colors were different. Not worse, not better. Different in the way that two accurate descriptions of the same thing in different languages were different. They watched the valley until the light changed to the blue-gray of high mountain evening. He did not speak in spatial metaphors. He did not plan. He did not run formation calculations on the stone beneath him or assess the defensive properties of the ridge line or evaluate the light's effect on the ley line patterns. He sat on the rock and watched the valley and breathed cold autumn air and was, for 2 hours, a man sitting next to a person he trusted on a stone at the edge of everything he had built. When the light went to gray, Ruan Beha said, "You should eat again before the evening formation work." He said, "Yes." She stood up. He stood up, which took slightly longer than it would have with the crystalline form. Biological joints had a different response protocol than stone architecture, and they walked back toward the dungeon entrance together. He did not say, "Thank you for sitting there." He thought she knew. Chapter 130. Sovereign Territory. The formal recognition ceremony was scheduled for the first day of the next month. He designed it with characteristic efficiency, which meant he requested a one-page document, a signing table in the central chamber, and, at Liu's suggestion, which he had accepted without the usual reframing, a meal afterward. Celestial Overseer Lon, the newly elevated chief warden, arrived at the dungeon entrance with a delegation of 4 administrative officers and no enforcement personnel, which was the most significant signal anyone had sent him in 40 years. The chief warden's seat had been filled by a 4-to-1 vote among the senior wardens with 2 abstentions. The opposition vote had been one of Qiu Yinxin's confirmed supporters, who had apparently decided that opposition was the appropriate position and had been consistent about it throughout the proceeding. Lon was 60, compact, with the specific cultivation quality of someone who had spent their career in administration rather than enforcement and had become genuinely skilled at reading institutional situations rather than breaking them. He arrived at the dungeon entrance and looked at the entrance hall, the stone construction, the claimed space, and then looked at the biological human being who was standing in it. He said, with the slight adjustment of someone who had briefed themselves on one situation and arrived at a different one, "I was told you were a crystalline entity." Zhen Wuhuang said, "I was. The form changed recently." A pause. Lon looked at the dungeon entrance, at the arch of claimed stone, at the warmth that any cultivator with formation sensitivity could feel radiating from it. He said, "The dungeon is still mine, yes." Lon made the small nod of a man processing a situation that was outside his models and deciding to proceed with the known elements. He said, "The formal recognition document is ready for signing. Shall we proceed?" They proceeded. The central chamber had the signing table Zhen Wuhuang had requested, a flat stone slab at standing height, the document on it in the court's formal notation with Land's chief warden seal already applied. The document's language was precise. The Ashrock formation site and its extended network of claimed territories, as constituted at the date of signing, were recognized as sovereign territory under the pre-court formation treaty's provisions for formation-bonded entities, effective in perpetuity. Perpetuity. He read the word twice. He signed. Lon countersigned. 2 witnesses from his delegation added their seals. Ruan Beha, as designated voice, applied the dungeon site's formal seal, a formation glyph she had been authorized to use since the voice designation ceremony, representing the site's institutional identity. The document was complete in 11 minutes. Lon looked at the signed document and then at the central chamber. He said, I reviewed your case file before this appointment. All of it. He did not specify what all meant, but his expression was the expression of a man who had read trial documentation. I believe this recognition is overdue. Zhen Wuhuang said, by about 100 years. Lan said, I cannot speak for the institution's prior decisions. I can speak for this one. He looked at the document. This one was correct. He offered his hand. Zhen Wuhuang looked at it for a moment. The biological hand of a chief warden offering a biological handshake to a man who had just been legally recognized as the person the institution had wrongfully imprisoned. He took it. The handshake lasted exactly the correct amount of time. After the signing, while Lan's delegation gathered their copies of the documentation, Su Fengtian arrived in the central chamber in his full military regalia, the formal uniform of the Imperial Military's celestial rank, which he had been maintaining in his traveling case for 102 years against exactly this occasion. The medals were real. The rank insignia were real. The uniform was the formal dress of a general who had waited a century for an occasion that warranted wearing it. He stood at formal attention and said nothing. Zhen Wuhuang looked at him standing there. He said, this is what a century of patience looks like. Su Fengtian said, yes. It looks like lunch, Zhen Wuhuang said, and turned toward the adjoining room where Lu Yue had been working since the morning. Su Fengtian, falling into step, it does, sir. That is precisely what it looks like. The meal was prepared in the chamber Lu Yue had built last year. He had built it independently, without instruction, adding it to the dungeon's functional architecture in the same way Korath added formation cleaning protocols to his maintenance routes, because Lu Yue was a man who thought in terms of what was needed and built it. The chamber had a stone table, 6 seats, and proper ventilation for cooking, which he had apparently decided the dungeon required. They ate. Zhen Wuhuang, Su Fengtian, Wan Beihe, Lu Yue, Feral Xiao, Tai Ching-tsang attending through the Fold Network's audio connection in the way he had been attending council meetings for years. Korath stood at the chamber's entrance in his customary position, but close enough to receive the stone fragment Lu Yue set out for him on a lower surface, which apparently had become a habit since Zhen Wuhuang had been in withdrawal. He ate a second bowl of rice. The fermented beans were on the table again. He thought, this is what it was for. He thought, the dungeon, the crystal, the century, the march, the hearing, the siege, the documentation, the conclave. All of it building toward a sovereign territory with a proper meal at its center, and people who built rooms that were needed and attended from a distance when they could not be present, and trained the next generation and waited in full uniform for the day they had always believed would come. The dungeon hummed around them. Its master's hands were warm. Chapter 131. The private meeting. Xianxia requested the meeting through the administrative correspondence channel, which was not the channel he would have used if he wanted official institutional record. He used the same fold relay address that Celestial Marshal Xie had used for the emergency report after the fragment elimination, an address that existed as a matter of operational practicality and that did not appear in the court's formal correspondence registry. The message was brief. He wanted a meeting. No court involvement. No record. Would Zhen Wuhuang receive him? He thought about it for 2 days. He could think of several reasons to decline. Xianxia had no leverage. The recognition document was signed. The containment order was formally lifted at the review's conclusion, and the institutional machinery that had held him for over a century was dismantled at its critical points. A private meeting served Xianxia's interest, not his. It gave the former Grand Inquisitor the opportunity to say things that the institutional record had not given him room to say, to close something that would otherwise remain technically open. He could decline, and the openness would not harm him in any practical way. He agreed to the meeting. Xianxia arrived alone. He came in civilian clothes, not elaborate ones, the plain administrative traveling wear of a senior official not representing his institution. He left his personal guard at the valley entrance. He walked to the dungeon entrance alone and stood at the threshold in the way that the Celestial Warden Court's practitioners typically stood at formation thresholds, feeling the formation depth before entering, assessing what they were stepping into. Zhen Wuhuang received him in the entrance hall. He had prepared the entrance hall specifically. No pressure zones, no memory echoes, no gravity variations, no targeting markers. The ambient formation lighting at standard, not warm, not cold, not adjusted for effect. The floor was his because all the dungeon stone was his, but he did not make his presence in the floor felt. He sat in a seating stone at the hall's center and waited. Xianxia came in and sat down on the opposite seating stone. 2 men in a room. He said, I was wrong about the evidence. He had expected one of several things. Not this, not first, not without preamble. He said nothing. He waited. Xianxia said, I reviewed it. All of it. I have reviewed it 3 times over the past 6 months. He was looking at Zhen Wuhuang with the careful attention of a man who was measuring something in the response. The primary evidence was from a fabricated source. The secondary evidence was unregistered. The third evidence was from an interested party. He paused. I knew the first source's reliability was contested at the time. I proceeded with the evidence. He said, why? Xianxia was quiet for a moment. He said, because I believed the conclusion was correct regardless of the evidentiary path. I believed you were dangerous in a way that required the sentence regardless of what the specific evidence showed. He looked at the entrance hall. I still believe the dungeon sovereignty technique is dangerous. I believe a consciousness with the capability you have demonstrated represents a category of threat that institutions cannot manage safely in all circumstances. He said, you are saying you were wrong about the evidence and not wrong about the danger. Yes. And you do not know what to do with that distinction. A long pause. Xianxia said, no. Zhen Wuhuang looked at the man who had sentenced him and had been his primary institutional adversary for 40 years and had built his career on the work of containing what had come out of the sentence. He looked at him for long enough to see what was actually there rather than what the century of opposition had built over it. A man who had done what he believed was correct and had been consistently capable in its execution and was now sitting with the knowledge that his most important judgment had been reached through a corrupted process. He said, neither do I. He said, I have been thinking about it for 6 months as well. Whether the danger you identified was real. Whether the sentence was wrong only because of the evidence or wrong in principle. Whether what I have spent a century becoming is actually the threat you feared or something else. He pressed his biological hands to the seeding stone's surface. I do not have a clean answer. He said, I'm not asking you to do anything with that distinction. I'm only asking you to have said it. Xianxia looked at him. A silence in the entrance hall that was not hostile. The formation ambient system maintained its standard lighting. The stone was stone. Then Xianxia stood up. He said, the court's new leadership will manage the file correctly. He said, I know. Xianxia walked to the entrance hall's threshold and stopped. He did not turn around. He said, you said in the siege, I am what a century in your sentence made. I have been thinking about what that means. He paused. I believe it means something different from what I intended the sentence to produce. He said, most architecture does. Xianxia walked out. He sat in the entrance hall alone for a while. He thought, it was enough. He thought, it will not always feel like it was enough. But it is. Chapter 132. The city street 3 weeks after the formal recognition ceremony, he was in Fengchuan for a diplomatic meeting about the Continental Cultivation Space Project's access agreements when the constructs arrived. He was in the administrative quarters public garden, neutral ground, the standard choice for meetings between parties who had no shared institutional facility, a stone-paved courtyard with formation lantern trees, and a fountain at the center. The council representative he was meeting with had stepped away to consult with a colleague, leaving him alone for 6 minutes. He felt them before he saw them. 3 formation signatures, moving through the city streets toward the public garden with the specific coordination of a unit that had been briefed on a target and a location. Their formation architecture was partially dungeon construct, partially something else. The crystallization signature of long void parliament proximity mixed with combat specification training. They had been sent specifically for a target outside his dungeon network and in a public space where he could not activate architecture without civilian risk. The parliament's last move. He had approximately 40 seconds. He looked at the public garden. Stone-paved courtyard, formation lantern trees, fountain, 24 civilians within range. He was in a human biological body, which meant his reaction time and physical capability were fundamentally different from the crystalline form, slower in gross movement, without the stone body's resistance to physical damage, unable to absorb formation strikes through architecture the way he had been doing for decades. He also had primordial architect rank in a biological body, which meant the integration depth of his dungeon sovereignty was permanent and present regardless of form. He thought, the courtyard's paving stones have been here for 200 years. He pressed his right foot flat to the stone through the sole of his boot. He began claiming. The stone was old and the formation depth was shallow, public maintenance, not high-security infrastructure. 200 years of foot traffic had created the specific settled quality in the stone that made claiming faster rather than slower. Settled stone that had been inhabited knew how to be claimed. 80 meters of city street in 15 seconds. The civilians were still in the claimed space when the constructs arrived. He had not been able to clear them without the claiming itself triggering a panic. He activated the formation architecture as precisely as he had ever calibrated a trap. Micropressure variations in the floor that created resistance at specific points without being perceptible to biological pedestrians, but were completely prohibitive for formation construct movement. The first construct took 2 steps into the claimed space and stopped. Its construct stone legs had encountered something that its formation architecture read as catastrophically wrong. The specific interference pattern of claimed space registering a foreign construct as incompatible, and its movement routine locked. The second construct entered from a different angle and attempted the approach along the fountain's edge. He raised the claiming depth at the fountain boundary by 3 formation layers in 2 seconds. The construct hit the raised boundary, and the formation coherence in its legs began to dissolve. The third was faster and smarter. It had been watching the first 2 and had identified the floor as the activation mechanism. It leaped, attempting to cross the claimed zone without floor contact. He claimed the air between the lantern trees. He had needed the practice with the plateau duel for this. The micro-dungeon technique at 15 seconds of compressed preparation was rough compared to the plateau's 12 minutes of built-up approach. But 15 seconds in a biological body with primordial architect formation depth was sufficient. The third construct entered the claimed air, and the formation interference shattered its coherence mid-leap. 3 stone statues. 80 meters of claimed city street. He released the claiming after 30 seconds. The maintenance cost without a fold anchor was significant, and maintaining a city block as claimed dungeon space without long-term anchor structures was not practical. The stone returned to being ordinary stone. The constructs remained frozen where their coherence had dissolved. The city watch arrived at the 4-minute mark, having been alerted by the formation disturbance. The courtyard now contained 3 stone statues in attitudes of interrupted motion, scattered formation construct fragments, and Zhen Wuhuang brushing dust from his hands. The city watch captain looked at the statues. He looked at Zhen Wuhuang. He said, "What happened?" Zhen Wuhuang said, "Formation constructs. Parliamentary origin, likely. I will file a formal incident report with the court's new administration." He looked at his hands, the palm that had touched the ground, the formation depth that was always present in biological tissue at his rank, the scarring from the crystalline to biological interface along his wrists. The statues can be safely disposed of. They are not dangerous in this state. The captain said, "Did you do this?" He said, "Yes." The captain looked at the statues again. One of them was 6 feet tall and had been, apparently, mid-lunge when it froze. He said, "We'll need a statement." He said, "I'll provide one." He sat down on the fountain's edge and waited for the council representative to return and gave the statement and filed the incident report and ate lunch at a formation scholar's favorite local establishment before taking the fold relay back to Ashrock. He filed the Parliament's final action in the archive under closed. Chapter 133. Patient, not merciful. The message to the remaining Parliament leadership took 3 drafts. The first draft was the version that expressed what he actually felt, a detailed architecture of their failure, beginning with the Hollow King's miscalculation and progressing through the activation bluff and the delegation's visit and the failsafe's reflection, each point building to the conclusion that their organization had ended not through external destruction, but through the fundamental inadequacy of their long-term planning. He read the first draft and set it aside. He wrote, "You are welcome to retire. I have no interest in pursuing history beyond its usefulness." He sent this through the leyline channel, not a threatening channel, the ordinary communication path that formation practitioners used for institutional correspondence. Open, plain, unencrypted. The response came 3 days later from a formation address he identified as somewhere in the deep geological network of the Southwestern Territories, far from any major leyline junction, deliberately isolated, the address of people who had learned to be very careful about being findable. A woman's voice, projected through the formation channel with the specific quality of a 300-year-old cultivation. "You are either very magnanimous or very confident." He was in the archive when the message arrived. He pressed his palm to the jade seal's surface and replied, "I've spent 100 years in stone. I know the difference between patience and mercy." A pause. Then, "Which is this?" He said, "Patience." Another pause, longer. She said, "We will not trouble you further." He said, "That is the correct decision." A pause of his own. "The ancient core you designated as your activation key was 1,000 years old before I claimed it. It was built with considerable craft. Whatever your organization was when it built that, it was capable of more than what it became." He looked at the archive walls. "That capability does not need to continue in the form it has taken, but it would be a loss to have it disappear entirely." She said, "You are suggesting we retire and do what, exactly?" He said, "Build something that does not require leverage to function." The channel was quiet. She said, "You are very strange for an emperor." He said, "I have been in a dungeon for 117 years. Emperors who go through that either die or change their perspective. I changed my perspective. She did not reply to this. He withdrew from the channel and filed the exchange in the archive under ongoing observation. Not closed. He did not know what the Parliament's remnants would do with the suggestion. He knew that the suggestion had been accurate, and that he had made it, and that making it was the action consistent with the kind of building he was now engaged in. He thought, patience is not the same as an action. It is the correct action at the correct pace. He went to find Juan Beja to discuss the cultivation space project's northern sector design. Chapter 134. The second-generation feral show waited until the second week after the formal recognition ceremony to present her finding. She had clearly been waiting for the right moment. The specific quality of patience she used in vulnerability assessment, building toward a presentation when the foundation was solid and the moment was right. She came to the deliberation chamber with her small notebook and sat in her alcove and said, "I've been working on something for 18 months that I need to show you." He said, "Show me." She opened the notebook. The notation inside was not her standard vulnerability analysis script. It was formation theory, the specific formation notation used for transmission methodology and cultivation teaching, which was a different discipline from vulnerability analysis and which she had been studying, apparently, in parallel with her dungeon work for a year and a half. She said, "The dungeon sovereignty technique as you developed it is teachable. I've been working on a transmission method based on 18 months of observing your technique's formation structure from the outside and cross-referencing it with pre-court teaching methodologies for spatial cultivation approaches." She placed the notebook on the analysis stone. "My estimate. Another practitioner could learn the first 3 tiers in a decade rather than a century. Not because the technique is easier than you experienced, but because a structured transmission reduces the discovery cost. You found each development through isolated experimentation. A student with your experience to draw on would skip the discovery phase." He read through the notation. The methodology was solid. She had built it from first principles, treating the dungeon's formation architecture as an observable system and deriving transmission protocols from the structural properties rather than from theoretical construction. It was the approach of someone who had collapsed 6 dungeons before she understood them, who had spent years studying vulnerabilities from outside, and then spent 3 more years studying architecture from inside. She was right that it would work. A practitioner starting from the first tier with this methodology could reach the 3rd tier in a decade, which meant a first-tier practitioner could claim small spaces, read their formation properties, create basic routing. A second-tier practitioner could build constructs, install pressure zones, run formation awareness of moderate extent. A third-tier practitioner could, with 10 years of development, do what he had done in year 30 of his imprisonment. The implications were significant. He placed the notebook back on the stone. He spent a week with the question. He went through it from multiple angles. The formation safety considerations, the institutional implications, the question of who should learn it first, and under what conditions, and what the appropriate scope of transmission should be in an era when the warden court was newly led by a moderate chief warden and the political environment was more favorable than it had been in a century. On the 7th day, he came to the deliberation chamber and said, "Teach Luyue first. Let me see what the second generation of this looks like before I decide how widely to transmit it." Feral Shio wrote this down. She said, "He's been informally practicing Tier 1 techniques on his own for 3 years. He said, I know. That's why I want him to go first. He already has the formation relationship with the space. The methodology will accelerate what he's already doing." She said, "And if Liyue's development goes well?" He said, "Then we build a teaching structure for it and decide who else should have access." He looked at the notebook. The technique needs to exist in more than one person. A power system with one practitioner is not a system. It is a soloist. He paused. And soloists are vulnerable in ways that ensembles are not. She said, "You've been thinking about this for longer than this week." He said, "Since the recovery period after the ancient palace march, when the void marrow reserve was at 11% and the dungeon's survival depended entirely on one person's capacity." He looked at her notebook. "That is not the architecture I want to build." She closed the notebook and picked up a different one, a larger one, the structure development format she used for project design. She said, "I'll start with Luyue next week." Chapter 135. First Word Karath made his request on a Tuesday. He came to the deliberation chamber in the late afternoon with the careful deliberateness of a construct that had been thinking about how to do something for a long time and had finally decided the time was right. He stood at the chamber's entrance, and Zhenwu Huang, who was reviewing the cultivation space's northern sector design with Juan Beja, looked up. Karath looked at him. He put his forelegs together, both of them, the original right and the rebuilt left, and bowed his stone head. Then he lifted his head and looked toward the chamber's exit, toward the dungeon entrance, toward the direction that was outside the claimed network entirely. He did this 3 times. Then he stood and waited. Zhen Wuhuang put down the design documentation. He had been watching Karath develop for over a century. He had watched the proto-intelligence emerge in year 40, watched the independent decision-making appear in year 70, watched the specific quality of awareness that made Karath more than a construct grow into something that the existing vocabulary for construct behavior did not fully contain. He had watched Karath guard Ruan Beha without instruction, train himself through observation, adapt to the loss of his foreleg with a patience that a human cultivator would have struggled to maintain. He had not watched Karath ask for anything before. He looked at the chamber exit. He thought about what Karath was asking for. Karath had been confined to the dungeon network his entire existence. Not imprisoned. The dungeon was not a prison for him. It was his home and his context and the environment he had been built from. But confined by the nature of what he was. A dungeon construct, tied to the formation architecture that had created him, unable to sustain coherent operation beyond the claimed space's radius without Zhen Wuhuang's active support. The dungeon god rank had changed that. At primordial architect level, his constructs carried a formation depth sufficient for independent operation over significant distances. The 3 continental cores integration had demonstrated that constructs could operate hundreds of kilometers from the primary dungeon without losing coherence. Karath could leave. He had been able to leave for months. He had been waiting to ask. Zhen Wuhuang said, "You want to go?" Karath's stone head rose and fell once. He thought about this for an hour. He did not think about the dungeon's security, or about the vulnerability of having his most capable independent construct absent, or about the practical operational questions. He thought about what it meant to have built something intelligent enough to want something for itself, and what the answer to that want should be from someone who had spent a century having no choices about what he was confined to. He said, "Yes." Karath stood still for 3 seconds. Then he moved toward the chamber exit with the adapted gate, past Ruan Beha, who had set down her own documentation and was watching, past the analysis stone, past the deliberation chamber's walls that were his home the way all the dungeon's walls were his home, and through the passage toward the entrance hall and the outside. He watched through the formation sense as Karath cleared the dungeon entrance, crossed the valley floor, reached the ridge, disappeared over the east side. Ruan Beha said, "How long?" He said, "I don't know. He'll come back when he's finished." 3 weeks passed. During those weeks, Karath's formation signature was occasionally visible at the edges of the continental network's awareness, moving east through the mountain ranges, then south into the foothill geology, then east again. He was not following a path. He was exploring, which was a behavior that constructs with genuine intelligence could exhibit and that lesser constructs could not. He came back on a Tuesday. He came through the dungeon entrance in the late afternoon, moving with the adapted gait, and behind him, following in a loose cluster that rearranged itself as they moved through the entrance hall, were 5 stone creatures. They were each approximately the size of a large hound. Their construction was cruder than Karath's, obviously formed by something working from observation rather than formal formation training. The stone shaped with intelligence, but without the precision of void marrow compression at depth. They moved with the tentative awareness of very young construct minds, feeling the dungeon's formation environment with the attention of things encountering something new. Karath led them to the center of the entrance hall and stopped. He turned to look at Zhen Wuhuang, who was standing at the hall's inner threshold. The 5 small constructs clustered around Karath's feet. He said, "You're building." Karath looked at him. His stone head inclined forward slightly, the formation signature underneath carrying the quality that a century of observation had taught Zhen Wuhuang to read as affirmation. He said the word. It came out as sound, not stone grinding, not formation resonance, but actual spoken formation, the construct's body having developed sufficient complexity to produce language through the same mechanisms that his consciousness had learned to produce voice in the dungeon stone. He said, "Yes." In the entrance hall, the 5 small constructs moved fractionally toward the sound. The dungeon held them all. Karath, his creations, the man who had made Karath, in its warm formation depth, patient and permanent. He thought, a system with 1 practitioner is a soloist. He thought, ensembles are better. Chapter 136. The paper Ruan Beha submitted the paper on the first clear morning of winter. She had been working on it for 3 years in the continuous sense, drafting sections, revising, incorporating new data from the network's expansion and the rank advancements and the legal proceedings, but she had been working toward it for 11 years in the sense that mattered. Every research notebook, every formation notation session, every carefully documented observation of architecture that was also a person had been building toward this paper the way the dungeon's claims had been building towards sovereign territory. The paper was 32,000 words. 8 co-researchers listed in the attribution, herself as primary, with formal acknowledgement of Tai Ching-sang's historical context, Su Fengtian's military records, Celestial Marshal Xie's hearing documentation, and 4 formation scholars who had contributed technical review. The attribution section was the most carefully worded part of the entire document, because attribution was how the academic record established who had done what work, and the work here belonged to more people than she could fully account for. She did not submit it to the Ironvale Academy. She submitted it to the Celestial Warden Court's newly established Academic Review Board, which had been created as part of the institutional reforms under Land's administration and which had an explicit mandate to receive and review formation intelligence research with implications for court policy and practice. The paper was not primarily a court document, but putting it through the court's review process created an institutional record that would survive administrative changes in ways that pure academic publication did not. She stood at the research chamber's spacefold connection point and sent the document through the fold relay system. The submission completed in 3 seconds. She set down the transmission crystal and looked at the research chamber, at the formation archives from the secondary cave, at the 8 research notebooks on the shelf in the order she had filled them, at the analysis stone she had been using for 11 years, at the chair that had always been there and the second chair that had been added 3 years ago. Zhen Wuhuang was at the chamber's threshold. She had not heard him arrive. At primordial architect rank in a biological body, his movement through the dungeon's claimed stone was as quiet as the stone itself, not silent, but part of the ambient formation of the space rather than an intrusion on it. He looked at her. She looked at him. He said, "You stayed." She said, "I told you I would." He said, "That was before you knew what you were staying for." She picked up the large research notebook, not to write in it, to hold it, which she did with the specific, careful grip of someone who had spent 11 years treating notebooks as primary tools and had developed the automatic care you develop for primary tools. She said, "I knew exactly what I was staying for." She looked at the research chamber. The research just kept getting better. He looked at her for a long time. He said, "I know what you declined." She was quiet. He said, "The Iron Veil Fellowship. Pei mentioned it in a correspondence last month. The Academy's dean inquired about whether you were planning to accept the standing offer." He looked at the notebooks on the shelf. "I did not ask you about it because I was not certain I had the right to. I am asking now." She said, "I've declined it." He said, "Why?" She set the notebook down on the analysis stone. She said, "The research here is not finished. The Continental Network's formation properties haven't been fully documented. The primordial architect ranks integration mechanics are a 3-year study minimum. The cultivation space project will produce data that has no existing analytical framework." She looked at him. "The research will keep me here for years. I accepted that when I declined." He said, "And if the research were finished?" She looked at him with the patient attention she used for questions that had more than one accurate answer. She said, "The research will not finish." He said, "No." He looked at the research chamber, at the notebooks, at the formation archives. "It won't." He paused. "I'm glad you stayed." She picked up the notebook again. She said, "I know." She opened it to a new page. "Now tell me what you want to build first in the first architecture's northern sector. I've been waiting for you to be ready to have this conversation properly." He sat down in the second chair. He began talking. Chapter 137. The first architecture. The design session started in earnest on the 3rd week after the recognition ceremony and ran through the winter. He had been thinking about the first architecture structure for 6 months, since the conversation in the research chamber, when he had said the words to Juan Beja the night the Parliament's failsafe bounced back, and had felt the shape of what he wanted to build form itself with the specific clarity of an architectural concept that was ready. 6 months of background thinking while the political and operational work occupied the foreground, and now the foreground was clear. He convened the design group, Juan Beja for the academic framework, Tai Ching-sang for historical context, Farrell Xiu for structural safety analysis, and Louis Wei for the perspective of someone who had been trained entirely within dungeon space. He assigned each of them a component of the overall design brief and gave them 3 weeks to develop their component before the integration session. The brief was simple in statement and complex in execution. A continental network of cultivation chambers, accessible to any practitioner without sect or institutional affiliation, calibrated to individual need rather than standardized curriculum, free to use and owned by the dungeon network, but not extractive of it. Tai Ching-sang's component was the historical precedent. What cultivation spaces had existed before the Celestial Warden Court, how they had been administered, what had made them work, and what had caused them to fail. He delivered this through the fold connection over 2 sessions, his voice from the south wall, carrying the particular quality of a 3-century memory that was now genuinely useful for the first time in decades. The pre-court era had produced 3 significant open cultivation networks, all of which had collapsed, one through administrative failure, one through institutional capture by a sect coalition, one through the simple degradation of maintenance without dedicated resources. He listed the failure modes with the precision of a historian who had outlived the things he studied. Feralxio's component was structural safety. She had spent 18 months teaching herself dungeon sovereignty methodology and was now the most knowledgeable external analyst of its formation properties after Ruanbeha. Her safety analysis was specific and thorough. Formation collapse risk in high-traffic chambers, cultivation interference between practitioners at incompatible levels, security protocols for practitioners who might attempt to extract or weaponize cultivation resources from the network. She recommended 3 tiers of access calibration and a monitoring system keyed to formation stability rather than identity tracking. Ruanbeha's component was the academic framework, the documentation structure that would allow the network to be understood and studied rather than merely used, building the kind of institutional knowledge base that would outlast the current generation. She designed it as a continuous research program, with documentation chambers accessible to formation scholars alongside cultivation chambers accessible to practitioners. Liu Yue's component was what he called the user perspective. He had written 12 pages in careful formation notation, which was his writing medium now after 3 years of dungeon sovereignty training with Feralxio. The pages described what it had been like to walk into the Ashrock dungeon as a person with no cultivation affiliation, no sect training, no institutional support, just a failed cultivator who had begged for shelter and felt a presence answer. What the dungeon's training architecture had taught him. What it would have been different with a system designed for teaching rather than defense. He said, in the notes concluding section, the most important thing a cultivation space can give a practitioner is not techniques or resources, but the experience of being in a space that is organized around their development rather than around their utility. Sects teach practitioners to be useful to the sect. This architecture should teach practitioners to be useful to themselves. Zhen Wuhuang read Liu Yue's 12 pages twice. He used them as the design brief's foundational statement. The integration session lasted 2 days. At the end of it, the first architecture had a design that was neither a dungeon in the traditional sense nor a cultivation academy in the institutional sense, but something that had not existed before. 340 chambers across the continental network, each one calibrated by the dungeon's primordial architect formation depth to the individual practitioner's specific needs and gaps, accessible without registration or fee, maintained by the dungeon's formation systems automatically. He reviewed the design one last time and said, "This will work." Ruanbeha said, "It will need iteration." He said, "All architecture needs iteration. That's not a problem. That's the definition of a living system." He began building the first architecture into the network the following morning. Chapter 138. What he was building towards Su Fengtian asked the question at sunset. He had been waiting to ask it for a year. Zhen Wuhuang had seen him arriving at the question in increments, the way a general arrives at a strategic assessment, building towards certainty from accumulated observation before committing to the conclusion. He had watched his oldest general watch him through the recognition ceremony, the Void Parliament's end, the Karath departure and return, the design sessions, and all the smaller things. The meals Liu Yue made, and he ate with attention. The fold relay conversations with Ning Shui that had resumed on neutral topics after the Covenant's conclusion. The afternoon he had spent outside the dungeon entrance listening to a traveling musician in the valley below, without any strategic purpose. Su Fengtian had been watching all of it, and had been building toward a question. He asked it at sunset on the valley's east ridge, where the formation lanterns the Deep Dweller community had traded for safe passage access to the network's cultivation spaces caught the last light and held it in their stone enclosures. He said, "What are you building toward? Beyond rehabilitation, beyond defeating the parliament, beyond recognition." He had heard versions of this question from other people. Ning Shui's encrypted message, Celestial Overseer Pei's inquiry during the documentation meeting, even Xiao Yinshan's question in the courtyard. Each of them had received a partial answer, because each of them had asked from within a context that shaped what answer was appropriate. Su Fengtian had no context except 100 years of service and a genuine desire to know. He considered the sunset. He thought about the empire he had ruled. He thought about what an empire was, a system in which the architecture obeyed the person at its center, and the person at the center organized everything toward the perpetuation of the system that made them central. He had been good at it. He had been, by the historical record, a competent emperor, effective administration, military capability, institutional stability. He thought about what the dungeon had taught him that the empire had not. Specifically, what it was like to be the space rather than the person at the center of it. To be architecture rather than sovereign. To be something that people moved through rather than something that people served. He had spent 40 years building back towards sovereignty, and in that time, he had been discovering what sovereignty felt like from the outside. He said, a world where the architecture obeys the person in it, not the person who built it. Su Fengtian was quiet for a moment. He said, that's not an empire. No. He watched the valley light change from orange to blue. I've had an empire. The architecture of an empire is designed for continuation. Every room serves the system's longevity. He looked at the first architecture design in his formation awareness. 340 chambers, each calibrated to a specific practitioner's need, none of them calibrated to the network's perpetuation. What I'm building now is designed for people to grow in it and leave it, for the architecture to serve its purpose and then be done. Su Fengtian said, you're building something you can let go of. He thought about this. He said, I'm building something that can be let go of. Whether I manage to let go of it is a different question. That's the most honest thing you've said since your trial. He looked at his general, at the man who had spent a century in civilian covers waiting for an emperor who had spent a century in a crystal, both of them maintaining the formation of who they were against the pressure of a world that had moved on without them. He said, this is better than the empire. Su Fengtian said, yes, I think it is. They watched the sunset until the valley went dark, and the formation lanterns along the dungeon entrance came on in the specific warm frequency that claimed stone carried when its master was content. Chapter 139. The opening day, 512 cultivators entered the first architecture on its opening day. He had estimated 400, based on the network access request processing from the preceding 2 weeks. The additional 112 were same-day arrivals, practitioners who had heard through the cultivation community's word-of-mouth channels and had traveled to the nearest access points without advance registration, because the first architecture did not require advance registration. He stood at the primary entrance and watched them come through. He did not greet them. He had considered greeting them and had decided against it, because he understood that his presence at the entrance would shift the experience from entering a cultivation space to meeting the person who had built it, and those were different experiences with different psychological effects. He was not trying to create a cult of architecture. He was trying to build something that served people. He stood to the side of the entrance hall and watched. The architecture worked. He could feel it through the formation sense. Each practitioner entering the network, the dungeon's primordial architect formation depth reading their cultivation structure and their specific gaps and calibrating the nearest available chambers to their need. Not perfectly, not with infallibility. The calibration was a formation process rather than a conscious decision, and formation processes had response curves that required iteration. But correctly, in the way that a well-designed room functioned correctly for the purpose it was built for. He watched a young woman who had identified herself in the access request as an unaffiliated practitioner of 4 years enter the primary corridor and stop at the first junction. The dungeon's ambient formation lighting was slightly brighter in the left passage. Not commanding, not directing, just differentially inviting. She looked at both passages and went left. He watched an older man with the cultivation signature of someone who had been in sect training for 30 years and had recently left. The specific formation quality of a practitioner whose technique was well developed, but whose independence was new. Enter a secondary chamber and stand in the center for a full minute before beginning to work. The chamber's formation architecture was calibrated to isolation rather than cooperation, which was what 30 years of sect training produced as a primary need. He watched 3 practitioners who had entered together, family formation signatures, siblings, or close cousins, navigate to a cooperative training section that the network had created specifically because the access request data included 3 practitioners from the same household with compatible cultivation systems. Ruan Beha was beside him. She had the research notebook open, not the large one, the personal one, which she had not shown him since he had seen the page about the Iron Veil Fellowship. She was writing in it with the steady focus she gave to things she considered significant. She wrote for a while. Then she said, without looking up from the notebook, your expression is very interesting right now. He said, I'm watching the architecture work. She said, I know. She wrote a few more words. It's the way you look at a room you've just finished building, and it's holding the weight correctly. He said, that is what I'm feeling. She wrote something and closed the notebook. He thought, 300 years of accumulation and 117 of it in stone, and all of it adding up to this. 500 people walking through rooms he built and finding what they needed in them. He thought, professionally satisfied. He thought, The phrase is inadequate for the actual sensation, but the phrase is accurate. He stayed at the entrance until the last of the day's arrivals had come through. Then he walked deeper into the network, through the first architecture's chambers, feeling each practitioner at work in the formation since the way he had always felt the dungeon's inhabitants, not invasively, not with direction, just with awareness. The warm, ambient presence of a space being used for the purpose it was built for. That evening, the dungeon was the fullest it had ever been. Chapter 140. What the stone holds 1 year after the rehabilitation vote. He sat alone in the original inner sanctum. The 10-meter circle around the primary crystal, his first claimed space, the place where the dungeon had stopped being his prison and had started being his body. Year 3 of his imprisonment, when the claiming had begun and the architecture had answered for the first time, and a consciousness that had been defined entirely by what had been done to it had found the first action that was entirely its own. He sat in the center of the circle. He placed his palm flat on the floor. He spoke to the stone. This is a private conversation, and the narrative does not reproduce it. What passes between a man and the architecture that has held him for 120 years is not for an outside account. It is the specific language of formation, sense, and consciousness, and stone, which has no adequate translation into any written notation. What can be said? He sat there for 2 hours. The primary crystal, sealed and empty on its shelf, had its hairline fracture along the longest axis, unchanged and permanent, the record of the moment the imprisonment had ended. He looked at the fracture. He thought about the 100 years. Not as loss. He had thought about them as loss in the early decades, had cataloged the cost of the century in meticulous archive notation, had kept the balance sheet with the precision of a man who believed that if the injury was precisely recorded, it could be precisely addressed. He had spent decades believing this. He did not believe it now. He believed, instead, something that was harder to articulate but felt more accurate. The 100 years had not been taken from him. They had been spent on him. The dungeon was the work the century had produced. The network, the formation depth, the primordial architect rank, the constructs and the council, and the first architecture and all of it. None of it would exist without the imprisonment. He had not been broken by the crystal. He had been made by it. That was not the same as saying the imprisonment was just. It was saying that what was done to him had produced something beyond what had been intended, which was the specific quality of a human consciousness that was more than what you tried to make it. He thought, I am more than what they sentenced. He thought, Xianxia was right that I am not what he sentenced. He thought, what they sentenced was the emperor. What the sentence made is this. He stood up. There were new corridors to design. The first architecture's second-month iteration had produced data on the calibration gaps he needed to address. Practitioners whose formation structures were unusual enough that the current system's response curves weren't reaching them correctly. He had 3 design sessions scheduled with Juan Beja to work through the iteration. The cultivation space's southern sector was still in early construction. The Formation Scholars Documentation Program needed the research chamber network expanded. There was work to do. He walked through the inner sanctum toward the dungeon's deeper passages. Somewhere in the east, through the Continental Network's awareness, he felt Karatha's construction work continuing. The 5 small constructs developing under their maker's patient guidance, their formation signatures maturing from tentative awareness towards something more settled. Karath was building carefully, which was the only way he built. In the city 40 kilometers north, Juan Beja was writing. Not the research notebook. The research was always ongoing. But this was the personal notebook, the one she had shown him once enclosed. He could not feel its content. He could feel her formation signature's quality of focus, which he had learned to read over 11 years. This was the focus she applied to things she had been thinking about for a long time and had decided to write down because she was ready. In the court administrative city, Su Fengtian was negotiating. The first architecture's formal treaty relationship with the regional administrative councils required a series of legal agreements that were Su Fengtian's domain and that he had been managing with the precision of a man for whom this kind of work was native territory regardless of the century. In the secondary chambers, Liyue was teaching. He had 2 students now, both unaffiliated practitioners from the valley's outer settlements. Both at the void sliver threshold where the first tier of dungeon sovereignty teaching was producing the specific formation depth changes that Feral Xiu's methodology predicted. Liyue taught them the way the dungeon had taught him. Through architecture rather than through instruction, building environments that produced understanding through experience. The dungeon hummed. Its master walked toward the exit, past the archive and the deliberation chamber and the memory echo rooms and the gravity zones, and the original entrance hall, with its 120 years of accumulated formation depth, and out into the cold winter air of the Ashrock Valley. He stood at the dungeon entrance and breathed. Cold air, bright with the specific clarity of winter at altitude. Stone under his feet, claimed stone, his stone, the outermost edge of the network that extended now across most of a continent. The sky above the valley, unclaimed. He looked at the sky. He had never claimed the sky. He had never tried to claim anything that moved with the specific freedom of unclaimed space. Not in the way that rivers moved, not in the way that wind moved. The air claim he had developed in the plateau duel was a micro-dungeon technique, sustainable only through continuous presence. It was not the same as claiming the sky. He thought, some spaces are not meant to be claimed. He thought, that is also architecture. Knowing what to leave open. He walked to the flat rock at the valley's edge and sat down. The rock held him. It had been holding him for 40 years, through the crystalline form and now through the biological one, through every decision that had been made while sitting on it and every person who had sat on it beside him. Below, in the valley, the first architecture's access portal was visible at the cave entrance, a formation marker that indicated an available chamber to any practitioner within line-of-sight range. The marker had been active for 1 month. It had guided 1,100 practitioners into the network so far. He watched the marker in the winter light. He thought, one corridor at a time. He thought, this is what the dungeon made. Behind him, through the stone, through the formation depth that was permanent and present in his biological tissue at the level of identity, the dungeon hummed its warm and ancient hum. The sound of claimed space that knows its master, that has known its master through a crystal and 100 years and every room built since, that will know its master through whatever corridors come next. He sat on the rock and looked at the valley. New corridors were waiting. He stood up and walked toward them.